Chapter 1. A Second Chance at Life, a New Choice. Unfilial son, kneel before me. Your brother merely wishes to borrow some of your blood to improve his health. Yet you have the audacity to harm him, leaving him gravely injured. Are you even human? In the grand empire of Deqian, within the capital city, at the residence of the Duke of the Nation, Yi Qingtian, the esteemed head of the Yi family, wore a frown etched deep with anger, his eyes ablaze as he spat out words through clenched teeth. Beside him stood an elegant and regal woman, draped in flowing garments, her demeanor aloof, exuding an air of nobility. Below them stood a young man with a delicate appearance, his left hand wrapped in bandages, gazing at Yi Xian with a smug expression. As the scolding echoed in his ears, Yi Xian jolted awake, his complexion ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as if he had just emerged from a horrifying nightmare. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes clouded with confusion and bewilderment. After a moment's reflection, Yi Xian sighed deeply. I never expected that I would be reborn. It is now the year 1453 of the Deqian calendar, the year I turned 20. Is it also 800 years since my demise? Yi Xian's gaze was complex. He was Yi Xian, the eldest son of the Duke of the Nation in the Deqian dynasty. The man seated across from him was none other than his father, Yi Qingtian, one of the 7 noble lords of different surnames, a figure revered by all, second only to the emperor. A millennium ago, he had fought valiantly alongside the founding emperor, contributing immensely to the establishment of the dynasty. He had single-handedly thwarted the invasion of a 1,000,000-strong army of demonic creatures from foreign lands, earning him divine accolades. In the hearts of the populace, his father was a great hero, a legendary figure. Indeed, he was universally recognized as the guardian deity of humanity. As the scion of such an illustrious lineage, Yi Xian's birth was nothing short of extraordinary. By the age of 3, he awakened the fabled supreme bloodline, and at 5, he manifested the coveted primal undying body, the dream of countless martial artists. His talent surpassed even that of his father. Some even predicted that within a century, Yi Xian would eclipse his father, emerging as the new paragon of the dynasty. With an invincible lineage, with unparalleled gifts, under normal circumstances, one would presume that Yi Xian's life would flow smoothly in such a remarkable context. However, no one could have foreseen that behind this glamorous facade, Yi Xian's life was akin to a torturous hell. And all of this stemmed from his younger brother, Yi Yun. Yi Yun lacked the formidable talent that Yi Xian possessed. On the contrary, he had been frail since birth, often falling ill every few days. Indeed, the physicians had even declared that Yi Yun might not live past 20. The entire family was filled with both affection and pity for this younger brother. Their parents poured all their love into Yi Yun. Initially, Yi Xian paid little heed to their favoritism. After all, his brother was destined to live a mere 20 years. He had no time to covet affection, let alone harbor jealousy. Yet, the situation escalated far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. His parents' adoration for his brother had reached a frenzied extreme. Throughout his life, any delicacies must first be enjoyed by his brother. Any fine garments had to be donned by his brother first. Anything that Yi Yun desired, even if it was originally Yi Xian's, he was compelled to relinquish. At social gatherings, their parents would always take Yi Yun along, leaving Yi Xian to languish at home. This once great prodigy was forced to curl up in his small room, starving. And even more tragically, when Yi Xian turned 10, his father, having learned from an unknown source, claimed that his blood could cure Yi Yun's ailments. The rationale was that he possessed a divine body, rich in vital essence. If Yi Yun were to drink a bowl of his blood weekly, he would be restored to health within a decade. Upon hearing this news, their parents clung to it as if it were a lifeline, frantically urging Yi Xian to bleed for his brother. Little did they know, the essence of the primal undying body could indeed nourish the body, but it could also forge martial genius. After several years of bloodletting, not only did Yi Yun's health improve, but he underwent a complete transformation, developing a dantian and becoming a martial artist. The enhancement brought forth by Yi Xian's blood seemed to unlock a new world. Despite his brother's recovery, Yi Yun did not cease his demands for blood. Rather, he intensified them. Initially, it was once a week, then 3 times a week. Now it had escalated to daily bloodletting. Though Yi Xian possessed the primal undying body, he could not withstand such relentless demands. He was compelled to approach his parents, pleading to cease the blood donations. However, in response to his plea, his parents were dismissive. Not only did they publicly reject Yi Xian's request, but they also berated him for being selfish. In their eyes, he was the owner of the primal, undying body. A mere few pounds of blood could hardly affect his health. Thus, after a tirade of scorn, his own parents forcibly expelled him from their home. They demanded not only regular blood donations, but also that he fulfill all of Yi Yun's whims. Otherwise, he would be deemed selfish, disloyal, and unfilial. Eventually, even a girl Yi Xian cherished, his fellow sex sister, Tang Xuerou, was forcibly betrothed to his brother as a concubine. She was Yi Xian's beloved. They had promised to be together for life. Yi Xian desperately sought his parents, pleading for mercy, yet what awaited him was a torrent of insults. Enough! She is merely a woman. Can you not be reasonable? Your brother has been frail since childhood and may not live for long. Since he desires her, must you, as an elder brother, not concede a little? Do not be so selfish. In just a few sentences, Yi Xian's hopes were utterly extinguished. He wished to retort, but a strike from his father rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, he learned that, on the eve of her wedding to his brother, his sister had taken her own life with poisoned wine. This event became an eternal wound in Yi Xian's heart. He could hardly fathom how utterly insignificant he appeared in his parents' eyes. In that moment, Yi Xian came to a grim realization. His decades of life had been reduced to a farcical joke. For all these years, he had strived to fulfill the roles of a son and an elder brother. In his family, he was subservient and cautious, so humble that even some servants in the household dared to treat him with disdain. Yet what had he gained? Only his parents' prejudice, his brother's treachery, and an endless stream of ridicule. Ultimately, after years of bloodletting, Yi Xian's body was completely drained. His talents and cultivation were entirely lost. He was utterly transformed into a waste. Yet, what Yi Xian never anticipated was that even in his state of ruin, his brother would not relent. On the night of his 30th birthday, Yi Yun sold him for 20 taels of silver to the Yin puppet sect of Wan Mo Mountain. The Yin puppet sect was the most notorious evil sect within 1,000 miles. Its disciples were ruthless and had committed countless murders. Within the sect, Yi Xian was transformed into a medicinal puppet by one of the disciples. He was subjected to daily trials with various poisons, his body covered in festering sores, enduring excruciating agony that left him wishing for death. Yet, time and again, the Yin puppet sect revived him with elixirs. Upon awakening, he faced endless torment, teetering on the brink of life and death. In stark contrast, his brother Yi Yun flourished, leveraging his bloodline to shine in the martial world, becoming a powerful figure within a century, hailed as the foremost expert of the Deqian dynasty. Fame and fortune, countless accolades surrounded his brother. All of this was meant to be Yi Xian's life. Ultimately, under the weight of psychological imbalance and inhumane torment, 800 years later, the last vestige of Yi Xian's worth was wrung dry by the Yin puppet sect. His lifeless body was discarded in the wilderness, ending his days in despair. Even in death, he felt no warmth from his family, only cold glances and disdain lingered in the fleeting moments of his life. I never expected that the heavens would grant me another chance at life. This year, I am merely 20. My sister has not yet died, and I have not been sold to the Yin puppet sect by Yi Yun. All my regrets have yet to unfold. I still have the opportunity to change everything. Yi Xian took a deep breath. A profound joy of rebirth surged within him. Bang! As Yi Xian reminisced about his past, Yi Qingtian suddenly slammed the table, producing a thunderous sound. The unexpected racket startled everyone present, their hearts racing. Several servants trembled in fear. Filialson, am I speaking to you in vain? Are you deaf? Kneel before me. Yi Qingshan's brow furrowed, his gaze toward Yi Xian filled with the same disdain as ever. Did I not tell you before? Your brother is inherently weak and requires your blood to nurture his health. Why do you always treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Shame on you for being a brother. You can disregard your own brother's life. How can you be so selfish? Unworthy as a brother, unfilial as a son. I, Yi Qing Tian, have fought valiantly across the south and north throughout my life, yet how did I end up with such a shameless offspring like you? You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. The scathing reprimand struck Yi Xian like a thunderclap, igniting a surge of fury within him. Damn it, I have been subjected to your manipulation for 30 years. Now that I have finally been reborn, you dare to pull this on me again? However, just as Yi Xian was formulating his retort, preparing to deliver a well-articulated explanation to his father, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System activation in progress. Life reversal system successfully bound. System? Upon hearing this, the eloquent words Yi Xian had prepared vanished instantly, and goosebumps prickled his skin. How dare you? You wretched system. Is this some sort of cruel joke? I have lived for over 800 years. I have even died once, and you choose now to appear? Had the system arrived any later, he might have been compelled to confront his own father, welcoming a second death. The system's voice, tinged with resignation, responded. Host, you cannot blame me. This system is a life restart system, which only activates after your death. I initially believed you would only last a few decades in such a family, but who would have thought you would endure for a full 8 centuries? Truly a revelation for this system. But now it is all well. You have finally passed away. This system can finally spread its wings and serve you. Listening to the system's words, Yi Xian found himself in a state of incredulity. Did it seem to him that this entity was rather excited about his demise? Life reversal choices. Re-enter this suffocating family. Face the oppression of parents and the schemes of a brother. How do you intend to make your comeback this time? Choice 1. Engage in a heartfelt conversation with your parents, expressing your struggles, seeking their understanding, and mending the rifts in your family. Unlock achievement. Family mediator. Reward. Celestial dominance body. Celestial dominance body? Yi Xian was taken aback. Choice 2. Swallow your pride. Silently endure everything. Bow 300 times to your parents and brother, while slapping your own face and admitting your faults, earning their forgiveness. Unlock achievement. Family doormat king. Reward. Indestructible body technique. Hey, how can you speak like that? Upon seeing choice 2, Yi Xian felt a surge of anger. You are the true doormat king. In my past life, I had been a doormat for a full 30 years. And what did that yield? Parents' disdain, a brother's betrayal. I was even sold to the Een puppet sect and spent hundreds of years as a mere beast. Being a doormat leads to nothing but loss. This doormat king? Whoever wishes to take that title may do so. Choice 3. Enough. You are quite audacious. I deign to call you father. If you refuse to show respect, I shall sever ties. I will establish my own path. From now on, you shall walk your way, and I shall tread my own. Unlock achievement. Demon sovereign life. Reward. Primal devouring demonic art. Please make your choice with caution. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Hearing the system's words, Yi Xian fell into contemplative silence. All 3 rewards sounded exceedingly formidable. Any choice would likely yield advantageous results. However, choice 2 was immediately dismissed by Yi Xian. After all, having been a doormat for decades in my previous life, becoming one again would be worse than death. As for choice 1, engaging in a heartfelt conversation? If his parents were truly capable of rational discussion, how could he have endured such hardship in his past life? Every attempt to sit down and converse had resulted only in scorn and derision. With this thought, Yi Xian reached a conclusion. Life is too short, happiness is paramount. In my previous life, I squandered an opportunity with these people. In this life, I, Yi Xian, refuse to be shackled by anyone. I shall live a life that belongs to me. I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Unlock achievement. Demon sovereign life. Reward acquired. Primal devouring demonic art. As the words fell, Yi Xian suddenly felt an influx of new knowledge within him. An overwhelming torrent of dense textual information surged into his mind. This must be the method to cultivate the primal devouring demonic art, he thought, exhilaration coursing through him. He could sense that this art was an unimaginably powerful technique. Indeed, it surpassed even the indestructible body he possessed in his past life by 1,000-fold. However, just as Yi Xian prepared to delve deeper into this newfound knowledge, Yi Qingshan's furious roar shattered the air around him. "Brat, I commanded you to kneel. Are your ears deaf? Kneel immediately and apologize to your brother." Chapter 2. Brother turns against brother. Yi Qingshan's furious bellow reverberated through the hall. Yi Xian raised his head, meeting his father's gaze with unwavering intensity. His eyes were devoid of the familial warmth they once held, replaced instead with an icy indifference. The experiences of his past life had unveiled the true nature of this family. Since they had never regarded him as kin, why should he grovel for their affection? With a cold smirk, Yi Xian retorted, "Kneel? May I ask, father, what have I done wrong? Why should I kneel?" Yi Qingtian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the usually docile Yi Xian would dare to question him today. After the initial shock, Yi Qingtian responded with righteous indignation. "Why do you ask? Your brother demanded your blood essence, and not only did you refuse, but you also harmed him. Have I not told you? As a member of the Yi family, we must support one another. Look at yourself. Disrespectful to your elder brother, unfilial as a son. Where is the semblance of a Yi family member? As your father, I demand you kneel and reflect." From his high perch, Yi Qingtian spoke in a tone of condescension. Yet, his words only made Yi Xian want to retch. Reflect? Who should I reflect with? Should I reflect on the years of oppression and neglect you have subjected me to? Or reflect on the decades I was treated like a mere servant? Throughout my life, which banquet or ceremony have you ever taken me to? At every significant event, it has only ever been my brother by your side. Yi family member? Ask anyone outside, do they even recognize me as one? Yi Xian's barrage of words left Yi Qingtian speechless. Yi Qingtian could hardly fathom that this child would dare to defy him to such an extent. Was it merely because he had shown a bit more care for his younger brother that Yi Xian had turned jealous? His internal fury reignited. How dare you? Is this your justification for your reckless behavior? Your brother has been frail since childhood. Is it wrong for us to care for him a little more? As his older brother, why can't you empathize with your sibling? Your father not taking you to banquets was meant to temper your character, to foster your healthy growth. Do you understand? But you only wallow in self-pity. How could I, Yi Qingtian, have sired such a selfish, incompetent waste of space? Selfish? All right, I am selfish. I am a waste. You are noble. You are remarkable. Is that satisfactory? Yi Xian found himself laughing in exasperation. He had never imagined that he would be viewed in such a light by his father. If he were truly selfish, how could he have diligently cared for his parents day in and day out for decades? When his father fell ill, he sought doctors and brewed medicine himself, even tasting it before offering it to his father. When his mother expressed a desire for fish, he would brave the frigid waters, diving into rivers miles away to catch fish for her. Yet, all his efforts culminated in him being labeled a worthless failure, and it was all under the pretense of nurturing your health? Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, your life truly is a farce. Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh. He finally comprehended the absurdity of his existence. The so-called parental love was merely a jest. Indeed, even if he were to pluck the stars from the sky, they would hardly spare him a glance. Observing the escalating argument between the two, his mother, Lin Ruwei, could no longer contain herself. Enough! Xianer, we indeed should have considered this more thoroughly. But how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Lin Ruwei tugged at Yi Xian, her eyes betraying her disappointment. She had not expected her usually obedient eldest son to become so rebellious. Was it merely a slight grievance that drove him to speak harshly to his father in front of everyone? No matter how parents may act, it is for the child's well-being. Lin Ruwei could not deny her disappointment. In her eyes, Yi Xian, as the eldest son, should bear the responsibility of caring for his younger brother. True, she may have been less attentive to her eldest son and overly indulgent toward the younger. But that was only because the younger son had been frail and sickly. Moreover, is it not normal for parents to dote on their younger children? If he could not endure this minor grievance, how would he survive in the martial world in the future? Shinner, your father is also trying to temper your character. In this case, apologize to your father and vow to never talk back again, and this matter will be forgotten, all right? As for your identity, your mother will find the time to announce it. Haven't you always wanted to cultivate at the Wushuang sacred land? I will speak on your behalf so that you can become an outer disciple. If you work diligently, you might even enter the inner sect. Lin Ruwei spoke patiently, her tone so gentle that she seemed like a kind-hearted mother. However, upon hearing her words, Yi Xian burst into laughter. Ah, outer disciple? Over the years, had it not been for the need to support his younger brother, with his aptitude, it would have been a piece of cake for him to become not just an outer disciple of the Wushuang sacred land, but even a core disciple. How could a mere outer disciple possibly erase the humiliation he suffered in his previous life? It was truly laughable. Yet his unrestrained laughter only served to further irk Yi Qingtian. You rascal, what are you laughing at? Look at your current state. With that carefree demeanor, where is the slightest trace of the elder brother you should be? You still want to vie for attention with your younger brother? Have you even glanced in the mirror? What do you possess that could possibly compare to him? Yi Xian sneered, casting a glance at his younger brother, Yi Yun. Yes, you're absolutely right. How could I possibly compare to him? He is your cherished son, raised in luxury and comfort, free from worries, treasured to the point of being afraid of breaking him. He has countless people protecting him even for a simple outing, getting whatever he desires from a young age. He is the pride of your hearts, the second son of the Yi family. What am I? Just a useless wastrel. How could I possibly compare to him? If you all think so little of me, then why keep me in this household? You three could live harmoniously without me. Wouldn't it be splendid? My mere presence must be an eyesore to you, right? Oh, and as for that outer disciple from the Wushuang sacred land, please don't bother with it for me. I'm just a failure and cannot afford such a precious gift from you. After uttering a series of words, the entire hall became as silent as a pin drop. Yi Qingshan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, his chest heaving violently. Lin Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that her well-meaning persuasion would elicit such rebellious words from Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! Before Yi Qingtian could explode in anger, Yi Yun had already shouted indignantly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you have the audacity. Regardless of their actions, your parents only want what is best for you. Why don't you kneel and apologize to them? Apologize? They'll curse you instead. What? Yi Yun was taken aback. Yi Xian scoffed. You, a useless leech who has thrived on my blood, dare to demand that I kneel? No matter how I turn out, I am still your elder brother. Who gave you the audacity to speak to your elder brother in such a manner? I. The moment those words were spoken, Yi Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, never expecting Yi Xian to be so sharp-tongued. Bringing up the brotherly bond during a disagreement? To be honest, he had never regarded Yi Xian as a brother, and deep down he looked down upon him, believing Yi Xian to be a failure. Yet, such words could not be uttered in front of their parents. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. What's the matter? Lost your voice? Seeing his brother rendered speechless, Yi Xian coldly mocked. Did you think I was unaware of your thought of obedience? All the while, you have been engaged in underhanded deeds? 3 years ago, when 3 maids of the Yi Manor suddenly died, it was you, wasn't it? 2 years ago, when 9 guards from the Yi Manor were found discarded in the wilderness, it was you who orchestrated that, wasn't it? And a year ago, when 3 young workers from the Yi family mysteriously vanished, it was you who harvested their organs and sold them on the black market, wasn't it? What? At these revelations, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed instantaneously, especially Yi Yun, whose face turned ashen, as if he had been exposed about something he had desperately tried to conceal. How could this be? How could this possibly be? When he committed those acts, no one had known. How could Yi Xian, that useless fool, possibly know about them? Yi Yun was incredulous. However, in front of their parents, he could not possibly admit to anything and could only force himself to respond with feigned calmness. You're spouting nonsense. What young workers? What black market? I have never heard of such things. Shinner, you have gone too far. Lin Ruowei could no longer watch in silence. She stood up to admonish him. Your brother has always been gentle and kind. How could he possibly do such things? Lin Ruowei felt an immense sense of disappointment. She never imagined her elder son could sink to such depths, disregarding authority and even slandering his own brother. I have gone too far? Yi Xian laughed. For 30 years in his previous life, he had been neglected, with his parents never speaking a single kind word on his behalf. Now, he had merely spoken a few truths to Yi Yun, and they were so quick to jump to his defense? And they dared to claim he had gone too far? Huh? With that thought, Yi Xian laughed aloud. Fine, I have gone too far. I have spoken nonsense. Since your son is so outstanding, what need do I have to remain here? By the way, you may not know this, but your so-called frail and sickly good son has actually been fully healed for over a year. He is now as robust as an ox. Surely you are aware of this? What? At this revelation, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruwei were momentarily stunned, their faces displaying disbelief. Yi Yun's health had recovered? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Yi Yun was panicking, for the reason he had been able to drain Yi Xian's vitality all these years was due to feigning illness to gain their parents' favor. If Yi Xian were to expose everything, he would lose all favor. He would no longer be able to leech off of him. Yi Xian's words struck at his very core. You're seeking death. Yi Yun roared, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. In an instant, Yi Yun's figure flickered, his right hand raised, and he struck fiercely towards Yi Xian's chest. He was desperate, and this scene was exactly what Yi Xian had anticipated. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he silently awaited the impact of the strike. You know, seeing Yi Yun make a sudden move, Lin Ruowei's expression turned anxious as she cried out. But it was too late. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Yun's palm struck hard against Yi Xian's chest, a tremendous force radiating outward, sweeping through Yi Xian's body. Crack, crack, crack! In that instant, Yi Xian felt as though all his internal organs were about to shatter, and his bones emitted the sound of breaking, as if his entire body were about to fall apart. Boom! The immense force sent Yi Xian flying, tumbling through the air for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. From this moment forth, no more entanglements, Shinner. As she gazed at Yi Xian, who had been sent flying by a powerful strike, Lin Ruowei's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly stepped forward, eager to assist him. However, just as she extended her hand, she saw Yi Xian clutching his chest, rising from the ground. Shinner, are you all right? Observing the anguish etched upon Yi Xian's face, Lin Ruowei felt a piercing pain in her heart. She longed to support her son, but was met with Yi Xian's frigid gaze. What kind of gaze was this? Cold, indifferent, lacking any semblance of emotion. It was as if, at that moment, Yi Xian was not looking at his own mother, but at a complete stranger. Yi Xian pressed his hand against his chest, drawing a deep breath as intense pain surged through his body, that why Yi Yun had drained his blood for so many years. And his physical condition was far beyond the ordinary. Moreover, the opponent was now a practitioner who had stepped into the realm of cultivation, that in contrast, he had been hollowed out over the years. How could he possibly compete with Yi Yun? That strike had nearly cost him his life. But at that moment, an arcane energy surged into Yi Xian's body. Under the influence of this energy, the pain within him quickly dissipated, and the fractured bones began to heal rapidly. An unprecedented sense of comfort flooded through him. What a bountiful energy! Is this the effect of the Honghuang Tunshin demon art? Yi Xian was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Honghuang Tunshin demon art could absorb Yi Yun's palm strength. Furthermore, it could even convert that strength into the purest form of energy. After all his years in the martial arts world, he had never heard of such a miraculous technique. However, even with the absorption of Yi Yun's energy, he was still no match for his opponent. Suppressing his fury, Yi Xian cast a scornful glance at Yi Qingtian, Lin Ruowei, and Yi Yun. Haha, did you see that? This is your so-called frail son. With a single strike, he can send me flying over 10 meters. I advise you to take a good look. What does he look like now? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruowei instinctively turned around. Their expressions instantly froze. They beheld Yi Yun, now enveloped in a crimson glow. his right palm radiating a torrent of spiritual energy, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Eighth layer of martial sovereign realm. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruowei were both left dumbstruck. Eighth layer of martial sovereign realm. How could this be? In their minds, their youngest son had always been frail and sickly. Yet now, Yi Yan not only harbored immense energy within him, but had even reached the eighth layer of martial sovereign realm. Yin'er, what on earth is happening? Yi Qingtian furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he demanded an explanation. Father, mother. Yi Yan finally reacted, hastily dispersing the spiritual energy enveloping him and rushing to his parents. His face a mask of anxiety. No, please listen to me. I was just so angry. Seeing my elder brother confront you like that, I momentarily lost control, that I never expected that I possessed such great energy within me. Yi Yan was panicking. He truly was. For all these years, he had maintained the image of being utterly powerless in front of his parents, and it was precisely because of this that he had garnered their favor. If they were to discover his true nature, all his efforts would be in vain. Thinking of this, Yi Yan burst into tears, snot and tears mingling as he cried, Father, mother, you must believe me. I have never deceived you. Furthermore, my relationship with my elder brother is like that of blood brothers. If it weren't for my moment of rage, how could I bear to hurt him? Seeing Yi Yan's tearful visage, Lin Ruowei's heart softened. Indeed, she knew her youngest son's character best. He had always been gentle and kind. If it weren't for Yi Xian's outrageous words, how could he have ever harmed his elder brother? As for his cultivation level, Lin Ruowei believed he was likely unaware of it himself. Otherwise, given her son's nature, he would never deceive her. With this in mind, Lin Ruowei smiled gently. Xianer, did you hear? Your brother didn't mean it. If you hadn't spoken so harshly, he wouldn't have acted against you. How about you two shake hands and let this matter pass? Lin Ruowei pleaded earnestly. Beside her, Yi Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The earlier humility had vanished, replaced by a triumphant expression. The way he looked at Yi Xian seemed to convey, do you see? Father and mother love me the most. What are you, to compete for their affection? Listening to Lin Ruowei's words, Yi Xian snorted derisively. Pass. Your precious son nearly took my life with that strike, and you think a mere word can make it all go away. Then what do you propose? Lin Ruowei felt a twinge of discomfort at Yi Xian's words. Yes, Yi Yan's actions had been wrong, but he had already apologized. As the elder brother, couldn't he show some leniency towards his younger sibling? Xianer, you are brothers. Would you truly want to tear apart your relationship over such trivial matters? Lin Ruowei shook her head, disappointment evident in her eyes. That I am your mother. Do you not heed your mother's words, mother? Yi Xian scoffed, flinging Lin Ruowei aside as he roared. Spare me your feigned concern. From the moment I was born into this family, you have never regarded me as your son. You summoned me at will, only to dismiss me just as easily. Have you ever considered me your child, even for a moment? Now you put on the facade of a great mother. Who are you trying to deceive? Silence. You will be silent. Yi Xian interrupted Yi Qingtian's words, pointing at him with a face full of disdain. If you are displeased, feel free to kill me now. Do not present yourself with such a superior attitude before me. Do you deserve it? Have you ever fulfilled your duties as a father? When I was unwell, where were you? When I was bullied, where were you? Even the servants in the house could point fingers at me. Where were you then? You have never cared about the grievances I have endured. In your eyes, there is only your precious son, not me, this worthless failure. Yi Xian's words rendered Yi Qingtian's face crimson with rage, his blood boiling, that he had never imagined that his son would be so defiant. Yes, he had erred. But could a mistake justify speaking back to his own father? Unfilial son, kneel before me. Yi Qingtian roared, rising to confront Yi Xian, seizing his collar, prepared to force him to kneel. However, in his fervor, he used too much strength. Rip. Yi Xian's garment was torn away, revealing his upper body. Unfilial son, you. Yi Qingtian's words faltered, as if his throat had been suddenly constricted. Not only him, but everyone in the hall was struck with terror. Covering their mouths in shock, their gazes fixed upon Yi Xian as if witnessing something unimaginable. Before them, Yi Xian's upper body was emaciated. His skin clung tightly to his bones, devoid of any luster. With ribs clearly visible, and his abdomen severely sunken, resembling that of a malnourished individual. What was even more shocking were the gruesome scars that marred Yi Xian's torso. These scars, like centipedes, were densely packed, covering his body and leaving every onlooker in disbelief. What is going on? Yi Qingtian was stunned that he could not have imagined that beneath his eldest son's clothing lay such a frail figure. "Where is your Hongwang indestructible body?" After a long silence, Yi Qingtian trembled as he managed to utter a question. "Ha! The Hongwang indestructible body." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian sneered coldly, his nonchalant voice reverberating like thunder in everyone's ears. "My Hongwang indestructible body was lost 5 years ago. What?" Boom! This revelation was akin to a heavy bomb detonating in the hearts of the crowd. Staggering backward, Yi Qingtian nearly lost his footing. Lin Ruowei's complexion turned pale, an indescribable sensation surging within her. She had never anticipated that her eldest son's Hongwang indestructible body had vanished 5 years prior. In an instant, guilt washed over Lin Ruowei, leaving her at a loss for words. Facing Yi Xian's indifferent gaze, Yi Qingtian gradually regained his composure. Especially upon seeing the scars scattered across his son's body, he was taken aback. He had never considered that over these years, he had inflicted such harm upon his own child. Sighing internally, Yi Qingtian felt a pang of remorse. Yet he quickly shifted to anger. Yes, he had made mistakes, but couldn't Yi Xian have confided in him privately? Why bring it up in such a significant setting? He was, after all, the Duke of the State, one step below the Emperor, above all others. If others were to learn that his son had lost his Hongwang indestructible body, they would think he had abused Yi Xian. Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Yet, Yi Xian's words left him momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. For a long time, the atmosphere in the hall descended into an eerie silence. Observing the silent crowd, Yi Xian donned his clothes while sneering coldly. "What's the matter? Have you all lost your voices? Am I striking a chord with your innermost thoughts?" Uncertain of how to refute, "I shall not impose further upon you. Let us part amicably. After all, my presence only serves to vex you. In your eyes, I am merely an expendable burden. Your discomfort mirrors my own suffocation for these past 2 decades. I have received not a shred of kindness from you. My feelings towards you, Yi family, are non-existent." With this, Yi Xian took a deep breath, severing the last vestige of sentiment within. Thus, I, Yi Xian, voluntarily withdraw from the Yi family. With no further ties to you, let us each follow our own paths, never to cross again. Everything that needed to be said has been articulated clearly. Having spoken his mind, he felt no longing. Turning away to depart, that he was weary. Truly weary. 8 centuries of wretched existence had never granted him a moment's respite. Stepping through this door, he resolved to live for himself henceforth. Yet upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Lin Ruowei could no longer remain seated. She had never anticipated that such a trivial matter would lead Yi Xian to sever ties with them. Despite her bias, she was still his mother. Before Lin Ruowei could utter a word, Yi Qingtian, filled with uncontainable rage, felt the embers of fury rekindled by Yi Xian's words. "Nonsense, just a minor grievance, and you wish to sever all ties with us? Fine, go ahead if you dare leave. I shall see how far you can go without the protection of Yi Qingtian. Without the title of the Yi family, how far will you get, if you possess even a shred of courage? Never return." Yi Qingtian bellowed furiously at Yi Xian's retreating figure. "Oh, wherever I go is of no concern to you. Rest assured, even if I perish outside, I shall never set foot in the Yi family again. Nor will I disclose to anyone that I am your son, lest I tarnish the noble bloodline of the Yi family." Yi Xian laughed heartily. Having said this, he did not look back, turning to leave. "Xianer," as she gazed at Yi Xian's receding form, Lin Ruowei instinctively attempted to intervene, but Yi Qingtian's furious roar stopped her. "Let him go. Let him go far away. I, Yi Qingtian, shall treat him as though he never existed." With a crash, Yi Qingtian's fury erupted, shattering the table beside him with a single strike. He could not comprehend how his eldest son had become such a wayward individual, disrespectful and utterly lawless. Could it be that his own teachings had failed? No, that was impossible. How could the illustrious Yi Qingtian be mistaken? It had to be that ungrateful wretch who failed to appreciate the hardships of his parents. How could I have given rise to such a scoundrel? Yi Qingtian seethed with indignation. The mere thought intensified the flames of his fury. Yi Zhan, your subordinate is here. You dispose of that ungrateful child's belongings. Burn his room from this day forth. He is forbidden from stepping into the Yi family ever again. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhan hesitated briefly, wanting to speak, but refraining. What? Do you wish to plead for that ungrateful child? The moment those words left Yi Qingtian's lips, Yi Zhan's face paled in fear, hastily kneeling and explaining, I dare not, your highness. It's just what? The eldest young master has no room in the Yi family at all. An instant silence enveloped the hall. For he had never complained. What? Upon hearing Yi Zhan's words, Lin Ruowei immediately turned around, her face a mask of disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Their own flesh and blood, having spent 20 years in the family, did not possess a single room of his own. How could this be? Lin Ruowei could scarcely believe it. Yi Xian was their biological son, the eldest young master of the Yi family. How could he lack a room? Was this truly a family? Not only Lin Ruowei, but even Yi Qingtian could not accept it. Nonsense. My son cannot possibly lack a room of his own. Have you accepted some bribe to speak in his favor? Yi Zhan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Your Highness, every word I speak is true. I dare not deceive you. You once stated that the eldest young master was a poor character and did not care for his younger brother. So you wish to temper his disposition by having him live separately, claiming it was for his own good, to teach him the hardships of life. Yi Qingtian slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the matter. It had indeed occurred because Yi Xian had been unwilling to donate blood to Yi Yun, which had angered him, leading to the decision to have Yi Xian move out, initially intending for him to experience hardship for just 4 or 5 days before returning. He had forgotten about it amidst numerous subsequent events. That I did say that, but I was simply too busy and forgot. Though Yi Qingtian felt a twinge of guilt, he quickly sought an excuse. How long has he been away? Yi Zhan hesitated for a moment before replying. Reporting to your highness, the eldest young master has been gone for 9 years. What? 9 years? Yi Qingtian spun around. Disbelief etched across his face. Questioning whether he had misheard, that Yi Xian had been absent from the Yi family for 9 years? How could this be? Yi Qingtian could hardly fathom it. Lin Ruowei shared his incredulity. It was not that they wished to disbelieve, but the notion was utterly absurd. 9 years. That meant their son had not lived in the Yi family since he was 11. Yi Zhan respectfully stated, since the age of 11, the eldest young master has not resided in the Yi family. For the past 9 years, he has lived in a small rented room 1,000 miles from the imperial capital in Langyi County, working menial jobs in a tavern to earn a little money to support himself. For 9 whole years, he has lived this way. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Yi Qingtian was left speechless. Had Yi Zhan not spoken those words today, he would never have imagined that Yi Xian had never even possessed a room in this family. Even more shocking was the revelation that his son had been living in another city for 9 years, and he had only just discovered it today. At that moment, Lin Ruowei felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Although she understood that her concern for her eldest son had been inadequate, she had never anticipated that he had endured such immense hardship. Langyi County was indeed over 1,000 miles from the imperial capital. A young master of the Yi family had been reduced to the point of needing to work in a tavern to support himself. Was this still the life of a young master? Reflecting on Yi Xian's forlorn figure as he departed, a wave of unbearable guilt surged within her. She suddenly grasped why her son had grown increasingly distant. It seemed she had never truly cared for or nurtured him, not even offering a kind word of inquiry. Why did you not urge him to return sooner? Lin Ruowei asked, struggling to suppress her anger. If Yi Zhan had reported on the eldest young master's situation earlier, he would not have had to wander for so long. After all, Shinner was our biological son. Had you advised him to return and apologize to us sooner, how could we have allowed him to roam outside? Indeed, Yi Qingtian quickly agreed. Yi Zhan, why did you not report on the eldest young master's situation sooner? As the steward of the Yi residence, you simply watched as the eldest young master wandered outside? What kind of management is this? The couple unleashed their frustration upon Yi Zhan. Terrified, Yi Zhan broke into a cold sweat, hastily defending himself. Your Highness, Madam, this is unjust. You have forgotten that this command was issued by you. You explicitly stated that without your permission, No one was to plead for the eldest young master. With this revelation, the previously enraged couple fell silent. Indeed, they had once declared that without their permission, no one was to plead for Yi Xian. However, that had merely been a statement made in anger. Who could have anticipated that such a simple declaration could lead to Yi Xian wandering for 9 years? Yi Qingtian opened his mouth, wishing to defend himself, yet found no words that he could only gaze at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. Could it truly be my fault? Yi Qingtian felt dizzy, staggering back a few steps before slowly sitting down, clutching the armrest of his chair. All these years, he had regarded himself solely as a father. Summoning Yi Xian, in his view, he had provided Yi Xian with a good and affluent environment. And thus Yi Xian should be eternally grateful to him. But now, his son had not lived in the Yi family since he was 11. He had always held himself high, believing he could control everything, only to discover that he did not even understand his own son. He had always thought that Yi Xian owed the Yi family, but now it appeared that he, as a father, owed his son much more. Could it truly be that I was wrong? Yi Qingtian's face was filled with bitterness in that moment. He felt as though he had aged more than 10 years for the first time in his life. He found himself questioning his own beliefs, wondering if his teachings had truly failed. Enough that Yi Qingtian waved his hand in concession and said, "Yi Zhan, please invite the eldest young master back." However, before he could finish his sentence about bringing the eldest young master home, Yi Yun's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Father, we cannot allow elder brother to return." Yi Yun was in a state of panic. What kind of joke was this? He had painstakingly driven that useless person out of the Yi family. As long as that good-for-nothing was absent, he could enjoy the love of their parents and the entirety of the Yi family's resources all to himself if Yi Xian truly came back. How could he continue to monopolize the resources of the Yi family? However, such thoughts were naturally not something he could express directly. He could only feign urgency and say, "Father, while we may have made mistakes in this matter, from my perspective, elder brother has erred far more. Just think about it. Over the course of 9 years, elder brother had countless opportunities to plead with you, yet he remained silent. He is clearly intent on making you and mother uncomfortable." "Make us uncomfortable?" Yi Qingtian was taken aback. "Indeed. With your and mother's magnanimity, if elder brother were to return and apologize, would you really deny him entry? Yet elder brother chooses to stand against you. His actions are merely a facade of victimhood, aiming to evoke guilt from you and mother." Yi Yun spoke with grave conviction. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruowei came to a realization. Yes, they were indeed Yi Xian's parents. If he were to genuinely apologize, would they truly mistreat him? In essence, the reason Yi Xian had not returned was his own fault. Had he spoken up sooner, there would not have been such a series of events. Now, by putting on a pretentious display, he only sought to garner sympathy. This ungrateful son. Yi Qingtian was filled with indignation. If not for Yi Yun's reminder, he might have genuinely believed he was in the wrong. After all this time, it turned out to be Yi Xian's trap. Observing his father's furious demeanor, Yi Yun felt a surge of joy but quickly stepped forward. Feigning concern, "Father, please do not be angry. It's not worth harming your health over someone like elder brother. You are a noble duke, second only to the emperor, regardless of whether you are at fault. You must never admit to it. If others were to learn of this, it would undermine your authority." This speech undoubtedly struck a chord with Yi Qingtian. Indeed, his identity as duke was paramount in this world. Aside from the emperor of the Deqian dynasty, who else could command his deference? Moreover, Yi Xian was his own flesh and blood. To bow his head and admit fault to his son? It would be better to die. Rest assured, father, elder brother is now all alone, having lost the Hong Huang indestructible body. Without the support of the Yi family, he will find it hard to make progress. Once he has endured sufficient hardship, he will naturally return with his tail between his legs. Yi Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian nodded. His previously heavy heart lightened somewhat. He looked at Yi Yun with eyes full of warmth. This younger son truly knew how to care for others, unlike that ungrateful child who only ever opposed him. How could the gap between his two sons be so vast? Yes, you are right. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Until that ungrateful child apologizes, no one shall permit him to step even half a foot into the Yi family. Whenever he realizes his mistakes, then we shall allow him to return. Yi Qingtian declared, leaving those words hanging as he turned to leave with Lin Ruwei. Watching his parents' retreating figures, Yi Yun sighed in relief, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. That was close. Had he not acted swiftly just now, his father might have softened and allowed that good-for-nothing to return. Yi Xian, you worthless fool. If that strike just now had not killed you, consider yourself fortunate. This time, I shall not permit you to set foot in the Yi family again. On the other side, after leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian hurried towards the direction of Langyu Prefecture. Observing the bustling streets around him, he felt an inexplicable sense of alienation. The imperial capital, the very city where he was born, yet he had never felt a sense of belonging, as though he had never truly belonged to this city at all. However, while Yi Xian felt a pang of loss, he felt even more exhilarated. After all, the first half of his life had been spent within the suffocating confines of the Yi family, a stifling atmosphere he had long wished to escape. Now that he had left the Yi family, he could soar freely, unbound by any constraints. Ding! Just as Yi Xian envisioned a bright future, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, for severing ties with your original family. You have received a system reward, a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately, a novice gift pack? Yi Xian was taken aback, but he had not expected that just after acquiring the Hong Huang Swallowing Heaven demonic art, he would receive a novice gift pack. However, Yi Xian did not rush to open it. After all, the streets were crowded, and if others were to see him suddenly obtaining some treasure, who knew what might ensue? Let me hold off on opening it until I return home, Yi Xian stated. Understood, host, the system replied obediently. Then, host, where do you plan to go next? Next, the system's words instantly plunged Yi Xian into contemplation. To be honest, when the system prompted him to sever ties, he had agreed without a second thought, but he had not truly considered where he would go after leaving the Yi family. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, two martial artists passed by. Have you heard? The 8th sect assessment is about to begin. This time, the 8 major sects are reportedly preparing to recruit 10,000 disciples. What? 10,000? That means it's 2,000 more than last year. This is excellent news. I too have a chance to join the 8 major sects. The excited chatter of the two martial artists reached Yi Xian's ears, stirring something within him. The 8th sects assessment, Chapter 5, Terrifying Improvement, Tenfold Talent. Yes, I can participate in the 8th sects assessment and join the Tianqing sect. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 8th sects assessment was a recruitment examination held in Langyu Prefecture once every 3 years. During this event, the 8 major sects of Langyu Prefecture would select talented martial artists to join their ranks. However, for Yi Xian, the most significant aspect was that the Tianqing sect was among them. The Tianqing sect was the sect Yi Xian belonged to in his previous life. There, he had met his master and forged bonds with many senior brothers and sisters who had treated him with kindness. Even when they knew he was deemed worthless, they were among the few rays of light in his otherwise arduous existence. Even more importantly, the woman he had always wished to protect, Tang Xuero, was also in the Tianqing sect. That in his previous life, it was precisely because of Yi Yun's interference that he and Tang Xuero had been separated by life and death. That in this life, he vowed to protect his beloved at all costs. Very well. I shall participate in the 8th sects assessment and join the Tianqing sect. Yi Xian's heart surged with determination. With his current talent, it would not be difficult for him to pass the 8th sects assessment. Ding, congratulations, host, for making an important life decision. The system has granted you another life gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system's voice echoed once more. What? Another one. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement. Just after leaving the Yi family, he received a novice gift pack, and now, after choosing a future direction, he was being gifted a life gift pack as well. This system must be performing charitable acts. He wondered what the difference was between this life gift pack and the novice gift pack. Yi Xian rubbed his hands together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he said to the system, "Let us hold off on opening it for now, then I'll open it when I get home." Of course, a few days later, Yi Xian returned to his residence in Langyu Prefecture. "That I'm finally back." Gazing at the modest little dwelling before him, though simple, it radiated a sense of warmth that made him feel at home. Far surpassing the imperial capital in comfort that as soon as he arrived home, he eagerly called out to the system, "System, open the novice gift pack and the life gift pack." Understood. Opening now with the system's voice fading. Ding, congratulations, host. You have opened the novice gift pack. You have received a 4th-rank divine pill. Overlord Pill. The Overlord Pill is a top-tier 4th-rank elixir, crafted by the master alchemist of the Alchemist Valley. It is said that a single pill can extend one's lifespan by a century and increase cultivation by 30 years. You have obtained a profound-level martial art, Star-Shifting Step, a pinnacle profound-level movement technique that allows one to move like a dragon. Shifting stars and traversing space. Once cultivated to perfection, it enables one to appear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye, a true standout among movement techniques. You have obtained a profound-level martial art, Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist. The Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist is said to be a method practiced by the ancient dragon clan, imbued with ancestral dragon bloodline, that a single punch can shatter mountains and split rocks, causing the enemy's flesh and blood to fly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened the Life Gift Pack. You have received a unique talent ability, Eye of Spirit Wisdom. The Eye of Spirit Wisdom is a top-tier talent ability that, once awakened, will dramatically enhance the host's intelligence, allowing for a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed and comprehension of martial arts compared to ordinary individuals. Hiss. Listening to the system's introduction, Yi Xian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. A 4th-rank elixir, profound-level movement techniques, profound-level martial arts. These were all treasures of immeasurable value. Any one of these, if leaked, would likely send shockwaves throughout the entire martial arts world, wouldn't it? Yet what truly astonished Yi Xian was the final reward bestowed by the system, the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. This remarkable ability could actually enhance a martial artist's cultivation speed. Moreover, it could elevate their comprehension of martial arts tenfold. By the heavens, this is utterly outrageous. One must understand that a martial artist's innate talent is predominantly determined at birth. Even the most exquisite elixirs can only offer limited enhancements. Even among the most prestigious families, spending vast fortunes to increase one's talent by a mere fraction is already considered extraordinary. And yet, this so-called Eye of Spiritual Intelligence can directly amplify talent by 10 times. This is simply unheard of. It is truly incredible, beyond comprehension. Yi Xian swallowed hard. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. To hell with the so-called indestructible body of the primordial chaos. Initially, he felt a tinge of regret over the loss of his indestructible body, but compared to these rewards, it was as if it had been utterly obliterated. With these powers, he would be free to flaunt his prowess in the martial arts realm as he pleased. Host, would you like to learn the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence? Learn, without a moment's hesitation. Yi Xian declared aloud. Boom! As his voice echoed, a brilliant radiance erupted in Yi Xian's eyes, as though a sun had suddenly exploded before him. The overwhelming light flooded his vision, yet curiously, despite its intensity, it was not blinding. On the contrary, under this luminous embrace, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Minutes later, the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? Have I completed the learning process? He felt as though nothing had changed. With a mindset of experimentation, he opened one of the martial arts techniques gifted by the system, the Stellar Shift Step. However, upon closer inspection, he was utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly an advanced martial art? Yi Xian was astonished to discover that the previously obscure and complex techniques now appeared astonishingly simple in his eyes. Even the Stellar Shift Step now seemed as easy as a primary school arithmetic problem. I actually learned it. No way. This is terrifying. Yi Xian swallowed hard, suppressing the shock within his heart, and opened the Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist. Once again, the once intricate martial arts techniques, which appeared so convoluted to the world, now seemed instantly comprehensible to Yi Xian. By the heavens, is this the power of the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence? My talent has truly been augmented tenfold. Yi Xian's face was filled with astonishment. Even he himself was taken aback by this terrifying enhancement, that he could scarcely fathom what kind of power he would wield with his current talent while practicing these two advanced martial arts. Licking his lips, Yi Xian felt a surge of anticipation that he then directed his gaze toward the two sovereign pills before him. Gulp! Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed one of the sovereign pills. Boom! As the pills settled in his abdomen, A torrent of formidable energy surged through Yi Xian's body. Bang, bang. In an instant, it was as if his body underwent a cataclysmic transformation, with his blood beginning to boil. Feeling the surging energy within him, Yi Xian sensed that every sinew and muscle was being baptized, while his internal organs trembled involuntarily. Under the onslaught of this energy, Yi Xian's frail physique began to rapidly transform into a robust form. His muscles expanded, his skin regained its luster, and even the scars left by prior bloodletting swiftly healed and vanished. The unprecedented sensation of comfort compelled Yi Xian to let out a long, thunderous roar, and he could feel a terrifying energy wildly rushing toward his dantian. And as this energy flooded in, his cultivation soared at a visible rate. Martial Master Stage, First Heaven, Martial Master Stage, Second Heaven, Martial Master Stage, Third Heaven, Martial Master Stage, Fourth Heaven, boom! With a resounding roar of energy, Yi Xian's cultivation skyrocketed. From a mere waste, he had once again stepped into the fourth heaven of the Martial Master Stage. Blissful, feeling the boiling cultivation within him, Yi Xian let out a bellow, as if he wished to expel all the pent-up resentment within his heart. The path of martial arts is divided into Martial Master Stage, Martial Sovereign Stage, Martial Emperor Stage, Martial King Stage, Martial Sovereign Stage, Martial Saint Stage, and the Great Emperor Stage. Although the Martial Master Stage is merely the starting point of the martial arts journey, it must be noted that Yi Xian's body over the years could hardly be called anything but a waste. In an instant, transforming from a waste into a fourth heaven martial master is an unprecedented feat in the annals of the Great Qian Empire. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Yi Xian excitedly clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly, reconstructing his foundation, returning to the martial path. He had waited far too long for this moment. Moreover, Yi Xian could distinctly feel that with the enhancement of the primordial devouring demon art, his current strength was evidently superior to that of other martial artists at the same level. Chapter 6. Frenzied Cultivation. Trouble approaches. However, the system stated that the primordial devouring demon art is a demonic cultivation method. Isn't it? Yi Xian suddenly noticed something amiss that in his recollection. Demonic cultivators should be shrouded in malevolence, exuding dark smoke or blood light, acting bloodthirsty and brutal, committing all manner of atrocities, right? Why was he not experiencing such reactions? Most absurdly, he felt that the energy within him not only lacked any hint of ferocity, but was even more serene and tranquil than ordinary spiritual energy. As if sensing Yi Xian's confusion, the system promptly explained, "Host, energy is devoid of inherent good or evil. Morality lies solely in one's intent. The only distinction is how one chooses to wield their energy. True demonic cultivators do not confine themselves to the type of techniques they practice. They only care about enhancing their own strength. The demons you mentioned, enveloped in black smoke, may exist, but they are merely lowly demonic cultivators, unworthy of note. Who says demonic cultivators must always appear brutal? That is merely a misconception held by humanity toward demons." Listening to the system's explanation, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile, and he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. This was the first time he had encountered such an explanation. Yet he found it quite agreeable. Previously, like most people, Yi Xian had assumed that demonic cultivators were synonymous with brutality. However, after practicing the primordial devouring demon art, he realized just how naive he had been. The merit of a technique lies in the practitioner, that as long as one can enhance their strength, whether demonic cultivation or righteous path, it matters not. And after his cultivation had advanced, Yi Xian could also sense that his body's craving for energy was growing increasingly intense. After all, the primordial devouring demon art primarily focuses on absorption. The more blood energy absorbed, the greater the enhancement. For instance, after being struck by Yi Yun's palm earlier, he felt a slight increase in his power. Unfortunately, the contact had been too brief to yield substantial benefits, but he would still need to find someone to test how much his cultivation could be elevated by fully absorbing a martial artist. Yi Xian licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Next, he turned his attention to the stellar shift step and the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Through the observation of the eye of spiritual intelligence, Yi Xian had already grasped a general understanding of both martial arts techniques. The ancestral dragon's infinite fist, as legend has it, was a method used by the ancient dragon clan to refine the body, consisting of 9 levels in total. Each level is imbued with the power of the ancient dragon clan. Moreover, the further one advances, the more terrifying this dragon power becomes. The first level is said to unleash a force of 10,000 pounds. This is an extraordinarily formidable figure. One must realize that the initial stage of most fist techniques can only achieve a force of a few hundred pounds, and those capable of exerting several thousand pounds are already considered top-tier techniques. Yet the ancestral dragon's infinite fist with a first-level force of 10,000 pounds is simply unprecedented. What is even more terrifying is that the power at each subsequent level, the second, third, fourth, grows exponentially. By the time one reaches the ninth level, what sort of terrifying strength will that entail? Who could possibly withstand a single punch? This is truly extraordinary. Yi Xian swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with excitement. As for the stellar shift step, it is a martial art designed to complement the ancestral dragon's infinite fist, enhancing the martial artist's speed. To Yi Xian's astonishment, he discovered that under full exertion, the stellar shift step could allow him to move a distance of 10 meters in an instant. 10 meters, a distance that could determine life or death. Imagine two martial artists in combat. One moment, the opponent is 10 meters away, and the next they suddenly appear right before you. What a terrifying scenario that would be. Furthermore, even when facing formidable foes, one could employ the stellar shift step to vanish in an instant. 10 meters away, that IT is truly a life-saving technique that offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. Excellent. A tank and an assassin. Is this how we play? I like it. Yi Xian chuckled softly, and without further hesitation, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, commencing the operation of two martial arts cultivation methods within him. The long night stretched on, and in a humble abode on the outskirts of Langyi County, a faint light flickered to life. Did I end the silent room? Yi Xian closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the dragon power coursing through his body. Did I in a moment of reverie? It seemed as though a colossal dragon materialized in his mind, a magnificent creature. Its scales glimmering with a chilling crimson HUE.IT roared ferociously, charging towards Yi Xian with wild abandon. The very instant the dragon collided with him, Yi Xian slowly raised his fist. Suddenly, with astonishing speed, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosive shockwave reverberated through the air. A terrifying force erupted from Yi Xian's fist, rippling outward like a shockwave, extending several meters in all directions. Crash! The furniture within the room shattered instantaneously. Ultimately, the force burst forth from the door, crashing violently into a nearby tree, which splintered into countless fragments, scattering like confetti. Indeed, observing the shattered tree outside, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. After all, it was his first attempt, and he was still somewhat unrefined. However, to achieve such formidable power exceeded all his expectations. Without pausing, Yi Xian began to experiment with combining the techniques of the star-shifting steps and the infinite ancestral dragon fist. Continuing his practice, the night passed in silence. The dawn broke, heralded by the vibrant rays of the rising sun. Yi Xian opened the window, gazing upon the distant mountains, their peaks shrouded in a sea of clouds. And he stretched languidly. After a day and night of relentless training, he had completely mastered the first layer of the star-shifting steps and the infinite ancestral dragon fist. That as long as a master-level expert did not appear, he possessed the strength to contend with any warrior. With these two martial arts at his disposal, he was confident that he would qualify for entry into the Tianqing sect in the forthcoming 8th sex examination. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, he had only managed to attain the title of a menial disciple during the 8th sex assessment. However, this time, Yi Xian was resolute in his ambition to rise to the status of a core disciple. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, an urgent knocking echoed from outside the door, as if someone were rushing to a funeral. Yi Xian opened the door, listening to the piercing voice from outside. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly, as an exceedingly irritating face flashed through his mind. Han Feng? This individual was the second young master of the Han family. 3 years ago, while Yi Xian was working at an inn, he had inadvertently offended him, and Han Feng had harbored a grudge ever since. Somehow, he had obtained Yi Xian's address, and he frequently appeared with a group of ruffians to bully him. Each time, Yi Xian had ended up battered and bruised. There was no doubt that this time he was again seeking trouble. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian, I know you're inside. Open the door. Do you think hiding will let you escape? I swear, if you don't open up, I will skin you alive. Han Feng's furious voice, accompanied by the rapid knocking, continued to resonate outside. Hearing that familiar tone, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Han Feng, I was already planning to leave this city, yet you, this scoundrel, have come knocking at my door? Very well. Since you seek death, let me test my newly acquired martial arts on you. With a cold chuckle, Yi Xian strode to the door and swung it open. Whoosh! In the next moment, a hand flew in from outside, aimed directly at him. Unfazed by the incoming strike, Yi Xian reached out and effortlessly seized the hand. My reflexes have improved so much. Yi Xian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that after cultivating the star-shifting steps, not only had his speed increased, but his reaction time had also significantly heightened. A surge of joy filled him. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly taken that slap that as Han Feng's hand was caught. He was momentarily stunned, only for fury to surge in his eyes instantly. You dare resist, you filthy pest. You're seeking death. Han Feng roared, raising his other hand to slap Yi Xian's face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian retaliated with a swift slap of his own. Boom! Han Feng's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Chapter 7. A first test of skills, viciously beating Han Feng. Han Feng lay sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was swollen, and he had lost several teeth, struggling for some time before managing to rise, his once splendid attire now tattered and in a state of utter disarray. However, more shocking than the physical pain was the realization dawning upon Han Feng. When had Yi Xian acquired such immense strength? He recalled how, in the past, he had bullied Yi Xian without fear of retaliation, tormenting him as he pleased. But what was happening today? How had Yi Xian grown so powerful? Moreover, what was that aura of spiritual energy surrounding him? Why did it exude such a terrifying presence? A sense of foreboding gripped Han Feng, but he quickly shook it off. What do I have to fear? He is just a lowly commoner. Gazing at the wretched Han Feng before him, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk, a mocking arc gracing his features. That this the sensation of beating an enemy. It feels absolutely exhilarating. In his previous life, he had endured years of torment and beating at the hands of Han Feng, harboring endless rage within him. Especially upon seeing that detestable face, a wave of murderous intent surged in Yi Xian's eyes. Han Feng, you have bullied me for 3 years. Isn't it time we settled the score? Settle the score? Upon hearing this, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. Phew, a lowly scoundrel? Yi Xian, do you truly believe that just because you've learned some pitiful skills, you can contend with me? Let me tell you, that was merely a moment of distraction on my part, allowing you to land a sneak attack. Before I lose my temper, hurry up and come over to bow 3 times. If you behave, perhaps I'll let you off the hook today. Han Feng spat venomously, in his eyes. He was the young master of the Langyahan family, holding a prestigious status, and Yi Xian was merely a commoner serving dishes at an inn. Did he dare disobey his orders? With a single command, he could ensure this commoner met a fate worse than death. The commotion between Yi Xian and Han Feng had drawn the attention of nearby neighbors, many of whom had emerged from their homes to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Han Feng, gasps of shock filled the air. Ugh, it's Han Feng again. Damn it, this bastard is back to bully Yi Xian. He is truly lawless. Exactly. He only relies on his family's power and influence, strutting around with arrogance. He'll eventually be dealt with by the heavens. Are you insane? Such words are best kept private. You don't want him to hear you. Be cautious, or trouble will come knocking. Sigh, it seems Yi Xian is in for another beating today. Witnessing the scene unfold, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh. While they sympathized with Yi Xian, they dared not voice their anger towards Han Feng, merely standing at a distance to point and gossip. And as Han Feng noticed the fearful expressions of those around him, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, looking down on Yi Xian as if he were an insignificant insect. Why, Yi Xian, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I told you to kneel. You think I don't understand human speech? I'll count to 3. You better come over here. Do you hear me? Han Feng growled menacingly. Yet in the face of Han Feng's threats, Yi Xian merely smirked, disdain etched on his features. And what if I don't kneel today? What can you possibly do to me? What did you say? Han Feng's expression faltered. That why Yi Xian taunted. I said, what can you do to me if I don't kneel today? You're seeking death. Han Feng's face turned ashen with rage, but he had never anticipated Yi Xian would display such audacity, daring to defy him in front of so many people. After all, he was the young master of the Han family. How could he allow a commoner to disrespect him? Very well. Since you, worthless scum, are courting death, I shall oblige. Boom! As his words fell, a surge of spiritual power erupted from Han Feng, roaring forth like a tempest. He was a martial artist at the third level of the martial master realm. Indeed, Han Feng was also a practitioner. While his cultivation was not particularly impressive, he believed it would suffice to deal with a commoner like Yi Xian. With that thought, Han Feng lunged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, launching a ferocious strike towards Yi Xian. Fierce tiger fist roar! The powerful punch, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, resembled a ferocious tiger, lunging towards Yi Xian with a menacing growl. However, in the face of this approaching fist, Yi Xian remained unflustered, even tauntingly uttering the words, "Too slow." In the next instant, Yi Xian suddenly vanished from sight. By the time Han Feng realized what had happened, Yi Xian's figure had already appeared directly behind him. How is this possible? Han Feng was utterly stunned. He hadn't even seen when Yi Xian had moved. How had this scoundrel's speed become so astonishingly fast? No, it is inconceivable. Han Feng roared in disbelief, unleashing several punches of the fierce tiger divine fist with fervor. However, no matter how fiercely he struck, Yi Xian's figure evaded his attacks with an ethereal grace. As if he were a phantom, in stark contrast to the fatigued Han Feng, Yi Xian stood effortlessly, embodying the composure of an elegant dancer, serene and unruffled. Did I just see that correctly? Yi Xian actually dodged Han Feng's assault. Is this person truly Yi Xian? Surely, I must be dreaming. The onlookers, equally astonished, could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his hand, effortlessly grasping Han Feng's incoming fist, gazing down at the disheveled Han Feng. Yi Xian smirked coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Enough. Han Feng, you've thrown so many punches. Isn't it time for me to take my turn? What? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, before he could react. Yi Xian struck like lightning. Ancestral dragon, boundless fist. Roaring, he unleashed a punch that resonated like a dragon's cry. Bang! Han Feng was sent flying backward as if severed from a string, his body soaring over 100 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wow! Upon landing, he spewed a copious amount of crimson blood. His chest caved in, and several ribs undoubtedly shattered. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one could fathom that the usually arrogant Han Feng had been sent sprawling by a single punch from Yi Xian. How is this even possible? Han Feng lay on the ground, engulfed in profound shock, unable to grasp that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, the very person he held in contempt. And no, this cannot be. I am a master of the third tier of martial master realm. You lowly commoner, what trickery did you employ? Han Feng roared in a frenzy. Yet, Yi Xian remained unfazed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. The third tier of martial master realm? Impressive, is it? Apologies, but I happen to be one level stronger than you. With that, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Xian, revealing his true cultivation level. He was at the fourth tier of martial master realm. Han Feng was left gaping in disbelief. He had never imagined that this waste he had belittled could possess such formidable prowess. But before he could fully process this revelation, Yi Xian's intimidating figure loomed before him, looking down with an air of authority. What do you want, Yi Xian? I warn you, I am from the Han family of Langia, that if you dare to lay a hand on me, I crack. Ah! Before Han Feng could finish, Yi Xian stomped down heavily on his palm, causing him to grimace in agony. The Han family of Langia? What a trivial matter, Yi Xian scoffed, raising his foot once more to repeatedly stomp on Han Feng's hand. Crack! This foot teaches you how to behave. Crack! This foot instructs you to keep your mouth clean. Crack! This foot repays you for 3 years of oppression and humiliation. With a final, forceful stomp, Yi Xian crushed Han Feng's right arm. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing wail from Han Feng. His features contorted, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Why, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, you scoundrel. I am from the Han family of Langya. How dare you treat me this way? You will regret this. You will surely regret it. Han Feng screamed in despair. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire within Yi Xian. Damn it. You've been turned into a pig's head and still dare to be arrogant. Perhaps due to the influence of the Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon art, he felt an insatiable thirst for blood as he gazed at the blood flowing from Han Feng. Fine. So you are from the Han family of Langya? Today, I shall ensure you regret ever crossing me. Suppressing his bloodthirsty urges, Yi Xian disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and dragged Han Feng into a room. With a resounding bang, he shut the door behind them. The next moment, Han Feng's agonizing shrieks echoed from within. Good heavens, has Yi Xian lost his mind? Is he intent on beating Han Feng to death? He's gone mad. Han Feng is from the Han family of Langya, a powerful clan in Langya Prefecture. If he goes too far and kills Han Feng, the Han family will surely come for vengeance at that moment. The crowd was in turmoil, all struck by Yi Xian's reckless actions. They could foresee that in the days to come, the wrath of the Han family would likely engulf the entire Langya Prefecture. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the Duke of the State's residence, Yi Yun was walking through the estate when Yi Zhan rushed in, calling out in a frantic voice, Master, Madam, it's terrible. A great calamity has occurred. Stop. Yi Yun frowned, irritated. What is all this fuss about? What calamity has befallen us? Second young master. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Yi Zhan quickly bowed, but his expression turned anxious as he recalled the events. That it's terrible. The eldest young master has beaten Han Feng from the Han family of Langya. What? The Han family of Langya? Yi Yun murmured, having heard of this family, known as a prominent clan in the northern regions of the Deqian Empire. With a dismissive smile, Yi Yun replied, Surely you must be mistaken. The Han family is a family of martial artists, and my elder brother is but a waste. How could he possibly stand a chance against them? Yi Zhan urgently defended, Second young master, I assure you, what I say is the absolute truth. Many witnessed the eldest young master overpowering the Han family member with ease. Moreover, the eldest young master is no longer a waste. His cultivation has returned to the 4th tier of martial master realm. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was instantly taken aback, but he was genuinely astonished. He had assumed that without the Hong Huang indestructible body, Yi Xian would forever remain a waste. To think he could regain his cultivation. Damn Yi Xian. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, a surge of fury rising within him. If only he had struck down that waste in the hall when he had the chance. Yi Zhan, visibly anxious, said, Second young master, is the master inside? I must inform him of this matter at once, or if the Han family retaliates, the eldest young master will be in serious trouble. At this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Han family was a clan of martial artists that if they could eliminate Yi Xian on their behalf, it would be a delightful turn of events, with a smile creeping onto his face. Yi Yun said, Uncle Zhan, my father and mother are currently discussing border war matters with the Emperor, and they want to return anytime soon. You should go ahead and inform them once they are free. But, Yi Yun frowned, displeased. What? Do you not trust my word? No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Zhan quickly replied, If the second young master wishes to report, then I shall heed your wishes, but please ensure you do so promptly. Otherwise, the eldest young master will truly be in trouble. Get lost. Yi Yun snapped impatiently, that why Yi Zhan did not dare linger and hurriedly departed. Only after his figure vanished did Yi Yun struggle to contain his exhilaration. A cold smile forming on his lips, Yi Xian, you are truly courting death. This time, I shall see how you can escape without a trace. He had initially pondered how to deal with Yi Xian, but to his surprise, the latter had walked straight into the trap. Now he need not lift a finger. The Han family would undoubtedly shred that waste to pieces, as he reveled in this thought. Yi Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even humming a little tune as he walked, already envisioning the scene of Yi Xian being obliterated by the Han family. Chapter 8. The Han family's wrath. City-wide manhunt. Meanwhile, in Langya Prefecture, Yi Xian was greedily absorbing the energy within Han Feng's body through the Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon in mere seconds. Streams of essence energy flowed into him, and under its nurturing, Yi Xian felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. His cultivation surged rapidly, 4th tier of martial master realm to the 6th tier. Yi Xian's face glowed with excitement, but he had never anticipated that the energy within Han Feng would yield such a tremendous boost. Propelling him from the 4th tier to the 6th tier. Oh, what a thrill! The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Yi Xian's face was alight with excitement, immersed in the ecstasy of his cultivation's elevation, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. His eyes flickering with brutality and greed that I in stark contrast to Yi Xian's elation. Han Feng appeared utterly despondent. Had anyone been present, they would surely be astounded by his woeful appearance. Once plump, Han Feng now resembled a mere wraith. Gaunt and emaciated, his cheeks sunken, his skin a pallid gray, as if he were a desiccated corpse drained of life. Yi Xian, what have you done to me? I must remind you, I am from the Han family of Langia. If you dare to kill me, my kin will not spare you. Amidst the torment, Han Feng gradually lost his grip on sanity, reduced to a state of utter weakness that he could barely comprehend the unfolding events. Only remembering Yi Xian's hand upon him, after which his internal energy began to dissipate rapidly. Even the simplest act of gathering qi eluded him now. Not spare me. You ought to worry about yourself first. Hearing Han Feng's threats, Yi Xian scoffed derisively that he had finally found a free test subject to gauge the potency of the Hongwang swallowing heaven devil technique, that if he did not drain Han Feng dry today, he would not feel satisfied. However, just as Yi Xian prepared to extract the remaining energy from Han Feng, a resounding crash echoed from outside, and in an instant, the firmly shut door was shattered by a single kick. Turning to look, a youth with a stern countenance and an air of murderous intent stormed in. Lowly commoner, how dare you harm my brother? As soon as he spoke, Han Tai drew his sword with a sudden ferocity. Unleashing the overwhelming aura of a 9th-level martial master, Yi Xian activated the Dozhuan Xingyi step, retreating just in time to evade the lethal strike. Han Tai, what, do you wish to end up like your brother, begging for mercy at my feet? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile that he was all too familiar with this man. He was Han Feng's elder brother Han Tai. Over the years, he had often joined forces with Han Feng to torment him. Since you are here, it is high time we settled the old and new grudges from these 3 years. Perhaps due to the influence of the Hongwang swallowing heaven devil technique, instead of feeling fear at Han Tai's terrifying power, Yi Xian was instead filled with exhilaration. Every cell in his body seemed to yearn for Han Tai's energy. At that moment, Han Feng, upon seeing his brother's arrival, transformed his previously despairing expression into one of hope, bellowing in rage, "Brother, kill him! Quickly kill him! I want this scoundrel to suffer beyond death." Han Tai smirked coldly at Yi Xian, saying, "Pathetic waste, I never expected you to reach the 6th level of martial master. Truly surprising, but do you think this allows you to offend the Han family? Do not forget, I am a 9th-level martial master. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant." As his words fell, Han Tai lunged forward, his right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, enveloped in spiraling energy, resembling a sword's edge as he viciously thrust toward Yi Xian's chest. Lingxi finger. The air trembled in response, a long ripple forming in the wake of the attack, the terrifying momentum seemingly capable of piercing through space itself. Not good. It's the Lingxi finger. This is the Han family's supreme martial art. It is said that even steel can be instantly penetrated by a single finger. Yi Xian, flee! The onlookers cried out in alarm. However, in stark contrast to their terror, Yi Xian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he stepped forward, forming a fist with his right hand and striking back at Han Tai. Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist. Bang crack! Accompanied by the sharp sound of bone shattering, Han Tai's entire hand was obliterated. Blood splattering as severed fingers flew through the air. My hand. Han Tai's palm had been utterly crushed. Before the crowd could fully process the scene, Yi Xian's figure darted forward like a specter, moving with such speed that it left afterimages in the air. Then, with a powerful strike, he slapped Han Tai across the face. Bang! The immense force sent Han Tai hurtling away, crashing violently into a wall and creating a gaping hole. The crowd erupted in chaos. No way, no way. Did I just see Han Tai get sent flying by Yi Xian with a single slap? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. A 6th-level martial master defeated a 9th-level martial master? This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing in Langi County. Not just the onlookers, even Han Tai, the very person involved, found it hard to believe that he could not fathom how, despite being a 9th-level martial master. 3 levels above Yi Xian, he could find himself utterly defenseless against Yi Xian's onslaught. That as he stared at Yi Xian, who advanced relentlessly, Han Tai's arrogance crumbled, fear creeping into his eyes for the first time. Yi Xian, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Yi Xian scoffed, a mocking curve to his lips. What do you think? You and your brother have tormented me for 3 years. What do you think I want? Han Tai's complexion shifted dramatically, terror flooding his voice. That I warn you, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Han family. I carry the Han family's life token. If you kill me, my father and the others will not let you off. Yet, Han Tai's threats did little to deter Yi Xian. The cold, malevolent glint in Yi Xian's eyes instilled an unsettling fear within Han Tai. Could he truly kill me? The thought echoed in Han Tai's mind as he grappled with disbelief at Yi Xian's audacity to seek reckless vengeance. That in that moment, a wave of regret washed over him. He regretted not having warned his brother sooner. Had they never provoked Yi Xian from the start, perhaps they would not have fallen to such a fate. For the past 3 years, they had treated Yi Xian as a mere plaything, inflicting casual cruelty whenever it pleased them, believing him incapable of resistance. They had thought Yi Xian nothing more than a worthless wretch, a coward too feeble to oppose their whims. Yet they never anticipated that even the most docile of individuals, when cornered, could bite back fiercely. Do you have any last words? Yi Xian approached Han Tai, towering over him, his icy gaze akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Desperately, Han Tai struggled. Yi Xian, you cannot kill me. I'm a member of the Han family. If you kill me, you will bang. Before he could finish, Yi Xian raised his right foot and crushed it mercilessly into Han Tai's chest. In an instant, Han Tai's ribcage caved in, his ribs splintering, and his heart was obliterated in a single blow. Han Tai's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Until his last breath, he could not reconcile the fact that Yi Xian had truly dared to strike him down. Brother! Witnessing Han Tai's demise at Yi Xian's hands, Han Feng was engulfed in anguish, wailing uncontrollably. Yet, he had little time to mourn, for in the next moment, Yi Xian seized Han Tai's sword and hurled it towards Han Feng. Thud! The razor-sharp blade pierced through Han Feng's brow, nailing him to the wall, extinguishing his life entirely. A 7th-level martial master. In the instant he killed Han Feng, Yi Xian felt a rush of energy. His cultivation level surged yet again. Could it be that the Hongwang swallowing heaven devil technique did not necessitate the deliberate absorption of energy, but rather killing enemies directly allowed for immediate absorption? This revelation filled Yi Xian with delight. After all, the tedious process of gradual absorption was indeed cumbersome. This direct method would vastly expedite his cultivation. Boom! Before he could revel in his newfound power, a thunderous roar rolled across the sky, ominous clouds gathering. Several powerful presences were approaching with terrifying speed. Oh no, the Han family is here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. While he anticipated their arrival, he was taken aback by their swiftness. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly searched Han Tai and Han Feng's bodies, then leaped away, vanishing from sight. That he has fled. It was only after Yi Xian's disappearance that the onlookers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Oh no, there's been a death. Quickly, alert the Han family. Yi Xian has truly gone mad. He actually killed 2 young masters of the Han family. We must scatter immediately. We cannot attract their wrath. While the crowd felt a thrill from Yi Xian's actions, fear of retribution from the Han family compelled them to retreat hastily, eager to avoid trouble. Swish, swish. Minutes later, terrifying figures descended from the sky. Several elders from the Han family arriving first. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, their faces darkened with fury. They bellowed at the assembled crowd. Who did this? The menacing shout sent shivers down the spines of those present, who trembled as they stammered. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Upon hearing that name, the elders' expressions darkened once more. This name was all too familiar to them. How dare a low-born wretch, one of the lowest caste, kill a young master of the Han family? They cared not whether Yi Xian had been wronged. To them, it was a privilege for Yi Xian to be bullied by Han Feng and Han Tai. As a commoner, he was meant to be oppressed. Who asked him to be of such lowly status? Without connections or support, he deserved to be mistreated. Yet, how could he dare to resist, to take a life? That was an act of treason. Just then, Another figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, clad in a long black robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing the two corpses on the ground, a chilling, murderous intent swept across the scene. Who? Who dares to kill my Han family's kin? Step forward. The crowd gasped in shock. This was not just anyone. It was Han Shantong, the esteemed elder of the Han family. A master of the third level, he was not only powerful, but also known for his vindictive and ruthless nature. For many years, he had been the one to handle the family's unsavory dealings. And anyone marked by him met a fate most tragic. That it was over. That Yi Xian was surely doomed this time. That as Han Shantong appeared, a wave of silent mourning swept through the onlookers for Yi Xian. At that moment, Han Shantong came to grasp the situation, his face darkening ominously, murderous intent spilling uncontrollably. That Yi Xian, how audacious you are! To kill a member of the Han family. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Chase him. No matter where he flees, bring him back to me. He shall learn the cost of offending a member of the Han family. His furious roar resonated through the skies, and the Han family members transformed into streaks of meteors, pursuing the direction in which Yi Xian had vanished. Meanwhile, in the Han family estate, upon learning that both of his sons had been killed, the patriarch, Han Tianxiang, was beside himself with rage, smashing everything in the hall. Yi Xian, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, a low-born wretch dares to kill my sons. I command that an immediate bounty be placed throughout the martial world, even if it means laying down a net of traps. I will have this scoundrel returned to me. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the Han estate, his fury threatening to consume everything. With his wrath, the entire Langia County trembled in response. In a fleeting moment, the winds and clouds shifted. Chapter 9. 1,000 miles of flight, the final showdown of masters. In the imperial capital, at the Duke's residence, Yi Yun was seated cross-legged, quietly cultivating, when a trusted aide rushed in. Breathless. Second young master. Good news. Wonderful news. Yi Yun, his expression placid, replied, What good news? Why the fuss? The aide, beaming with excitement, presented a bounty notice, exclaiming, Second young master, a joyous occasion. That waste, Yi Xian, has been placed under a bounty by the Han family. What? At this revelation, Yi Yun's eyes snapped open, and he swiftly snatched the notice from the aide's hands. Indeed, there prominently displayed was Yi Xian's likeness, accompanied by the signature of the Han family patriarch, Han Tianxiang. This waste had truly been wanted. Initially taken aback, Yi Yun erupted in laughter. Ha! Excellent. This is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. The bounty notice, he knew, could only be issued by a martial arts family. And once it was proclaimed, it meant a fight to the death. Either the hunted would perish, or the issuing family would be annihilated. There was no third possibility. Given Yi Xian's strength, the consequences of facing such a pursuit would be dire indeed. He would surely meet a tragic end. Who would have thought this waste could provoke the Han family into issuing a bounty? Even if he survives, it would be impossible. Yi Yun laughed maniacally. The aide quickly chimed in, Congratulations, second young master. With the Marshall family's bounty, that waste is doomed. Once he dies, you will be the sole heir of the Yi family. Indeed, Yi Yun's spirit soared. Remember, keep a close watch on that waste's movements. The moment he breathes his last, bring me his corpse. I want my parents to witness just how pitifully he met his end. Yes, the aide grinned maliciously before departing, watching the aide fade into the distance. Yi Yun sneered, Yi Xian, this time, you will have nowhere to escape. Soon, with the martial bounty decreed, all members of the Han family mobilized. In an instant, Langia County was engulfed in chaos. Many citizens gathered in the streets, fervently discussing the news that Yi Xian, truly insane, daring to kill someone from the Han family. Does he not comprehend the terror of their status? In Langia County, the Han family was a formidable force. To offend them was akin to courting death. How foolish must one be to provoke such a powerful family? Yet, there were also many who praised Yi Xian. What of the Han family? In my opinion, Yi Xian has done well. I've heard that Han Feng and Han Tai often abuse their power, oppressing the common folk. This time, Yi Xian has avenged us. Exactly. Such scum deserve to perish. Shall lower your voice. If the Han family hears this, we'll be in big trouble. The citizens buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, in the desolate wasteland, A figure sped forward under the moonlight, stirring up clouds of dust behind him. "Dog bastard! Stop right there!" The voice, laced with fury, echoed from behind. "You dare to kill my Han family's kin? I will tear you limb from limb." A throng of Han family members soared through the air on flying swords, relentlessly pursuing Yi Xian, unleashing a barrage of vibrant energy attacks like a torrential storm. Boom! The ground shook with explosive sounds, terrifying energy erupting in the wasteland, creating massive craters that Yi Xian, employing the Dozhuan Xingyi technique, moved like a ghost, dodging the attacks. However, as time progressed, his speed gradually waned, and he began to breathe heavily. Damn it! His condition was dire. After exhausting considerable energy dealing with Han Feng and Han Tai during the day, and enduring a day and night of life-and-death flight, his internal energy was nearly depleted. To make matters worse, he had not even had a sip of water that day while facing the relentless pursuit of the Han family. Only someone like Yi Xian could endure this. A common person would have long since crumbled. Damn it! I've realized it now. This so-called demon lord life is nothing but that of a stray dog. Cursing inwardly, Yi Xian felt a surge of urgency. His legs felt leaden, each step becoming increasingly laborious, and his vision began to blur at this rate. He feared he would be caught within 10 minutes. And once caught, there was no doubt he would meet a most tragic end. After all, he had killed 2 heirs of the Han family, leaving the patriarch without heirs. If captured, he would be lucky to escape with his skin intact. "You bastards! You've forced my hand!" With a roar, Yi Xian turned around without hesitation, launching a punch into the air. Boom! With a resounding roar, a dragon's cry echoed forth. The terrifying punch distorted the very air, hurtling toward 2 Han family experts. "Overestimating yourself." Seeing the incoming force, the 2 Han experts sneered, their disdain evident to them. Yi Xian was merely a junior of the 7th level of martial mastery, while they were at least at the 9th level. His attack was insignificant in their eyes. Yet as the menacing punch drew near, they suddenly felt a tremor in their bodies, sensing a threat of death, their expressions changing dramatically. And wait, bang! A massive explosion ensued. Flesh and blood scattered. The bodies of the 2 Han experts exploded like watermelons, blood and entrails sprang forth, staining the garments of nearby Han family members crimson. In a single punch, 2 martial masters at the 9th level perished on the spot. How could this be? He actually killed Han Yun and Han Zhan with a single punch. Could it be that he had just unleashed a profound martial technique? At that moment, Han Shanong realized something. His gaze fixed on Yi Xian, disbelief flashing across his aged face. Profound martial arts. He actually possesses profound martial arts. This is a treasure that even our Han family does not have, such a rare item. Even he had only glimpsed it in the home of a powerful figure. Han Shanong was utterly dazed. Wasn't he this brat a lowly commoner? How could a commoner possess profound martial arts? No wonder he was able to kill Han Feng and Han Tai. It turned out he had cultivated profound martial arts. Moreover, to grow from a waste to the 7th level of martial mastery while also possessing profound martial arts in just a few days. This boy must harbor some secret. Han Shanong licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes that he was convinced that Yi Xian possessed some treasure. If he could obtain that treasure, he might just leap through the Dragon Gate and become the mightiest in the Deqian Empire. With this thought, the murderous intent in Han Shanong's gaze intensified. "Yi Xian, you have already sealed your fate by killing the scion of the Han family. No matter where you flee, I shall slay you. If you surrender the Xian-level martial arts, perhaps I might grant you a complete corpse. Curse you, old fool. If you truly have the ability, then come at me." After slaying 2 individuals, Yi Xian had absorbed a considerable amount of energy through the Honghuang swallowing heaven demonic art, quickly replenishing the energy he had just expended, rather than wait for death. He would rather fight with all he had. After all, even if he surrendered, his adversaries would not spare him. He would fight to the bitter end. However, despite this resolve, Yi Xian dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, Han Shanong was a master-level powerhouse, a full realm above him. Thus, he had to exert all his strength. He would show no mercy. "You are indeed quite arrogant, old man. You desire my martial arts? Then let us see if your fists are as strong as your words." Yi Xian roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right fist, which was soon engulfed in a dazzling blood-red light as he struck fiercely at Han Shanong. Ancestral Dragon, Limitless Fist. With a thunderous punch, the heavens trembled. A massive blood-colored dragon erupted from Yi Xian's fist, its scales glistening crimson. Boom! 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 Wherever the dragon passed, the ground cracked, stones flew, and dust soared. Was this the second form of the ancestral dragon Limitless Fist? Yi Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his most powerful strike would inadvertently activate the second form of the ancestral dragon Limitless Fist, which possessed a terrifying force of 100,000 pounds. What? As he beheld the oncoming blood-colored dragon, Han Shantong's pupils constricted, his face a mask of terror. What kind of martial art is this? Its power is utterly terrifying. Han Shantong was astonished. It was the first time he had seen a junior of the martial master realm wield such formidable strength. Without hesitation, he summoned the long sword behind him. Boom! In an instant, spiritual energy surged, thunder rumbled, and the terrifying pressure of a master-level third realm was unleashed, sweeping toward Yi Xian. Slash, with all his might, he brought down his sword, which transformed into a razor-sharp sword aura, plummeting from the heavens. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the sword aura collided with the dragon, causing the earth to quake and the very fabric of space to warp under the force. Both Yi Xian and Han Shantong gritted their teeth, pouring every ounce of their energy into the clash. Their energies intertwined like a raging torrent, fiercely battling each other. Then, with a resounding explosion, the two energies detonated, causing the entire world to shudder, and the violent energy waves surged outward like a hurricane, sweeping everything in their path. Many of the Han family disciples were thrown into the air, some crashing to the ground, others colliding with rocks, blood spewing from their mouths. This is bad. Han Shantong's expression changed drastically as he quickly conjured a spiritual barrier before him. Yet the explosive aftermath still sent him staggering back several dozen meters. Thud! He stumbled back a dozen steps before barely regaining his footing. Meanwhile, Yi Xian fared far worse. Flung over 100 meters and crashing heavily against the edge of a cliff, his ribs were shattered. His left leg's ligaments torn, his right arm fractured, and his internal organs severely impacted. Cough! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Yi Xian's gaze dimmed with weakness. Damn it, are master-level warriors truly this powerful? He had thought that unleashing the second form of the ancestral dragon Limitless Fist would at least inflict serious injury on Han Shantong. Yet unexpectedly, his opponent had only sustained minor wounds. Was this not absurdly monstrous? Unbeknownst to him, Han Shantong was equally shaken that it was known that his cultivation was a full realm above Yi Xian's, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach him. Yet, Yi Xian had managed to injure him. If this news were to spread, it would surely stir the entire martial arts community. Simultaneously, Han Shantong felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Yi Xian was still merely at the martial master realm. Otherwise, if he were to grow stronger over the years, Han Shantong might not stand a chance against him. With this thought, Han Shantong smirked, descending from the heights to stand before Yi Xian. Kid, to have caused me injury. I must admit you possess some skill. But this is where it ends. Surrender the Xian-level martial arts, and I may spare your life. Han Shantong sneered, advancing steadily toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian clutched his chest, staggering backward until he found himself at the edge of the cliff, with nowhere to retreat. Seeing this, Han Shantong laughed maniacally. Kid, I advise you not to waste your energy. Behind you lies the fabled abyssal demon cave. It plunges thousands of fathoms deep. Not even I would survive a fall. I suggest you submit and accept your fate, faced with the advancing Han Shantong and the seemingly bottomless chasm behind him. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Damn it. Am I truly destined to perish here today? A wave of sorrow washed over him. He had just been reborn. He had yet to savor the joys of life. And now he faced death. This was truly unbearable. Yet as he pondered, Yi Xian found a semblance of peace. After all, his life had been snatched from the jaws of fate, though there was some regret. He had at least eliminated the scoundrels Han Feng and Han Tai. That was worth something. With this in mind, Yi Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Han Shantong, you old dog. You think I will submit? In your dreams. I tell you, even if I leap into this abyss, I shall never give you the satisfaction. What? Han Shantong was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Yi Xian turned and leaped into the abyss behind him. As the onlookers gasped in shock, Yi Xian plunged directly into the depths of the 10,000-fathom chasm. Chapter 10. Abyssal Demon Cave. Hell on Earth. This is bad. As they watched Yi Xian leap into the abyss, the members of the Han family were taken aback, and no one had anticipated that Yi Xian would so recklessly jump into the abyssal demon cave. Damn it. This kid actually jumped. What should we do? Should we jump too? Jump? Are you insane? This is the abyssal demon cave, known as Hell on Earth. It is filled with malevolent spirits and vengeful souls. Not only us, even master-level warriors would face certain death. You can jump if you want, but I refuse to follow you to death. The Han family members exchanged worried glances to them. The abyssal demon cave was fraught with danger, even if they did not descend. Yi Xian was undoubtedly doomed. Why would they follow him to their demise? However, observing Yi Xian vanish into the abyss, Han Shantong's expression darkened ominously, his heart bleeding. He was not lamenting the loss of the chance to kill Yi Xian himself, but regretting the loss of the Xian-level martial arts in Yi Xian's possession. Such martial arts were treasures coveted by countless warriors. Should he acquire them, his standing in the martial arts world would undoubtedly soar. Yet now, this treasure was buried alongside Yi Xian in the abyssal demon cave, causing him immense anguish. With this thought, Han Shantong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision that he turned to one of his subordinates and commanded, Han Ming, return and report to the family head, informing him of the situation here. The rest of you, follow me into the abyssal demon cave. What? At this declaration, the gathered individuals were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Enter the abyssal demon cave? Grand Elder, are you serious? What? Do you have an objection to my words? Han Shantong frowned, his displeasure evident. This serious demeanor caused the crowd to panic. Grand Elder, think twice. Yes, Grand Elder. The abyssal demon cave is a forbidden zone even master-level warriors fear to tread. It is filled with countless vengeful spirits. If we act rashly, we shall surely meet a tragic end. Had it not been for Han Shantong's status as Grand Elder, they would have openly expressed their frustrations. The abyssal demon cave was notorious for its lethal dangers. They barely earned a few hundred spirit stones a month. What folly was it to gamble with their lives? Nonetheless, Han Shantong remained resolute. No matter what, he must obtain Yi Xian's Xian-level martial arts. As he observed the crowd's ongoing pleas, Han Shantong's patience wore thin, and he barked, "Silence!" Boom! As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Han Shantong's body. With a wave of his right hand, a strand of spiritual energy shot forth, crashing into a nearby mountain peak. Boom! With a deafening roar, the towering mountain was obliterated, reduced to rubble, and a massive pit was formed in the ground. Hiss! The terrifying display sent chills through the hearts of all present. Han Shantong's face darkened as he declared, "I shall say this once more. Everyone, follow me into the abyssal demon cave. Today, even if this place is a den of dragons and tigers, a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, you must descend. Anyone who dares to oppose will meet a fate akin to that of this mountain peak. Do you understand?" The voice, laden with menace, echoed clearly in the ears of the crowd that a chilling aura of murderous intent seemed capable of piercing the very soul. The members of the Han family bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet Han Shantong's gaze, and dared not show the slightest hint of defiance. They could only grit their teeth and respond, "As you command. Let us proceed." Han Shantong snorted derisively, casting aside 2 words that he then stepped onto his flying sword and leaped into the abyssal cave first. Witnessing this scene, the Han family members exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and under the oppressive aura of Han Shantong, they too stepped onto their flying swords, following him into the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, within the cave, a chilling wind howled, bone-chillingly cold, and the air was filled with mournful wails, as if the cries of tormented spirits from hell. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, limping through the bottom of the cliff. Damn it, I'm still alive. Even at this moment, Yi Xian found it hard to believe that he had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters and still survived. Could this be the resilience of a cockroach? Damn it, system. I'll ask you once more. Are you certain this is the life of a demon lord? Why do I feel like a stray dog, either getting beaten or fleeing for my life? Yi Xian grumbled. Look at the other warriors. after obtaining their systems, who isn't flaunting their prowess and showing off. Why is it that when it comes to me, I'm in such a wretched state? Host, the path of the demon lord is fraught with obstacles. These are merely minor setbacks on the road to becoming a demon, which I believe you will surely overcome. The system replied. Minor setbacks? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh. He was on the brink of death. This damn system actually deemed it a minor setback? Truly, it's easy to speak when one is standing upright. However, Yi Xian was too weary to engage in a verbal sparring match. His body ached terribly. He needed to find an exit quickly, or else he would perish from the pain before the Han family could even kill him. Is this truly the legendary Abyssal Cave? The malevolent aura is so intense. Yi Xian could feel a powerful malevolence pervading the air, but he had heard tales of the Abyssal Cave. It was said that hundreds of years ago. It was a mass grave where the most heinous criminals, those who had taken countless lives, were cast into the abyss after death. Their violent natures in life transformed into deep resentment in death, preventing them from reincarnating. Thus they became vengeful spirits, wandering endlessly within this cave. That it was said that at midnight, the cave echoed with heart-wrenching screams that sent chills down one's spine. Hence, it was also known as the Hell on Earth. Even the strongest warriors would not dare to step foot here. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was that despite the intense malevolence surrounding him, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, that on the contrary, enveloped by this aura. He felt remarkably at ease. Gulp, that to his astonishment, he realized that his injuries were rapidly healing under the influence of the malevolence. Strange, this malevolence can heal my wounds. Yi Xian was taken aback that he had only heard that malevolence could kill, never that it could save. That is because the primal devouring demon technique you practice allows you to absorb any energy from the world, and malevolence is also a form of energy, which you can naturally absorb. The system explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart soared with excitement. This primal devouring demon technique truly is extraordinary. It can even absorb malevolence. And indeed, as the malevolence surged into him, his injuries began to mend. First his internal organs, then his ribs, and finally his arms and legs. That in just a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged dramatically. Martial Master Realm, 9th layer? Yi Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, under the nourishing malevolence, his cultivation soared from the 7th to the 9th layer of the Martial Master Realm. He was just a step away from the Master Realm. Haha, what a delight! Yi Xian laughed heartily. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly surged from the darkness, locking onto his body. What is that? Yi Xian's heart raced, and he quickly glanced into the distance. That in the shadows, pairs of blood-red eyes were fixated on him, cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as if they belonged to the dead. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. There were at least hundreds of eyes, all glaring at him with malevolence. What in the world is this? Yi Xian took a deep breath, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for defense. Then he saw eerie figures emerging from the darkness. Clad in tattered robes, they wielded sharp blades, surrounded by a swirling malevolence. Their flesh had long since rotted, revealing the bones beneath their skin, exuding a foul stench. Yi Xian looked up to meet the gaze of these beings, and the next moment his scalp tingled with terror. Their faces were infested with writhing maggots, gnawing at their decaying flesh, creating a grotesque sight. Their eyes fixated on Yi Xian, as the flesh dripped from their faces onto the ground, and they uttered chilling words. You have finally arrived. We have been so lonely. Give us your flesh and blood. Damn it, ghosts! Yi Xian screamed, his scalp prickling with fear. Undoubtedly, these creatures were the vengeful spirits of the Abyssal Cave. What's worse, each of these spirits possessed a cultivation level above the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm. What the hell is going on here? Although the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm isn't particularly strong, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Without a second thought, Yi Xian turned tail and fled. He sprinted madly, the echoes of their chilling laughter reverberating in the dark abyss, as he poured every ounce of strength into his escape. After running for what felt like an eternity, he dove into a cave, finally stopping to catch his breath, panting heavily. Damn it, I finally shook them off. He had no doubt that had he been even a moment slower, those vengeful spirits would have pounced on him and devoured him whole. However, Even after evading the spirits, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down. He raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards the cave entrance. With a hum, a barrier of spiritual energy materialized, isolating his presence from the outside world. What is that smell? Just as Yi Xian was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. This scent was distinct from the surrounding malevolence, reminiscent of peony flowers but far more potent, invigorating his senses. What an enchanting aroma! Following the scent, Yi Xian cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Soon, he was left utterly astounded. In the depths of the cavern, an abundant spiritual field lay before him. The field was brimming with a variety of lush plants, vibrant and flourishing, releasing a continuous stream of enticing fragrance. How could there be a spiritual field here? Wait, is that 7-treasure glazed grass? Yi Xian's heart raced as he realized that one of the herbs was the incredibly precious 7-treasure glazed grass. This is a top-tier spiritual herb. It is said that consuming just one can enhance one's cultivation and prolong life. Many precious elixirs require this herb that on the market, a single 7-treasure glazed grass is worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Yi Xian looked around. There were far more than just one. Judging by the area, there must be at least hundreds of 7-treasure glazed grass. How much would that be worth? Chapter 11. A bounty of spiritual herbs. A bonanza! Damn it! I've struck gold. Gazing at the field filled with 7-treasure glazed grass, Yi Xian was ecstatic. Moreover, in addition to the 7-treasure glazed grass, the cave was teeming with various other medicinal herbs. Each one he picked up was of immense value. Fiery sunflowers, sun-moon sprouts, Tianshan snow lotuses, 9-dragon sacred heart grass. Over 100 types of precious spiritual herbs, each with hundreds of specimens. He roughly estimated that the value of the herbs in this cave could rival that of a second-rate family. This haul would decisively secure his survival. After all, he had severed ties with the Yi family and was left with nothing in this ruthless world. Survival without money is nearly impossible. If he could sell these spiritual herbs, it would be enough to purchase a cartload of techniques and elixirs. It seems these spiritual herbs were used by the vengeful spirits for cultivation. Who would have thought they were so wealthy? Yi Xian chuckled to himself. Then, without hesitation, he began uprooting the spiritual herbs. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 10 stalks, 100 stalks. Before long, a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs filled his storage bag. Just as Yi Xian was enthusiastically gathering the herbs, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from not far away. Instinctively, Yi Xian turned his head, only to be astonished to find that a multitude of vengeful spirits had gathered at the cave's entrance. The multitude of malevolent spirits was staggering, numbering in the hundreds, swarming like locusts at this moment. They clung to the barrier, ceaselessly battering it with their decaying hands, producing a thunderous cacophony with each strike. Bang! Bang bang! The force of their blows sent the barrier into violent tremors, echoing with an earth-shattering roar. Damn it! They are upon us so swiftly. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that he could not afford to hesitate. He hastened his efforts to harvest the spiritual herbs, fully aware that these vengeful spirits were advancing with ferocity, and he could not guarantee how long the barrier would withstand their assault. As Yi Xian continued his work, the spirits outside the barrier seemed to go into a frenzy. Damn humans, release the spiritual herbs. Let them go. Release? At this, Yi Xian chuckled. After all the effort he had expended to discover such a paradise, how could he possibly relinquish it so easily? If he did not reap the rewards today, he would no longer bear the surname Yi. With this thought, he not only maintained his pace but intensified it, growing ever more reckless. Within mere minutes, he had stripped away over half of the lush spiritual herbs. Infuriating, despicable humans. The sight incited the spirit's wrath. How could they not be enraged? These spiritual herbs had taken them centuries to cultivate, and now they were being uprooted by Yi Xian. Their hearts bled with anguish. Boom, boom. In an instant, the spirits' actions became increasingly frantic. They began with their hands, then escalated to using their legs, and ultimately resorted to hurling their bodies against the barrier. Crackle. The currents released by the barrier instantly felled a considerable number of spirits, yet they seemed impervious to pain, quickly rising again, each one rushing forward to strike the barrier anew. Boom, boom, accompanied by the tremendous clamor. The spiritual barrier was visibly cracking, fissures spreading across its surface, the sound of shattering relentless in the air. What the hell? Have these creatures gone mad? Yi Xian swallowed hard, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to adopt a defensive stance. Just then, bang! A colossal sound erupted as the spiritual barrier shattered into fragments, splintered by the spirit's onslaught. Debris drifting through the air like autumn leaves. The swarm of spirits surged into the cave, resembling a mass of locusts, their crimson eyes glinting with murderous intent. Damn humans! How dare you steal our spiritual herbs? I shall devour you, devour you. The spirits roared in fury, but soon they realized the cave was utterly empty. Where was Yi Xian? Where had that human gone? Confused whispers circulated among the spirits. The moment they were at a loss, a cold voice suddenly rang out from above the cave. Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist. Roaring with the sound of a dragon, Yi Xian descended from the heavens, his right fist enveloped in a fierce crimson glow, striking down upon them. The unexpected blow caught the spirits off guard. In a heartbeat, several spirits were shattered by the force, their souls scattering into the void. Witnessing this, the spirits were momentarily stunned, only to be consumed by a surge of rage. That human. Quickly slay him! The spirits howled and charged at Yi Xian. Still daring to approach, Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Swish in the next moment. He activated the star-shifting steps, appearing like a phantom as he plunged into the throng of spirits. Though the spirits bore a fearsome appearance, they were merely at the 7th level of martial mastery. Their strength and speed pale in comparison to Yi Xian's. In this instant, he resembled a deity of death, wreaking havoc among the spirits. Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist. Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, dozens of spirits met their demise at Yi Xian's hands. As these spirits fell, the primal devouring demon art continued its relentless absorption of their malevolent energy, transforming it into pure vitality, which flowed into Yi Xian. With each surge of this energy, Yi Xian fought with increasing fervor, his fist striking like a tempest against the spirits. Damn it, come on! You wretched creatures, do you not crave my flesh and blood? Come on if you dare seize it. The fierce battle raged on within the cave. Meanwhile, several miles away from Yi Xian's cave, in a dark abyssal tunnel, a group of figures navigated cautiously. Damn it! Where has that brat run off to, after circling around? Not even a shadow of him in sight. The members of the Han family, holding flickering torches, cautiously traversed the demon cave, contending against the encroaching malevolence while also being wary of the dangers surrounding them. Their already fraught moods deepened with frustration. Damn Yi Xian, get out here this instant. I swear I will tear you apart. The collective fury within them reached a boiling point. They believed that if it were not for Yi Xian, they would not have needed to enter this abyssal demon cave at all. Everything that transpired was his fault. Once they caught him, they would flay him alive to vent their pent-up rage. Yet, despite their frustration, Han Shantong found a flicker of hope in the prospect of acquiring profound martial arts. Through the recent skirmish, he had discerned that Yi Xian's stamina had reached its limits. Even with medicinal aid, he could not recuperate in such a short time. This meant that as long as he could locate him, he could easily slay his foe. At that moment, the coveted profound martial arts would be his. Ha! With this thought, Han Shantong felt a surge of excitement, convinced that entering the abyssal demon cave was an astute decision. Thus, they continued deeper, following the trail of Yi Xian's aura. However, they had scarcely traveled when a chilling malevolence suddenly enveloped them from all directions, locking onto the group instantly. What is happening? Where is this malevolence coming from? The group gasped in shock, turning to face the source of the ominous energy. Before long, a multitude of blood-red eyes materialized in the distance. 1 pair. 2 pairs, 10 pairs. These eyes, devoid of emotion and any semblance of life, fixated on the group with an eerie intensity, as if poised to launch an assault at any moment. Then, a horde of rotting wraiths emerged from the darkness, their chilling aura enveloping the entire area. Hiss! Upon witnessing this, the Han family members collectively inhaled sharply, their hands trembling around their swords that a wave of icy dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. What is this? Vengeful spirits? Elder. These appear to be vengeful spirits. As they scrutinized the grotesque, decaying forms, The Han family members quickly recognized the nature of these entities. Despite their noble lineage, they had heard tales of the countless restless souls entombed beneath the abyssal demon cave. Now, these spirits surrounded them, their blood-red eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and the cold aura permeating the air caused the temperature to plummet dramatically, as if they had been thrust into the depths of winter. "Elder, what should we do?" The Han family disciples swallowed hard, casting terrified glances at Han Shantong. This was their first encounter with such bizarre creatures. "Fear not," Han Shantong bellowed, his voice steadying the frightened crowd. Meanwhile, the spirits before them emitted vengeful howls. Damn it! Another group of humans. These creatures were undoubtedly allies of the earlier human. The earlier human. Han Shantong blinked, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could they be referring to Yi Xian? A thrill coursed through him as he queried, "Is the human you speak of Yi Xian?" However, the spirits ignored Han Shantong's inquiry, instead roaring in wrath. "Devour them." With that, the entire horde of spirits surged forth, attacking from all sides, seeking death. Han Shantong snorted disdainfully that a pack of lowly spirits dared to challenge a master-level cultivator. Truly, they were overestimating their capabilities. Boom! As the spirits charged, flames erupted around Han Shantong, the orange glow illuminating the cave with a scorching and terrifying presence. As though a fire deity had descended upon them. Swish! With a swift motion, Han Shantong unleashed a torrent of flames, and the spirits wailed in agony, turning to ash in mere moments. "Elder, you are magnificent!" The Han family members rushed forward, eager to flatter him. Yet before they could bask in their triumph, a chilling howl echoed from afar. From the depths of the cave, yet another horde of spirits emerged. Their numbers seemingly endless. Moreover, the quantity this time has increased by more than tenfold compared to before. Several hundred vengeful spirits are surging towards us like a frenzy. Goodness, so many, upon witnessing this scene. The members of the Han family were rendered speechless. Not only them, but even Han Shantong was taken aback. They never anticipated that beneath the abyssal demonic cave, such a multitude of vengeful spirits lay hidden. A mere dozen might be manageable, but hundreds? What on earth can one do? In almost an instant, cries of despair erupted. One of the vengeful spirits lunged at them like a beast, its gaping maw sinking its teeth into the neck of a Han family member. With a sickening sound, crimson blood erupted like a fountain. The unfortunate Han family member barely had time to resist before being decapitated by the spirit, succumbing to death in an instant. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." Han Shantong's expression changed drastically as he urgently led his kin to withdraw. Yet, these vengeful spirits showed no intention of letting them go, baring their fangs and lunging at them with wild abandon. Witnessing this, the Han family felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Who could have foreseen such misfortune, to be met with a massive wave of vengeful spirits right from the start? That damned Yi Xian. What heinous deed could he have committed to incite such wrath from these spirits? Damn it. That accursed Yi Xian. You rascal. I will ensure you are torn to shreds. The furious roars reverberated wildly within the demonic cave. At this moment, Yi Xian was similarly engaged in a fierce battle with the vengeful spirits, oblivious to the events unfolding with the Han family. Strange, why do I feel as though someone is calling me? Damn, why are these spirits endless? The more I fight, the more there seem to be, without end. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. He had been battling for half an hour, yet despite his efforts, the number of vengeful spirits showed no sign of diminishing. In fact, they only seemed to multiply with time. Moreover, outside the cave, a multitude of spirits continued to pour in, 1, 2, 10, 100, an endless tide of vengeful spirits. This cannot continue. Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration. While the Hong Wang swallowing heaven demon technique could absorb malevolent energy, the sheer volume was overwhelming. If this continued, the speed at which he absorbed energy would not keep up with the consumption rate. He would eventually be drained dry. Realizing this, Yi Xian made a decisive choice to flee, activating the star-shifting step within him. Whoosh! Transforming into a radiant streak, he vanished into the distance. Those damned humans. He seeks to escape. He has stolen so many spiritual herbs. Quickly, capture him. Upon seeing Yi Xian attempt to flee, the vengeful spirits erupted in fury, frantically pursuing him into the distance. After a frantic chase within the demonic cave for several minutes, Yi Xian suddenly spotted a brilliant light not far ahead. What is that? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he gazed towards the source of the light, and he was left dumbfounded. Before him stood a palace. Towering over 100 meters high, adorned with golden bricks and jade tiles, it exuded an air of grandeur, radiating with resplendent light, resembling a royal palace. Magnificent and regal, it stood starkly against the cold, eerie backdrop of the demonic cave, an incongruity in its surroundings. Who would have imagined that such a foreboding place would house a palace? However, Yi Xian had no time to ponder. He quickened his pace and darted into the palace. As he stepped inside, everything came to a standstill. The footsteps behind him abruptly ceased. Huh. Yi Xian curiously turned back to look, discovering that the vengeful spirits that had been relentlessly pursuing him had all come to a halt. They stood frozen, their expressions vacant, peering outside the palace as if searching for something. How peculiar! Where did that human go? Why has he suddenly vanished? Confused murmurs echoed among the spirits. Their noses were fervently sniffing the air, as if trying to locate Yi Xian's scent. They cannot see me? Yi Xian was intrigued. Cautiously, he approached one of the spirits and waved his hand. Hey, foolish creature, I'm right here. Yet the spirit seemed oblivious, as if blind, completely ignoring Yi Xian's actions. Its nose continued to wander through the air, utterly unaware that Yi Xian stood directly before it. Goodness, they truly cannot see me. Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement. Instinctively glancing back at the palace, curiosity danced in his eyes. Could it be that this palace harbors some power that keeps the vengeful spirits at bay? Chapter 13. The Inheritance of the Pill King. All go submit. Yi Xian surveyed the palace and realized it was immensely vast, stretching over 1,000 acres. The floor was crafted from marble, and colossal stone pillars carved like dragons soared towards the heavens. Supporting this magnificent hall, as Yi Xian wandered deeper, he discovered a hidden chamber in one corner. The entrance to the chamber was adorned with signs of age, cobwebs woven, clearly having remained unopened for a long time. How strange! Why would there be a hidden chamber here? Could there be treasures within? Yi Xian murmured, extending his hand to cautiously push open the stone door. Boom! As the stone door creaked open, a cloud of dust fell, causing Yi Xian to frown involuntarily. Inside the chamber was pitch black, and at its center sat a stone chair upon which lay a dark yellow skeleton. This skeleton had likely been there for ages. Its entire body covered in cobwebs, tattered clothing thickly layered with dust. Yet, Yi Xian's gaze was drawn to something on the right hand of the skeleton, a storage ring. Yi Xian's heart leaped with joy as he quickly squeezed out a drop of blood to recognize it as his own. Inside the ring, he found some silver coins, along with a book titled 10,000 Pill Treasures, a small red flag, a golden token, and a letter to Yi Xian opened the letter. To the fortunate young one. By the time you read this letter, I will likely have perished. I am Gu Shana, the head of the ancient Gu family of Qingzhou, known to the world as the Pill King. The Gu family has thrived on alchemy for generations. And this 10,000 pill treasures is our family heirloom, documenting the methods for crafting over 10,000 types of pills. However, my dear friend betrayed me in an attempt to seize this treasure while I was in seclusion. Severely wounded, I have hidden here, my only concern being my daughter, who is still in swaddling clothes. The ancient Gu family of Qingzhou, Yi Xian murmured. The name Qingzhou was indeed well known in the Daqian dynasty. It was said to be a gathering place for alchemists, with the most renowned alchemical families in the entire dynasty congregating there. Even the strongest alchemical force, the Pill Tower, was situated in Qingzhou. In the realm of alchemy, Qingzhou was akin to a sacred land. Although Yi Xian was not from Qingzhou and was unfamiliar with Gushanha, it was undeniable that establishing a family in the powerful Qingzhou and being hailed as the Pill King was no small feat. Yi Xian promptly opened the 10,000 pill treasures, and indeed discovered it filled with densely packed methods for crafting pills, detailing even the precise amounts of herbs required for each. Hiss! Yi Xian inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. It is well known that pill formulas are incredibly precious. Even the simplest first-grade pill formula can fetch tens of thousands of taels of gold on the market. After all, the profits behind pills are unimaginable. This is why alchemists are so revered that a book like 10,000 Pill Treasures, which records the formulas for over 10,000 types of pills, is truly unheard of. A priceless treasure. It is simply invaluable. No wonder Gu Shan's friend betrayed him. If this knowledge were to spread, it could send the entire martial realm into a frenzy. Yi Xian continued reading the letter. To the Fated One. Should you read this letter, I beseech you to take this family token to Qingzhou and deliver it to my daughter. Gu Linger, inform her that the one who caused her father's demise is the Shao family. Shao Wanshan. As a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you 2 treasures. The first is this 10,000 pill treasures, which will enable you to become an exceptional alchemist. The second is this 10,000 souls banner. This banner was crafted by me before my demise. It not only can repel malevolent energies, but also absorb all resentful spirits, exerting a powerful deterrent against vengeful souls. If you can master this banner, you shall command all ghosts to submit, aiding your escape from the abyssal demonic cave. The 10,000 souls banner. Yi Xian murmured, his gaze fixating on the small red flag. It suddenly dawned on him why the vengeful spirits outside the palace had been behaving so peculiarly. It was the effect of the 10,000 souls banner that kept the spirits at bay. Congratulations, host. Just then, the system chimed in with excitement. This 10,000 souls banner contains immense energy. It seems to be a treasure of Earth grade. What? An Earth grade treasure? Yi Xian swallowed hard. Earth grade treasures are legendary weapons. The levels of magical artifacts are classified into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. However, the majority of ordinary warriors primarily utilize yellow-grade mundane items. While only a select few from prominent families possess the financial means to procure a mysterious grade treasure, AS for Earth-grade artifacts, there may not be a single one available throughout the entirety of Langyu County. Such treasures, when they appear, inevitably become the objects of fierce competition within the martial world. Haha, I'm rich. Yi Xian's face was alight with excitement. He had not expected that this unexpected escape would grant him 2 divine-grade items, the Wan Dan Bao Lu and the Wan Hun Fan. Either of these alone could stir upheaval in the martial realm. Approaching the ancient bones of Gu Shanha, he spoke respectfully. Senior Gu, rest assured, having accepted your grace, I shall fulfill your wish and deliver your relics into your daughter's hands. May you rest in peace. With that, Yi Xian bowed deeply twice. Although he had never met Gu Shanha, the magnitude of this gift was enough for Yi Xian to remember this kindness for a lifetime. Afterward, he excavated a grave within the secret chamber, interring Gu Shanha's remains and erecting a tombstone that read, Tomb of Gu Shanha, Pill King of the ancient Gu family of Qingzhou. Once this was completed, Yi Xian rose, firmly grasping the Wan Hun fan, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the palace, a cold smile gracing his lips. Damn ghosts, were you not craving my flesh and blood? Here I come. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the vengeful spirits were still searching for Yi Xian, their numbers vast, over 1,000. An acrid stench of decay permeating the air, inducing nausea. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Ancestral dragon infinite fist. Roaring forth, a blood-red dragon materialized from thin air, charging towards several of the vengeful spirits present at The spirits had no time to react before being torn to shreds by the onslaught of the fist wind, their souls scattering. The remaining spirits were taken aback and hurriedly turned to see Yi Xian, who had seemingly reappeared not far away, grinning at the assembly of vengeful spirits. It's him. That damned human. He dares to show himself. Kill him. Countless spirits howled in fury, rushing toward Yi Xian with reckless abandon. Yet facing the oncoming tide of spirits, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, not only calm but wearing a disdainful smile. Kill me. I fear you lack the capability. With a cold laugh, Yi Xian swiftly formed hand seals. Buzz. A surge of crimson light erupted from his palms, illuminating the darkness and staining the entire abyssal lair in a blood-red hue. The red light twisted and morphed in Yi Xian's hands, transforming into a vivid crimson banner. The Wan Hun Fan. Activate. Chapter 14. Devouring vengeful spirits, vastly increasing power. Boom. As the command echoed, the Wan Hun Fan in Yi Xian's grasp radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Expanding from the size of a palm to over 2 meters tall, waves of bloodlight, accompanied by a terrifying aura, emanated from the banner. What is this thing? The vengeful spirits instinctively recoiled, their ghastly faces betraying expressions of terror. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the Wan Hun Fan, an inexplicable dread gripped their hearts, causing their decayed forms to tremble uncontrollably. That it was a primal fear, akin to a frog encountering a snake or a mouse confronting a cat. As the spirits quivered in fear, Yi Xian, now gripping the Wan Hun fan, swung it vigorously toward them, shouting, "Soul binding!" Swish! In an instant, a flood of bloodlight erupted, and from the Wan Hun fan surged numerous blood-red arms, akin to ravenous beasts, extending their crimson palms towards the vengeful spirits before them. Several spirits, unable to evade in time, were seized by one of the blood-red arms. They struggled desperately, shrieking in terror, only to realize that the moment they were caught, their entire strength seemed to be sealed, rendering them utterly powerless. In the next moment, the blood hand yanked forcefully. The spirits were dragged into the Wan Hun fan. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the remaining spirits were gripped by shock. What is happening? What has this human done? The spirits were bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of their comrades. Soon, some of the more knowledgeable spirits recalled something, their eyes widening in horror as they pointed trembling fingers at the Wan Hun fan, exclaiming in panic, "No, that's a ghost-binding artifact." What? A ghost-binding artifact? Upon hearing this, the spirits were instantly alarmed. As beings of the supernatural, they had certainly heard of the formidable nature of ghost-binding artifacts. Such weapons were specifically designed to counter them. This is bad. This human possesses a ghost-binding artifact. Everyone flee! In almost an instant, all the spirits shrieked and scattered, their once menacing visages now consumed by fear. Without daring to look back, they frantically fled into the distance. Thinking of escaping, observing the fleeing spirits, Yi Xian scoffed. Having acquired a ghost-binding divine item with great difficulty, he would not let these spirits slip away so easily that he then leaped, his form swiftly pursuing the spirits. The Wan Hun fan in his hand wielded to its fullest, as he shouted, "All of you, perish!" Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the vengeful spirits found themselves utterly powerless to resist, being directly seized by the blood hands and dragged into the soul banner. 10, 50, 100, 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Over half of the vengeful spirits present had been eradicated. As the number of spirits captured grew, the blood-red radiance pulsating from the Wan Hun fan intensified. Waves of pure energy continually streaming from the banner into Yi Xian's body. Indeed, this was one of the Wan Hun fan's primary functions. It could convert the absorbed soul power into the purest form of energy for the user to absorb. Under the nurturing influence of this energy, Yi Xian's cultivation surged at an observable pace. He even felt that he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the master realm. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Almost there. I can break through to the master realm. Yi Xian laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement as the Wan Hun fan in his hand resembled a scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting the remaining spirits that don't run. Come play in my soul banner. Ha ha ha. His chilling laughter echoed behind, causing the spirits to panic, their faces contorted in terror. A demon. This human is a devil. The cries of despair reverberated throughout the abyssal lair. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the fierce battle between Yi Xian and the vengeful spirits, Han Shantong and his companions leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Damn it, we finally managed to slay that group of spirits. Are they mad? They fight like they have no fear of death, gazing at the lifeless bodies of their fallen companions sprawled in pools of blood. The disciples of the Han family swallowed hard, their hearts still trembling with trepidation. Their clothes were tattered, resembling beggars emerging from a garbage heap, utterly disheveled. Though Han Shantong appeared slightly better off, he too felt an immense sense of frustration. As a master-level expert, to be reduced to such a state by a junior was a blow to his pride. If this were to get out, where would he hide his face? Damn Yi Xian. I must kill you to vent my rage. Han Shantong ground his teeth, wishing he could slay Yi Xian 1,000 times over. In the next moment, suppressing his fury, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his robes. After swallowing it, the energy he had expended was quickly replenished, and his condition improved significantly. Just then, one of the Han family disciples suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Spirit herbs! Great Elder! There are spirit herbs here!" What? Spirit herbs? At this announcement, everyone was momentarily stunned. Han Shantong quickly stood up and approached the source of the voice. Sure enough, in a nearby cave, scattered spirit herbs lay on the ground, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Han Shantong picked one up, his expression suddenly shifting to this 7 treasure glazed grass and the 9 dragon sacred heart grass. These are treasures of immense value. How could such precious items be found in this cursed place? Before he could fully process this, another Han family member spoke up. Great Elder, these spirit herbs appear to have just been plucked. Could it be Yi Xian's doing? What? Yi Xian? At this revelation, the crowd erupted into hushed whispers. Indeed, aside from us, the only other presence here is that brat Yi Xian. Clearly, he must be the one who harvested these spirit herbs. That little wretch is certainly nearby. Han Shantong felt a surge of joy. His hand clutching the spirit herbs trembling with anticipation. Yi Xian, at long last, I have found you. This time, I shall ensure that your bones are ground to dust. I will seize the profound martial arts from your grasp. With this thought, Han Shantong's expression darkened as he commanded those around him. That scoundrel Yi Xian must be lurking nearby. Listen closely, everyone. Immediately disperse and search every corner of this vicinity. We cannot allow that little beast to escape the abyss even a single step. Yes. The members of the Han family responded in unison, their voices brimming with murderous intent, echoing throughout the abyss. Yet, just as they prepared to hunt down Yi Xian, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps resonated from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath the forceful steps, growing ever closer as if something was rapidly approaching. The crowd turned to see, only to be left dumbfounded. A horde of vengeful spirits surged forth from a distance. Densely packed, resembling a swarm of locusts, racing towards them at breakneck speed. What the hell? Vengeful spirits. The Han family disciples were taken aback. How could there be so many vengeful spirits? Han Shantong, too, found himself at a loss for words. Did he inadvertently disturb a nest of vengeful spirits today? Just after vanquishing one wave, another appears. Get lost. With a furious roar, Han Shantong's body was enveloped in flames, a fierce inferno radiating with unbearable heat, as if to incinerate this horde of vengeful spirits into ashes. However, just as he was about to strike, a strange figure suddenly leaped out from behind the spirits, appearing like a phantom without warning. In hand, it wielded a blood-red banner and vigorously waved it towards the spirits. Gather souls. A chilling voice rang out. A crimson light burst forth from the banner, enveloping the vengeful spirits in an instant. Those spirits, which had been frantically fleeing for their lives, were consumed by the blood light, unable to even resist as they were dragged one by one into the banner. What is happening? The crowd was taken aback. Before they could process the situation, the mysterious figure landed gracefully before them, revealing a familiar face, Yi Xian. Han Shantong's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 15. Terrifying Power, Counterattack against Han Shantong. Yi Xian? Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly emerged, Han Shantong was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the Yi Xian he had been obsessively thinking about? However, before he could revel in his surprise, his gaze was drawn to the blood-red banner in the other's hand. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the banner, his pupils constricted. This is a terrestrial-grade treasure? Han Shantong gasped in astonishment, waves of shock surging within him. Good heavens, the lad possesses a terrestrial-grade treasure. As a master-level expert, Han Shantong understood all too well what a terrestrial-grade treasure signified. It was a legendary weapon of extraordinary might. A mere profound-grade martial arts manual had already left him in disbelief, yet in the blink of an eye, this young man had produced a terrestrial-grade treasure. How could he possess such an abundance of treasures? Han Shantong swallowed hard, his heart racing. Were it not for witnessing this with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a junior at the martial artist level could possess so many valuable items. This is simply a treasure trove. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Han Shantong's eyes. He had initially thought that entering the abyss would yield him, at most, a profound-grade martial arts manual. Yet now he had unexpectedly acquired a terrestrial-grade treasure as well. Truly, the heavens are favoring me. On the other side, Yi Xian had evidently noticed Han Shantong and his companions, frowning in disdain. You again, a bunch of rabid dogs. How persistent you are. He anticipated that the old man Han Shantong would also venture into the abyss. What did the Han family pay you to risk your life like this? At your age, shouldn't you be enjoying a peaceful life at home? Why subject yourself to such torment in this wretched place? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by vengeful spirits? Yi Xian coldly mocked Han Shantong, the sharp-tongued. Hearing Yi Xian's scornful jibes, Han Shantong merely chuckled coldly. Little beast, do you truly believe that entering the abyss renders you invulnerable? Let me tell you, no matter where you flee, I shall slay you without fail. If you know what's good for you, surrender your treasures now, and perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, boom! With a wave of his right hand, a gale of spiritual force erupted, instantly shattering a nearby boulder into dust. That boulder is your fate. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding members of the Han family erupted in laughter, their expressions mocking. Useless scum. Did you hear that? Hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, if our esteemed elder gets angry, you will die without a burial ground today. At that moment, every member of the Han family gazed at Yi Xian as if he were already a corpse. After all, no matter how capable Yi Xian was, he was ultimately just a junior at the martial artist level, utterly powerless against Han Shantong, a master-level expert. However, upon hearing the taunts, Yi Xian merely dug at his ears, his face devoid of any fear, instead filled with disdain. Oh really? I'm terribly sorry, but the fortune teller said I have a strong fate and can live for 1,000 years. With your motley crew, you hardly qualify to bring about my demise. What? The moment these words left his mouth, the members of the Han family were immediately enraged. This brat is unbelievably arrogant. Even at death's door, he dares to speak such bold words. Han Shantong was also incensed. Little beast, have you forgotten how I chased you down like a dog before? You can't possibly believe that just because you possess a terrestrial-grade treasure, you can act with impunity, right? Know this. I am a master-level expert of the 3rd tier. In the face of absolute power, even with a terrestrial-grade treasure at your side, it will be of no avail. Boom! With a resounding explosion of spiritual force, a surging gale swept through, revealing 2 deep craters where Han Shantong had stood, the ground cracking beneath the force. Han Shantong was enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual force, akin to an invisible armor that shielded him completely. Spiritual force armor. This is a skill only achievable upon reaching the master level. At that time, a martial artist can manipulate spiritual force at will, and the armor formed from it is as unyielding as steel. Little beast, I had intended to leave you with a whole corpse, but since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Once I have slain you, I shall take your treasures and martial arts for myself. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Han Shantong's figure flickered like a phantom, drawing his long sword from his waist and launching a fierce strike towards Yi Xian. Skyward sword! Come on, elder! Slay this little beast! As they witnessed this scene, the surrounding members of the Han family were ecstatic, clamoring excitedly. Skyward sword is the Han family's premier sword technique, with a single strike. Even master-level experts must retreat. And now, with the enhancement of spiritual armor, the power of this strike would be earth-shattering, capable of shattering Yi Xian's skull. However, as Han Shantong unleashed this formidable sword strike, Yi Xian did not flinch. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Han Shantong. Roar! In that instant, it was as if a dragon roared in fury. The terrifying roar reverberated like rolling thunder, sending a shiver through the hearts of everyone present. Boom! Han Shantong's body jolted, and the long sword in his hand exploded with a resounding crack. Before he could comprehend the situation, the layer of spiritual armor surrounding him also shattered with a thunderous sound, disintegrating into countless fragments that slowly dissipated into the air. What? Han Shantong's face changed drastically. His spiritual armor shattered? How is this possible? Isn't spiritual armor supposed to be indestructible, impervious to penetration? How could it be? This boy merely roared, and the armor disintegrated, before Han Shantong could recover from his shock. Yi Xian's fist came crashing towards him. This punch was enveloped with the power of the ancestral dragon. This punch was laden with overwhelming killing intent. This punch was imbued with boundless strength. Like a meteor, it struck Han Shantong squarely in the face. Boom! Han Shantong's body was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling several meters away and crashing into a nearby boulder, shattering it to pieces. Puff! Han Shantong spat out a mouthful of blood, a few of his teeth flying out as blood streamed down his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. His eyes Fear was unmistakably evident. How could this be? I am a master-level expert. How could I be defeated by you? He could not comprehend how Yi Xian, a mere junior at the martial artist level, could possibly injure him. This duel was supposed to be an outright slaughter on his part. How could he find himself utterly powerless before a junior? The surrounding members of the Han family were equally dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xian as if he were a monster. Master level? Yi Xian smirked, revealing a chilling smile. Who told you that you are the only master-level expert present? What upon hearing these words, Han Shantong's pupils constricted to the next moment, his features contorted as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. A faint layer of spiritual energy surged forth from Yi Xian's body, enveloping him like a suit of armor. Spiritual energy transformed into armor. This wretched creature has actually stepped into the master realm? At that instant, the entire abyssal demonic cave erupted in an uproar. Including Han Shantong, everyone was taken aback, their faces pale with shock, as if they had encountered a ghost. Chapter 16. The 10,000 Elixirs Record. Crafting the human pill? The Master Realm? How is this possible? When did you step into the Master Realm? Han Shantong's voice was hoarse, disbelief etched across his face that he distinctly remembered inflicting severe injuries upon Yi Xian. Yet now, not only had the latter regained his strength, but he had also entered the Master Realm. How could this be? Little did he know, the Hong Wang swallowing heaven demonic technique that Yi Xian practiced allowed for the rapid absorption of vast amounts of energy, and his injuries had healed long before he entered the abyssal demonic cave. Coupled with the malevolent energy absorbed by the 10,000 Souls banner, Yi Xian had soared from the 9th layer of the martial master realm directly into the master realm. Have you finished your pointless chatter? If so, prepare to meet your demise. Yi Xian scoffed coldly, deciding to cease further dialogue and prepare to deliver the final blow to Han Shantong. Stop, stop! Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Xian, Han Shantong's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted hoarsely to those around him. You lot, what are you waiting for? Hurry and come to aid me. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the Han clan members finally reacted, rushing towards Yi Xian. However, even Han Shantong, a Master Realm expert, could not harm Yi Xian. How could these inept individuals hope to match him? Get lost! Yi Xian bellowed, not even glancing back as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The terrifying force of his punch transformed into a blood-red dragon, distorting the surrounding space violently, da-da. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, several members of the Han clan, caught off guard, were directly struck by the dragon. In the next moment, bang! A dozen members of the Han clan exploded, their flesh and innards scattering, staining the nearby rock walls crimson. With just a single punch, all the members of the Han clan perished. Save for Han Shantong. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, Han Shantong couldn't help but gasp, his gaze towards Yi Xian filled with terror. How could this brat be so powerful? These clan members were all experts above the 8th layer of the martial master realm. Some had even reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm, mere steps away from the master realm. Even he could not achieve such a lethal strike, yet Yi Xian had effortlessly killed them all with a single punch. Old fool, now it's your turn. Yi Xian grinned, slowly approaching Han Shantong, this moment. His entire body was drenched in blood, remnants of the Han clan members clinging to his fists, exuding an aura of malevolence. Resembling a Shura emerging from hell. Han Shantong's face paled. What do you intend to do? Yi Xian, I warn you, I am the Grand Elder of the Han clan. If you kill me, our clan leader will not spare you. He will surely thud. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, darkness enveloping him as he fainted. Enough with the rambling. These worthless dogs, can't they change their lines with a swift strike? Yi Xian knocked Han Shantong unconscious, carrying him deeper into the cave. After dealing with all the malevolent spirits, the cave was eerily quiet, and Yi Xian encountered no danger along the way that he chose not to kill Han Shantong. Suddenly recalling a type of pill known as the human pill recorded in the 10,000 Elixirs record. This pill, once successfully crafted, could greatly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. However, the materials required for this pill were exceedingly stringent, necessitating the blood and flesh of martial artists. The higher the quality of the flesh, the stronger the effect of the resulting human pill, and a Master Realm warrior, like Han Shantong, was the perfect candidate for crafting it. This wretched creature is surprisingly heavy. After walking for over 10 kilometers, Yi Xian placed Han Shantong's body within a cave. However, before commencing the alchemical process, he habitually searched him thoroughly, organizing his possessions. Instantly, he inhaled sharply. What the hell? With so much wealth, why not enjoy a better life instead of hunting me down? What were you thinking? It's just a job. Why take it so seriously? Yi Xian was left speechless. Counting Han Shantong's riches, which amounted to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, along with a trove of first and second-tier pills. My goodness, 100,000 taels of silver! Back when I worked at the tavern, I earned merely 2 taels a month. It would take me 1,000,000 years of labor to earn such wealth. Just thinking about it filled Yi Xian with indignation. Damn it, with such riches. He still dared to come after me? Bang bang. He kicked out in frustration, nearly kicking Han Shantong to death. Subsequently, Yi Xian retrieved a rope from Han Shantong's storage bag, binding him against the rock wall. Then he took out an alchemical cauldron, placing it at the center of the cave. Although the quality of the cauldron was not particularly high, it sufficed for a novice like Yi Xian. The blaze sun grass and celestial hornflower are just right. The materials are complete that I can now prepare to refine the pills. After organizing the necessary materials for alchemy, Yi Xian's lips curled upward. This old fool arrived just in time. Had he not come, I wouldn't have known where to find several crucial ingredients. This truly was a timely boon. Just as Yi Xian busied himself with the materials, Han Shantong, who had been unconscious for half a day, finally awoke. The moment he regained consciousness, a surge of fury erupted within him. You wretched creature! What do you intend to do? Release me! Otherwise, you shall not withstand the wrath of the Langya Han clan. His furious roars echoed throughout the cave as Han Shantong struggled wildly, attempting to free himself from the ropes, only to discover that his bones had been pinned with sharp red nails by Yi Xian. Bone-piercing nails? Aren't those his treasures? Over the years, he had often used this artifact to pin others. Those who had foolishly crossed him would scream in agony each time they were impaled. The more they struggled, the deeper the nails would penetrate, causing excruciating pain. Eventually, they would perish in endless torment. Yet he never imagined that one day he would be the one pinned by bone-piercing nails. Yi Xian, what do you truly want? Release me at once. Han Shantong's eyes reflected terror as he watched Yi Xian busily working, an inexplicable fear rising within him. He could not comprehend why Yi Xian had not killed him, nor why he had bound him. This uncertainty was the most terrifying aspect. At that moment, having finished organizing the alchemical materials, Yi Xian turned around, holding a bowl in his hand, a smile on his face as he approached. Ah, you finally woke up, Elder Han. Although his smile appeared benign, to Han Shantong's eyes, it resembled that of a demon. What do you intend to do? Yi Xian chuckled lightly, saying, Don't be alarmed, I'm not a bad person. As you can see, I am currently refining a type of pill, but unfortunately, I am short of one ingredient, so I would like to borrow a bit of your materials. What materials? Han Shantong gulped, his voice trembling. He is refining pills. To his surprise, this wretched creature was also an alchemist. Such a position was highly esteemed in the martial world. However, his storage bag had already been looted clean, and all his precious items had been taken. What could he possibly lend him? Just as Han Shantong was filled with confusion, suddenly, thrust, a dagger plunged forcefully into his thigh, and blood erupted like a fountain. Ah! Han Shantong writhed in agony, letting out a wretched howl. You wretched creature! What are you doing? Chapter 17. The Human Pill's Completion. Cultivation ascends again. Han Shantong grimaced in pain, continuously howling, and he could never have anticipated that Yi Xian would be so unscrupulous. Taking advantage of his moment of contemplation to stab him in the thigh. Oh dear, my apologies, Elder Han, that I accidentally hit a major artery. Are you all right? Han Shantong trembled from the pain, gritting his teeth as he asked. Yi Xian, what do you intend to do? Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. Didn't I mention? I'm borrowing some materials that I'm currently refining a pill and need a bit of your blood and flesh. Bear with it, will you? Duh. Before Han Shantong could fully comprehend, thrust. Yi Xian's dagger plunged into his thigh once more, the sharp blade digging into his flesh. Ah! Han Shantong cried out in excruciating pain, cursing, Yi Xian, you beast, I will slay you. However, Yi Xian paid no heed to his curses that he hastily retrieved a prepared bowl and positioned it at Han Shantong's wound, collecting the man's flesh and blood within. In a short while, a gruesome piece of flesh was gathered in the bowl. Han Shantong's complexion turned ghastly pale, teetering on the brink of death, with pain rendering him incapable of uttering a word. Witnessing his imminent demise, Yi Xian quickly shoved a spirit herb into his mouth. Under the herb's healing effects, Han Shantong's injuries finally showed some signs of recovery. "You little beast, if you have the guts. Kill me. If I do not perish today, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." Han Shantong, regaining consciousness, could not restrain his furious vitriol in that moment. He truly comprehended what it meant to encounter a genuine demon. This wretched creature was utilizing his flesh and blood to concoct pills. What sort of devilry was this? It was utterly deranged. Yi Xian ignored his impotent rage, carrying the bowl of blood and flesh to the alchemical cauldron. Let us first observe the results. It would be best to succeed on the first attempt. Otherwise, this old fool will certainly suffer, Yi Xian muttered to himself. After all, the flesh and blood of a master-level warrior were not commonly found. If each failure resulted in the loss of a bowl of flesh, it would be an egregious waste. With that thought, Yi Xian directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the cauldron. With a whoosh, an orange-red flame erupted from the base of the cauldron. Yi Xian tossed in the prepared materials along with Han Shantong's flesh, then meticulously followed the refining method outlined in the 10,000 Pills Codex. Attempting to fuse the spirit herb with the flesh, just as Yi Xian activated the alchemical technique, a terrifying energy surged forth from the cauldron. What an astonishing energy! It seems this human pill is of considerable grade. Yi Xian marveled inwardly. Although the pill had yet to be completed, the energy emanating from the cauldron suggested that its grade would likely not be lower than a 4th-tier pill. Goodness, if I could slay a master-level warrior every day. I wouldn't even need to cultivate. I could simply consume pills and soar to greatness. Yi Xian chuckled, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. However, he swiftly dismissed it. After all, there were hardly any master-level warriors in the entirety of Langyi County. If he were to capture them daily, others would surely begin to suspect him that, this plan is far too risky. It won't do. Just as Yi Xian was wholly engrossed in controlling the flame and refining the pill, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the air. What in the world? Han Shantong jolted, anxiously glancing toward the source of the noise, believing that the Han family had come to rescue him, to his dismay. It was Yi Xian, casually approaching with a bowl in hand. What do you intend to do? Han Shantong stammered. Yi Xian scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. My apologies that I mismanaged the heat earlier. And the pill is about to burn that I might need to trouble you for another bowl of flesh. Upon hearing this, Han Shantong nearly fainted from anger. You little beast, I'll contribute nothing. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will find a way to ensure your demise. Oh, come now, don't be so stingy. You have plenty of flesh. A little extraction won't kill you. Just be obedient. Yi Xian chuckled, disregarding Han Shantong's struggles and cries as he took another bowl of flesh. Before leaving, fearing that the man might bleed out, Yi Xian thoughtfully fed him another spirit herb to preserve his life. Having completed all of this, Yi Xian returned to the cauldron, exhilarated, and continued the alchemical process. Finally, after several hours of meticulous effort, Yi Xian succeeded. With a flourish, he opened the cauldron, releasing an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air, accompanied by a brilliant display of light and a powerful energy surge. As the brilliance subsided, a perfectly formed pill emerged from within the cauldron. The pill was adorned with lightning-like patterns, precisely a 4th-tier human pill. Success! By the heavens! I have finally succeeded, Yi Xian exclaimed. Elated beyond measure, he had not anticipated achieving success so swiftly. According to the 10,000 Pills Codex, it typically took beginners several days, if not months, to refine a human pill. Yet, Yi Xian had accomplished it in mere hours. If word of this were to spread, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy. However, Yi Xian was keenly aware that his rapid success was largely due to the enhancement of his innate talent provided by the eye of spiritual intelligence. Next, let me sample the effects of this pill crafted from master-level flesh. Without hesitation, Yi Xian found a corner and swallowed the human pill whole. As the pill went down, the primal devouring demonic art began to operate furiously, devouring the energy within the pill. Half an hour later, boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently as a terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the entire cavern to shake violently. His cultivation level surged from the first layer of the Master Realm directly to the second layer. Good heavens! I reached the second layer so quickly. The potency of this human pill is utterly unfathomable. Yi Xian was astounded. It is worth noting that after entering the Master Realm, advancing even a single layer was akin to scaling the heavens. Beside him, Han Shantong was utterly dumbfounded. It had taken him 9 years to progress from the first to the second layer of the Master Realm, yet Yi Xian had achieved it in mere hours. This was no longer a matter of rapid advancement. It was simply monstrous. At this moment, Han Shantong's eyes were filled with fear, dread, and unease. After years of training, he had never witnessed anyone concocting pills using human flesh. It was utterly deranged. He even began to wonder whether this young man had emerged from some demonic sect. Otherwise, how could he execute such acts with such ease? On the other hand, Yi Xian was thoroughly pleased with his newfound cultivation. Second layer of the Master Realm. This time, I am certain to excel in the 8th sex assessment. Yi Xian grinned broadly. Most of the younger generation of martial artists in Langyi County were at the martial master level. And those who reached the 8th layer and above were considered geniuses. That a master-level warrior like him was truly a rare gem. Well then, time is of the essence that I must set out for the 8th sex assessment. With this thought, Yi Xian rose and strode towards Han Shantong, who was not far away. What do you intend to do? Release me. As Yi Xian approached, Han Shantong's fear escalated. At this moment, all his previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and dread. Yi Xian, I was wrong. Please let me go. I do not wish to die. I have elders above and younger ones below. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness. Spare me, please, Han Shantong wailed, tears streaming down his face, desperately pleading for mercy. Chapter 18. Finally arriving at the 8th sex assessment. Observing Han Shantong's pitiful state, Yi Xian smirked. What is the matter? Are you frightened? I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Han Shantong, trembling, quickly forced a smile. That I understand my mistakes, Yi Xian. Please spare me. I assure you I will never trouble you again. Though he feigned submission, Han Shantong had already resolved to seek out more powerful individuals upon his return to dismantle Yi Xian piece by piece. Yet, Yi Xian was well aware of his inner intentions. With a cold smile, he said, Elder Han, do you truly believe I would trust your words? Regardless, it matters little. Your usefulness has run its course. Farewell. With a swish. As soon as the words left his lips, a flash of sword light streaked before Han Shantong's eyes. He widened his gaze, feeling a chill at his throat as a torrent of blood gushed forth from his severed windpipe. Yi Xian, you truly dare to kill me. The Han family will not spare you. Han Shantong summoned every ounce of strength to shout at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sighed softly. I've said it before, can we not change the script? With a thrust, he sealed Han Shantong's throat. The world dimmed before Han Shantong's eyes. His legs convulsed violently for a moment before he fell silent, lifeless. Even in death, he could hardly believe that Yi Xian had truly killed him. After dealing with Han Shantong, Yi Xian initially intended to extract a bit more flesh to take with him. However, his storage bag lacked preservation capabilities. The flesh would spoil after a few days. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. Looks like I need to devise a way to procure some preservation artifacts for storing flesh, Yi Xian murmured, casting a regretful glance at Han Shantong's corpse before turning on his heel and racing towards the exit of the abyssal cave. With only 1 day remaining until the 8th sex assessment, he needed to reach the assessment site as swiftly as possible. Just half an hour after Yi Xian's departure, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. At the edge of the abyssal cave's cliff, several imposing figures descended. Leading them was Han Tianxiang, the head of the Han family. However, at this moment, Han Tianxiang's expression was exceptionally grim, his forehead veins bulging, and his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were on the verge of erupting with wrath. Greetings, family head. Upon witnessing Han Tianxiang's arrival, the gathered disciples of the Han family immediately bowed deeply. Displaying utmost reverence, "Where is the Grand Elder?" Han Tianxiang inquired in a grave tone. Returning home, "The Grand Elder is here." One of the clan members swallowed hard, cautiously leading Han Tianxiang to an open area. There lay dozens of corpses on the ground, each meticulously covered with white cloth, emanating a dreadful stench of decay. The congealed blood had stained the earth a deep crimson, and as the wind blew, a pungent odor pervaded the air. The clan member hastily lifted the white cloth that as the corpses were revealed. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present, including the high-ranking members of the Han family. Their faces etched with horror. Each corpse bore the marks of a single lethal strike. More alarmingly, the life essence seemed entirely siphoned away, rendering the bodies emaciated, resembling desiccated husks, when their gaze fell upon Han Shantong's remains. The sight was even more harrowing. Han Shantong's body was riddled with dozens of gaping wounds, each the size of a bowl, as though flesh had been brutally carved away with a knife. His visage twisted in agony, his features contorted with terror. It was evident that he had endured unspeakable torment before his demise. Did Yi Xian do this? Han Tianxiang, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth and demanded, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The clan member swallowed again and replied, "Yes, clan leader." After Yi Xian leapt into the abyssal cave, the Grand Elder led a pursuit, but after waiting by the cliff for a day and night, we saw no sign of him. Summoning our courage, we descended, only to discover the Grand Elder and his party had met with a tragic end beneath the cave. Clan leader, that boy was able to massacre so many of our Han family experts in one fell swoop. Even the Grand Elder was no match for him. It is evident he has already ascended to the Master Realm. The clan member spoke with a gaze filled with dread. What, upon hearing this? Everyone present was struck with shock. The Master Realm? They recalled when they first heard of Yi Xian, he was merely a practitioner at the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. How could he have advanced to the Master Realm in such a short span? Such a rapid ascent in cultivation was truly unfathomable. As the clan member relayed the report, Han Tianxiang's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with wrath. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared towards the heavens, Yi Xian, you wretch! A thunderous roar erupted, and the murderous intent surged forth like a tangible force, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of spiritual power. The ground fractured. Boulders shattered, and the Han family members were violently pushed back, their hearts racing in terror at the spectacle. Han Tianxiang was incensed. He was truly furious. Not only had Yi Xian slain his son, but now, even the Grand Elder of the Han family had met a gruesome fate at his hands. How could he not be enraged in such a dire situation? Damn Yi Xian, to dare slay my kin. I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. Han Tianxiang vowed in his heart, determined to make Yi Xian pay the most excruciating price. Just then, a clan member suddenly spoke, clan leader. We have just received news that Yi Xian seems to be heading to participate in the 8th sect assessment. The 8th sect assessment. Upon hearing this, Han Tianxiang paused momentarily that he was well aware of this assessment. Held annually in October, where the major sects of Langya County united to conduct a grand evaluation for recruiting disciples, that it could be said that the 8th sect assessment was the most significant event in Langya County each year. To think that this little wretch, after murdering members of the Han family, would not seek to flee, but instead dare to participate in the 8th sect assessment. Han Tianxiang sneered coldly. This wretch seeks death. He shall not blame me for being merciless. This time, I will make his suffering worse than death. With that, Han Tianxiang soared into the sky, stepping onto his flying sword, racing towards the direction of the 8th sect assessment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions changed dramatically. They understood that Han Tianxiang was intent on personally seeking vengeance. Meanwhile, after half a day's journey, Yi Xian finally arrived at the assessment venue. One could not deny that the 8th sect assessment truly lived up to its reputation as the grandest event in Langya County's history. The vast square was teeming with people, with at least hundreds of thousands of martial artists gathered. Each martial artist wore an excited smile, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming assessment. Phew, I made it just in time. Fortunately, it's not too late. Yi Xian sighed in relief. Given his cultivation level, it would typically have taken him at least 3 days to reach the assessment site. However, ever since stepping into the Master Realm, his speed had increased dramatically, allowing him to cover the distance in just half a day. That moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully among the crowd. This figure was a young man clad in a white robe, a long sword slung across his back, exuding an air of ethereal elegance as he stood proudly in the square. Appearing almost otherworldly, that on the lapel of his garment was an eye-catching sect emblem. Upon recognizing the emblem, everyone inhaled sharply. This is a disciple of the Chaos sect. Goodness, the Chaos sect's members have arrived so swiftly. the Chaos sect was the foremost among the 8 sects. Possessing the strongest overall strength among all the sects participating in the assessment today, it could be said that 9 out of 10 martial artists present were there with the intention of joining the Chaos sect. As this disciple of the Chaos sect made his entrance, several more figures descended from the sky. These figures, both male and female, young and old, all radiated a formidable aura. Among them was the holy maiden of the Haoyue sect, Li Mayan, the elder of the Xingho sect, Long Kuei, and the chief disciple of the Qingyun sect, Zhuge Qingyun. A chorus of exclamations erupted in succession. These individuals were representatives from the 8 major sects. Entrusted with overseeing the 8 sect assessment, Yi Xian cast a glance before his gaze unexpectedly fell upon a figure in the corner. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a simple long skirt. Her flowing hair cascaded elegantly, with exquisite features and delicately arched brows, her lips slightly tinted, every movement captivating. She resembled a celestial being descended from a painting, exuding an aura of icy elegance. The other attendees also took note of this enchanting woman, each unable to suppress their admiration. Who is she? Absolutely stunning. Indeed, her figure, her face, simply breathtaking. When did Langya County have such a beauty? What? You don't recognize her? This is the master sister of the Tianqing sect, Tang Shuyu. She is also the newly appointed holy maiden of the Tianqing sect. What? A member of the Tianqing sect? No wonder I haven't seen her before. Someone so beautiful is actually from the Tianqing sect. What a pity. In an instant, numerous martial artists shook their heads, their eyes betraying a sense of regret. It was no wonder they reacted this way. The rankings of the 8 major sects were as follows: Chaos sect, Haoyue sect, Qingyun sect, Xingho sect, while the Tianqing sect occupied the lowest position. Each year during the 8 sect assessment, few martial artists aspired to join the Tianqing sect. Only those rejected by other sects would seek their fortunes there. Thus, the Tianqing sect was often referred to as the garbage collection sect. This was why, upon discovering that Tang Shuyu, such a beauty, belonged to the Tianqing sect, they felt it was such a loss. Joining the Tianqing sect meant a lifetime of obscurity. Unbeknownst to the crowd lamenting Tang Shuyu's fate, Yi Xian had already reddened eyes, gazing tenderly at her figure, his expression filled with warmth in a voice only he could hear. He softly murmured, "Master sister, we finally meet again. Indeed, this is Tang Shuiro, who was Yi Xian's senior sister in his previous life and the cherished love of his heart, that past existence, due to physical ailments. He was rendered a mere shell of a man, with none of the 8 great sects willing to take him in. It was Tang Shuiro and the members of the Tianqing sect who provided him refuge. Furthermore, during his times of despair, it was she who ceaselessly comforted and encouraged him. Without this dear sister, he might have succumbed to the depths of hopelessness and taken his own life. Now, upon seeing an old acquaintance once more, the heart that had long been frozen within Yi Xian stirred with an unexpected ripple of emotion. The warm and beautiful memories of yesteryears gradually resurfaced before his eyes. Beside Tang Shuiro, Yi Xian also noticed a familiar figure, a plump old man, round in stature like a ball, adorned in a flowing yellow robe, and sporting a simple yet endearing smile that exuded warmth. Upon spotting this old man, Yi Xian could not help but smile. "Old Go, you still look as rotund as ever." Old Go is the grand elder of the Tianqing sect, responsible for the daily sustenance of its members. Not only is he an exceptional cook, but he is also a man of great kindness. Whenever Yi Xian faced grievances within the Yi family, he would be the first to notice and would go to great lengths to cheer him up. Although his methods were somewhat clumsy, Yi Xian could feel the sincerity behind his intentions. In Yi Xian's heart, Old Go was akin to a father figure. It was unfortunate that, due to certain circumstances, the Tianqing sect faced dissolution, with its disciples scattering far and wide, and Old Ji's whereabouts became unknown. Now, seeing an old friend again, Yi Xian felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. They were still alive. What a joyous revelation. Just as Yi Xian was lost in his memories, a series of thunderous drumbeats resonated through the air, causing the crowd to stir with excitement. From within the throng emerged an elder clad in a blue robe. His murky gaze swept over the assembly as he intoned solemnly, "Silence, everyone. The assessment of the 8 sects is about to commence. I am the chief examiner for this round, Xiao Ji. Welcome to this year's examination. As in previous years, it will consist of 3 rounds. The first round is the cultivation assessment, the second round is the talent assessment, and the third round is the sect assessment. Only those warriors who pass all 3 rounds will be eligible to enter one of the 8 great sections. Now, let us begin the first round. With that, Xiaoji approached a towering stone tablet, black as ink and inscribed with golden characters that appeared both obscure and complex. He spoke gravely. This Tantian tablet can measure the cultivation level of warriors. Anyone over the age of 18 with a cultivation level below the 4th stage of martial master will be deemed unqualified. Please proceed to S. His words echoed. The warriors stepped forward, their vibrant spiritual energy illuminating the Tantian tablet in a dazzling display. Before long, the first round concluded, with nearly 90% of the warriors remaining. After all, the rules for the 8 sect assessments had remained largely unchanged over the years, and those brave enough to participate were typically martial masters of the 4th stage or above. Yi Xian, of course, passed with ease, preparing to enter the second round. Observing the passing warriors below, Tang Shuiro could not suppress a smile. Elder Gu, it seems a considerable number of warriors have successfully passed the first round this year. Out of over 10,000 participants, more than 8,000 have advanced. Indeed, Elder Gu replied with a smile, nodding in agreement that in previous years, we rarely had more than 6,000 pass the first round. This year's numbers are nearly double that of previous years. That it appears that our Tianqing sect may have the opportunity to recruit more disciples. Tang Shuiro felt a glimmer of hope as well. Each year, the Tianqing sect selected disciples who were often the rejects of other sects, and some would rather forego the assessment altogether than join their ranks. Thus, even with many participants, the number willing to join the Tianqing sect rarely exceeded 100. However, with this year's increase in numbers, they could potentially welcome more disciples. Yet, just as Tang Shuiro and Elder Gu were filled with anticipation, an inappropriate laugh rang out. How ridiculous. What does it matter if you have more participants? A sect ranked dead last is still merely scavenging what others discard. At this remark, Tang Shuiro and Elder Gu frowned, casting displeased looks at the speaker. What do you mean by that, Elder Wu? Elder Gu inquired, his brow furrowing in irritation. The speaker was another elderly man with white hair, clad in a black robe, possessing a hawkish nose and thin lips that created an unpleasant countenance. Beside him stood a young man in a white robe, sword on his back, exuding an air of ethereal charm and grace. These two belonged to the top-ranking sect, the Hunyuan sect. The old man's name was Wu Shanhe, an inner elder of the Hunyuan sect, while the young man was named Xiao Bai, an inner disciple of the same sect. Hearing Elder Ji's question, Wu Shanhe chuckled derisively. Am I mistaken? Your Tianqing sect has always ranked last. Haven't you always been picking up our leftovers? I advise you to disband your sect sooner rather than later, recruiting third-rate disciples daily. If you're not ashamed, I certainly am on your behalf. With this, several members of the surrounding sects burst into laughter, having grown accustomed to the mockery directed at the Tianqing sect during these recruitment assessments. They watched with a sense of amusement, their gazes towards Tang Shuiro and Elder Gu laced with derision. Feeling the scornful gazes around her, Tang Shuiro furrowed her brows. Elder Wu, you've gone too far. Regardless of our standings, we are all sects within the Langyi prefecture. Your words about the disciples of my Tianqing sect are unbecoming of your status. Status. Wu Shanhe erupted into laughter that if it were any other sect, I might acknowledge their status. But you, a mere third-rate sect, dare to speak of status? How laughable. Do you even deserve to mention it? You. Tang Shuiro's expression shifted, her temper rising. Shuiro, do not be angry. Xiao Bai interjected with a grin. Though my master's words may be harsh, they are indeed the truth. To be honest, you might as well leave the Tianqing sect and join our Hunyuan sect. After all, we are the #1 sect in Langyi Prefecture with unlimited prospects. Far better than this broken sect you currently reside in. If you agree to be my companion, I shall ensure your admission. What do you say? With a lewd grin, Xiao Bai reached out towards Tang Shuiro's face. Get away. Tang Shuiro recoiled in disgust, swatting Xiao Bai's hand away. Elder Ji's anger flared. Wu, you speak with such disdain. You claim that my Tianqing sect will disband. How can you be so certain we won't recruit any talent this year? Perhaps we will find a genius among us. What? Wu Shanhe and Xiao Bai were taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Am I hearing correctly? These two misfits think they can recruit geniuses. Did I mishear, or are they simply daydreaming? Wushana laughed until he was bent over, tears nearly streaming down his cheeks, while Xiaobai leaned in closer to mock. Go. Have you lost your mind? You two think you can recruit geniuses. If you manage to do so, I'll become the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. You, Elder Ji's face flushed with anger. Before he could respond, Wu Shana sneered. Enough. Don't think I look down on you. I'll say it plainly. Your Tianqing sect will not recruit a single genius this year. If you manage to recruit even one martial master of the 7th stage or above, I will kneel before you and call you father. And I'll also give you this Qilin divine sword. Wu Shanhe laughed heartily, producing a crimson long sword, his expression dripping with disdain. The Qilin divine sword had been his companion for many years and was of profound quality. The fact that he was willing to wager it showed his conviction that the Tianqing sect would not find a genius. Xiaobai added with a laugh, All right, master, why waste time with these two? If they could recruit a genius, the sun would rise from the west. Let us go. The second round of assessments is about to begin. With a cold smile, Xiaobai pulled Elder Gu along, swaggering away while not forgetting to throw one last taunt at the two. What a brazen affront. Tang Shiro bit her silver teeth, her face flushed with anger. Her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly agitated. Elder Gu shook his head, saying, Enough, Shuero, do not let them provoke you. The second round is about to commence, let us proceed. Seizing the irate Tang Shuero, Gu Changqing also proceeded towards the venue of the second round of assessments. At this moment, all individuals had gathered at the western side of the square, where a towering platform bore a colossal stone tablet. This monument stood over 10 meters high, its composition unknown, yet it exuded a deep, inky blackness, permeated with an aura of antiquity and gravitas. Xiaoji approached the stone tablet and addressed the assembly. Esteemed participants, this is indeed the site for the second round of evaluations. The stone tablet behind me is known as the Tiandao tablet. It possesses the remarkable ability to gauge a martial artist's innate talent. You shall place your hands upon it and channel your spiritual energy. In but a moment, the Tiandao tablet will reveal your gifts inscribed upon its surface. Talent is classified into 9 grades. The first 3 are deemed inadequate, while a grade of 4 or above signifies success. Now let us invite the first contestant, Su Long, to the stage. No sooner had Xiao Ji completed his announcement than a comically endearing chubby youth stepped forward, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. He cautiously followed Xiao Ji's instructions, placing his palm upon the Tiandao tablet. Buzz! As expected, the moment his hand made contact, the Tiandao tablet emitted a brilliant flash of light. Subsequently, the illumination distorted violently upon the surface, materializing in a bold characters, Talent, Grade 5, Hooray! Upon seeing the inscription, the chubby youth erupted with exuberance, jumping with delight, exclaiming, Grade 5, I have achieved Grade 5. I passed. Ha! Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding martial artists were taken aback in astonishment. Goodness, a Grade 5 talent for the first contestant this year. Such a level of aptitude is seldom seen even among the prominent families. The youth's extraordinary fortune elicited waves of envy from the onlookers. Grade 5, you say? Yi Xian murmured, contemplating the significance of such talent. Indeed, it was commendable. The vast majority of martial artists possessed rather ordinary gifts, with grade for being an exceptional rarity. Attaining a Grade 5 talent could even position one as a potential heir in certain martial families. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, Yi Xian's talent had suffered grievously, resulting in a mere Grade 3 assessment. Had it not been for the pressing need for recruits by the Tianqing sect, he might not have gained entry at all. I wonder what grade of talent I might manifest this year. Yi Xian pondered, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. As the chubby boy celebrated his success. Xiao Ji nodded approvingly and remarked with a smile, Excellent, Grade 5 talent. You have passed. Next, let the representatives of various sects step forward to see if any are willing to recruit you. Yes, the chubby youth gazed eagerly into the distance. In the next instant, several figures elegantly emerged. Apart from the top-ranking Chaos sect, the second-ranked Haiyue sect, and the third-ranked Qingyan sect, all 5 major sects have presented themselves. Su Long, our Xingho sect possesses the Xingho body refining technique. Acclaimed as the foremost body refinement method among the 8 sections, would you be inclined to join us? An elder proposed with a smile. Our Wushuang sect also offers body refinement techniques alongside the Wushuang sword art, capable of subduing 8 realms. Would you consider joining us? A beautiful elder from Wushuang's sect chimed in. Equally eager did I, from the Barbarian Wilderness sect. I, from the Tianshan sect. The voices of invitation echoed continuously. The onlookers could hardly contain their envy. Such a scenario, where all 5 major sects simultaneously extended offers, was indeed a rarity. Ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, the chubby youth opted to join the 4th-ranked Xingho sect. The assessments continued. During the following evaluations, the martial artists exerted every ounce of strength, desperately channeling their spiritual energy to make a significant impression on the Tiandao tablet. However, these martial artists evidently lacked the fortunate fortune of Su Long. The majority displayed talents below grade 3, failing to pass, while only a scant few managed to attain grade 4, barely qualifying. After testing over 2,000 participants, a mere handful achieved grades above 5. Truly, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As time passed, the number of figures standing behind the various sects grew increasingly numerous, particularly for those ranked higher, who had already recruited dozens of disciples. In stark contrast, the Tianqing sect remained conspicuously empty, rendering them an anomaly amidst the bustling sects around them. Sighing, Tang Shuro couldn't help but express her concern, her eyes flickering with anxiety. Halfway through the assessments, their Tianqing sect had yet to recruit a single disciple. Could it be that this year, they would again return empty-handed? Beside her, Gu Chongqing also heaved a sigh, a wave of helplessness washing over him. It was not for lack of effort. He and Tang Shuero had consistently stepped forward during the selection of disciples. Yet these candidates scarcely spared the Tianqing sect a glance. Oh, observing the barren space behind the Tianqing sect, Wu Shana raised an eyebrow, tauntingly remarking, "Elder Gu, did you not assert that you were seeking geniuses? How is it that after an entire hour, not even a ghostly shadow lingers behind you? Are you suggesting that the disciples you recruit will possess the gift of invisibility?" He laughed heartily. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Wu, why the impatience? The assessments have only just commenced, and there are thousands yet to be tested. How can you be so certain that our Tianqing sect will not secure any disciples?" "Oh, then let us see you recruit one, shall we?" Wu Shana replied, his expression dripping with mockery. Gu Chongqing's expression soured as he seemed provoked, stepping forward to seize a rejected martial artist, inquiring, "Young man, would you like to join our Tianqing sect?" "What? Tianqing sect?" Upon hearing this, the martial artist's face contorted with disdain. "Have you lost your mind? An inconsequential sect like yours dares to extend an invitation to me. An inconsequential sect." Gu Chongqing's expression shifted slightly. "Yet you failed to pass the assessments as well, did you not?" The martial artist retorted dismissively. "So what if I didn't? I may be poor, but I have my pride. You think I would join a rubbish sect? Not a chance. I'd rather sweep floors in the Chaos sect than join the Tianqing sect. Leave me be. I have laundry to tend to." With that, he shoved Gu Chongqing aside and stormed off, casting a disdainful glare at him and Tang Shuero, as if being invited by the Tianqing sect was the gravest insult. Huh. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shanha erupted with laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Gu Chongqing, do you see this? Even a rejected waste refuses to join your Tianqing sect. How can you still claim that your sect is not a rubbish sect? Indeed, Elder Gu, I suggest you return swiftly." The representatives from surrounding sects chimed in with derision. "At this rate, your Tianqing sect may truly fail to recruit even a single disciple. What a disgrace for one of the 8 esteemed sects to be unable to attract disciples. If word of this spreads, it will be utterly humiliating. Best to leave now and preserve some dignity." As the jibes from the crowd pierced their ears, Tang Shuero and Gu Chongqing's expressions darkened, feeling as though they had been slapped repeatedly, their humiliation palpable. After a prolonged silence, Gu Chongqing finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Why the rush? The assessment is far from over. How can you be so certain that our Tianqing sect will not recruit any disciples?" "Humph," Wu Shana replied coldly. "You won't see the coffin until you shed tears, since you remain obstinately hopeful. I shall await the results. What caliber of disciples can you 2 oddities possibly recruit? I eagerly anticipate you retrieving my Qilin divine sword." Just then, Xiao Ji stepped forward and called out to the crowd in a deep voice. Next, upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That it's my turn." After waiting in line for so long, it was finally his moment. Without a second thought, he leaped onto the platform and approached the Tiandao tablet. In that instant, a profound and ancient aura rushed towards him. Standing before the Tiandao tablet, Yi Xian felt his entire being resonate with fervent energy, as if the power within him was harmonizing with the monument. Is the Tiandao tablet calling out to me? Yi Xian wondered, astonished. Meanwhile, as he ascended the platform, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon him from below, whispers of speculation rippling through the crowd. What do you think? What grade of talent will this lad possess? Well, he appears rather unremarkable in his attire. He likely hails from a non-martial family that I estimate he may achieve a grade 3 at most. Grade 3? Surely that's too low. He looks strong and composed, as though he has practiced some form of body refinement technique. Perhaps he might attain a grade 4 talent. In a moment, speculations regarding Yi Xian's talents surged like a tide. While the crowd below engaged in conjecture, Yi Xian on stage had already extended his right hand, firmly pressing it against the heavenly Dao steel. With a resonant hum, as his hand made contact, Yi Xian's body quaked as he felt an eruption of spiritual energy coursing through him, the primal devouring heaven demon technique within him revolving at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the heavenly Dao steel radiated brilliant light, and a series of golden characters gradually emerged upon its surface. Talent rank 1. Talent rank 2. Talent rank 3. Talent rank 4. The golden letters transformed relentlessly, soon surpassing the 4th rank. Talent rank 4. I told you, this kid would reach talent rank 4. A martial artist who had previously predicted Yi Xian's talent level erupted into laughter, displaying an expression of "See, I was right." However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, a voice filled with panic suddenly rang out, "No, look, his talent is still rapidly ascending." What? At this exclamation, the crowd hurriedly turned their gaze back to the heavenly Dao steel. Indeed, they discovered that the inscriptions upon the stone were changing at an unbelievable pace. Talent rank 5, talent rank 6, talent rank 7, talent rank 8. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's talent had reached rank 8. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Talent rank 8? My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? This fellow actually possesses talent rank 8. The expressions on their faces were filled with disbelief. Not only them, but even the representatives of various sects on stage were taken aback. Talent rank 8 is an extraordinarily rare genius. Such a prodigy, not only would they secure a place among the 8 sects, but they would also undoubtedly be an inner disciple in any sect. With careful cultivation, they might even evolve into a chief disciple. I never expected to encounter an 8-rank genius today. This is a monstrous talent that hasn't appeared in nearly a century. Wu Shana laughed heartily, his tone brimming with excitement. The representatives from various sects were also eyeing Yi Xian with fervent interest, eager to seize the opportunity. After all, talent rank 8 is a rarity, and the rewards from accepting such a genius would be immeasurable. They were determined to devise every possible means to recruit him. However, just as the various sects prepared to take action, a dazzling flash of light suddenly erupted, and the inscriptions on the heavenly Dao steel changed once more. Talent rank 9. What? Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd instantly fell into disarray. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Talent rank 9? My goodness, this is the highest talent rank the heavenly Dao steel can display. Who is this kid? The onlookers widened their eyes, astonished as waves of disbelief surged within them. Not far away, Wu Shanhe was practically beside himself with excitement. Talent rank 9. This is a talent that has been nearly impossible to find for thousands of years. Even in the history of the 8 sex assessments, only a handful have achieved talent rank 9. And those few were selected from millions of martial artists. It is safe to say that such a prodigy, once they emerge, will inevitably dominate their realm. They may even become a powerhouse in the martial king realm. A martial emperor powerhouse. Our chaos sect is on the brink of producing a martial emperor powerhouse. Wu Shanhe murmured, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. Turning to the representatives of the various sects, he declared, "This young man is mine. None of you are allowed to compete with me." With that, he swiftly dashed towards Yi Xian. Witnessing this, the representatives from other sects shook their heads in resignation, abandoning their desires to recruit Yi Xian. After all, if he were merely a talent rank 8 genius, they might have contested for him, but a talent rank 9 genius was simply too rare. They lacked the courage to compete with the Chaos sect, It was clear that this level of genius was likely destined for the Chaos Sect from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Tang Shuiyo and Ge Chongqing looked on with envy, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Talent rank 9. Gazing at the shimmering characters on the steel, Yi Xian blinked in surprise, feeling a flicker of astonishment. Have I truly attained talent rank 9? He sensed that he had hardly exerted himself, yet he had reached the limit of what the heavenly Dao steel could measure. Yi Xian had a vague intuition that his talent was certainly more than what was displayed. It was merely that the constraints of the heavenly Dao steel prevented a more accurate assessment. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Xian's heart brimmed with exhilaration. After all, talent rank 9 is extraordinarily rare. In his previous life, he had only measured a talent rank 3. To suddenly elevate 6 ranks was something that would be unimaginable for anyone else. Just as Yi Xian reveled in his excitement, a sound of breaking air resonated through the skies. And Wu Shanna's figure descended before him, beaming with joy. Ha ha, young man, talent rank 9. You are indeed impressive. I am Wu Shanha, an inner elder of the Chaos Sect. Would you be willing to join our Chaos Sect? The personal invitation from an inner elder caused the surrounding crowd to feel a wave of envy. However, just as they anticipated Yi Xian to readily accept, he unexpectedly shook his head and uttered, I'm sorry. I must decline. Haha, rejecting is fine, but what are you rejecting? You're declining. At these words, Wu Shanha was momentarily dumbfounded. Did he mishear? Yi Xian actually rejected his invitation. Indeed. I already have a sect I wish to join. Yi Xian calmly replied. Not possible. You can't be serious. The Chaos Sect is the top-ranked sect. If you don't join the Chaos Sect, which sect could you possibly join? Wu Shanna exclaimed incredulously. Could it be the Qingyan Sect? The Hao Yue Sect? No matter how you look at it, they can't compare to the Chaos Sect. Young man, are you joking? Wu Shanna's face was filled with disbelief. You say you have a preferred sect. Do you realize that our Chaos Sect is the foremost among the 8 sects? In terms of strength and background, we far surpass any other sect. Is the sect you speak of even stronger than the Chaos Sect? Yi Xian did not respond to this question, but instead lifted his foot and walked directly towards the crowd below. Upon witnessing this, everyone held their breath, their eyes closely following Yi Xian's movements. They were eager to discover which sect could possibly make him forsake the Chaos Sect, a top-tier power. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, Yi Xian stopped before a man and a woman that he clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and with a respectful tone that echoed across the square, he declared, I am Yi Xian, I wish to join the Tianqing sect. What? At this proclamation, the entire venue erupted in chaos. All eyes widened, disbelief etched on their faces. Chapter 22. I still wish to join the Tianqing sect. What? The Tianqing sect. Upon hearing Yi Xian's choice, the entire crowd became agitated. They had considered the possibility of Yi Xian being drawn to other sects, perhaps Qingyan sect or Hao Yue sect, but none had anticipated that his final choice would be the Tianqing sect. At this moment, the martial artists present were in an uproar. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just say Tianqing sect? My God, is this kid out of his mind? The Tianqing sect is ranked last among the sects. With his cultivation, he is choosing to join such a mediocre sect. Isn't he burying his potential? Shocked voices echoed from all directions that in their view, Yi Xian's choice of the Tianqing sect was akin to self-sabotage. And it wasn't just the others. Even Tang Shuiyo and Ge Chongqing gaped in disbelief at Yi Xian, questioning whether they were dreaming. Little brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? You want to join our Tianqing sect? Tang Shuiyo swallowed hard, repeatedly confirming why Yi Xian, seemingly anticipating this, smiled and replied, Indeed. I sincerely wish to join the Tianqing sect. I hope that Sister Tang and Elder Gu will accept my request, with that before the eyes of all. He once again clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Tang Shuiyo was stunned, Yi Chongqing was flabbergasted. Even Wu Shanha, the representatives of various sects, and the multitude of martial artists were wide-eyed, rendered speechless by astonishment. A shared thought crossed their minds. Is this kid truly out of his mind? After a brief moment of silence, Ge Chongqing erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha! Excellent! 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 He grasped Yi Xian's hands excitedly and said, Yi Xian, rest assured, as long as you are willing to join our Tianqing sect, I will certainly plead with the sect master to make you an inner disciple. No, directly appoint you as the chief disciple. Ge Chongqing chuckled heartily, his heart brimming with excitement. It was no wonder he felt this way. After all, for so many years, the Tianqing sect had only recruited individuals of mediocre talent, with the highest being merely of 5th-tier aptitude. But today, they had actually enrolled someone with a 9th-tier talent. This was truly remarkable. Beside him, Tang Shuyao was equally thrilled and quickly added, "If you are unwilling to be a disciple, you could take the position of elder instead. I will promptly have Elder Gu step down to make way for you as an intersect elder." "Yes, yes, indeed," Gu Chongqing hastily echoed. "What do you say? Would you like to become an intersect elder? I can relinquish my position for you at once. If Yi Xian is willing, I would even serve him tea and water." Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian could only offer a wry smile as he replied, "Elder Gu, senior sister Tang, you are far too kind that I merely wish to be an ordinary disciple and cultivate normally within the Tianqing sect. Yes, yes, indeed. An ordinary disciple is splendid, splendid." Gu Chongqing chuckled as he hurried to stand behind Yi Xian, kneading his shoulders, fearful that he might inadvertently offend this prodigy. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Shanhe was nearly seething with rage. He had never imagined that, as a prominent elder of the Chaos sect, his personal invitation would be so resolutely rejected by Yi Xian. Not only that, but Yi Xian had chosen the Tianqing sect, which he had always looked down upon. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. With that thought, Wu Shanhe stepped forward, suppressing his anger as he said, "Kid, are you toying with me? You refuse to join the esteemed Chaos sect, yet you choose to join the lowly Tianqing sect. Yes, is there a problem with that?" Yi Xian replied calmly. Yi Chongqing retorted angrily, "Wu, what do you mean by that? I warn you, Yi Xian has already chosen to join the Tianqing sect. Do not try to sow discord here." "Sow discord? Ah, Gu Chongqing, does your Tianqing sect strength even require my intervention?" Wu Shanhe laughed disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Yi Xian. "Kid, I advise you to reconsider. The decline of the Tianqing sect strength is common knowledge in Langya County. By joining the Tianqing sect, you can expect to receive a maximum of 20 spirit stones per month, whereas in my Chaos sect, you would at least receive 2,000. The martial arts manuals of the Tianqing sect barely number a dozen, most of which are the yellow tier. Why Chaos sect possesses 7 or 8 repositories of knowledge, filled with countless techniques and skills, not to mention the training arrays and alchemy chambers. What my Chaos sect has, the Tianqing sect lacks entirely. Joining them, I fear, will only result in your extraordinary talent being squandered." As these words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd could not help but nod in agreement, acknowledging the disparity. Indeed, the training resources of the Tianqing sect paled in comparison to those of the Chaos sect. While Yi Xian's talent was undeniably formidable, the importance of cultivation resources could not be overstated. Otherwise, one could possess great talent, but still find their path to cultivation stunted without robust resources to support them. This was precisely why so many martial artists were eager to join the Chaos sect. Only such top-tier sects could cultivate the most outstanding warriors. Gu Chongqing and Tang Shuyao opened their mouths, wishing to counter Wu Shanhe's assertions, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Even they acknowledged the vast gulf between the Tianqing sect and the Chaos sect. Yi Xian, Tang Shuyao, called gently, seemingly wanting to persuade him, yet ultimately could not utter a single word. Perhaps a genius like Yi Xian could truly only rise to prominence within the Chaos sect. If he chose the Chaos sect, she would not hold it against him. After all, seeking a powerful sect was only natural. Though she might feel a twinge of sadness, she would still wish him well. However, just as Tang Shuyao prepared to comfort him and honor her own feelings, Yi Xian spoke first. "I apologize, Elder Wu, but I have already stated my intention to join the Tianqing sect. I will not consider any other sect." This time, Tang Shuyao was greatly taken aback, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. She had not expected him to reject the Chaos sect, fully aware of the Tianqing sect's inferior resources. "What did you say?" Wu Shanhe's face darkened ominously, nearly ready to explode. "Kid, did you not hear what I said? I have already told you that the resources of the Chaos sect are 100 times superior to those of the Tianqing sect. You still wish to join the Tianqing sect?" "Indeed." Yi Xian nodded calmly. His words nearly caused Wu Shanhe to lose his composure. Did this kid have a problem with his brain? Or was his comprehension lacking? Little did he know, in Yi Xian's heart, the significance of the Tianqing sect far surpassed mere cultivation resources to him. The Tianqing sect was home, for the Chaos sect. During his previous life, This sect had often used its strength to bully the Tianqing sect, and its disciples frequently tormented those of the Tianqing sect. That Wei Yixian had witnessed this and remembered it well. He had long since lost any fondness for the Chaos sect. Today, even without the Tianqing sect, he would not join the Chaos sect. With that in mind, Yixian offered a faint smile and said, "Elder Wu, my mind is made up. Please return. I shall accompany Senior Sister Tang and Elder Ge to the Tianqing sect." After saying this, Yixian did not even spare Wu Shanhe a glance, turning instead to walk towards Tang Shuiyao and Ge Changqing. "You." Witnessing this scene, Wu Shanhe's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mask of disbelief. He watched as Yixian's figure grew increasingly distant, moving towards the Tianqing sect to stand behind Tang Shuiyao and Ge Changqing, feeling as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Meanwhile, Ge Changqing was patting Yixian's shoulder, his heart filled with astonishment and joy. "Good lad. Good lad." Yixian's resolute actions had deeply touched him. For the first time in his life, he had experienced such a steadfast choice from someone. He vowed that, even if it cost him his life, he would create the best cultivation environment for Yixian in the future. Just as the three of them from the Tianqing sect were basking in their camaraderie, a voice suddenly resounded through the air. "He cannot join." Chapter 23. The Han family arrives, a test of anomaly. "He cannot join." The sudden voice startled everyone present, causing them to instinctively turn and look in the direction from which it came. A tall, imposing man with a powerful aura approached, striding forward with purpose. Following closely behind him was a group of guards, swords at their waists, and icy, murderous intent instantly enveloped the area. That the head of the Han family? Han Tianxiang. Upon recognizing the man, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "Strange. Why has someone from the Han family come here so suddenly?" While the onlookers were puzzled, Han Tianxiang, accompanied by a large entourage, strode into the crowd. He stepped forward and cupped his fist before Wu Shanhe, saying, "Elder Wu." Although the Han family was a significant clan in Langyi County, they still needed to show proper respect in front of Wu Shanhe. An inter-sect elder of the Chaos sect, then Wu Shanhe nodded, confused. "Han Tianxiang, what brings you here with such a large group?" Han Shantong did not answer immediately. Instead, he scanned the crowd. Finally, he raised his hand and pointed at Yixian. "I am here for him." "What?" At this declaration, the crowd gasped in shock, astonished that Han Tianxiang had come with such fanfare just to find Yixian. Before anyone could react, Han Tianxiang's voice rang out again, cold and laced with a chilling, murderous intent. "Elder Wu, you may not be aware. Not long ago, my eldest son, Han Feng, and my younger son, Han Tai, were murdered by treacherous scoundrels. I sent my elder, Han Shantong, to capture the culprits, but to my surprise, he was also killed. And the one responsible for their deaths is this person, Yixian." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to Yixian. Disbelief etched on their faces. "What? He killed the head of the Han family's sons and the elder. When did this happen?" "Wait, Yixian. I remember now. Not long ago, the Han family issued a bounty to hunt down the murderer of Han Gongzi. That person's name was Yixian. No wonder he looked so familiar. It was him." In an instant, everyone recalled the situation. This Yixian was indeed the one being hunted by the Han family. Yixian furrowed his brow, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, "This old fool just won't let up. He's even tracked me down to the 8th sex examination." However, Yixian's expression remained largely unchanged. Since he had dared to kill Han Shantong, he naturally feared no retribution from the Han family. At that moment, Tang Shuyao's expression shifted slightly, and she hurried forward to defend him. "Head of the Han family, are you mistaken? I see that Yixian is a person of integrity, not someone who would casually take a life." "Indeed, head of the Han family, could this be a misunderstanding?" Ge Changqing chimed in. They had only just managed to recruit a genius like Yixian and could not allow anything to jeopardize his future. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, Han Tianxiang's countenance darkened immediately. "Bah! This wretch has slain both of my sons and my esteemed elder. Even if he were to turn to ashes, I would still recognize him. How dare you claim this is a misunderstanding? Why don't you inquire about the vile deeds he has committed?" Tang Shuiro turned to Yixian and asked, "Is this true, Yixian?" Yixian did not deny it, nodding slightly as he stated, "Indeed, I am the one who killed them." Hiss! At this revelation, Tang Shiwero and the many warriors present collectively gasped. They could hardly believe that Yi Xian had truly been the one to take the lives of the Han family members of the illustrious Han clan of Langya. One of the most prominent families in the region. It was astonishing enough that he had committed such an act, but to then brazenly attend the examination of the eighth sex, was he truly courting death? However, in stark contrast to the panic enveloping the crowd, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed. Not only did he exhibit no fear, but he also chuckled coldly, saying, "I killed them. So what? Your sons exploited and oppressed others, committing all manner of atrocities. How many women have suffered a death at their hands each year? The number of innocent lives lost due to their tyranny exceeds the thousands. My actions were but a means of upholding justice." Did you say? Han Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically to why Yi Xian repeated with a sardonic smile. "I said, I was upholding justice. Your two sons were brazenly arrogant. Even if I had not slain them today, they would eventually fall to others in the future. I delivered them to their eternal rest, allowing them to atone for their sins sooner rather than later. You, who failed to discipline them and allowed their wickedness to flourish, should be thankful that it was I who ended their lives, that if they had offended a powerful noble, you would find no time to weep. To express no gratitude is one thing, but to threaten me in return. Truly, you are a fool who cannot recognize kindness." Yi Xian shook his head, appearing as if lamenting the fate of a benevolent soul misunderstood. This, Han Tianxiang was nearly consumed by rage. His sons had been slain by this man. Not only did he refuse to kneel and apologize, but he also demanded gratitude. Was this even the language of a human being? "You speak nonsense," Han Tianxiang bellowed. "My sons were humble and courteous, kind-hearted individuals. How could they possibly have committed such acts? You wretched beast. Killing my sons is one thing, but now you dare to fabricate lies." Han Tianxiang turned to the elder Wu Shanha beside him. Clasping his fists, "Elder Wu, you are a revered intersect elder of the Chaos sect. I implore you to deliver justice for the Han family today." At that moment, Wu Shanha had grasped the situation. A flicker of surprise crossing his gaze that he had not anticipated that this young man would provoke such a significant incident. Just then, Xiaobai leaned in, whispering, "Elder Wu, this is a golden opportunity. This lad dared to defy you in front of so many and even audaciously claimed he wished to join the Tianqing sect. We can seize this chance to eliminate him. Not only would we prevent him from joining another sect, but we would also bolster our own prestige within the Chaos sect. It is a twofold victory." Upon hearing this, Wu Shanha's eyes lit up with understanding. Indeed, he had been irked by Yi Xian's earlier insolence and had been contemplating how to punish him. Now, the opportunity had presented itself, if not now. When, he thought, pointing at Yi Xian with a stern voice, "You audacious Yi Xian, you possess an audacity beyond belief, daring to slay members of the Han family. This is pure lawlessness. If you are not executed today, where lies the fairness? Where is the justice? Xiaobai, eliminate him. Provide the Han family with an explanation." "Yes." Xiaobai grinned malevolently as he advanced towards Yi Xian with an air of menace. "Stop." Gu Changqing's expression shifted as he urgently called out, "Wu, there must be some misunderstanding. Do not act rashly. Let us deliberate further." Yi Xian furrowed his brow, expressing disdain. "You old fool, are you blind? It was the Han family who committed wrongdoing first, forcing my hand in self-defense. Instead of holding them accountable, you come seeking my life." "Silence." Wu Shanha barked. "Do you dare to speak such nonsense? The two sons of the Han family were raised under my watch, and I know their character well. Each was kinder than the last. How dare you malign them? Your crimes are beyond forgiveness. Xiaobai, do not waste words. Just kill him. Understood." Xiaobai responded, and in an instant he appeared before Yi Xian, his fingers curling into claws as he lunged for Yi Xian's chest. Black Tiger prowls the heart. Witnessing Xiaobai's sudden strike, Tang Shiwero's face paled, and she shouted, "Yi Xian, run!" Xiaobai was a formidable master of the first level, ranked among the top 30 on the Dragon Tiger list. His seemingly innocuous claw concealed a terrifying energy capable of extracting Yi Xian's heart. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Yi Xian merely raised one hand and, with a resounding clap, firmly grasped Xiaobai's hand. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Xiaobai let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying, his body soaring through the air for over 10 meters. Before he could touch the ground, Yi Xian was upon him, delivering a crushing kick to his face. Bang! Xiaobai crashed to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth as his teeth shattered. Hiss! The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom the scene before them. Xiaobai was a master, a notable figure among the disciples of the Eighth Sex. How could he be subdued with a single move? This young man was astonishingly powerful. Ge Chongqing opened his mouth, momentarily stunned by Yi Xian's thunderous display. With Xiaobai pinned beneath him, his eyes blazing with fury, he seethed, "You wretched beast, how dare you strike me? Huh. Having struck you, I now ask if you dare to retaliate. It seems you are not only blind but also bereft of common sense," Yi Xian sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. Xiaobai flushed with rage, howling, "Silence! You dare insult me? Your demise is imminent. I save your breath for the king of hell." Yi Xian interrupted, his face devoid of emotion as he raised his foot to stomp down upon Xiaobai's head. That Wu Shanna's expression shifted. "You wretched beast! How dare you?" Yet Yi Xian was undeterred, his footfall accelerating rather than slowing. Bang! Xiaobai's head exploded, scattering flesh and blood across the ground in a gruesome display. The once mighty inner disciple of the Chaos Sect had barely managed to launch a single attack before meeting his end. "Xiaobai!" Wu Shanhe roared in fury, his voice filled with grief as he glared at Yi Xian. "You audacious scoundrel! You dare to slay a disciple of the Chaos Sect. This is an unforgivable transgression. Deserving of death, deserving of death. While the Han family perpetrated evil and rampaged without restraint, you turned a blind eye, yet now you feign righteous indignation. Who truly deserves death?" Yi Xian retorted, his laughter echoing mockingly. "You blind old dog shall accompany him to the afterlife." "Enough!" Wu Shanna's fury boiled over, his expression a tempest of rage. "You insolent wretch! I, Wu, have been in Langya County for many years and have never encountered such an arrogant youth. It is clear that you have committed heinous acts, harming the virtuous descendants of the Han family. I am left with no choice but to take action. Your cruelty must be eradicated, lest you become a scourge in the future. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and eliminate you, this murderer." Yi Xian laughed derisively. Nonsense about justice. We are all adults here. Spare me your grandstanding, for it makes me want to retch. You seek death." Wu Shanna's face shifted between shades of fury and pallor, his rage crystallizing into a palpable aura of death as he fixed his glare upon Yi Xian. To challenge the authority of an inner elder of the Chaos Sect was tantamount to courting death. "Since you seek it, I shall not show mercy." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Shanna's spiritual energy surged violently, a terrifying aura emanating from him, revealing his mastery at the 8th level. In a flash, he lunged forward, unleashing a palm strike aimed squarely at Yi Xian. Chaos Void Palm. This was a profound martial skill of the Chaos Sect, a strike that bore the weight of mountains and seas. Its power capable of distorting the very space around it. Should this palm strike land, it would surely shatter internal organs. Such a formidable technique, combined with Wu Shanna's mastery, possessed the power to crush ordinary practitioners of the 8th level. However, just as the force of the palm was about to descend upon Yi Xian, a figure suddenly interposed, raising a hand to meet the attack. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as spiritual energy clashed. Wu Shanhe was forced back several paces, and upon focusing his gaze, he found that it was Ge Chongqing who had thwarted his assault, the Ji Yi Chongqing. Wu Shanna's expression darkened as he shouted, "What do you mean by this? Do you intend to obstruct the Chaos Sect's pursuit of justice?" Ge Chongqing retorted, "Wu, spare me your nonsense. Yi Xian is a disciple of my Tianqing sect, that if you wish to kill him, I shall not consent." "Indeed." Tang Shui-ro stepped forward, drawing her long sword, which gleamed with a chilling light, that Yi Xian is a disciple of my Tianqing sect. You Chaos Sect have no right to kill him. With her words still echoing, Ge Chongqing and Tang Shui-ro simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers. The 7th level of the Master Realm and the 4th level of the Master Realm. Both were indeed masters. Witnessing this scene, Han Tianxiang swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he glanced at the elder Wu Shanhe beside him. "Elder Wu, what should we do?" He never anticipated that the people from Tianqing sect would go to such lengths for Yi Xian. As Ge Chongqing and Tang Shui-ro stepped forward, A touch of gratitude flickered in Yi Xian's eyes that in his previous life, his senior sisters often stood up for him. Now, having been given a second chance. When faced with oppression once more, they still chose to stand resolutely by his side. His choice of the Tianqing sect had indeed proven to be the right one. Good, 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 as he beheld this scene. Wu Shanhe's face turned an ominous shade of gray. His teeth clenched as he spat. Good Chongqing. Tang Shuiro, you are determined to protect this brat. Do you truly believe that my Chaos sect dares not kill your Tianqing sect members? Less nonsense. If you wish to kill Yi Xian, I shall not permit it, Good Chongqing roared, asserting his stance with immense authority. Since Yi Xian had unwaveringly chosen the Tianqing sect, he had already vowed to protect him with his life. If the Chaos sect sought to kill Yi Xian, they would have to step over his dead body. Fine. You brought this upon yourselves. In that case, do not blame me. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Shan he produced a command token, casting it into the air, his face contorted with a sinister expression. Bold Yi Xian, how dare you brazenly kill a disciple of the Chaos sect? You are utterly lawless. In the name of the inner elder of the Chaos sect, I summon the sect's enforcement team. This time, let us see who can save you. What? The enforcement team. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists gasped in alarm. This was the Chaos sect's elite organization, tasked with dealing with traitors and lawbreakers within the sect, known for their ruthless methods and merciless killings. Elder Wu had even summoned the enforcement team. This time, even Ge Chongqing and Tang Shuiro might not be able to save this brat. Whoosh! A command token sliced through the air, erupting with a thunderous sound in the sky. In an instant, dozens of powerful auras surged from all directions, all of them masters of the Master Realm. This was the Chaos sect's most fearsome enforcement team. Chapter 25, Enforcement Team, Kill Qianxiu. At the forefront stood a tall, burly middle-aged man, his aura swirling around him, exuding an intimidating presence. His brows were like blades, and his eyes flickered with electricity as they coldly scanned the crowd. What is happening here? Wu Shan he hurriedly approached. Leader Sha Qianxiu, you have arrived. This fellow named Yi Xian has killed a member of the Han family that I intended to seek justice for them. But unexpectedly, he not only refused to comply, but also killed Xiao Bai. This is an egregious crime, utterly unforgivable. The leader of the enforcement team, known as Sha Qianxiu, was an impressive figure, having reached the 8th level of the Master Realm, making him a remarkable presence even within the Chaos sect. Hearing Wu Shanhe's words, Sha Qianxiu glanced down at Xiao Bai's corpse, only to find that his head had been crushed. Blood and brain matter pooling around, that a flicker of surprise crossed Sha Qianxiu's eyes. Xiao Bai was a master of the 1st level of the Master Realm. To think that you, so young, could kill him is indeed a sign of talent. The Wu Shanhe's expression shifted slightly as he was about to speak, but Sha Qianxiu waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, but it matters not. My Chaos sect is not lacking in talent. You dare to openly kill a disciple of my Chaos sect. This matter cannot be easily resolved. Only with your blood can the shame you have brought upon my Chaos sect be washed away. You shall take your own life. Sha Qianxiu gazed at Yi Xian, his tone haughty, as if he were not negotiating, but rather issuing a command. Tang Shuiro's expression changed. Leader Sha. Sha Qianxiu barked angrily. Silence. This boy has killed a disciple of my Chaos sect. He is doomed. Anyone who dares to plead for him is opposing the Chaos sect. I shall kill them all. His chilling words reverberated throughout the plaza, a testament to the overwhelming might of the Chaos sect. Yet upon hearing this, Yi Xian let out a hearty laugh. That ha ha. What a bold statement. Is this the enforcement team of the Chaos sect? Relying on your background to extend your hand into other sects? And you have the audacity to proclaim you will kill members of other sects? Is this the original intention behind the establishment of your enforcement team? Are you enforcing the laws of the Chaos sect or those of other sects? As these words left his mouth, the expressions of the various sects present shifted to why Yi Xian's remarks struck a chord with them. For a long time, the enforcement team had often abused their power, relying on the backing of the Chaos sect to act recklessly within the 8 sects, even killing members of other sections. However, due to the strength of the Chaos sect, they dared not voice their grievances. Today, Yi Xian's bold declaration had allowed them to vent their frustrations. Yet, after the moment of relief, they could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Sha Qianxiu was not Xiao Bai, Not only had he reached the 8th level of the martial master realm, but he was also seasoned in combat, with ruthless methods that Yi Xian's words might well lead him to a grim fate. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Sha Qian Xiu's face darkened like a stormy sea. Good. What a sharp-tongued brat. You dare offend my chaos sect and refuse to admit your faults, and yet you still have the audacity to speak so boldly? You claim that my enforcement team enforces the laws of other sects. Then today, I shall demonstrate it for you. I will kill this brat. Who dares to stop me? Sha Qian Xiu's icy gaze swept the surroundings. And wherever his eyes landed, people instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Witnessing this scene, Sha Qian Xiu sneered. Did you see that? I want to kill you, and no one dares to intervene. I will stop you. Before Sha Qian Xiu could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly stepped out from the crowd. The Ji Chong Qing moved forward, placing himself protectively in front of Yi Xian, calmly stating, If you wish to kill Yi Xian, I shall stop you. What? Sha Qian Xiu's expression shifted. Before he could react, another voice rang out, I too shall intervene. Tang Xuerou emerged from the crowd, sword in hand, that if you wish to kill Yi Xian, I also disagree. The two stood resolutely, forming an unyielding barrier around Yi Xian. Seeking death, Sha Qian Xiu's eyes narrowed, a cold light flickering within them. Having presided over the enforcement team for so many years, he was accustomed to having his way that he never expected that not only would Yi Xian dare to offend him, but even this insignificant Tianqing sect would dare to defy him. Sha Qian Xiu sneered, Go. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? A mere lowly sect. Do you really think you have any standing here? All enforcement team members, listen up. Capture these three. If there is any resistance, kill them without mercy. Yes, as his words fell, 15 enforcement team members surged toward Yi Xian and the others. Han Tianxiang's face lit up with joy as he urgently called out to his fellow clansmen. You lot, why aren't you rushing over to help? Yes, the Han family members joined the fray, adding to the 30 or so members in total. Each of them possessed a cultivation of at least the 8th level of the martial master realm, with 4 or 5 having reached the 1st level of the master realm. Ge Chongqing inhaled sharply. 30 against 3, this situation seems a bit unfavorable, doesn't it? Brat, are you afraid? Ge Chongqing glanced at Yi Xian, who merely smiled disdainfully that if I were afraid, I wouldn't have offended them just now. What if it's 30 against 3? To fight alongside Elder Gu and Sister Tang, I would fearlessly face not just 30, but even 300. Upon hearing this, Ge Chongqing burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. What a fearless spirit. You speak the truth. Although our Tianqing sect is weak, we are never afraid of trouble, regardless of their numbers. We shall fight. Let us go. Tang Xuerou, inspired by their fervor, also exclaimed a curse that I in the next moment. She charged forward, wielding her sword with ferocity, her blades slicing through the air like a storm, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy. Die. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as those beneath the master realm stood no chance against Tang Xuerou's onslaught, collapsing one after another. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his usually gentle and refined senior sister could possess such a violent side. She had not been like this in his previous life. Encouraged by Tang Xuerou, Yi Xian and Ge Chongqing ceased their idle chatter and charged forward. Ji Chongqing wielded an iron whip, which swirled with ferocious energy, and anyone struck by it was left battered and broken. Yi Xian, resembling a war god, stood amidst the martial artists, his fists raining down like a torrential storm upon every opponent that dared approach him. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. First style, Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Second style, boom, boom, boom. Each punch struck true, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. With his current cultivation at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, combined with the terrifying might of the Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist, he was confident that he could contend even against a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Master Realm, let alone these inferior beings, that in an instant, more than 30 powerful individuals were thrown into disarray, defeated by Yi Xian and his companions, their armor discarded and cries of despair echoing around them. Useless fools. Seeing this scene, Sha Qiankong was filled with uncontainable rage. He decisively leaped into the fray, unleashing a fierce gust of energy towards Yi Xian's chest. However, Yi Xian did not flinch. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! As their palms collided, an immense force surged forth, sending Sha Qiankong staggering back several meters. How is this possible? Sha Qiankong's face was a mask of astonishment. Despite being at the 8th level of the Master Realm, with a punch capable of exerting 20 to 30,000 pounds of force, he had been repelled by Yi Xian. Chapter 26. The Might of Yi Xian, facing 3 masters alone. Observing Sha Qiankong's astonishment, Yi Xian smirked coldly, mocking, "Master Sha, is your punch lacking? Why is it so feeble? Have you grown old and exhausted your vitality? What did you say?" At this provocation, Sha Qiankong erupted with fury. How dare this wretched youth mock him, especially regarding a matter so personal? This was utterly intolerable. Seeking death, Sha Qiankong roared in anger and charged forward once more, channeling his energy into a sharp blade that sliced viciously towards Yi Xian. The Yi Xian effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Bang! The blade struck the ground, cleaving a massive gash into the earth. However, before Yi Xian could catch his breath, the spirit blade was raised again, sweeping horizontally towards his chest, cutting through the legions. Buzz! The air trembled violently in the wake of the razor-sharp blade. Sha Qiankong, the leader of the enforcement team, demonstrated an exceptionally lethal sword technique. Each strike was swift, precise, and deadly, aimed directly at Yi Xian's vital points. Yet, Yi Xian did not merely evade. He realized that with every swing of Sha Qiankong's spirit blade, a tremendous energy surged forth, which in turn activated the primal swallowing demon technique within him. This meant that the energy emanating from the spirit blade was entirely absorbed by Yi Xian. With each strike, he felt his cultivation strength increase. Sha Qiankong's energy could be absorbed by me. A surge of elation filled Yi Xian's heart. Did this mean that throughout this battle, he would not only conserve energy, but also enhance his cultivation? With this thought, Yi Xian felt invigorated and boldly taunted Sha Qiankong. "What is wrong, Master Sha? Not only are your punches weak, but your sword technique seems rather subpar as well. Are you suffering from vitality deficiency? Put some effort into it. At this rate, I might just fall asleep." As he spoke, Yi Xian feigned a yawn. This spectacle left the surrounding martial artists in stunned silence. This young man not only evaded Sha Qiankong's onslaught, but was also audacious enough to provoke him. What was happening? On the other side, Sha Qiankong was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had initially believed that with his strength, slaying Yi Xian would be effortless. Yet this youth was as slippery as an eel, evading every strike. To make matters worse, his mocking words about vitality were infuriating. Strangely, after such a prolonged exchange, Yi Xian appeared more vibrant and spirited, as if this battle had no effect on him at all. In contrast, Sha Qiankong felt increasingly fatigued, his energy visibly depleting. Just after a mere 10 minutes of combat, he felt as though he had exhausted himself thoroughly. This youth is not right. I must end this quickly. Resolute, Sha Qiankong channeled all his energy into his spirit blade, and in an instant, it radiated a tsunami of brilliance, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across the battlefield. The blood-drinking mad blade, swish in the next moment. The spirit blade transformed into a colossal beam of light, descending with astonishing might towards Yi Xian. Oh no! Witnessing this, Tang Shuiyo's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively moved to assist. However, before she could act, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The moment the massive blade made contact with Yi Xian, it exploded in a thunderous blast, scattering into countless stars that continuously flowed into Yi Xian's body. As the starlight surged in, Yi Xian's cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the 3rd level of the Master Realm. What? Sha Qiankong was taken aback. This youth had actually devoured his blade's energy, and even used it to break through? Ha ha! Splendid! Feeling the surge of power within him, Yi Xian laughed heartily and mockingly addressed Sha Qiankong. "Master Sha, thank you for the energy you so generously provided. Who would have thought that despite your vitality issues, you would willingly help me break through? I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Sha Qiankong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His face turned various shades of green and white, his grip on the spirit blade trembling. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wu Shanhe, Han Tianxiang, what are you two waiting for? Hurry up and join me in eliminating this brat." At this moment, he could no longer maintain any semblance of composure. He simply wanted to tear this insolent youth to shreds. Yes, as soon as he spoke, Wu Shanhe and Han Tianxiang surged forth, charging towards Yi Xian. The three masters were now attacking simultaneously. Their eyes burned with murderous intent to TO them, although Yi Xian possessed some talent. He was merely at the third level of the master realm, and he stood alone. They had three formidable masters on their side. Killing Yi Xian would be child's play. Seeing this, Gu Chongqing was filled with concern. After kicking aside a member of the enforcement team, he shouted, "Kid, can you hold on? Just a minor issue." Yi Xian calmly replied. Although his opponents boasted three masters, he had also reached the third level of the master realm, augmented by various enhancements, and felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to fight. Arrogant, seeing Yi Xian's blatant defiance, Han Tianxiang was consumed with fury, growling, "You dare speak so arrogantly in the face of three masters? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. If you seek death, do not blame us for being ruthless. Return my son's life." With a fierce shout, Han Tianxiang leaped forward, his hand raised high. Flame-cleansing palm, whoosh! A scorching wave of fire erupted, coalescing into a massive flaming hand that thundered towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's cold gaze fixed upon the flaming hand, and with a subtle activation of his spiritual eye, he instantly comprehended the technique's nuances. Almost immediately, he discerned the flaw within Han Tianxiang's technique. Here, with a sharp glint in his eyes, Yi Xian swiftly raised his right hand and jabbed towards Han Tianxiang's palm. Swish! The precise strike landed squarely in the center of his palm, exploiting Han Tianxiang's weakness. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Han Tianxiang let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire right arm fracturing explosively. Blood sprayed forth, and shattered bone was visible, as his right arm was reduced to mere fragments. Da-da! Han Tianxiang screamed, collapsing to the ground while clutching his ruined arm, his cries of anguish piercing the air. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with terror and a hint of regret. Did he make a mistake by provoking Yi Xian? But it was too late. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure darted forth like a ghost, his foot crashing down upon Han Tianxiang's head. Bang! With a crisp sound, Han Tianxiang's head exploded like a watermelon, red blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere, staining Sha Qiankong and Wu Shanhe's garments in crimson. Head of the family, witnessing this horrific sight, the surrounding members of the Han family let out piercing wails, their faces etched with grief as they beheld Han Tianxiang's lifeless body. On the other hand, both Sha Qiankong and Wu Shanhe were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yi Xian would be so ruthless. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched yet another master. As Han Tianxiang fell, his energy was instantly absorbed by Yi Xian, surging into him like a fountain. Fourth level of the martial master realm. Boom! With the roar of energy, Yi Xian's cultivation ascended once more. Another breakthrough? Sha Qiankong was left dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xian as if he were a demon, while other martial artists grew weaker with each battle. Why did this youth continue to grow stronger? Yi Xian sneered, "Master Sha, thank you for the delightful energy gift. Not only did you help me improve my cultivation, but you even invited a companion to assist. You have truly shown great concern for me. Indeed, the title of the foremost good person of the Chaos sect rightfully belongs to you." Haha. Listening to Yi Xian's mocking words, Sha Qianqiu felt no anger whatsoever, but on the contrary, a flicker of fear arose within him. This young man was simply too enigmatic. Like a cockroach, no matter how hard one tried, he could not be exterminated. Moreover, he was merely at the master realm. He could hardly imagine how formidable this individual would become if he were to break through to the martial sovereign realm, or even the martial venerable realm. No, this youth must be eliminated today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Chaos sect in the future. Sha Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said to the elder beside him, "Wu Shanhe, Elder Wu, we must strike together and ensure this boy is slain in one fell swoop. We cannot allow him any opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Do you understand?" "Understood." Wu Shanhe's eyes were filled with murderous intent, clearly shaken by Yi Xian's terrifying potential. Today, without fail, this young man must not be allowed to escape. However, just as the two were about to make their move, a piercing bird cry suddenly shattered the sky. And its Sangyan eagle soared through the air, its wings spanning nearly 20 meters, blocking out the sun as it descended, and a chilling voice emanated from the back of the Sangyan eagle. Sha Qianxiu. How audacious of you to dare harm my disciple of the Tianqing sect. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on the disciples of my Tianqing sect? Chapter 27. The disciple of the Tianqing sect. I shall protect. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on the disciples of my Tianqing sect? The cold voice resonated from the back of the Tsian eagle that a middle-aged man clad in an elegant blue robe gracefully descended. Walking upon the wind, as if he were an immortal gracing the mortal realm, that a gentle breeze swirled around him, devoid of any oppressive aura, yet exuding a sense of majestic authority that compelled all to look upon him in awe. The sect master, upon recognizing the visitor, Tang Shuai-Ro and Guchong Qing's faces lit up with joy, and they hurried forward. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Su Ding, the sect master of the Tianqing sect, and also Yi Xian's master in his previous life. In his past life, Yi Xian had been rendered crippled and unable to cultivate. It was Su Ding who had traversed mountains and valleys to procure numerous spiritual herbs, aiding him in the restoration of his foundation. Although it merely restored his dantian and did not grant him the innate gifts of the indestructible body, it allowed Yi Xian to re-enter the path of cultivation that I in Yi Xian's heart. Su Ding was akin to a rebirth of his parents that Wai Yi Xian bowed deeply to Su Ding. Master. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's bow, the icy demeanor on Su Ding's face melted away, replaced by a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Well done. My boy, to stand your ground against 3 Master Realm opponents single-handedly. You truly embody the spirit of a new disciple of the Tianqing sect. Such resolve. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian chuckled. Yet in the next moment, the smile on Su Ding's face dissipated, his gaze shifting to the not-so-distant Sha Qianxiu, coldness once again enveloping his countenance. Sha Qianxiu, get over here, boom! His voice was akin to a thunderclap, shaking the hearts of all present. What a terrifying aura! I feel as though my very soul is being torn asunder. Is this truly the sect master of the Tianqing sect? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was taken aback, never expecting that the Tianqing sect, ranked last, would possess such a formidable leader. Sha Qianxiu's expression shifted, and he retorted, Su Ding, your disciple harmed a member of my chaos sect. My actions were merely to avenge him. However, Su Ding paid no heed, his expression darkening as he repeated, I said, get over here, boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ding, causing the ground to fissure and debris to scatter. The martial artists present trembled in fear, their eyes widening in shock. The 9th level of the martial sovereign realm. Su Ding was indeed a powerhouse of the martial sovereign realm. This existence completely surpassed the master realm. Sha Qianxiu, suppressing the terror within, strode toward Su Ding. Yet just as he approached Su Ding, the latter suddenly raised a hand, a colossal force contained within his palm. Bang! Ah! Sha Qianxiu's body was instantly sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, soaring over 100 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater in the earth. Hall Master! Wu Shan's face changed dramatically, just as he prepared to assist. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. So, you are the old dog who bullied my beloved disciple. What? Wu Shan trembled, raising his head only to find Su Ding looming before him, his towering figure casting a shadow that obscured the sun. An aura of intimidation emanating from him. In the next instant, a cold, killing intent locked onto his entire being. No. Hall Master, save me. Wu Shan screamed in terror, but it was too late in the next moment. Su Ding had already raised his right hand and struck down upon the top of Wu Shan's head with tremendous force. Bang! In an instant, Wu Shan's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Sha Qianxiu's face turned pale with rage. Su Ding, how dare you kill an elder of my chaos sect? Bang! Before Sha Qianxiu could finish his words, Su Ding kicked his head into the ground, a look of disdain on his face. What of it? I killed him, so what? Why all the needless chatter? Sha Qianxiu gritted his teeth. Su Ding, do not think that just because you are a martial sovereign realm powerhouse, you can act with impunity. Do not forget, the thing within you will not allow you to live for many more years. When you die, it will be the day the Tianqing sect perishes. Nonsense, bang. Su Ding launched a kick that sent Sha Qianxiu flying through the air. Wow. Sha Qinxiu crashed heavily to the ground, spewing blood from his mouth, his aura already weak. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. How could Sha Qinxiu, a master of the 8th level of the Master Realm, be treated like a mere plaything, utterly powerless against Su Ding? Truly, the might of a martial sovereign realm is terrifying. On the other side, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xian's eyes. What does my master have within him? What could it be? He recalled that in his previous life, the Tianqing sect had suddenly disbanded due to his master's passing. But he had always believed it was because his master had failed to break through the martial king realm and had reached the end of his lifespan. Now it seemed that his master's demise in the past life may very well be related to the thing Sha Qinxiu mentioned. As Yi Xian pondered this, Su Ding had already placed his foot upon Sha Qinxiu's head, his voice icy. You wretched creature! Even if Fang Qingping were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. What are you to dare shout so brazenly? Today, I shall take my beloved disciple to the Tianqing sect. Do you have any objections? Sha Qinxiu hesitated, bang. Seeing his hesitation, Su Ding's right foot pressed down with force. An overwhelming might surging into Sha Qinxiu's head under this immense pressure, Sha Qinxiu's head throbbed with pain, as if it were about to explode, and he let out a series of agonizing wails. Su Ding, I will say this once more. I am taking my beloved disciple away. Do you have any objections? Crack, crack, crack. As Su Ding spoke, he continued to apply pressure to Sha Qinxiu's head. The terrifying force threatened to crush Sha Qinxiu's skull, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices as he wailed in agony. Yes, please let go. My head is about to split. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure atop Sha Qinxiu's head suddenly lightened, a sensation of having escaped death flooding his body. Su Ding looked down from above. Remember, I am here to protect the disciples of the Tianqing sect. Should I ever see you lay a hand on Yi Xian again, I shall strike you down on sight. Do you understand? Understood. Sha Qinxiu hurriedly replied, not daring to show any resistance upon witnessing this scene. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Su Ding's face that he then approached Yi Xian, the cold smile vanishing as he revealed a gentle expression. All right, Yi Xian, the matter is resolved. From now on, no one shall dare to disrespect you. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Xian clasped his fists, gratitude evident in his eyes. The Su Ding waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Truth be told, I should be the one expressing gratitude for your choice to join our Tianqing sect. Rest assured, I will spare no effort to cultivate you into a supreme master, ensuring that your extraordinary talents do not go to waste. That Yi Xian nodded. Su Ding patted Yi Xian's shoulder and smiled. Now, let us return to the Tianqing sect. Yet at that moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Master, leaving just like this seems a bit too casual, doesn't it? Su Ding was taken aback. Yi Xian grinned and continued. Since I have joined the Tianqing sect, you will certainly protect me, right? Su Ding chuckled. Of course. You are a disciple of the Tianqing sect. Anyone who dares to bully you is essentially opposing me, Su Ding. With that, his icy gaze swept across the crowd, exuding an aura of dominance. That is good. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and approached Sha Qinxiu, speaking nonchalantly. Sha Qinxiu, did you not repeatedly claim that my Tianqing sect is ranked last among all sects? In light of this, I, Yi Xian, today challenge all the masters of the chaotic sect on behalf of the Heavenly Star sect. Gah! Su Ding was left dumbfounded, while Tang Xuerou and Guchong Qing stood beside him, equally astonished, gazing at Yi Xian in disbelief. Chapter 28. Eliminate all masters. Upon hearing Yi Xian's audacious challenge to all the masters of the chaotic sect, Sha Qinxiu's face flushed with anger, his voice booming. Yi Xian, you are being outrageous. Do you truly believe that the chaotic sect is devoid of capable individuals? Yi Xian merely smiled faintly. Then quickly summon your disciples. Did you not repeatedly declare that the chaotic sect lacks no talents and that the Heavenly Star sect is doomed? If that is the case, allow me to witness the prowess of your so-called talents. Masters, 1 by 1, or 2 by 2. Should I, Yi Xian, lose, I shall immediately kneel before the gates of your chaotic sect, renounce my cultivation, and bow my head in apology. His commanding words reverberated across the plaza, echoing in the ears of every individual present. All the warriors' eyes widened in disbelief as they regarded Yi Xian. Is this lad mad? He dares to challenge all the masters of the chaotic sect. Even if he is formidable, it is impossible to face them all at once. He is playing with his own life. Tang Shui's expression shifted, her voice tinged with urgency. Yi Xian, do not act impulsively. To Yi Xian shook his head, speaking earnestly. Senior sister, I am not acting rashly. I pondered this thoroughly. The chaotic sect dares to humiliate the Heavenly Star sect precisely because we lack talents. Therefore, today, I shall embody the genius of the Heavenly Star sect. This time, I intend to thoroughly subdue the people of the chaotic sect. I will make them tremble in fear at the sight of those from the Heavenly Star sect and flee in terror. Sha Qianqiu bellowed, Brat, you are courting death. Yi Xian turned to Su Ding. Sect leader. Su Ding immediately stepped forward, his voice dark and thunderous. Sha Qianqiu, did you not hear Yi Xian's words? Summon all the masters of your chaotic sect, or do not blame me for losing my temper. Sha Qianqiu. Su Ding is renowned in Langyu County, known as the Old Rascal, once provoked. He pays no heed to consequences and acts first. If his words are not heeded, Sha Qianqiu fears that Su Ding might truly wreak havoc upon the chaotic sect. Contemplating this, Sha Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within, as he fixed a venomous gaze upon Yi Xian. Very well, since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swish, Sha Qianqiu produced a command token, which soared skyward, erupting into a burst of golden flames. Subsequently, the sound of drums thundered, resonating through the heavens. The war drums sounded, summoning disciples. 3 beats. Is this a call for the masters? Quickly, something significant must be happening at the 8th sex assessment. In an instant, the chaotic sect was alive with commotion. Numerous masters hurried towards the plaza for the 8th sex assessment, and excluding those not from the chaotic sect, over 100 masters appeared in a swarm. Like locusts descending upon the land, filling the plaza, all eyes were filled with murderous intent as they fixed their gazes upon Yi Xian, the Hall Master. What is amiss? Why the urgency in summoning us? A disciple, named Mo Yun, who was a master of the 2nd level, inquired respectfully. His prowess sufficient to place him within the top 100 of the Longhu ranking. Sha Qianqiu pointed at Yi Xian, coldly stating, this man is named Yi Xian. He wishes to challenge all the masters of the chaotic sect. Who among you dares to face him? What? Upon hearing this, the attending disciples were taken aback. To challenge all the masters? This lad is too arrogant. Does he truly believe the chaotic sect is without capable individuals? Let us vanquish him. A wave of righteous indignation surged among the disciples of the chaotic sect. A disciple of the 3rd level stepped forward, regarding Yi Xian with a frigid demeanor. I am Zhang He, an inner disciple of the chaotic sect, trained under the immortal of Carefree, practicing the Carefree sword. Enough of your prattle. Bang. Yi Xian snorted coldly, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang He flying. With a resounding thud, Zhang He collided with the wall, creating a massive crater, foam spewing from his mouth, limbs twitching, and blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could a 3rd level master be knocked out with a single kick? Unfazed by the astonished expressions around him, Yi Xian continued nonchalantly. One at a time is too tedious. You, and you, all of you, come at me together. Yi Xian beckoned to the crowd, his eyes ablaze with a fervent battle spirit. His innate warrior instincts had been fully awakened. The primordial devouring demon technique was inherently bloodthirsty and combative. And having just devoured the energies of 2 masters, he now craved fresh energy. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the disciples of the chaotic sect were filled with rage. Challenging all the masters was one thing. But this fool had the audacity to demand they come at him together? There were over 100 masters present. Did he truly believe he could face them all single-handedly? Brat, you are overly arrogant. Zhang He merely fell victim to a moment of carelessness. Now, allow me to teach you a lesson for your ignorance. A master of the 5th level leaped forward, his towering physique resembling a mountain. Fists like boulders descending fiercely, that he was a practitioner of body cultivation, possessing unparalleled strength, capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart ferocious beasts. Should his fist strike a warrior, it would undoubtedly mean death. Yet in the face of this overwhelming assault, Yi Xian did not flinch. Clap, clap. He reached out, grasping both of the assailant's fists. What? Before the man could react, Yi Xian yanked with tremendous force. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air. In an instant, the warrior was torn in two, blood and entrails raining down as Yi Xian casually discarded the halves of the corpse as if they were refuse. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, all the warriors felt a chill run down their spines. Two masters had fallen at Yi Xian's hands without even a single exchange. Each strike was lethal, each move a decisive kill. How terrifying was this? Who exactly is this lad? Why would he challenge us? I heard he killed Han Tianxiang's two sons. Elder Wu sought to avenge Han Tianxiang and thus provoked him. What? Han Tianxiang? Is he out of his mind? The fates of the Han family have nothing to do with us. Moreover, Han Tianxiang's two sons were hardly virtuous. Their demise is of little consequence. Why drag the chaotic sect into this? Keep your voice down. The Hall Master also approved of this matter. Listening to the disciples' discussions, Sha Qianxiu's face darkened, resembling a pig's liver. Yet he would never admit fault, grinding his teeth as he coldly retorted. Yi Xian, your methods are rather ruthless, are they not? Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and turned to Su Ding, sect leader. Su Ding appeared before Sha Qianxiu with a swish, slapping him to the ground before he could even comprehend the situation. With his right foot, he stomped on Sha Qianxiu's face, rubbing it back and forth. You seek death, do you? I am still here, and you dare threaten my disciples? Sha Qianxiu felt like crying. When did I ever threaten him? Still defiant. Su Ding lifted his foot and stomped down repeatedly on Sha Qianxiu's face. Bang, bang, bang. Sha Qianxiu's face became a swollen mess, teeth falling out, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His features contorted, the bridge of his nose fractured, but if he were not a master, these few kicks could have easily killed him. Clap, clap. Su Ding dusted off his shoes, looking at Yi Xian with a gentle smile. My good disciple, please continue. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the multitude of master warriors before him, declaring, those below the 5th level, do not come forward to meet your demise. You, those above the 5th level, have you not always prided yourselves on being geniuses, looking down upon us from the Heavenly Star sect? If that is the case, why do you not step forward and fight me? What, no one dares to speak? Oh, I see. So the members of the chaotic sect are merely bullies of the weak. All show and no substance. If your so-called sect ranks first based on cowardice, then I concede. The Heavenly Star sect is unworthy of claiming the top spot. Chapter 29. The First Master, Zhuge Qingyun. Upon hearing Yi Xian's scornful words, Sha Qianxiu's fury surged, and just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, a voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian, do not believe that because you have killed 2 masters, you are truly invincible. My chaotic sect boasts countless geniuses, and there are many who can slay you, as numerous as the stars. As the words fell, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, clad in a crimson robe, with brows like swords and a stature akin to a towering fortress. His eagle-like eyes glimmered with a cold light, revealing his mastery at the 7th leveled I.S.E. Yuan K. Tang Shui Ro narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening upon the appearance of this individual. Does senior sister know him? Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, while Tang Shui Ro lightly bit her silver teeth. This individual is an inner disciple of the Chaos sect, possessing a cultivation level that has reached the 7th heaven of the Master Realm. He is notoriously arrogant and overbearing, frequently humiliating the disciples of our Tianqing sect. Just half a month ago, 3 disciples of the Tianqing sect were beaten to the point of fractures by him, and one even had his dantian shattered, rendering him a cripple, and he is yet to awaken. As she spoke, Tang Shui Ro clenched her fist, her heart aching like it was being cut by blades at the thought of the plight suffered by the Tianqing sect's disciples. To why Yi Xian lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as he looked at the opposite Yuan Kui. Is the disciple mentioned by my senior sister the one you struck? And what of it? Yuan Kui sneered coldly. What, are you dissatisfied? Who told your Tianqing sect's people to be a bunch of useless cowards? If you are cowards, then you should be bullied by the strong. To fall beneath my fist is their honor. Next time I encounter a disciple of the Tianqing sect, I shall strike again. Not just one, but I will cripple them all. Ha ha. Yuan Kuei's face was filled with pride, as if he considered it a glorious deed to cripple a disciple of the Tianqing sect. Yi Xian smiled coldly, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling light. So you believe that striking the disciples of my Tianqing sect is the right thing to do? And what of it? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Yuan Kuei disdainfully chuckled. As you wish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Xian's figure flickered like a specter, his right fist enveloped in surging spiritual power, descending with the force of a mountain upon Yuan Kuei's face. Overreaching. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Kuei let out a contemptuous laugh that he was a martial artist specializing in body refinement, possessing an incredibly formidable physical strength. Although he was only at the 7th heaven of the Master Realm, his power could rival that of an 8th heaven master. For Yi Xian to dare engage him in a fistfight was sheer folly. In the next moment, Yuan Kuei's fist suddenly surged forth, raging bull, unmatched fist. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying fist descended like a meteor, carrying an unimaginable, fearsome momentum as it collided violently with Yi Xian's fist. However, at the moment of impact, Yuan Kuei's expression abruptly changed. Wait, no, this isn't right. He actually felt an unfathomable, terrifying force emanating from Yi Xian's fist. Moreover, this force was several times stronger than his own. Bang, 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 ah! The next moment, a scream erupted as Yuan Kuei's right fist exploded in an instant, fingers flying, blood spraying. The terrifying spiritual power swirled like a hurricane, utterly pulverizing his entire right arm, with just a single punch. The so-called invincible Yuan Kuei was thoroughly defeated. Yi Xian delivered a kick in midair. Bang. Yuan Kuei's figure flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground dozens of meters away. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, and even his internal organs were obliterated by Yi Xian's kick. With a tilt of his head, he breathed his last. Yi Xian surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze and spoke icily. Who else has humiliated the disciples of the Tianqing sect? Come at me together. It is truly unsatisfying to kill one by one. Hiss. At these words, a thunderous shockwave rippled through the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Unsatisfying? You could take away a genius painstakingly cultivated by the Chaos sect with a single punch. And you find that unsatisfactory? Yi Xian? Enough. At that moment, a tall youth emerged from the crowd, his sharp eyes fixed on Yi Xian, exuding a powerful aura that as this individual appeared, the surrounding disciples of the Chaos sect instantly perked up. It has seen your brother Zhuge Qingyun, our intersex prodigy of the Chaos sect. His cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the Master Realm. He is but a hair's breadth away from the martial sect realm. He is hailed as the foremost powerhouse beneath the martial sect realm. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Yi Xian, his tone frigid. Yi Xian, I admit that the Chaos sect's actions against you today were wrong. But you have caused enough chaos and taken lives. This matter ends here. It is time for me to personally bring this to a satisfactory conclusion. A satisfactory conclusion? Yi Xian regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. Then pray tell. What do you propose as a satisfactory resolution? Quite simple. You kneel and admit your faults, then take your own life in apology, and that will suffice, Zhuge Qingyun declared proudly. Rest assured, considering your remarkable achievements at such a young age, I will ensure that your corpse is buried properly. You would do well to comply, lest I make your death more unbearable. Zhuge Qingyun's icy voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. In but a few words, it felt as though he had pronounced Yi Xian's death sentence. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian first froze, then could no longer contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhuge Qingyun frowned, that white Yi Xian's cold smile widened. I laugh at your ignorance. I laugh at your arrogance. Your disciples of the Chaos sect bully those of the Tianqing sect daily, even going so far as to cripple them. Instead of demanding their apologies, you dare to ask me to kneel and admit my faults. Tell me, is that not ignorance? Is that not arrogance? And you call it a satisfactory conclusion? Truly laughable. Yi Xian's gaze toward Zhuge Qingyun was filled with derision. However, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhuge Qingyun exhibited no hint of remorse. Rather, he was filled with disdain. That is simply the natural order of things. Your Tianqing sect's disciples are weak and bullied. It is only fitting. What does that have to do with my Chaos sect disciples? Exactly. With this statement, several disciples of the Chaos sect chimed, IN.MY Chaos sect ranks as the #1 sect. What is it to bully a few of your disciples? It is only natural for a top-ranked sect to dominate a bottom-ranked one. It is not only normal to bully you. Even killing you would be of no consequence. Furthermore, our bullying of you is merely to spur your growth. You should be grateful. Do you not understand? A group of disciples from the Chaos sect exhibited an arrogant demeanor, their expressions one of entitlement, as if they believed that it was entirely normal to bully the disciples of the Tianqing sect. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled coldly, though his eyes were filled with chilling fury. Ha! What a fine group of pugnacious little men. Bullying my Tianqing sect disciples, and not only refusing to acknowledge your wrongs, but also boasting shamelessly, distorting the truth. It seems the people of your Chaos sect truly are the complicit iniquitous. Zhuge Qingyun's brow furrowed. Yi Xian, I will ask you one more time. Will you kneel or not? Yi Xian grinned, his gaze fixed on Zhuge Qingyun as he uttered 5 emphatic words. I kneel to your ancestors. What at this declaration, Zhuge Qingyun's face shifted slightly. Before his rage erupted, his fists cracking ominously. Ha! Such an ignorant fool. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Rest assured, I will employ the most brutal methods to torment you, making you regret the decision you just made. Boom! No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhuge Qingyun's entire being trembled violently. Spiritual power surged around him, and 2 streams of white energy erupted from his back, twisting in the air to manifest into 2 pitch-black arms, each wielding a dark battle knife, the cold glint of the blade sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Coupled with Zhuge Qingyun's own 2 arms, he now possessed 4 arms, resembling a fearsome deity emerging from the depths of hell. It has appeared, Zhuge Qingyun's innate ability, the forearm de jure. Zhuge Qingyun, ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger list, his innate ability, forearm de jure, not only significantly boosts his power, but also allows him to attack in 4 directions simultaneously. It is truly terrifying. Sha Qinxiu wore an excited expression, a sinister smile spreading across his bruised face. This time, Yi Xian, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. However, regardless of the circumstances, martial artists endowed with extraordinary talents are indeed rare prodigies among millions. It is evident that Zhuge Qingyun, who is acclaimed as the foremost figure beneath the Master Realm, possesses remarkable prowess. As Yi Xian pondered, Zhuge Qingyun's figure materialized before him in an instant, brandishing 4 large blades that sliced through the air like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Yi Xian from both sides. With each stroke, the very fabric of space warped violently where the blades passed. These 4 formidable weapons, born of innate abilities, were significantly more resilient than ordinary arms, particularly when fused with his 4 arms, amplifying their destructive power exponentially, and why Yi Xian dared not confront them directly. With a swift leap, he seized a sword from the corpse of a Chaos sect disciple. Raising it to counter Zhuge Qingyun's onslaught, that a thunderous clash echoed as the first black blade struck his sword, forcing the blade to bend back. Sparks flew as the ferocious force coursed through his hands, leaving them tingling just as the second blade descended upon him. This strike bore even greater might. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th blades followed in rapid succession as Zhuge Qingyun spun like a top, delivering blow after blow with his 4 arms wielding the war knives. Crack! The sword in Yi Xian's grasp began to spiderweb with cracks, clearly unable to withstand the overwhelming force, threatening to shatter at any moment. That why Yi Xian was forced to retreat step by step. Ha! Yi Xian, were you not boastful? Why do you keep fleeing? It seems you can only bully the mediocre in the face of absolute genius. You can only scurry away. Zhuge Qingyun taunted, our Chaos sect is teeming with talent. What are you but a mere insect to challenge our dignity? Brother Zhuge, press on, dispatch him. The surrounding disciples of the Chaos sect erupted in excitement as they witnessed Yi Xian rendered utterly defenseless. Clang! The 17th strike fell. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Yi Xian's sword shattered, the violent shockwave forcing him back several meters, dragging 2 deep furrows in his wake, his hands torn and bleeding, a wave of numbness surging from his palms. Zhuge Qingyun smirked coldly, his face dripping with scorn. What is the matter, Yi Xian? Is this all you are capable of? Did you not boast of challenging all disciples of the Master Realm in the Chaos sect? Yi Xian discarded the broken sword, tearing a strip from his garment to bind his hands, gazing at Zhuge Qingyun. No wonder you are ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list. You indeed possess some skill. If I were to slay a genius like you, the Chaos sect would surely lament your loss. The Dragon and Tiger list is a ranking of the 8 sects in Langyu Prefecture, comprising 100 slots, all occupied by the most exceptional talents among the section's. Zhuge Qingyun's position, at 25th, is a testament to his formidable strength, a rarity even within the Chaos sect. Zhuge Qingyun scoffed disdainfully. You think you can kill me? Yi Xian flexed his muscles, the joints cracking audibly, and replied calmly, I, Yi Xian, am one to repay even the smallest grievance with interest. Those who have aided me will receive 1,000-fold gratitude, while those who have wronged me will endure countless torments. Your Chaos sect has humiliated my Tianqing sect. If I do not slay you today, how can I justify the blood spilled by my fellow disciples? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Zhuge Qingyun sneered. Clang! The long knives in Zhuge Qingyun's 4 arms screeched against the ground, sparks flying, as he advanced menacingly toward Yi Xian. But just as Zhuge Qingyun prepared to unleash a ferocious assault, Yi Xian's body trembled. Buzz with a flick of his wrist, a sharp, long knife appeared in his grasp. This blade, the Qinggang knife, was obtained from Han Shantong's storage bag, forged from deep-sea meteorite iron, remarkably sturdy. Surpassing the sword he had previously wielded by several ranks, that a strange glimmer flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. I forgot to mention, the gift of innate abilities is not solely yours to possess. Swish! In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure darted forth like a specter, the Qinggang knife descending with the force of thunder upon Zhuge Qingyun. Whirlwind Demon Slash. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their expressions transforming as they beheld this scene. The Whirlwind Demon Slash. Is this not Brother Zhuge's technique? Shock and horror spread across their faces. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would employ the very technique just demonstrated by Zhuge Qingyun. How could this be? Not only were they astonished, but even Zhuge Qingyun himself was taken aback. Staring incredulously at Yi Xian as he wielded the blade, he yearned to dismiss the moment as an illusion. Yet the technique Yi Xian executed was unmistakably the Whirlwind Demon Slash, executed flawlessly. Not far away, Sha Qinqiu was equally astonished, but soon he noticed something peculiar in Yi Xian's eyes, an eerie crimson glow, reminiscent of blood-red pupils, uncanny in its intensity. That was an innate ability. His innate ability allows him to instantly learn his opponent's techniques. Sha Qinqiu recognized at once that Yi Xian's current ability, the Eye of Intellect, was indeed a form of innate power. Had he merely believed Yi Xian to be merely gifted, he might have felt a twinge of regret, but upon witnessing the emergence of this innate ability, he was overwhelmed with despair. An innate ability, a 1-in-a-million divine skill, coupled with his 9th-tier talent, Yi Xian's potential was destined to place him among the top 3 of the Dragon and Tiger list. Such a prodigy could have been a valuable ally, yet they had squandered the opportunity to associate with a future dragon due to the trivial Han family. Wu Shanhe, Han Tianxiang, you 2 fools have led me astray. Sha Qinqiu spat blood in fury, his eyes filled with frenzied determination as he glared at Zhuge Qingyun. Qingyun, kill him. He must not leave alive. A talent like this, if he survives, will undoubtedly bring unimaginable calamity to the Chaos sect. He must be buried here, once and for all. Meanwhile, clang! Yi Xian and Zhuge Qingyun collided again, the clash of blades sparking a shower of fire and a metallic resonance. This time, Zhuge Qingyun felt the pressure mounting. He realized that Yi Xian had not merely mastered the Whirlwind Demon Slash. He had completely comprehended it. Even more terrifyingly, he sensed that Yi Xian's execution of the Whirlwind Demon Slash surpassed his own. Impossible! This cannot be. Zhuge Qingyun howled in despair, unable to believe that the technique he had painstakingly honed for decades had been surpassed by Yi Xian in an instant. No. As a genius, this was the first time he had faced such a colossal setback. But how could Zhuge Qingyun comprehend the true power of the Eye of Intellect? It was not merely the ability to learn techniques, but the capacity to understand them, as Yi Xian repeatedly employed the Whirlwind Demon Slash. His grasp of the technique deepened exponentially, ultimately eclipsing Zhuge Qingyun in both strength and speed. Clang clang, in just a few exchanges, Zhuge Qingyun found himself retreating, his previously composed demeanor now utterly disheveled. Swish, Yi Xian leaped, the Qinggang knife slicing through the air like a silver moon. The speed and force of this strike were 10-fold greater than before. Crash! This blow sent Zhuge Qingyun's black blade flying from his grasp. Not good! Zhuge Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Yi Xian's Qinggang knife descended upon him once more like a specter, Swish! The blade sliced through the air, severing Zhuge Qingyun's forearms cleanly. Ah! Zhuge Qingyun screamed in agony, the excruciating pain causing him to wail uncontrollably. The Yi Xian's visage remained cold and unyielding. What a pity! Your innate divine ability only allows you to step into the half-step martial sovereign realm. Had you fully entered the martial sovereign realm, I might truly have found you a challenge, but now prepare to die. Oh! Zhuge Qin's countenance paled as he gazed at Yi Xian, the first flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He dashed toward Sha Qianxiu. Master Sha, save me! No one can save you! Yi Xian snorted coldly, the blade gleaming like lightning across the firmament. Swish! The blade rose and fell. Yi Xian brushed past Zhuge Qingyun, striding toward Tang Xuero and the others, while behind him, Zhuge Qingyun collapsed with a thud, blood gushing from his neck. Chapter 31. Sudden ambush. Tang Xuero, severely wounded. Silence. An absolute silence, in the vast square of the 8th Sex examination. Despite the throngs of people, it was now eerily quiet. Gulp, someone swallowed hard, and soon, like a contagion, the sound spread. Master Realm experts began to swallow nervously, their eyes wide with terror as they turned to Yi Xian amidst the crowd. Every face was a tapestry of shock, awe, and disbelief. Dead. The unparalleled genius with innate abilities, ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list, Zhuge Qingyun, has actually perished. Am I not dreaming? Even Su Ding momentarily fell into a daze, before bursting into hearty laughter, his joy unrestrained. Ha! Excellent. Who would have thought that my rank-bottom Tianqing sect would today receive an unparalleled genius? Not only does he possess a 9th-grade talent, but he also harbors extraordinary abilities. He could even slay those ranked 25th on the Longhu list with a mere gesture. Splendid, truly splendid. Ha! Su Ding's raucous laughter echoed throughout the square, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Tang Xuero gazed at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes, honestly astonished that he could be so powerful. With the cultivation of the 4th level of the Master Realm, he had slain Zhuge Qingyun, a half-step martial sovereign. In the past, she would never have believed such a feat. Yet now, this scene unfolded right before her eyes. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chaos sect wore expressions of utter dismay, particularly at Su Ding's remark about the Tianqing sect being ranked last, which struck them like invisible slaps across their faces. Pain, a piercing agony. If the Tianqing sect, with Yi Xian among them, was indeed ranked last, then where did that leave them, the Chaos sect disciples who had been thoroughly beaten by him? Perhaps ranked -1? Sha Qianxiu and Wu Shanhe, you two are truly despicable. Because of your selfishness, our Chaos sect has offended an extraordinary genius, leading to the demise of a talent like Zhuge Qingyun right on the spot. You are the sinners of the Chaos sect. In an instant, the disciples of the Chaos sect seethed with rage, relentlessly cursing Sha Qianxiu. Sha Qianxiu's complexion fluctuated between green and white, feeling a chill creep up his spine, that if the sect master were to discover that he had caused Zhuge Qingyun's death today, losing his position as the captain of the enforcement team would be the least of his worries. This was all your fault, you wretched dog. Sha Qianxiu's resentful gaze fixated on Yi Xian, his heart filled with curses that that moment, Yi Xian had already approached Tang Xuero and the others. A slight smirk dancing on his lips as he addressed the Chaos sect members with a mocking tone. Truly, the #1 sect in Langyu Prefecture is indeed bustling with talent, with so many geniuses around. It took me quite a while to slay fewer than Ten. It seems my earlier declaration to challenge all Master Realm experts was indeed a bit arrogant. I apologize to everyone. Sha Qianxiu's lips twitched. What the hell? Is this an apology? It's clearly a slap in our faces. Yi Xian turned to Su Ding and clasped his fists. Sect Master, the Chaos sect is filled with experts, truly formidable. We should return to the Tianqing sect post-haste. Excellent. Let us depart. Su Ding laughed heartily, having not felt such exhilaration in many years. Glancing at the half-conscious Sha Qianxiu on the ground, Su Ding mockingly taunted. Hall Master Sha, we shall take our leave. When Fang Qingping arrives, do convey my regards to him and invite him to dine at the Tianqing sect. Ge Changqing hurried over to Sha Qianxiu, snatching away his sword. Earlier, Wu Shanhe bet me that if I recruited a genius, he'd give me his sword. Alas, he has died, so my apologies, Hall Master Sha, but I shall take this sword for now. Ge Changqing grinned widely, leaving with a face full of feigned regret. "That is my sword." Sha Qianxiu, furious, spat a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he fell unconscious. "Ha!" Su Ding waved his hand. "Children, let us return home. Today marks Yi Xian's first day joining the Tianqing sect. This sect master shall treat everyone to drinks." With a rush, a fierce wind swept through, and the Cangyan eagle descended from the sky, landing before them. Yi Xian and the others climbed onto the back of the Cangyan eagle, its colossal wings flapping as it stirred up a whirlwind, carrying them away into the clouds. Shortly after the Tianqing sect members departed, Sha Qianxiu regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find the Chaos sect's leader, Fang Qingping, and several high-ranking members, all staring at him with expressions of utter disdain. Clearly aware of the recent events, upon seeing the sect master, Sha Qianxiu was overwhelmed with tears, crying out, "Sect master, you have finally arrived. The Tianqing sect has gone too far." Smack! A high-ranking member struck Sha Qianxiu fiercely across the face, unable to contain his fury. "You disgrace, as the captain of the enforcement team, to be made such a fool of by a mere youth, and to have lost an elder and an extraordinary talent. You have brought shame upon our Chaos sect." This high-ranking member, named Gu Yuan, was one of the 7 chief elders of the Chaos sect. Upon hearing of the elder and disciple-less deaths, Gu Yuan rushed immediately with Fang Qingping, and upon witnessing the pile of corpses, his anger nearly caused him to explode. Had Fang Qingping not intervened, he would have torn Sha Qianxiu to shreds. "Elder, I." Hearing Gu Yuan's rebuke, Sha Qianxiu quickly fell to his knees, terror etched across his face, his words stumbling in his fear. "Enough." At that moment, Fang Qingping waved his hand dismissively, saying coolly, "Elder Gu, this matter cannot solely be blamed on Sha Qianxiu. It was that Yi Xian who acted recklessly." Zhuge Qingyun merely asked him to apologize, offering to spare his life, but instead of showing gratitude, he chose to unleash a massacre, demonstrating his utter lack of respect for our Chaos sect. This child must die. In Fang Qingping's eyes, the death of a disciple was minor, while showing no reverence for the Chaos sect was an unforgivable crime. Elder Gu asked solemnly, "What shall we do next?" "I have learned from a reliable source that this Yi Xian hails from the Yi family in the imperial capital." "What? The Yi family in the imperial capital?" Upon hearing this, Sha Qianxiu was immediately taken aback, his blood running cold. The Yi family in the imperial capital was the foremost clan of the Deqian dynasty, wielding immense power, even commanding respect from the royal family. He had offended someone from the Yi family? In an instant, Sha Qianxiu felt as if the world had collapsed around him. However, Fang Qingping merely sneered. He is but a discarded son of the Yi family, a stray dog that even they do not want. What is there to fear? You lot, take him down to recuperate, that I shall personally pay a visit to the Tianqing sect. Yes, the group responded hastily to in the next moment. Fang Qingping soared into the sky. Upon the Cangyan eagle, Yi Xian was joyfully conversing with Tang Xuerou and Ge Changqing, while Su Ding stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. Tang Xuerou extended her hand, smiling brightly. "Yi Xian, welcome to the Tianqing sect. From today onward, you are my little junior brother. You must call me senior sister from now on." "Understood, senior sister." Yi Xian smiled slightly. Shaking hands with Tang Xuerou, that a familiar sensation surged through his palm, and gazing at her radiant smile, a wave of excitement washed over him. After so many years, he was finally about to step through the gates of the Tianqing sect once more. Ge Changqing laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Yi Xian's neck, excitement written all over his face. "Good lad, from today onward, we are all family. Tonight, I shall whip up a couple of dishes for you to savor my culinary skills. And we won't stop drinking until we're all under the table." "Ha!" Yi Xian grinned widely. "Sounds great." However, before he could fully express his enthusiasm, a sudden chill pierced through the air, as a streak of cold light flashed like lightning, hurtling towards Yi Xian's back. Yi Xian, be careful." Tang Xuerou's pupils dilated, and in a swift motion, she pulled Yi Xian close, her body shielding him from the impending danger. Bang! In Yi Xian's shocked gaze, the cold light shot through Tang Xuerou's back. Tang Xuerou trembled, blood gushing from her mouth, splattering across Yi Xian's face. Chapter 32. In 1 year, I shall take your life. Senior sister. Looking at Tang Xuerou, who was spitting blood, Yi Xian's expression shifted in alarm. He pressed his hand tightly against her chest, desperately trying to staunch the flow, but the blood continued to pour forth like a fountain between his fingers. Yi Xian instinctively called out for Su Ding, only to realize that Su Ding had vanished from the front of the Sangyan Eagle and was now hovering high in the sky. Ge Chongqing drew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Xian and Tang Xuerou, his expression vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. That an invisible aura of murderous intent spread through the air. In the next moment, Su Ding's furious voice boomed from the heavens. "Fang Qingping, you despicable cur! How dare you resort to such lethal force against a junior? Have you no shame?" Fang Qingping's icy voice responded. "This child has slain an elder of my chaos sect and tarnished its reputation. As the sect master, I have every right to take his life. Yet you, Su Ding, as a dignified sect master, have sunk so low as to protect a mere junior. How shameful for someone of your martial sovereign caliber. I curse you, die. Do you think I fear you?" Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky reverberated with a cacophony of thunderous roars, akin to the crack of lightning. The two figures moved with astonishing speed, and even Yi Xian found himself unable to keep pace. Merely catching glimpses of bursts of energy, erupting like miniature suns exploding in the heavens. Moments later, with a thud, Su Ding plummeted from the sky, staggering as he landed atop the back of the Sangyan Eagle. Clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Master!" Yi Xian exclaimed, his face paling. Fang Qingping's arrogant laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha! Su Ding, I advised you to give up a few years ago. I might not have been your match, but now you are merely a spent force. That thing within you has long since sealed your fate. Killing you is as easy as pie. Is that so?" Su Ding retorted coldly, a smirk curling on his lips. "Can you withstand this next move?" Buzz! A strange red light suddenly ignited from Su Ding's chest, a glow no larger than a fingernail, yet radiating an exceptional brilliance. Akin to a raging inferno, exuding a terrifying aura. Upon seeing this light, Fang Qingping's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Ding, have you lost your mind? You would sacrifice your martial soul for a mere junior? Are you truly prepared to perish together with me? Come and try." Su Ding's gaze turned fierce, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Qingping as he growled. "Dare to lay a finger on Yi Xian, and I will detonate my martial soul. Let's see if I don't blow you to pieces." You Fang Qingping, both astonished and enraged at Su Ding's unwavering resolve, never anticipated the old fool would descend into such madness. However, he was unwilling to gamble. Should the martial soul of a martial sovereign explode, its power would be cataclysmic. Not only would he be unable to withstand it, but the cities within 1,000 miles would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. A lunatic. Ultimately, Fang Qingping could not bring himself to act, retracting the murderous intent in his eyes as he coldly stated, "Su, do not think that by protecting this boy today, he will be safe in the future. Those whom the Chaos Sect wishes to kill have never been thwarted by anyone." With that, Fang Qingping's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. "Damn it." Su Ding cursed in the direction Fang Qingping had disappeared. Then approached Yi Xian and the others that he examined Tang Xuerou's injuries and placed a pill into her mouth, reassuring her, "Do not worry, she is not seriously harmed. The light merely grazed her heart without striking a vital spot. Take this 8 treasure pill, and with a few nights of rest, she will recover." Yi Xian nodded, gazing down at the peacefully slumbering Tang Xuerou, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. Had it not been for the Master's intervention, his senior sister might have fallen victim to Fang Qingping's malice. That he had finally reunited with his senior sister, only for her to face such peril because of him. Creak. Yi Xian's hands clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury and madness as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Fang Qingping, I, Yi Xian, vow before heaven that within a year, I shall ensure that your chaos sect finds no resting place." The voice laden with murderous intent echoed atop the Sangyan Eagle's back. This was a promise that Yi Xian was determined to fulfill. In his previous life, it was his incompetence that led to his senior sister's tragic demise at the hands of the Yi family. This time, even if it cost him his life, he would protect his senior sister for eternity. Seeing Yi Xian's bloodshot gaze, Su Ding opened his mouth, a lump lodged in his throat. Were it anyone else uttering these words, he might scoff in disbelief. Yet for some reason, he felt an inkling that if it were this boy, perhaps he truly could slay Fang Qingping. Good lad. Su Ding patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, forgoing any lengthy lectures and instead offering a heartwarming remark. Pursue your heart's desire boldly. Regardless of the trials ahead, the master shall always stand by you. Yi Xian's nose tinged with emotion. Thank you, master. Good Chongqing chuckled heartily, adding, I may not have many years left in this life, but if you possess the confidence, I too would gladly accompany you in battle a year hence. Thank you, elder, gazing at the two steadfast figures beside him. Yi Xian felt a swell of gratitude and turned his eyes toward the direction in which Fang Qingping had departed, silently vowing, a year from now, I shall raise the chaos sect to the ground and claim Fang Qingping's head. The Tsungyan eagle seemed to resonate with the trio's fervor, emitting a series of high-pitched cries. Whoosh, in the next moment, they were enveloped in clouds and mist. Before long, Yi Xian and the others had flown beyond the borders of Langyi County, landing amidst a mountain range 50 miles away, where the Tianqing sect resided atop the most majestic peak of the mountains. The peak stood as tall as a sword piercing the heavens. Soaring thousands of meters into the clouds, amidst the swirling mists, a glimpse of ethereal palaces and ancient architecture could be discerned, scattered across the mountainside. The entrance featured an archway sculpted from white jade, flanked by two massive stone pillars carved into dragons, their fierce visages alive with detail, claws bared in defiance. At the entrance stood two imposing black stone lions, one clutching a fireball in its mouth, the other poised atop a cloud, exuding an air of majesty. Above the grand entrance hung a resplendent plaque of purple gold, inscribed with bold characters, Tianqing Sect. At last, they had arrived. Gazing at the familiar mountain gate, Yi Xian inhaled deeply, memories of his past life within the sect flooding back in waves. Yi Chongqing patted Yi Xian's shoulder, chuckling, do not be misled by our ranking as the last of the Tianqing sect. Centuries ago, we were the foremost sect in Langyi County. What a farce the Chaos sect is. They cannot even compare to our little toe. Rest assured, while our resources may be lacking, our living conditions are not. We have mountains and rivers, and the scenery is delightful. Just focus on your cultivation here. Indeed, Yi Xian replied with a smile, acknowledging Good Chongqing's words that he had indeed heard of the Tianqing sect's former glory. A powerhouse that reigned supreme in Langyi County, even causing the Chaos sect to retreat. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, the Tianqing sect had gradually declined, a fact that left Yi Xian feeling wistful. Chapter 33. A reunion with the senior brother and the 12 swords of Tianqing. Before long, the group entered the Tianqing sect. As Yi Xian stepped into the sect, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the air, accompanied by a barrage of curses echoing from afar. Wang Yao say, you scoundrel, daring to steal my belly band. I'll flay you alive. No, please, senior sister, spare me. I will never do it again. From a distance, a small-statured warrior, barely standing at 1 meter 40, scampered out, gripping a red belly band with a look of sheer terror. Behind him, a young woman with flowing hair brandished a kitchen knife, her eyes aflame with rage as she pursued him. Wang Yao say, stop right there. Thud. In the next moment, the young woman tackled the diminutive warrior, pressing the kitchen knife against his neck, seething. Hand over my belly band now. Please, senior sister, you. Let me go. We are all from the same sect. Does it warrant such fury just for a stolen belly band? The small warrior protested. Mud splattered across his face, yet his tone was defiant. It smells so good, he exclaimed, lost in ecstasy as he sniffed the belly band in his grasp. At this sight, the young woman's fury escalated, raising her knife to strike. Are you looking for death? Oh no. The small warrior trembled, shouting, big brother, second brother, come save me. Swish. Just as he cried out, two figures suddenly sprang from the bushes. Everyone turned to look, and to their astonishment, these two were also diminutive, standing just as short as Wang Yao say. With identical features and attire, resembling triplets. One of the newcomers clung to the young woman's waist, while the other grasped her arm with all their might, desperately preventing her from bringing the knife down, shouting, what the hell? Third brother, even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Why do you keep targeting our fellow sex sisters? Third brother, you are sick. You need treatment. Enough. Wang Yao say scrambled to his feet, preparing to flee. Seeing this, the young woman's expression shifted, and she raised her knife to pursue. "Don't run, stand still." In an instant, chaos erupted as the four were about to engage in a scuffle. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "You Ming Ming, stop this at once." As the words fell, a tall figure emerged with striking features and a noble countenance, dressed in splendid robes, exuding an air of gallantry. He approached Su Ding and clasped his fists in salute. "I pay my respects to the sect master." Turning his gaze towards Yi Xian amidst the crowd, he smiled gently and said, "Zhongzhu, this young man must be our little junior brother from Tianqing sect, correct?" "What, little junior brother?" At this utterance, the four individuals who had just been entangled in a scuffle froze momentarily, hastily scrambling to their feet and approaching Yi Xian. "Ah, indeed. He is our little junior brother." Upon catching sight of Yi Xian's handsome visage, Yu Mingming's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Little junior brother, you are exceedingly handsome. May I ask your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Have you considered dating your senior sister?" Yu Mingming playfully traced a finger across Yi Xian's chest, her eyes conveying an irresistible allure. Ahem. Witnessing this scene, Su Ding's expression darkened. "Yu Mingming, enough. Our young friend Yi Xian has just arrived. Do refrain from scaring him. Yi Xian, allow me to introduce you to my fellow disciples of Tianqing sect." Su Ding gestured towards a strikingly handsome youth and said, "This is Su Qin, the eldest senior brother of Tianqing sect. Greetings, eldest senior brother." Yi Xian clasped his fists in respect that Su Qin, renowned for being among the first to join Tianqing sect, possessed a remarkable talent rated at the 5th level, thus earning the title of eldest senior brother in his previous life. Whenever Yi Xian encountered challenges in his cultivation, Su Qin was always there to patiently assist him, embodying the essence of a trustworthy older brother. At that moment, Su Ding directed his attention to the enchanting figure of Yu Chuchu, stating, "This is our second senior sister. Yu Chukyu to Yu Chuchu, nicknamed Yumarin, was one of the 2 female disciples of Tianqing sect. Though her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Tang Xuerou, she possessed a captivating charm and a fiery temperament, being generous and bold. Together with Tang Xuerou, she was celebrated as one of the 2 beauties of Tianqing sect. Finally, Su Ding pointed towards 3 diminutive figures, declaring, "These 3 are the Wang brothers. The eldest, Wang Yao Du, the second, Wang Yao Poison, and the youngest, Wang Yao Color, collectively known as the notorious trio of gambling, drugs, and debauchery." Yi Xian promptly clasped his fists, "Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters." Wang Yao Color chuckled, "Brother, no need for formality. Now that you have joined Tianqing sect, we are all family. I've heard of your exploits, 9th level talent. You possess a unique magical ability. You have bested a host of prodigies from the Chaos sect. I am truly in awe of you." As he spoke, Wang Yao Color produced Yu Mingming's red belly band. Grinning mischievously, "I don't have any gifts prepared, but take this red belly band. Rest assured, I just borrowed. It still carries a fragrant scent." Wang Yao Color inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy washing over his face, while Yu Mingming's face flushed with anger. Wang Yao Du covered his eyes. "I bet my younger brother will get beaten up." Bang! In the next instant, Yu Mingming delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Yao Color flying. "Get lost." At that moment, Su Qin noticed Tang Xuerou and Yi Xian's embrace. Upon observing her pallid complexion, he furrowed his brow. "Little junior brother, what has transpired?" Yi Xian promptly recounted the events that had unfolded, upon hearing that Tang Xuerou had been injured by Fang Qingping. The group erupted with righteous indignation, Yu Mingming's face turned icy. "Damn the Chaos sect. How dare they invade our territory and harm others? I wager he will give birth to a son without an anus." Wang Yao Du bellowed in fury. Wang Yao Color turned to Wang Yao Poison. "Second brother, you've been concocting potions, right? Is there any way to heal our senior sister?" Wang Yao Poison shook his head with a resigned expression. "No, I only know how to poison and kill. I am not versed in healing." Wang Yao Poison was a natural expert in poisons, having studied over 1,000 kinds of toxins, each capable of killing silently. However, when it came to healing, he was utterly clueless. "Do not worry. Xuerou will be fine. I have already administered a healing pill to her. With a few days of rest, she will recover," Su Ding reassured. Observing the worried expressions of the others, "Chu-Chu, please take Xuerou to rest," he instructed. "Understood." Yu Chu-Chu nodded, taking Tang Xuerou from Yi Xian's arms and leading her away. However, before departing, she stepped forcefully on Wang Yao Color's foot. Ouch! Wang Yao color winced, baring his teeth in pain as Su Ding turned to Yi Xian, his tone turning serious. Yi Xian, from this day forth, you are a formal member of Tianqing sect that I shall now impart to you our sect's unique martial arts. With that, Su Ding produced a tome from his robes and handed it to Yi Xian. The cover bore golden characters. Tianqing 12 Swords, Chapter 34, a declaration in the back mountain, Tianqing 12 Swords. As Yi Xian held the book, his heart stirred. The Tianqing 12 Swords was the secret martial art of Tianqing sect, reserved for inner disciples that in his previous life. Yi Xian had longed to practice this swordsmanship. But at that time, he was merely a menial disciple, relegated to training in the ordinary martial arts of Tianqing sect, forever out of reach of the 12 swords that Su Ding continued. The Tianqing 12 Swords was created by our sect's founding ancestor. Tianqing Laozu it consists of 12 forms, each embodying supreme sword intent. Its power is unparalleled, capable of killing without a trace, and is regarded as half a level of Earth-grade martial arts. Half a level. Yi Xian was taken aback. He had only heard of Earth-grade or Xin-grade martial arts, never of a half level. Wang Yao color stroked his goatee. That is because our Tianqing 12 Swords was once a genuine Earth-grade martial art. It was originally known as the Tianqing 19 Swords. What? 19 swords? Yi Xian was astonished. What happened to the other 7 swords? The other 7 swords have been missing for 200 years, Su Ding sighed. The Tianqing 19 Swords is the treasure of our sect, and it is thanks to this sword art that we have remained invincible in Langya County. However, many have coveted this sword art, seeking to claim it for themselves. Thus, the final 7 swords have always been in the possession of Tianqing Laozu. Unfortunately, he later went missing, and no one knows his whereabouts, taking the last 7 swords with him. Hence, the Tianqing 19 Swords became the Tianqing 12 Swords. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of astonishment that he had indeed been unaware of such a secret history surrounding Tianqing sect. However, he had heard of the mysterious disappearance of Tianqing Laozu. Su Qin patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, smiling, "Little junior brother, although this martial art comprises only 12 swords, it is still significantly more powerful than most Xin-grade martial arts. With your talent, as long as you train diligently, you will surely shine on the Dragon Tiger rankings in the future. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Wang Yao chuckled. "Little junior brother, I'm not much good at cultivation, but my gambling skills are decent that if you ever find yourself short on funds, I can help you gamble." Wang Yao poison licked his lips. "I can assist you with interpersonal issues. If there's someone you dislike, I can help you poison them." Wang Yao color patted his chest. "I can help you with any physical troubles. If you find yourself feeling lonely, just let me know. I have contacts for all the courtesans in Langya County." Yi Xian's forehead darkened. These 3 brothers of gambling, drugs, and debauchery were indeed as unrefined as in his previous life. Poisoning, gambling, and now contacts for courtesans. What next? Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, news of Yi Xian's tumultuous exploits during the 8th sex assessment and his slaying of prodigies from the Chaos sect spread like wildfire. Throughout Langya County, there was hardly anyone unfamiliar with the name Yi Xian. Especially after he had defeated Zhuge Qingyun, his name soared to prominence on the Dragon Tiger rankings, replacing the former Zhuge Qingyun. Now, Yi Xian was ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger rankings. In an instant, the name Yi Xian ignited conversations in every corner, becoming the hottest topic in Langya County. However, Yi Xian himself remained indifferent to the commotion. For him, whether on the Dragon or Tiger list, what mattered was the strength of his own abilities. Over the past 3 days, aside from visiting Tang Shuiro, he had devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. In Tianqing sect, the atmosphere was remarkably free. The sect leader and elders placed minimal restrictions on the disciples' freedoms, as long as they underwent a cultivation assessment every half-month. The remainder of the time, disciples could arrange their own activities, going wherever they pleased in the back mountains. Yi Xian stood beneath a waterfall, bare-chested, wielding a sharp long sword. Swinging it repeatedly, he refrained from employing any energy, mechanically wielding the sword. The power of sword intent allowed him to merge perfectly with the long sword in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. With each swing, the cascading water was violently torn apart, and suddenly, Yi Xian thrust his sword forward with force. Splash! This sword, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, surges against the current. Wherever the blade passes, the cascading water of the waterfall is violently torn apart, creating a gaping chasm that extends for over 30 meters before it finally subsides. A few moments later, the curtain of water begins to slowly mend itself. At the same time, Yi Xian leaps up and lands by the lakeside, plunging his long sword into the ground. He sits cross-legged, reflecting on the insights gained from his recent training. After 3 days, I have finally mastered the first 5 forms of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. The first form, draw sword to kill. The second form, sweeping across thousands. The third form, chasing stars and seizing the moon. The fourth form, long sword like air. And the fifth form, one sword to seal the throat. Each form's power is tenfold that of the previous one. With the techniques I have now acquired, should I face Zhuge Qingyun at this moment, even without employing the eye of spiritual wisdom, I am confident I could slay him with a single stroke. Yi Xian murmurs to himself, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his progress. It is worth noting that while the 12 Swords of the Celestial Star is considered a half-complete Earth-level martial art, it far surpasses ordinary profound-level techniques in strength, and its training difficulty is not even comparable that a typical martial artist would require at least half a year to master the first 5 forms. Yet I, Yi Xian, have accomplished this feat in a mere 3 days. If word of this spreads, I would undoubtedly be labeled a prodigy. After a brief respite, Yi Xian rises, preparing to continue his practice. However, just as he is about to swing his sword, a resounding crack echoes to his astonishment. The long sword in his hand shatters into countless fragments, clattering to the ground. How did it break again? Yi Xian feels a surge of frustration upon witnessing the shattered blade. Since beginning his training in the 12 Swords of the Celestial Star, this marks the 3rd sword he has ruined. It seems that ordinary swords truly cannot withstand martial arts above the profound level. This won't do. If I were to be in the midst of a battle, and my sword were to suddenly break, it would be utterly embarrassing. Clearly, a visit to the city is in order to select a suitable treasured sword. Yi Xian ponders to himself. At that moment, a graceful figure approaches from a distance, her long hair flowing elegantly, exuding beauty. It is Tang Xiuro. Sister, upon recognizing her, Yi Xian quickly strides forward, his face filled with concern. Sister, why aren't you resting in bed? What brings you out here? Tang Xiuro smiles and replies, Don't worry, my injuries have healed sufficiently. The physician advised me to get some fresh air. Yi Xian, still uneasy, scans her body to confirm her recovery before he breathes a sigh of relief. Sister, I am truly sorry that if it weren't for me, you would not have faced such danger. Tang Xiuro shakes her head, gently tapping Yi Xian's forehead with her delicate finger, and smiles. Silly boy, why apologize? I am your elder sister. If I do not protect you, who will? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian feels a lump in his throat, deeply touched. His sister remains as gentle as in his previous life that I in that life, no matter how great his mistakes. She would always gently tap his forehead and say, Silly boy, I am your elder sister. Yi Xian reaches out, grasping Tang Xiuro's hand. Little junior brother? Tang Xiuro is taken aback by Yi Xian's sudden gesture. She looks up to find him gazing intently at her, his dark eyes filled with earnestness. Sister, I, Yi Xian, vow that from this day forth, I will protect you with my life. I shall never allow you to face even the slightest danger. If anyone dares to harm you, I will ensure they pay 1,000-fold. Tang Xiuro's expression shifts as she listens to the boy's resolute words. For some reason, her heart skips a beat. Chapter 35. A Fluttering Heart. The young girl's secret Tang Xiuro stares blankly at Yi Xian. She suddenly realizes how remarkably beautiful his eyes are, bright as stars, resembling exquisite gems, radiant and devoid of any impurities. This gaze leaves her momentarily entranced. Is he confessing his feelings to me? An unexpected thought flashes through Tang Xiuro's mind. However, the moment this notion arises, she forcibly suppresses it. No. Tang Xiuro, what are you thinking? He is your little junior brother. How can you, the esteemed elder sister of the Celestial Star sect, entertain such improper thoughts about your junior? This is utterly scandalous. With that, Tang Xiuro quickly composes herself, forcing a smile. Understood, little junior brother. You must strive to cultivate diligently. Your sister will be waiting for you to protect me. Rest assured, sister, Yi Xian replies earnestly. The purpose of my training is solely to protect you. If I cannot safeguard you, I, Yi Xian, would have no face to continue living in this world. As he speaks, Tang Shuirou's previously tranquil heart is once again stirred, as if an unseen stone has struck her most tender emotions that he claims his reason for training is for my sake. A blush creeps across Tang Shuirou's cheeks. Despite being the most beautiful woman in Langya County, surrounded by suitors throughout her life, the strict discipline of the Celestial Star sect has left her with little interaction with men, let alone any romantic pursuits. Why Yi Xian's declaration today is particularly exhilarating for someone as inexperienced in matters of the heart as she is. Especially the phrase, "The purpose of my training is for you," feels akin to a confession. This little rascal is truly crossing the line. Tang Shuirou bites her lip, feeling her breath quicken, her heart racing, her entire face ablaze. "Sister, are you all right?" Observing Tang Shuirou's flushed face, Yi Xian inquires curiously, "Your face is quite red. Are you unwell?" "Ah," Tang Shuirou is startled, hurriedly covering her face. "Did I guess it? Perhaps it is just the heat. I might be a bit overheated." She lets out an awkward laugh, fanning her face, then swiftly changes the subject. "All right, little junior brother, enough about me. I heard that the sect master has entrusted you with the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. How has your training been these past few days?" Yi Xian replies, "I have already mastered the first 5 forms." "What?" The revelation sends a shock through Tang Shuirou. While she knew of Yi Xian's exceptional talent for cultivation, she never anticipated his progress would be so rapid. It has only been 3 days, yet he has already grasped the first 5 forms. When she first trained in the 12 swords of the Celestial Star, it took her a full 6 months to master those very forms. This guy is simply extraordinary. Yi Xian, I am at a loss whether to call you a genius or a monster. Tang Shuirou shakes her head, gazing at Yi Xian with envy. She cannot help but wonder what terrifying heights he might reach in just a few years. They may be sharing light-hearted banter now, but in the near future, she may not even have the privilege to look up to him. The thought sends an inexplicable wave of melancholy through Tang Shuirou. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly says, "By the way, sister, I wish to visit the famous Sword Manor." "The famous Sword Manor?" Tang Shuirou is taken aback. She has heard of this place that is a renowned establishment in Langya County, specifically dedicated to the sale of treasured swords. The swords sold here are of the highest quality within 1,000 miles, and it is said that over half of the master-level warriors in the vicinity wield swords crafted from the famous Sword Manor. Yi Xian lets out a wry smile, producing the shattered sword, and states, "The power of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star is too immense. Ordinary swords simply cannot endure in just 3 days. I have destroyed 5 swords to continue my training with the subsequent sword techniques. I must purchase a high-quality sword." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuirou is momentarily speechless. 5 swords destroyed in 3 days. How extravagant. This isn't merely the formidable power of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. It is clearly your own strength that is overwhelming. Nevertheless, Tang Shuirou smiles and replies, "Very well. I happen to have no pressing matters today. If you wish to visit the famous Sword Manor, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, sister." In no time, the two of them prepare and descend the mountain. On the bustling streets of Langya County, throngs of people bustle about, and vendors hawk their wares, selling candied hawthorn, lanterns, and various potions and weapons, creating a lively atmosphere. After walking for a short while, a magnificent structure comes into view. The famous Sword Manor is the largest sword-selling center in Langya County. The famous Sword Manor towers 8 stories high, covering an area of over 1,000 acres. It is said that any one of its floors could accommodate tens of thousands of martial artists. The architectural style is grand and imposing, resembling a colossal beast lying upon the land of Langya County. At this moment, the interior of the famous Sword Manor is bustling with activity, martial artists flowing in and out. And business is thriving. We have arrived, little junior brother. This is the famous Sword Manor. Let us go inside. Tang Shuirou smiles slightly. Upon entering, Yi Xian is profoundly astonished by the scene before him. The first floor is vast, resembling a grand palace with no end in sight. Within, hundreds of rows of sword racks are displayed, each array holding thousands of treasured swords. Wow, so many swords! Yi Xian was taken aback, although he was aware that Mingjian Villa possessed a multitude of treasured swords. He never anticipated the extent of its grandeur. Just the first floor alone boasted over 100,000 swords. Tang Shuirou smiled and said, "This is merely the first floor. Mingjian Villa is divided into 8 levels. The 1st to 5th levels offer yellow-grade swords, while the 6th and 7th levels feature profound-grade swords. The total number of swords across these 7 levels is said to exceed 1 million. 1 million? Yi Xian was astonished. But senior sister, did you forget to mention the 8th level? ISNT, there are a total of 8 levels. Tang Xuerou replied, Indeed, there are 8 levels. However, the 8th level has never been disclosed to the public. It is rumored that it houses a divine weapon of earthly grade, and even the leaders of major sects lack the qualifications to enter so audacious. Yi Xian was somewhat incredulous that to be able to exclude the leaders of major sects is no small feat. It seems the owner behind Mingjian Villa is not an ordinary individual. Tang Xuerou remarked, All right, junior brother, stop overthinking to go ahead and select the sword you desire. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then without hesitation, he walked towards the sword rack and picked up a sword. Chapter 36. Mingjian Villa, Sword Testing Conference, Tianyun Sword. Yi Xian lifted a sword from the rack and noticed the name etched upon it. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its entire body of vivid green. Strikingly beautiful. However, the material was merely ordinary iron, far inferior to the swords he had used over the past 2 days. After toying with it for a moment, he placed it back that he then picked up another sword to examine. Qingfeng's sword, Baiyue's sword, Jinghong's sword. After inspecting a dozen swords, all of which were unremarkable and crafted from mundane iron, none caught Yi Xian's eye. Junior brother, are you dissatisfied with these swords? Observing Yi Xian's furrowed brow, Tang Xuerou smiled gently that if you find the quality lacking, you may ascend to the 4th floor, where the swords are of profound grade. That works to why Yi Xian nodded. However, just as the two were about to head to the 4th floor, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Have you heard? The sword testing conference has commenced. It is said that this time, Mingjian Villa has presented 50 profound-grade swords, and they are all top tier among the profound grades. Whoever can establish a bond with one can take it home for free. Hurry. Let us go check it out. If we delay, there may be no spots left. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists were all invigorated. Rushing towards the upper floors, the sword testing conference, upon hearing this name, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. The sword testing conference is an event held by Mingjian Villa every 6 months to boost its popularity and attract more customers. During the event, the villa offers a portion of unclaimed swords, including profound grade ones, allowing martial artists to establish a bond with them. Those who succeed can take the swords home for free each year. It draws countless martial artists. Senior sister, let us go take a look. Yi Xian said to Tang Xuerou that if he could participate in the sword testing conference, perhaps he could acquire a profound grade sword. All right. Tang Xuerou's face brimmed with excitement. Before long, the two arrived at the 7th floor of Mingjian Villa. This moment. The 7th floor was packed with martial artists that in the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe, smiling broadly as he greeted the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to this sword testing conference. I am Yun Shan, the overseer of the 7th floor of Mingjian Villa. We have prepared 50 swords for you today, each one a top-tier, profound-grade sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Shan waved his large sleeves, and a procession of elegantly dressed maidens in kipeos emerged from the back, each carrying a tray adorned with sharp swords. Yi Xian focused his gaze and indeed saw that each sword was exquisitely crafted. Even from several dozen meters away, he could sense a powerful sword intent emanating from them. Remarkable swords, Yi Xian exclaimed. These swords far surpassed the ordinary ones he had seen earlier. If he could obtain a profound-grade sword, his prowess with the Tianqing 12 swords would be significantly enhanced. While Yi Xian was lost in thought, Yun Shan continued, the rules for this conference remain the same as before. All these swords are unclaimed. Whoever can establish a bond with a sword may take it for free. 1 bond allows you to take 1 sword. Bond with 10, and you may take 10. There are no limits. Please step forward. Yun Shan smiled at the crowd that as soon as he finished speaking, a martial artist eagerly stepped forward. I'll give it a try. The individual was a 9th-level martial artist, dressed in the attire of one of the 8 sects, Qingyun's sect. With anticipation on his face, he approached one of the maidens and placed his hand on the sword in the tray. This sword is called the Lihua sword, crafted from volcanic rock and embedded with 3 fire attribute crystals that greatly enhances the cultivation of fire attribute sword techniques and is considered a top-tier sword among the profound grade weapons. As soon as the martial artist placed his hand on the Lihua sword, A dazzling red light erupted, and the sword began to emit intense heat, as if it were a glowing iron brand. Sizzle. The burning heat seared the martial artist's palm. The martial artist's expression twisted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he struggled to maintain his grip on the Li Hua sword, which was now emitting wisps of smoke and a foul smell of burnt flesh that in the next moment bang. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the martial artist was flung backward by the energy of the Li Hua sword. Clutching his right hand and crying out in agony, "My hand! My hand!" The crowd gasped in shock. They beheld the martial artist's right hand, now charred black, completely cooked, and emitting a rancid odor. His entire hand was rendered useless. Yun Shan remarked nonchalantly, "Everyone, the profound grade swords each possess a sword spirit. Until a bond is established, the sword spirit will exhibit hostility towards the one who touches it. If your cultivation does not reach the master level or above, it is advisable not to attempt it lightly." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuai couldn't help but click her tongue. It seems the swords at this conference are not so easily acquired after all. No wonder Mingjian Villa can afford to offer swords for free. It is already quite challenging for ordinary martial artists to form a bond with a sword. Most people, she thought, would likely end up like that martial artist, suffering a debilitating injury. Consequently, many martial artists chose to withdraw, for while profound-grade swords were enticing, the sword spirits were equally formidable that a single misstep could lead to a fate similar to that of the previous martial artist. Nonetheless, several martial artists at the master level and above still chose to take the risk. Yet, even among them, those who succeeded were few and far between, either pierced by the sword's energy or flung away by the sword spirit's overwhelming power. "Senior sister, let us give it a try. All right." Yi Xian smiled lightly and stepped forward. As the two made their entrance, the crowd erupted into whispers. Isn't that Yi Xian from the Tianqing sect? Just 3 days ago, he made quite a scene during the 8th sect assessment, slaying Zhuge Qingyun and Wu Shanhe, even forcing the Hall Master to retreat. Who would have thought he would also participate in the sword testing conference? This lad possesses a 9th-tier talent. I wonder if he can successfully establish a bond. As many recognized Yi Xian's identity, they were filled with anticipation regarding his chances of success. While the crowd murmured, Yi Xian stood still before one of the swords. Kunlun's sword. So, he aims to establish a bond with the Kunlun sword? I think that's unlikely. This sword is one of Mingjian Villa's top treasures. Ranking 15th on the 100-sword list, every year, the Kunlun sword is prominently featured. Yet for over a century, no one has ever succeeded in forming a bond with it. He might be in for a disappointment this time. The crowd whispered among themselves, harboring doubts about Yi Xian's chances with the Kunlun sword. However, Yi Xian paid no heed to the gazes around him, that he raised his hand and placed it upon the Kunlun sword. In an instant, a brilliant and resplendent light erupted from the Kunlun sword. Chapter 37. Tianqing Sect, no qualification to participate. The dazzling light surged forth like waves of the sea, illuminating the dark 7th floor of Mingjian Villa as if it were broad daylight. And the fierce sword intent continuously emanated from this brilliance. What a terrifying sword intent! No wonder it is considered a top-tier profound sword. This sword intent is a dozen times stronger than that of an ordinary profound-grade sword. The crowd gazed in awe, their hearts racing as they beheld the Kunlun sword. Even from several dozen meters away, the overwhelming sword intent felt as though it could tear their very souls apart. Tang Shuai's face was etched with concern as a formidable master. She could undoubtedly sense the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the Kunlun sword. Simultaneously, her heart was filled with an involuntary anxiety for Yi Xian. "Come on, little junior brother," she silently urged, her delicate fists clenched tightly as she prayed for his success. That on the other side, Yi Xian felt himself suddenly enveloped by a mysterious realm, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness where not even a finger could be seen. An oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. That moment, he discerned a faint, greenish light flickering at the edge of the darkness, reminiscent of ghostly flames, which appeared exceedingly eerie in the pitch-black void. He stepped forward, drawn towards the source of the light. Soon, he beheld the origin of this luminescence, a sword, a blade radiating a vibrant green glow, exuding a sharp and potent sword intent. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "You must be the spirit of the Kunlun sword, right? Indeed, your sword intent is profound. Since fate has brought us together, you shall submit to me." He raised his hand to touch the sword spirit. But just as his fingers were about to make contact, the spirit began to thrum violently, the surrounding green light surging intensely. In an instant, the sword spirit lunged towards Yi Xian without warning, its sharp blade aimed directly at his head. Seeking death. Yi Xian sneered, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. That if I can take down those from the Chaos Sect, how can I not subdue a mere sword spirit? Bow to me. With a fierce roar, Yi Xian gathered his spiritual power into his right fist, striking down upon the Kunlun sword spirit with the force of a mountain. Bang! A mournful cry echoed from within the sword spirit as it was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding clatter, dimming the surrounding light considerably. The Yi Xian stomped on the sword spirit, shaking his fist triumphantly. How about that? Still feeling arrogant. How does my fist feel? The sword spirit trembled desperately, emitting sounds akin to pleas for mercy. In the next instant, it transformed into a stream of green light and surged into Yi Xian's brow. Instantly, a rich sword intent coursed through his entire being. Upon opening his eyes, he found the once luminous Kunlun sword now resting in his palm like a docile lamb, a newfound connection between them palpable. "Return," he commanded softly, and the Kunlun sword vanished from sight. Appear with a resonant hum. The Kunlun sword re-emerged. Gasp! The surrounding warriors collectively inhaled sharply, incredulous at the sight before them. The Kunlun sword had been tamed. Am I dreaming? They murmured in disbelief that a divine sword that had eluded taming for over a century had just willingly submitted. "Little junior brother, that's fantastic," Tang Shui-ro exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she approached Yi Xian, genuinely congratulating him. Even she had not anticipated that he could tame such a sophisticated sword in such a brief span. Yi Xian beamed with satisfaction. With the Kunlun sword in his possession, his mastery of the 12 heavenly star swords would be significantly enhanced. "Sister, let us depart." With the Kunlun sword secured, Yi Xian intended to leave with Tang Shui-ro. However, not far away, Yun Shan and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad, Manager Yun. That kid intends to take the Kunlun sword." A subordinate whispered urgently to Yun Shan, "Then aren't you planning to present the Kunlun sword to Si Kongqing as a birthday gift for his 30th? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan's expression darkened. Si Kongqing was the heir of the Sikong family in Langya County, renowned for both his illustrious lineage and his status as a disciple of the Chaos Sect. Ranked 15th on the Dragon Tiger list, he had long since promised to gift the Kunlun sword to him. The only reason it was currently on display was that it had never been claimed by anyone before, serving as bait to attract guests. But who would have thought that this kid would succeed in recognizing it as his own? If Si Kongqing learned of this breach of promise, Yun Shan would likely find it impossible to navigate the waters of Langya County again. With this thought, Yun Shan snorted coldly, his figure darting forward to block Yi Xian and Tang Shui-ro's path. "Wait. That sword does not count. You cannot take the Kunlun sword." "Doesn't count." Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Tang Shui-ro retorted indignantly, "On what grounds? Yi Xian has recognized it as his own. According to the rules of the sword trial, the Kunlun sword rightfully belongs to him." Yun Shan smirked coolly, stroking his beard as he replied leisurely, "On what grounds? Simply because you two are disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect. People from the Heavenly Star Sect are not qualified to participate in the sword trial." What? At this proclamation, shock washed over both Yi Xian and Tang Shui-ro. Tang Shui-ro's anger flared instantly. "Nonsense. The sword trial has been conducted for over 200 years, explicitly stating that any warrior from Langya County may participate. Why should the disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect be excluded this time?" Silence. Seeing Tang Shui-ro dare to counter him, Yun Shan's expression darkened, his fury palpable. "You a mere girl, yet to grow up." "No, nothing. I am the steward of the Ming Sword Villa. If I say the Heavenly Star Sect cannot participate, then they cannot." "You..." Tang Shui-ro's face paled, appalled by Yun Shan's shamelessness. How could he so brazenly alter centuries-old rules? This was clearly an attempt to bully them and act unreasonably. Whispers of concern rippled through the surrounding warriors. These two are in for a rough day. Yun Shan is the steward of Ming Sword Villa and the host of this sword trial. If he makes a decree, this kid is doomed to leave without the Kunlun sword. Sighing, they lamented, "What can you expect? They are disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect. ranked at the very bottom. Anyone can step on them. If he were a disciple of the Chaos sect, Yinshan would not dare to act so brazenly. Tang Xuero's expression shifted as she regarded the menacing Yinshan, gritting her teeth. She resolutely grasped Yi Xian's hand. "Why, Yi Xian? We are leaving. I refuse to believe that they can disregard a sword that you obtained according to the rules." With that, she pulled Yi Xian towards the exit. Impertinent. Seeing this unfold, Yinshan's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, "A wild girl from a trash sect dares to defy the orders of this steward. You have 1 second to place the Kunlun's sword down." Ignoring him, Tang Xuero continued to drag Yi Xian towards the door, seeking death. This scene sent Yinshan into a furious rage that he asked the steward of the Ming Sword Villa. He was accustomed to having his word be law. How dare a mere disciple of the Heavenly Star sect defy him? In the next instant, he moved like a specter, striking a powerful palm down upon Tang Xuero's back. Chapter 38. Yi Xian's Fury. Striking down Yinshan. The sudden blow knocked Tang Xuero off balance, causing her to tumble into Yi Xian's embrace, blood spilling from her mouth. "Sister." Yi Xian's expression shifted drastically as he hastily retrieved a pill from his storage bag and placed it in her mouth. "Sister, are you all right?" He held her closely, concern etched across his face. That as the pill took effect, Tang Xuero's complexion gradually improved, the pallor of her face regaining some color. She shook her head gently, saying, "Little junior brother, I'm fine, Dado." Seeing her color return, a flicker of surprise crossed Yinshan's eyes, followed by a cruel grin. "That I didn't expect you to survive my blow. However, next time, you may not be so fortunate. If you wish to avoid further suffering, hand over the Kunlun sword. Do you hear me?" Yinshan's menacing voice echoed throughout the Ming Sword Villa. "You seek death," Yi Xian roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I'm foolish," Yinshan scoffed. "Since you are courting death, do not blame me for being merciless. Guards, capture these troublemakers from the Ming Sword Villa. Beat them mercilessly." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards wielding sharp swords surged from all directions, charging towards Yi Xian and Tang Xuero. The guards moved with incredible swiftness, their lethal sword intent slicing through the air, each strike aimed at Yi Xian's throat and heart, a deadly assault. "This is bad." It's the sword formation of Ming Sword Villa. The sword formation was a unique technique personally devised by the villa's master, composed of 12 sword masters working in unison. The formation was intricate and unpredictable, capable of unleashing devastating attacks. Even a formidable master at the 7th tier would be slain in a single strike. This kid is finished. In an instant, everyone was watching the scene with bated breath, their hearts racing. Some of the more timid female disciples even hurriedly closed their eyes, too fearful to witness what was to come, as if they could already foresee the grim fate of Yi Xian being slain by the sword formation. However, in the face of the 12 sword masters approaching him, Yi Xian remained unfazed, his expression steady, and instead of fear, a fierce killing intent burned in his eyes. Buzz, accompanied by a resonant sound of swords. The Kunlun sword appeared in the palm of his hand. With a flicker, Yi Xian activated the Starshift step, appearing like a phantom at the center of the sword formation, simultaneously swinging the Kunlun sword. Drawing the sword to slay, chasing the stars and seizing the moon. Sweeping through the ranks of 1,000 troops, swish, swish, swish. Yi Xian's sword moved like lightning, the sword intent surging forth, each strike not only incredibly swift, but also overwhelmingly forceful, rendering the sword guards of the Mingjian Villa utterly defenseless. With a chorus of anguished cries, the 12 sword guards were instantly sent flying, propelled backward by the terrifying sword intent, landing several meters away. Each of them bore a gruesome sword wound across their chests. How is this possible? Yinshan's expression changed, disbelief evident in his eyes. The sword guards were the elite chosen from Mingjian Villa. Each possessed at least the cultivation of a first-tier master. Their combined sword formation could even slay those at the 7th tier of master rank. How could they be defeated by Yi Xian in a single move? Just as Yinshan was reeling from shock, Yi Xian had already raised his sword, his face darkening as he advanced step by step towards him. "Old dog, are you prepared to meet your demise for injuring my senior sister?" In Yi Xian's heart, his senior sister was his most cherished possession. Today, not only had Yinshan gone back on his word, but he had also secretly attacked and harmed his senior sister, that in Yi Xian's eyes. This was a path leading to death. However, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yinshan let out a hearty laugh, displaying no fear. Die, boy. Are you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? Don't think that just because you've injured a few of my Mingjian Villa's sword guards, you can act with impunity. Do you think an old man like me, who holds the reins of Mingjian Villa, is an ordinary person? Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yunshan's body trembled, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him, unmistakably revealing his fifth-tier master cultivation. Clang! In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Yunshan's hand, its blade radiating a blood-red light, exuding waves of terrifying sword intent. Tang Shuyo gasped, "Junior brother, be careful. This Yunshan is the 7th-ranked master of Mingjian Villa, and the sword in his hand, the Blood Shadow Sword, is said to be an upper-grade weapon of the Xian level. It kills without a trace." Haha. Yunshan laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you, little girl, to have heard of the reputation of my Blood Shadow Sword. Indeed, this sword possesses boundless power. Those who have perished beneath its blade number at least 500. Boy, if you don't want to become a ghost under my sword, hand over the Kunlun sword and bow down with 3 kowtows. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your wretched life." Yi Xian scoffed. "Is that so? I truly apologize, but I am quite stubborn and cannot learn to kneel. How about you demonstrate for me how to kneel so I can learn?" "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Yunshan's fury ignited. He never expected that after hearing the legendary name of the Blood Shadow Sword, Yi Xian would still dare to speak so arrogantly. "Humph. Sharp-tongued brat, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Swish, in the next moment, Yunshan surged forward, the Blood Shadow Sword slicing through the air like a streak of blood, aimed directly at Yi Xian's throat. However, just as Yunshan wore a triumphant expression, Yi Xian deftly evaded the lethal strike, appearing at Yunshan's right side with a swift shift of his feet. What? Yunshan's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Yi Xian's speed would be so extraordinary. That be why the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already raised the Kunlun sword, delivering a powerful and overwhelming strike towards his right arm. Puff! Ah! With a single strike, a scream echoed, reverberating across the surroundings that Yunshan's entire arm was severed by Yi Xian, the severed limb soaring through the air, splattering blood as it fell to the ground. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Yunshan was a 5th-tier master, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, yet he had been so easily overpowered by Yi Xian without even landing a blow. Yi Xian lifted his foot and ruthlessly stomped down on the severed arm. Bang! The dismembered limb exploded, splattering blood across the ground, but he then raised the bloodied sword and slowly approached Yunshan. What do you want?" As Yi Xian drew closer, Yunshan's face turned pale, clutching his bleeding shoulder, retreating in terror. "What do I want?" Yi Xian replied coldly with a smile. "You old dog, not only did you go back on your word today, but you also injured my senior sister. Tell me, what do you think I want?" Buzz, as his words fell, a sharp sword intent emanated from the Kunlun sword, the terrifying killing aura pressing down on Yunshan. Yunshan's face turned ashen, suppressing his agony. He threatened, "Stop! Stop! Boy, I warn you, don't act recklessly. I am the steward of Mingjian Villa. If you kill me, our master will never let you off." Yi Xian turned a deaf ear, raising his sword and bringing it down fiercely towards Yunshan's head. Ah! Upon witnessing this, Yunshan's face drained of color, screaming in terror that a dignified master was now trembling uncontrollably, unable to control his bodily functions. A foul stench emanating from beneath him. Don't kill me. Master, master, help me." Yunshan wailed incessantly, crawling and rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape, resembling a frightened rat, his eyes filled with terror. Thinking of escaping, Yi Xian swiftly blocked Yunshan's path, his gaze filled with murderous intent, devoid of any emotion. "I told you, old dog, today you will undoubtedly die." Swish! With that, Yi Xian swung his sword, in the midst of Yunshan's horrified gaze. The blade descended towards his head. However, just as the sword light was about to strike Yunshan, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Chapter 39. The Master of Mingjian Villa, Su Batian, stop! The sudden shout sent a tremor through everyone present, and they quickly turned to the source of the voice. Not far away, 2 figures were approaching slowly, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was a white-haired elder in his 60s, donned in a brown robe, leaning on a serpent-headed cane. Though advanced in age, his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an imposing aura. Upon his appearance, the atmosphere of Mingjian Villa seemed to freeze momentarily, causing everyone to instinctively take a few steps back, their faces displaying respect. "Senior sister, who is this person?" Yi Xian glanced at Tang Shuyo and asked curiously. Tang Shuyo's face turned tense as she hurriedly pressed down on Yi Xian's head, whispering, "Junior brother, quickly lower your head. This is Su Batian, the master of Mingjian Villa." The master of Mingjian Villa. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes that he could indeed sense the formidable aura emanating from the elder. Stronger than Zhuge Qingyun from before, it was evident that he was a powerful figure at the martial sect level. Yi Xian was astonished to learn that Mingjian Villa had such a formidable warrior at its helm. As Yi Xian pondered, a voice suddenly broke through the crowd. "Look! Is that Su Batian's granddaughter, Su Qingyan?" At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd as they spotted a young maiden, around 17 or 18 years old, gracefully accompanying Su Batian. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long dress, she exuded a clean and tidy appearance, with delicate features, a fair complexion, and her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her waist adorned with a sword. Akin to a valiant heroine of the sword, she was supporting Su Batian, slowly making her way toward Yi Xian and the others. Indeed, she is Su Batian's granddaughter. It is said that she has already reached the 7th tier of the Master Realm at such a young age, and her swordsmanship is extraordinary. Rumor has it that even old Su plans to designate her as the next successor of Mingjian Villa. Indeed, I heard that even the leader of the chaotic sect, Fang Qingping, personally descended the mountain to recruit her, offering her the position of the chief disciple of the inner sect if she was willing. And yet, Su Qingyan rejected the offer, claiming that the chaotic sect was not qualified to nurture her. Hiss, so arrogant. As this information spread, the crowd gasped in astonishment. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. With Su Qingyan's talent, she would undoubtedly ascend to a prestigious sacred force for further cultivation, rendering the chaotic sect unworthy of her. Master. Seeing Su Batian and Su Qingyan arrive, a look of relief washed over Yunshan's face, as if he had seen a savior, and he hurriedly approached them. "Master, Master, save me!" Upon witnessing the gruesome state of Yunshan, Su Batian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired? Who inflicted such injuries upon you?" Reporting to the master, it was him. Yunshan quickly pointed a finger at Yi Xian, seething with malice. "It is this scoundrel. Not only did he wreak havoc in our Mingjian mountain villa, but he also injured our sword guards. I merely spoke a few words to him, and he severed my right arm. Master, you must seek justice for me." Yunshan wept bitterly, his tears flowing freely, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. That's so. Upon hearing this, Su Batian's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Xian and Tang Shuirua. In a mere glance, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent pierced through the air, seemingly aimed at penetrating the very souls of Yi Xian and Tang Shuirua. "Su Master, it is not as it seems." Tang Shuirua hurriedly interjected. "It was Yun Manager who acted improperly. My junior and I came to participate in the sword trial conference, and my junior has recognized the Kunlun sword as his own." Yet, Yun Manager went back on his word, not only forbidding us from taking the Kunlun sword, but also declaring that disciples of the Tianqing sect are unqualified to participate. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. At this point, Tang Shuirua gestured towards the surrounding crowd. "The warriors here can all attest to this. Please, Su Master, discern wisely." Upon hearing this, the murderous intent emanating from Su Batian dissipated instantly, and he turned his cold gaze towards Yunshan, asking sternly, "Yun Manager, is this true? Did you claim that disciples of the Tianqing sect are unqualified to participate in the conference?" Yunshan stammered, his back drenched in cold sweat, struggling to formulate an explanation. "Scoundrel!" Su Batian's furious shout echoed as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yunshan's face. Bang! Yunshan's body shot through the air like a cannonball, tracing a chaotic arc before crashing through the 7th floor floorboards, plummeting directly to the 5th floor below. Boom! The deafening sound caused the entire Mingjian mountain villa to tremble violently. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. With just a single slap, a master-level expert was sent crashing from the 7th floor to the 5th. The might of a martial arts master is truly terrifying. In the next moment, Su Batian soared into the air. Grasping Yunshan's body and tossing it before Yi Xian and Tang Shuiruo, his voice cold as ice. "You insolent fool! I appointed you to oversee the sword trial conference to ensure fairness. Any martial artist, regardless of their background, is entitled to participate. Who gave you the audacity to refuse disciples of the Tianqing sect? Kneel at once and apologize to these esteemed guests." "Why, yes." Yunshan hastily knelt before Yi Xian and Tang Shuiruo. Bowing his head in supplication, "I am deeply sorry, esteemed ones. I realize my mistakes. Please, forgive me this once." Yi Xian maintained an expressionless demeanor. Su Batian clasped his fists together, his face a mask of contrition as he addressed them. "My sincerest apologies, dear guests. Today's incident reflects my inadequacy in governance, causing you undue distress. Rest assured, since the Kunlun sword has recognized you as its masters, you are free to take it with you." "Free to take it?" Yi Xian chuckled coldly. "Su Master, not only did your people speak disrespectfully, but they also injured my senior sister. Had I not been more skilled, I might have been left severely crippled today. Do you think that merely saying you may take it suffices to put this matter to rest? That seems rather simplistic, does it not? Junior brother." Tang Shuiruo's expression shifted at these words, and the surrounding warriors gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Yi Xian dared to speak to Su Batian in such a manner. Su Batian was the esteemed master of the Mingjian Mountain Villa, a martial arts master. For Yi Xian to challenge him was tantamount to courting death. Yet, to their surprise, Su Batian did not react with anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, young friend. I shall ensure that you receive a satisfactory resolution today." With that, Su Batian approached Yunshan, icy disdain evident in his tone. "Yunshan, your arrogance and tyranny are an affront to the Mingjian Mountain Villa's teachings. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from your position." "Master." Yunshan's face blanched. But Su Batian paid him no mind, turning his gaze to the dozen or so sword guards on the ground, issuing a chilling command. "And you lot, you too have been complicit in this misconduct. Effective immediately, you are all expelled from the Mingjian Mountain Villa. Begging you, master, please don't." Yunshan and the sword guards cried out in despair. "We know we were wrong. Please grant us another chance. Indeed, master, we understand our mistakes. Please do not expel us." The lamentations of Yunshan and the guards filled the air, regret etched on their faces. They were especially furious with Yunshan, for had it not been for his selfishness, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. They wished nothing more than to tear him apart. Chapter 40. Yi Xian's gift and growing affection, however, Su Batian remained unmoved by their pleas. His expression still filled with fury. "What? Do you not comprehend my words? I commanded you to leave, yet you linger. Do you wish for me to personally assist you in your departure?" Boom! As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Batian, his murderous intent palpable, cracking the floorboards of the 7th floor. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, Yunshan and his companions turned ashen, fear evident in their eyes. "And no, we dare not. We will leave at once." Yunshan scrambled to his feet, fleeing the Mingjian Mountain Villa in a panic that asked the steward. He understood Su Batian's temperament all too well. The man was relentless in his pursuit of justice and possessed a volatile temper. Remaining could spell disaster for him and his companions. Yet, before he vanished from sight, Yunshan cast a venomous glare at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with hatred akin to that of a viper. "Damn you. This is all your fault. Just wait. I will not rest until I have my revenge." With a heart full of wrath, Yunshan stormed off, disappearing from the crowd's view. Once Yunshan had left, Su Batian approached Yi Xian and Tang Shuiruo again. Clasping his fists in apology, "I sincerely apologize, young friends, that I did not consider the situation thoroughly. How does this resolution sit with you?" "Quite acceptable," Yi Xian replied with a nod. Tang Shuiruo, overwhelmed, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Su Master. Had it not been for your intervention today, we might have faced dire consequences that I am eternally grateful." Su Batian smiled gently and signaled to a subordinate, who promptly presented a finely crafted sword before them. Su Batian declared, "This sword, named Qingwan, was forged by my own hand, that it contains the bloodline of the ancient divine bird, Qingwan, and stands as one of the finest treasures among Xian-grade swords, if you do not mind. Please accept this as a token of my goodwill. What? The Qinghuan sword. The warriors surrounding them gasped in unison. This sword ranked among the top 10 divine swords of Mingjian Mountain Villa. Moreover, it was crafted personally by the villa's master, making its worth immeasurable. How fortunate are these two? Not only have they acquired the Kunlun sword, but they are also bestowed the Qinghuan sword. Each of these divine swords is worth a king's ransom. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Yi Xian and Tang Xueruo were filled with envy. Tang Xueruo, flabbergasted, quickly declined. I cannot accept this, Su Master. You have already gone to great lengths today. How can we accept such a gift? Su Batian replied with a soft smile. There is no need for you to refuse, Miss Tang. The events of today were indeed a fault of Mingjian Mountain Villa. And this sword is but a trifle compared to the villa's reputation. Are you suggesting that Miss Tang still harbors resentment towards me? Tang Xueruo hesitated, her face a mask of indecision. Yi Xian chuckled, Senior sister, since this is Su Master's goodwill, you should accept it. The Qinghuan sword is among the finest of the Xian grade. Possessing it will surely enhance your strength. Very well. Thank you, Su Master, Tang Xueruo exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the sword, cradling it tenderly. As a practitioner of the sword, she understood the significance of a fine weapon to a martial artist. Seeing Tang Xueruo accept the gift, Su Batian's expression softened with satisfaction. Yi Xian, too, felt a sense of goodwill towards Su Batian. Although he was the master of Mingjian Mountain Villa, he was not overbearing. Rather, he acted with reason and fairness, a rarity indeed. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian stepped forward, smiling. Su Master, since you have gone to such lengths, it would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Oh, Su Batian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Yi Xian continued. If I am not mistaken, you are currently attempting to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm, correct? I happen to possess a pill that can aid in your breakthrough. After speaking, Yi Xian took out a pill from his bosom and handed it to Su Batian. What? Helping me break through? Upon hearing this, Su Batian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh. Young man, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? I am a master at the 6th level of the martial sect, while your cultivation is merely at the 4th level of the Grandmaster stage. You claim you can assist me in breaking through? Ha! As these words left his mouth, the surrounding martial artists erupted in laughter, their gazes towards Yi Xian laced with mockery. Although they acknowledged Yi Xian's formidable strength, he was still just a junior at the Grandmaster stage, while Su Batian towered above him, a full major realm higher. Moreover, he had the prestigious Mingjian Villa backing him, equipped with countless resources for cultivation. How could a task that even he could not achieve be claimed by such a junior? It was sheer folly. Su Qingyan was equally displeased and retorted coldly. Nonsense, Yi Xian, do you even realize the absurdity of your words? My grandfather is the master of Mingjian Villa, and the pills he consumes are crafted by grandmasters of alchemy. What is this thing you present? Just a casual candy pill, and you expect my grandfather to consume it? Have you no regard for Mingjian Villa? Indeed. The attendants beside her were also indignant, angrily chiding. What sort of rubbish is this? It doesn't even bear a pill pattern. Did you fish it out from a garbage heap? What status does our master hold? To offer him something so trivial, if it harms his health, will you take responsibility? Quickly take it back. Don't embarrass yourself here. Yi Xian remained impassive that he was not lying. This pill was a human pill he had secretly refined from the flesh and blood of Han Tianxiang, Wu Shanhe, and Zhuge Qingyun after their demise. Moreover, it was a human pill forged from the combined essence of the three. Far more potent than the one he had concocted in the Abyssal Demon Cave, that it should be more than sufficient for Su Batian to break through to the 7th level of the martial sect. Yi Xian spoke calmly. In any case, I have said all I needed to say. This pill can indeed aid you in breaking through to the 7th level of the martial sect. Whether you believe it or consume, it is entirely up to you. Smack. With that, Yi Xian placed the human pill directly into Su Batian's hand. Sister, let us depart. He then turned and left with Tang Xueyo, swiftly disappearing from the crowd's sight. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyan frowned, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of person is this? Grandfather, you kindly gifted them a precious sword, yet they treated you with such disdain. Exactly as if that were not enough, they even gifted you some trash pill they picked up from who knows where, intending to harm your health. Truly ungrateful. How dare they not recognize a benefactor's heart? Master, why not issue a command for me to reclaim the Qinghuan and Kunlun swords? A group of disciples from Mingjian Villa were indignant. Expressing their ire, Su Batian waved his hand, smiling faintly. Enough, enough. Once a sword is given away, it is improper to reclaim it. Besides, I am the esteemed master of Mingjian Villa. It is beneath me to be angered by a junior. Grandfather. Su Qingyan frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Enough. Su Baishan's expression grew serious as he declared. I have said it. Today this matter ends here, and no one is permitted to seek trouble with them. Furthermore, no one is to act behind my back to stealthily reclaim the Kunlun and Qinghuan swords. Should anyone dare to do anything that harms Mingjian Villa without my consent, I shall ensure they face severe consequences. Do you all understand? Su Baishan's stern gaze swept over everyone present, his fierce eyes seeming to pierce through to their very souls, sending a chill down their spines. Understood, with that formidable gaze bearing down on them. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. Chapter 41. Behave or face consequences. Let us go. Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent, Su Batian revealed a satisfied expression, signaling for everyone to prepare to leave. However, Su Qingyan gazed in the direction Yi Xian had departed, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction as she coldly thought, Humph, Yi Xian, do not think that just because my grandfather is kind-hearted and forgives you, that I will too. I will not let your insult to my grandfather go unpunished. With this in mind, Su Qingyan grasped her sword, ready to go after Yi Xian to settle the score. Qingyan, upon noticing her intention to leave, Su Batian frowned and said, Where do you think you are going? It is nearly time for sword training. Ah, Su Qingyan abruptly halted, quickly masking her true feelings, and replied with a forced laugh. Oh, grandfather, I just remembered, I have an appointment with friends to go listen to storytelling. Why don't you head back first? I'll return after listening to storytelling. Su Batian was briefly taken aback, then shook his head. You girl. How is it that you only ever seek leisure? With this time, you would do better to devote more energy to your cultivation. Su Qingyan stuck her tongue out. I know, grandfather. I'll just be out for a little while. It won't take too long. Su Batian chuckled softly, his tone indulgent. Then off you go, but remember to return early. Understood, grandfather. Su Qingyan giggled, and after saying this, she swiftly departed, sword in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Su Batian furrowed his brows, inexplicably sensing an ominous premonition within his heart. However, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. This girl, she wouldn't be getting into any trouble, would she? Su Batian murmured, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. Master. At that moment, an attendant approached respectfully, saying, Master Su from Baikatang has arrived. He is waiting for you in the hall. Understood. I shall go immediately, Su Batian responded, hastening towards the hall. Baikatang was a renowned alchemical force in Langyi County and the only establishment in the region that honored alchemists. Master Su was the strongest third-tier alchemist among them. Nearly all of Su Baishan's cultivation pills were supplied by Master Su, and each time he broke through, it was with Master Su's assistance. This time, as he aimed to break through to the 7th level of the martial sect, Master Su had been tirelessly helping him for a full decade, bringing various pills almost weekly. Meanwhile, after leaving Mingjian Villa, Yi Xian and Tang Shuiyo were heading back towards Tianqing sect. As they walked along the path, suddenly, whoosh, a sharp sword aura unexpectedly surged from behind. Sister, be careful. Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly embraced Tang Shuiyo and activated his Dozhuan Xingyi step. Evading to the side, swish, the sword aura grazed past them, striking the ground nearby with a resounding crash, creating a massive gash and sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Hiss. Witnessing this, Tang Shuiyo could not help but gasp in shock. Thankfully, Yi Xian had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, had that sword struck them, they would have been gravely injured, if not dead. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he turned to face the source of the sword aura. His voice icy. Who is it? Show yourself. Hee, to be able to evade my sword aura. You are indeed worthy of taming the Kunlun divine sword. You possess some skill. A silvery, bell-like laugh rang out. The next moment, a graceful figure descended from the sky, wielding a Qingfeng sword, her brow and eyes sharp and full of spirit. ITSU. Yi Xian frowned upon recognizing her. This was none other than Su Baishan's granddaughter. Su Qingyan, Miss Su. What brings you here? Tang Shuiyo inquired. That Su Qingyan's expression turned cold as she raised her sword, pointing it directly at Yi Xian. I am here to find him. Find me? What for? Yi Xian was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had prompted this young lady to track him down for an ambush. Seeing Yi Xian's bewildered expression, Su Qingyan felt her anger rise. Humph. Yi Xian, stop pretending. You really don't know why this young lady is looking for you. Just now, in front of everyone, you presented my grandfather with a worthless pill, attempting to deceive him into consuming it. You clearly have no regard for Mingjian Villa. I have come today to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration. What nonsense. He had given a human pill that could enhance cultivation. How had it become a worthless pill? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian replied, Miss, I believe you are mistaken. The pill I offered your grandfather is not a worthless one. It is a divine pill that can enhance cultivation. If you do not believe me, you can try one yourself. Exactly, Miss Su, that if Yi Xian says it can enhance cultivation, it certainly can, Tang Shuiyo chimed in with a smile, though she was unaware of the pill's exact nature. She trusted Yi Xian's integrity and knew he would not lie. Hearing their words, Su Qingyan only grew more irate. Shut up. Even at this point, you still dare to spout nonsense. My grandfather is the master of Mingjian Villa. What kind of trash pill do you think you can offer him? Enough of your drivel. First, allow me to taste a sword from this lady. With a swift motion, Su Qingyan stepped forward, brandishing her long sword, and lunged directly at Yi Xian. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Yi Xian, a resounding clap echoed. Yi Xian effortlessly raised his hand and seized Su Qingyan's elbow. What? Su Qingyan's expression changed dramatically. She struggled with all her might, only to discover that Yi Xian's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her efforts futile. With a gentle push from Yi Xian, Su Qingyan stumbled back several steps. Miss, I have already stated that there is nothing wrong with the elixir I provided. If you wish to spar, kindly seek out someone else. I am quite busy and have no interest in playing house with you. Yi Xian remarked, furrowing his brow in exasperation, that to be frank, had it not been for Su Baishan's decent character, he would not have so easily let Su Qingyan go. Yet, Yi Xian's demeanor ignited Su Qingyan's fury. You Yi, how dare you look down upon me? She was, after all, the daughter of the Mingjian Villa, a potential prodigy destined for the sacred grounds. How could Yi Xian dare to belittle her attacks as mere child's play? Such arrogance was intolerable. You seek death, Su Qingyan cried out, charging forward once more, her sword poised to strike. Sword rain, pear blossom. With a flurry of movements, a deluge of azure, sword energy erupted, akin to a tempest. Surging towards Yi Xian. Junior brother, be careful. Tang Shuiyo's expression shifted, revealing her concern. Futile. Su Qingyan sneered coldly. This is my signature skill, capable of unleashing over 100 sword energies in an instant. Even a master at the 9th realm would be unable to withstand it. This is the price you pay for offending me. Su Qingyan wore a triumphant expression, yet she had not unleashed her full strength. She had deliberately reduced her power by 50%. Nevertheless, she was confident that it would be sufficient to make Yi Xian taste defeat. Just as Su Qingyan brimmed with confidence, Yi Xian remained undaunted in the face of the oncoming sword energy. Choosing to confront it head-on, that he unleashed a powerful punch. Ancestral Dragon's limitless fist. The impact resonated. The onslaught of sword energy shattered instantaneously, transforming into a myriad of spirit power fragments that gradually dissipated in the air, vanishing entirely in an instant. What? Su Qingyan's countenance changed, disbelief etched across her features. Had her renowned technique truly been obliterated by Yi Xian's single punch? Yet before she could fully process this, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from behind her. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian, who had been facing her moments ago, had inexplicably appeared behind her, seizing her arms and pulling her backward. Then, with a forceful shove, bang, Su Qingyan found herself pinned against the wall. Ah, Yi Xian, what are you doing? Let me go, she exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger in her voice. Struggling desperately to free herself from Yi Xian's grasp, she soon realized that his strength was astonishingly formidable, no matter how she writhed. She could not escape his hold. Hey, what do you think I'm doing? You came here without reason to launch a surprise attack on me, and you claim the elixir I provided is worthless. Tell me, what do you think I should do? Yi Xian's chuckles echoed ominously behind her, sending shivers down Su Qingyin's spine. "The Yi Xian, you scoundrel." Su Qingyin's cheeks flushed crimson, a tempest of shame and fury raging within her. As the daughter of Mingjian Villa, she had never endured such humiliation. How could a stranger utter such lewd words in her ear? "Listen here, Yi Xian. I warn you. Release me at once. I am the daughter of Mingjian Villa. And if you dare to act recklessly, my grandfather will not spare you." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement, but the next moment he grinned wickedly. "But Miss Su, have you not heard the saying, to die beneath the peony? Even as a ghost one remains dashing to spend even a moment with a beauty like you. Even if your grandfather were to kill me, it would be worth it." As he spoke, Yi Xian leaned closer to Su Qingyan, a faint fragrance of youthful innocence enveloping him. They were mere inches apart, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her, a testament to her nervousness. Mingjian Villa's first beauty truly lives up to her reputation. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Xian's lips as he gazed down at Su Qingyan, his eyes drifting along her delicate neck and downwards, catching glimpses of her fair skin and enticing curves. Though young, Su Qingyan had developed splendidly, her ample form accentuated by her angelic features, exuding an irresistible allure. As Yi Xian drew nearer, Su Qingyan, overcome by fear, shut her eyes tightly. She was genuinely terrified. She had only intended to teach Yi Xian a minor lesson today, never imagining that it would escalate to such an extent. Regret washed over her. She should never have provoked this man. What to do? What to do? She was still an innocent girl. Surely, Yi Xian would not act so brazenly against her. A mere child, in her moment of despair, Su Qingyan could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears, her delicate shoulders trembling as she sobbed. "I was wrong. Yi Xian, please let me go home. I promise I won't oppose you again. Please, just let me leave." The young girl's heart-wrenching cries painted a pitiful picture, her face awash with tears, evoking sympathy from the heavens. Not far away, Tang Shuyo furrowed her brow at the scene, contemplating whether Yi Xian would truly resort to harming Su Qingyan. Just as she prepared to intervene, Yi Xian's voice rang out coldly. "The esteemed daughter of Mingjian Villa spends her days ambushing and brawling, utterly lacking respect. Is that how your grandfather taught you to behave? Do you realize how fortunate you are to have encountered me today? Had it been someone else, you wouldn't even have had the chance to cry. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather. If you continue to misbehave, I shall make your backside bloom." With that, Yi Xian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Su Qingyan's rear. Su Qingyan cried out in pain, grimacing as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 42. Yi Xian, you wait. Su Qingyan, flustered and enraged, finally comprehended that Yi Xian had no intention of truly harming her. His previous words were merely a form of teasing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shouted, "Yi Xian, you scoundrel, if you have the guts, let me go. We shall fight to the death." "Fight to the death?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. His anger ignited at Su Qingyan's audacity. He lifted his hand and delivered another resounding slap. "That's what I call a fight to the death. Smack. That's what I call letting you go. Smack. That's what I call you not listening. Smack." Yi Xian unleashed a flurry of slaps, each one forceful, causing Su Qingyan to yelp in agony as tears streamed down her face, her backside swollen from the blows. Seeing Su Qingyan's pitiful state, Tang Shuyo felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "Yi Xian, perhaps we should stop. After all, Miss Su is the daughter of Mingjian Villa, and it seems she has realized her mistakes." "Very well." Yi Xian nodded, turning to Su Qingyan with a cold gaze. "Do you understand your mistakes?" "I understand." Su Qingyan, having lost her defiance, hurriedly admitted her fault, though she secretly mused that her earlier carelessness had led her to fall for Yi Xian's trickery. Had they faced each other head-on, Yi Xian would undoubtedly have been no match for her. Seeing Su Qingyan yield, Yi Xian relaxed his grip, releasing her. After all, in his eyes, Su Qingyan was merely a young girl. Though somewhat arrogant, her nature was not inherently malicious. However, just as Yi Xian loosened his hold, Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly smile gracing her lips. She spun around, launching her sword straight at Yi Xian. "Ha, Yi Xian, you fool! You've fallen for my trick." With a swift motion, her sword struck like lightning, aimed directly at him. Su Qingyan brimmed with confidence. convinced that this strike would draw blood from Yi Xian. Yet, just as she thought her blade would find its mark, Yi Xian's figure vanished once more in an instant. Where did he go? Su Qingyin's eyes widened in confusion as she searched the empty space before her, unable to locate Yi Xian. Just as doubt crept in, an immense force surged from behind her. Ah! Yi Xian had reappeared, seizing her from behind and pushing her forcefully once more. Bang! Su Qingyin was pressed against the wall again, crying out in agony, "Ouch! That hurts! Yi Xian, you scoundrel! Let me go!" Frustration consumed her as she pondered how she had prepared thoroughly, yet had still fallen victim to this man. Tang Xuero let out a soft chuckle and said, "Miss Su, I advise you to conserve your energy. Yi Xian is someone who can even slay Zhuge Qingyun. With your cultivation at the 7th level of the Master Realm, you are simply no match for him." "What? Zhuge Qingyun?" Su Qingyin exclaimed in shock, turning her head around. "You are the one who killed Zhuge Qingyun." She had heard of Zhuge Qingyun, knowing that during the 8th sex assessment, a fearsome killing god emerged, slaying the outer elder of the Chaos sect and several disciples of the Master Realm single-handedly. Yet she never anticipated that this killing god would be Yi Xian. As Su Qingyin was still grappling with her astonishment, Yi Xian's cold voice pierced through. "You little girl, you truly are incorrigible. It seems I must teach you a lesson today." Su Qingyin's body trembled. "What do you intend to do?" Feigning deep thought, Yi Xian replied, "Let me consider. Should I strip you of your clothes and hang them on a tree for all of the city to see? Or should I cripple your cultivation and sell you to a brothel where you entertain several men daily? Oh dear, what a difficult choice. What?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's face turned ashen. Stripped of her clothes? Sold to a brothel? Was this man even human? Yet, Yi Xian shook his head dismissively that no, that would be too cruel. If word got out, people would think I, Yi Xian, am a villain with no scruples. Indeed. Su Qingyin quickly smiled apologetically. Those two options are too cruel. Yi Xian. Why not consider a different approach? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he gazed intently at Su Qingyin's alluring figure, a look that sent shivers down her spine. "For a beauty like you, selling you to a brothel would indeed be a waste. Hence, I have decided to enjoy you myself." "What?" Su Qingyin's complexion changed dramatically. Yi Xian rubbed his hands together, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I've heard that you are the most beautiful woman of the Mingjian Villa, with nearly 80,000 men in the entire Langya County pursuing you. Countless warriors regard you as a goddess. This is my first time having such close contact with a goddess, that I wonder how the legendary goddess tastes." Su Qingyin's face paled in terror. "Yi Xian, you scoundrel. I warn you, I am from Mingjian Villa. If you dare to harm me, my grandfather will not let you off easily and will have you torn to shreds." Yi Xian sneered coldly. "Oh, I apologize, but we are in a remote area, and no one knows you are here. Once I'm done, I can easily bury you somewhere. And even if your grandfather discovers you are missing, he would never suspect me." He contemplated seriously by that time. "Your corpse would probably be rotten beyond recognition. Even your grandfather would likely fail to recognize you." Hearing this, Su Qingyin's pretty face turned ashen with fear, as she could vividly imagine her body being discarded in the wilderness, decaying in a pitiful state. "No, Yi Xian, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again," she pleaded desperately. "Not a chance." Yi Xian resolutely refused. "I have already given you a chance. Who knows if you would turn back on your word?" "All right, Miss Su, enough chit-chat. Let us begin. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Yi Xian chuckled darkly, reaching out with his hand towards Su Qingyin. "Ah!" Su Qingyin shut her eyes in fear, crying out incessantly, "No, please, Sister Tang, I realize my mistake. You must plead for me. Make him let me go. I promise I won't dare again." However, regardless of Su Qingyin's cries, Yi Xian showed no intention of relenting. The sinister laughter behind her grew ever closer. "I in despair." Su Qingyin closed her eyes. "Is this how I, a young lady, am truly to lose my virtue today?" Yet, just as despair enveloped her, she suddenly felt a loosening of the grip on her back. Her hands had been freed by Yi Xian. Then, with a forceful shove, Yi Xian pushed Su Qingyin away. Su Qingyin was taken aback, seemingly unable to process the situation. "No, you're not going to bully me anymore." Yi Xian replied coldly. "What else would you expect? Do you truly believe I am a beast that would lay hands on an innocent girl like you? What? Su Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the teasing smile on Yi Xian's face, she realized she had been played. He had no intention of bullying her at all. The so-called moment of spring night worth 1,000 gold was merely a ruse to scare her. Su Qingyan felt both embarrassed and angry, her face flushed with rage. She couldn't help but scold Yi Xian, "You scoundrel. How dare you tease me? You are utterly shameless." Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly. "Ditto, Miss Su, you seem a bit disappointed." "Very well. I shall change my mind. Now let's hurry." He grinned as he approached Su Qingyan once more. "Da-da." Su Qingyan, terrified, quickly retreated several meters, maintaining a safe distance from Yi Xian, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She wished she could tear Yi Xian into pieces, but remembering her earlier predicament, Su Qingyan knew she was no match for him. Gritting her teeth, she stood at a distance, cursing, "Yi Xian, you scoundrel, shameless, you wait. I will not let this go. If you have the guts, don't run. I will return to find the experts from the villa to teach you a lesson. Then we shall see if you dare to be arrogant." "Oh, still unwilling to admit your faults. You really seem to be itching for a beating." Yi Xian waved his hand and began to walk towards Su Qingyan. That Su Qingyan's face drained of color, hurriedly covering her behind. She wanted to curse, but under Yi Xian's imposing presence, she could only glare at him resentfully. "You shameless wretch." Su Qingyan stomped her foot in anger, then leaped away, racing into the distance. "Yi Xian, you wait. The humiliation I suffered today shall be repaid in kind." In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyan had vanished, leaving only her lingering voice behind. Chapter 43. A Failed Breakthrough, Su Baishan's Obsession. This girl. Yi Xian watched Su Qingyan's departing figure, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Fortunately, she is Su Baishan's granddaughter. Otherwise, with such a willful personality, she is bound to suffer greatly one day. "Little junior brother." At that moment, a plaintive voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Xian turned to see Tang Xuerou gazing at him intently. "Da-da, senior sister. What is it?" Yi Xian blinked in surprise. Tang Xuerou's eyes held a meaningful glint. "It seemed you were quite interested in Miss Su's figure and appearance just now, that if I weren't by your side, would you have truly considered making a move on her?" Yi Xian forced a wry smile. "How could that be? Senior sister, I am a gentleman of virtue. How could I commit such beastly acts?" "Is that so?" Tang Xuerou shot him a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with skepticism. The playful look made Yi Xian's scalp tingle, prompting him to quickly say, "All right, senior sister, it is getting late and we should return quickly. Otherwise the sect master and the others might grow worried." Tang Xuerou then realized they had been out for a whole day. The sun was setting, and darkness would soon fall. "Very well, let's hurry back." Tang Xuerou nodded. The two of them did not linger any longer and made their way back towards the Tianqing sect. Meanwhile, at Mingjian Villa, Su Qingyan's figure floated gracefully down like a butterfly, landing steadily. However, her pretty face was filled with fury, her feet stamping the ground as she cursed vehemently. "Damn Yi Xian! Stinking Yi Xian! You have made me suffer such humiliation today. Just you wait." Her furious curses persisted for several minutes. The surrounding swordsmen of the villa looked on in shock, unable to comprehend who had provoked this young lady. They were even more astonished that someone could incite such anger in her. After all, Su Qingyan was known as the female demon in Langya County, always the one to play tricks on others, and never had anyone made her this furious. "Xiaolang," Su Qingyan called out sharply. "Your subordinate is here." A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, cupping his fists towards Su Qingyan. His name was Xiaolang, the captain of the Mingjian Villa's sword guard. With a cultivation level at the 8th level of the Master Realm, Su Qingyan commanded, "You will immediately take a group of people and accompany me to Tianqing sect." Tianqing sect? What does the young lady want there? Xiaolang was baffled. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyan replied angrily, "I am going to find that Yi Xian. He has made me lose face today. I must make him pay. I will give him a good beating." Yi Xian, upon hearing this name, Xiaolang's eyes flashed with surprise. This was the person who received a sword gift from the elder today, wasn't it? How had he provoked the young lady? However, Xiaolang paid little heed to such matters. His sole duty was to provide close protection to the young lady. Anyone who dared to provoke her wrath would become his adversary. Understood. Xiaolang clasped his fists and respectfully declared, "Rest assured. Young lady, I shall promptly select the most elite experts from our manor to avenge you." With that, he turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Su Qingyin's lips curled into a smirk, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. "Humph. Yi Xian, just you wait. This time, I shall see if you can continue to act so arrogantly." Just as Su Qingyin patiently awaited the outcome, a servant suddenly rushed towards her from a distance, carrying a porcelain vial in his hand, appearing quite anxious. "Halt!" Su Qingyin commanded, her curiosity piqued. "What do you have there?" The servant bowed respectfully, replying, "Reporting to you, young lady, the Manor Master is preparing to break through the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. This is the elixir Master Su instructed to be refined." "What?" Su Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandfather is attempting to break through the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm? I must go see." Her face beamed with enthusiasm as she snatched the porcelain vial and dashed towards Su Baishan's training chamber. Before long, Su Qingyin arrived at the training room. Inside, apart from Su Batian, stood an elderly man clad in a long robe. His white hair cascading down with a tuft of goatee, his eyes sparkling with vitality, that a taiji pattern was embroidered on the back of his robe, that Su Qingyin hurriedly approached and paid her respects, saying, "Grandfather, Master Su." Indeed, this man was Master Su Wujing, the alchemy master of the 100 Herb Hall. "Dado, Qingyin has arrived." Upon seeing Su Qingyin, a smile broke across Su Wujing's face that he and Su Batian were old acquaintances. And thus he had watched Su Qingyin grow up, considering her a sort of granddaughter. That Su Batian coldly snorted, his displeasure evident. "Where have you been all day? You returned so late." Su Qingyin stuck out her tongue playfully and feigned an excuse. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I was having too much fun with friends outside and lost track of time. By the way, don't scold me. I brought you the elixir from Master Su. Please hurry and refine it." As she spoke, she produced the porcelain vial, swiftly diverting the conversation. That Su Batian chuckled helplessly, refraining from further reprimands. That he accepted the vial, opened the cap, and poured out a smooth, round elixir. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled the room. Su Qingyin, entranced, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what kind of elixir is this?" "It smells delightful," Su Wujing explained. "This is the 3rd-rank Tianyuan pill, which I refined by upgrading the Peiyuan pill. That it contains the energy of 100 spirit herbs and can significantly enhance a martial artist cultivation." "What?" Su Qingyin was taken aback. 3rd-rank elixir. Such a treasure is rare and hard to come by. Just this one piece is worth several million taels of gold. This is wonderful, grandfather. With the 3rd-rank Tianyuan pill, you will surely break through the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Su Baishan's heart brimmed with anticipation that he had remained stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for 50 long years. During this time, he had never advanced further. If he could break through to the 7th level, not only would his strength increase significantly, but his lifespan would also extend considerably. With this thought, Su Batian took a deep breath and swallowed the Tianyuan pill in one gulp. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, Su Baishan's body trembled. He could feel a powerful energy surging within him, the spiritual force of the 100 herbs continually flowing into his limbs and bones. However, just as Su Batian sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, a sudden emptiness engulfed his internal energy. The originally robust and surging spiritual power vanished without a trace. "What is happening?" Su Wujing's expression changed, cautiously asking, "Old Su, did you break through?" Su Batian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. His meaning was unmistakable. Another failure. Witnessing this, Su Wujing's brows furrowed, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? Even the 3rd-rank Tianyuan pill can't facilitate a breakthrough. At that moment, Su Baishan's heart weighed heavily as well. The Tianyuan pill was the strongest elixir he had specifically asked Su Wujing to refine for him. If even this couldn't help him break through, he truly couldn't fathom how he would ever succeed. Was he destined to never break through the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm in this lifetime? A flicker of despair crossed Su Baishan's eyes. That Su Qingyin stepped forward to offer consolation, saying, "Grandfather, don't overthink it. That it's merely one failure. You have many days ahead of you. You will surely break through one day." Su Batian nodded, managing a faint smile. Yet he understood that this was merely his granddaughter's attempt to spare him from sorrow, that he had been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. 50 years without making any progress. This time, he had prepared thoroughly, believing that the power of the Tianyuan pill would surely aid him in breaking through. Who would have thought that even the Tianyuan pill could not assist him? Perhaps he would never break through the 7th level in this lifetime, that Su Batian sighed inwardly, a wave of desolation washing over him, that if he truly could not break through, he would likely die with lingering regrets. Suddenly, amidst Su Batian's melancholy, Su Qingyan noticed something and picked up a red object from the bed that Su Batian focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, it was a red elixir. This is Su Batian's expression shifted slightly. Isn't this the elixir Yi Xian gave me? Su Batian forced a smile and explained, this is the elixir that the kid from the Tianqing sect gave me this morning. So it's this thing. Upon hearing Su Batian's words, Su Qingyan's face darkened instantly. Recalling her earlier humiliation at Yi Xian's hands, anger surged within her. Su Wujing took the elixir from the servant and examined it. When he saw that the elixir bore no distinct patterns and was utterly plain, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. This even an elixir? Not a single pattern to be found. Utterly unremarkable. Old Su, you weren't deceived by that kid, were you? Hearing Su Wujing's words, Su Qingyan's face immediately displayed a knowing expression. Grandfather, did you hear that? Even Master Su has said so. What Yi Xian gave you is not an elixir at all. To me, it seems like he picked it out of some trash heap. It might not even be as effective as a sugar pill. Su Qingyan was furious. She had now concluded that Yi Xian was nothing but a fraud, daring to deceive her grandfather with such a worthless item. Once Xiaolang gathered the men, she would surely go to the Tianqing sect and teach that scoundrel a lesson. Grandfather, let me get rid of this useless thing for you, as she spoke. She prepared to toss the elixir into the refuse pile. However, watching Su Qingyan's retreating figure, Su Batian's brows furrowed slightly, as if a sudden realization struck him. The words Yi Xian had spoken earlier echoed in his mind. For some reason, a flicker of anticipation surged within him. Could it be that the kid was not lying? Perhaps this elixir truly could aid him in breaking through. Wait, Qingyan. What is it, grandfather? Su Qingyan turned back, puzzled. Hand me that elixir. Su Batian extended his hand, his voice firm. Taken aback, Su Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandfather, you can't genuinely believe that kid's words, can you? Su Wujing also frowned. Indeed, old Su, this elixir's origins are questionable. You mustn't consume it recklessly. If you accidentally ingest poison, it could spell trouble. Su Batian sighed. I have been stagnant at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for 50 years, and I can no longer afford to wait. Regardless of whether that kid's words ring true, I must give it a try. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Su Batian smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I am a strong practitioner in the martial sovereign realm. Even if this elixir is toxic, it won't be enough to harm me. Qingyan, hand me the elixir. Su Batian extended his hand once more. Grandfather. Su Qingyan's expression shifted anxiously, but she was abruptly cut off by Su Batian's firm demand. I said, give it to me. At that moment, Su Batian had made up his mind. Even if this elixir were truly a poison pill, he would accept it. But if there was even a slight chance that this elixir could help him break through, he was willing to take the risk. Observing her grandfather's earnest demeanor, Su Qingyan had no choice but to hand over the elixir, concern etched across her lovely face. As Su Batian received the elixir, his heart raced with trepidation. His hand trembled slightly as he held it. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as Su Batian's body convulsed violently. As the elixir was swallowed, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted within him, causing the entire Mingjian manor to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. This energy was so potent that it burst forth from his body, transforming into ripples of energy that surged towards Su Qingyan and Su Wujing. With a series of staggering steps back, both of them stared in astonishment at the scene before them. What is happening? How can there be such overwhelming energy? Su Wujing exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. That Su Qingyan, equally astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom that the elixir given by Yi Xian contained such terrifying power. Moreover, she sensed that the energy within this elixir was even more formidable than Su Wujing's Tianyuan Dan. Just as the two were grappling with their astonishment, Su Batian let out a low growl. It seemed as if his entire spiritual force had suddenly ascended a level. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar of spiritual energy, Su Baishan's cultivation remarkably soared from the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm to the 7th. Has he truly broken through? Su Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even he was stunned by the sight. If it were not for the palpable surge of power within him, he would have thought he was dreaming. After 50 years of stagnation in his cultivation, he had broken through so effortlessly. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, another tremor coursed through Su Baishan's body. His cultivation had ascended yet another level. The 8th level of the martial sovereign realm. What? Upon witnessing this, Su Wujin's eyes bulged in astonishment that he actually advanced another level. Good heavens, to elevate 2 tiers at once. Could it be that this elixir is of a higher grade than my Tianyuan Dan? Surely not. Su Qingyan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The Tianyuan Dan is a 3rd-grade elixir. If Yi Xian's elixir is of a higher grade, then it must be a 4th-grade elixir. A 4th-grade elixir is legendary. Each one is worth a fortune. Su Wujin, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "Old Su, you have struck gold this time. The young man know that esteemed individual has provided you with an elixir capable of elevating you from the 6th to the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm, which indicates that his elixir is at least a 4th-grade divine elixir. It could even possibly be the legendary 5th-grade divine elixir. 5th-grade divine elixir." Upon hearing Su Wujin's words, Su Qingyan was utterly dumbfounded, completely petrified in place. Throughout her life, she had scarcely seen a few 3rd-grade elixirs, and 4th-grade elixirs were even rarer. As for 5th-grade elixirs, she had never even laid eyes on one. This was a legendary elixir. How could Yi Xian have gifted her grandfather such a miraculous item? Su Batian chuckled heartily, overflowing with excitement, that Yi Xian did not deceive me. He truly provided an elixir that can aid my breakthrough. He did not mislead me. Su Batian had never imagined that the elixir given by Yi Xian was indeed authentic. Initially, he had felt reluctant about offering the Qingyuan sword, but now it seemed that trading a single Qingyuan sword for a 2-tier elevation was more than worth it. Old Su, you should promptly prepare a gift and visit the Tianqing sect to express gratitude to Yi Xian. The fact that he can present a 4th-grade elixir indicates that his background is extremely impressive. Your Mingjian manor must find a way to befriend him. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Batian came to his senses. Since Yi Xian could dispense a 4th-grade divine elixir, it suggested that he must possess more than one of such elixirs. Furthermore, it was highly likely that a powerful alchemist was backing him. If their Mingjian manor could foster a connection, they would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future. Qingyan, quickly prepare a gift for me. I must visit the Tianqing sect tonight to pay my respects to Yi Xian. Su Batian, his face alight with fervor, immediately instructed Su Qingyan. However, upon hearing her grandfather's words, her expression turned somewhat unnatural. She lowered her head, biting her lip, fidgeting as if she harbored some unspeakable secret. It was no wonder she reacted this way. She had just offended Yi Xian earlier today and had even issued a threat as she left, telling him to wait. Now she was expected to seek him out. It was far too embarrassing. She had never anticipated that the elixir Yi Xian provided would indeed be genuine, seeing Su Qingyan's unease. Su Batian was puzzled. Qingyan, what is the matter? I instructed you to prepare a gift, yet you remain idle. Grandpa. Su Qingyan stammered, struggling to find her words, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, unsure how to respond. Observing Su Qingyan's reaction, Su Batian frowned slightly, and for some reason, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He swallowed hard and asked, Qingyan, you didn't offend Yi Xian, did you? Su Qingyan scratched her head, a shy smile creeping onto her face as she nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed that Su Baishan's vision darkened, and Su Wujin trembled all over, feeling as if the very sky was collapsing around them. What on earth is going on? Su Baishan's expression darkened as he demanded, Qingyan, speak, what happened? Not daring to conceal the truth, Su Qingyan hurriedly recounted the events of the day, albeit omitting the part where Yi Xian had spanked her. Upon hearing her words, Su Baishan's mind erupted in a cacophony of thunderous chaos, as if countless lightning bolts had struck him. Had it not been for Su Wujin supporting him, he feared he would have fainted on the spot. Su Qingyan blinked, playfully pouting, Grandpa, I didn't mean to. Who knew that the elixir he gave was genuine? I was only trying to relieve your grievances, so, you foolish girl. Su Baishan's face remained grim as he scolded. I have told you time and again not to stir up trouble outside. And yet, you have directly offended a person capable of producing fourth-grade divine elixirs. You're going to bring disaster upon us. Raising his hand as if to strike Su Qingyan, he hesitated after a few gestures, ultimately lowering his hand in resignation. What are you standing around for? Hurry and prepare a gift. Tonight, I will take you to the Tianqing sect to personally apologize to Yi Xian. Yes, yes, Su Qingyan, not daring to retort, quickly turned to leave that I in no time. She had carefully selected a few gifts and departed with Suban. Su Wujin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed, eager to see the origin of this fourth-grade divine elixir, as forging a connection could undoubtedly elevate his alchemical skills. Chapter 45. Mastering Sword Techniques, Visitors from the Sect. At this moment, under the moonlight and the cries of crows, within the Tianqing sect, Yi Xian's figure darted through the dense forest like a streak of lightning, moving so swiftly that he left behind mere afterimages, as if he were a ghost eluding capture. Suddenly, from the grass ahead, a peculiar shadow sprang forth, revealing a diminutive figure, less than 1 meter 40 tall. Wielding a gleaming long sword that Yi Xian, I bet you won't escape this time. Wang Yaodu bellowed, and as his voice fell, the sharp long sword in his hand swung fiercely towards Yi Xian's face. However, just as the blade was about to strike, Yi Xian's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the attack, that in a swift motion, he retaliated with a fierce kick. Bang! Wang Yaodu screamed as he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into a tree. My apologies, Wang Shixiang, but your 10 wins out of 10 skills won't work against me. Yi Xian grinned, preparing to turn and leave. Seeing Yi Xian attempt to flee, Wang Yaodu hastily shouted, Second brother, third brother, come here from above. 2 voices thundered like a clap of thunder. Yi Xian quickly looked up, only to see a massive net descending from the sky, wielded by Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaos, who were determined to ensnare him. Yi Xian, this time you're finished. Surrender and admit defeat to us 3 brothers. Their boisterous laughter echoed through the forest. Yet Yi Xian remained unfazed, standing still as he drew his Kunlun sword, which gleamed like a silver moon, and swiftly struck the descending net with several thrusts. With a series of hisses, the sword energy surged forth, instantly shredding the net into countless fragments. Yi Xian spun around, unleashing another strike. Tianqing Galaxy. With a flurry of movements, a dense barrage of sword energy erupted, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to countless stars illuminating the night sky, casting light across the forest. Wang Yaodu and Wang Yao's expressions shifted dramatically, and they found themselves unable to resist as they were unceremoniously flung back. The 2 brothers lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Yi Xian, like a specter, emerged before them, sword pointed at the duo, and said with a faint smile, Shixiang, do you wish to continue? Wang Yao's expression changed as he hastily waved his hands, pleading, no more, no more. You're too monstrous. Competing with you is more exhausting than battling with Chun Hong for 800 rounds. I also concede. Even Wang, who desires to gamble, has managed to rise again, and the 2 brothers are both in a most disheveled state. Ha ha! Just then, a hearty laughter echoed through the air, and Master Brother Su Qin approached, a teasing smile adorning his face as he remarked, What made you 3 so reckless as to challenge Junior Brother? So, have you finally realized the prowess of Junior Brother? Following Su Qin were Tang Shuirou and Senior Sister Yu Mingming. Master Brother, Senior Sister. Yi Xian clasped his fists in greeting to the trio. Su Qin nodded, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Junior Brother, have you completely mastered the 12 swords of the Celestial Star? What I saw you employ just now was the final move, the Celestial Star Galaxy. Indeed, Yi Xian did not deny it. Hiss, as these words left his lips, the bystanders couldn't help but gasp, regarding Yi Xian as if he were a veritable monster. Yu Mingming exclaimed incredulously, Goodness, Junior Brother, you are truly remarkable. In just a few days, you have fully grasped the 12 swords of the Celestial Star? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Wang Yaodu also shook his head in disbelief. When we mastered the 12 swords of the Celestial Star, it took us a full year, yet you in merely 3 or 4 days have accomplished what we could not. I truly wonder what your physique is made of. Junior Brother, You wouldn't be the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse here to experience life. Would you? Yu Mingming playfully pinched Yi Xian's arm. She had heard that some ancient beings could be reborn through secret arts, bringing their past talents along with them. She was beginning to suspect that Yi Xian might be one of those individuals. Otherwise, his extraordinary talent was utterly inexplicable. Yi Xian offered a wry smile and replied, "Senior sister, please don't jest about me." However, he continued, "Although I have mastered the 12 swords of the celestial star, I can't shake the feeling that this swordsmanship might not be the ultimate endpoint. When I cultivate, it always seems as though something is missing." That why Yi Xian furrowed his brow, that Su Qin chuckled. That is to be expected. The 12 swords of the celestial star are inherently incomplete. When we were training, we too felt that something was amiss. Perhaps what is lacking are the remaining 7 swords. That as he spoke, a hint of regret flashed across Su Qin's visage. Their celestial star sect had suffered a significant decline due to the loss of those 7 swords, which had diminished the power of the 19 swords of the celestial star. Should they manage to recover the lost 7 swords, their sect would undoubtedly rise again. The lost 7 swords. Yi Xian murmured to himself, his curiosity piqued about what the latter half of the 12 swords of the celestial star entailed. "Junior brother, do not dwell on it too much." Tang Xuero smiled softly. "Though the 12 swords of the celestial star are incomplete, with your current mastery of the sword techniques, you are already more than capable of dominating the younger generation of Langyi County." "Indeed," Yu Mingming chimed in with a playful laugh. "Junior brother, with your youth and talent, you will surely attract countless admirers. How about considering your senior sister? I have quite a fondness for younger brothers." As she spoke, Yu Mingming puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring figure. Wang Yao chuckled lasciviously. "Senior sister Yu, I am also a younger brother. Might you consider me?" As he said this, he reached out with a mischievous hand towards Yu Mingming's graceful form. Wang Yao shook his head. "I wager my third brother will be punished again." Bang! In the next instant, Wang Yao was sent flying several meters away, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud, his face bruised and battered. The crowd erupted into laughter. "By the way, senior sister, has the sect master not emerged from seclusion yet?" At that moment, Yi Xian turned to Tang Xuero and inquired. "Not yet." Tang Xuero shook her head. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brows, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Just a few days prior, Su Ding had entrusted him with the 12 swords of the celestial star, only to then vanish without a trace. According to Tang Xuero, Su Ding had gone back into seclusion. In his memory, Su Ding would typically enter seclusion each month, and the duration was always brief, at most a week and at least 2 to 3 days. This struck Yi Xian as particularly odd, as it was unusual for martial artists to only seclude themselves for a matter of days. Most would do so for months, while some powerful warriors might take years. What could the sect master possibly be doing? Yi Xian's eyes clouded with suspicion. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase spoken by Fang Qingping echoed in his mind. Could it be that the sect master's seclusion is related to that entity within his body? "Yi Xian! Yi Xian!" Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, a hurried voice called out, and he saw Gu Chongqing sprinting towards him, panting heavily. "My good fellow, I finally found you, Elder Gu. What brings you here at this late hour?" Yi Xian inquired. Ji Chongqing took a deep breath and replied, "The master of Ming Jian Mountain, Su Ba Tian, has arrived, along with his granddaughter, Su Qingyan, and also Su Wuji, the master from Bai Chao Tang. The 3 of them specifically requested to see you. Come with me quickly." "What, Ming Jian Mountain?" Tang Xuero gasped, suddenly recalling the events of the day, particularly her junior brother's interactions with Su Qing. Yet a look of concern washed over her delicate features. "Junior brother, do you think the people from Ming Jian Mountain have come to settle a score with you?" Chapter 46. Are these 2 insane? As this was said, the disciples of the Celestial Star sect were momentarily taken aback. That Su Qin furrowed his brow. "Junior brother, what exactly transpired?" Yi Xian offered a wry smile and recounted the events of the day at Ming Jian Mountain, including his encounter with Su Qingyan. Upon hearing Yi Xian's account, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Su Qin chuckled ruefully. "Junior brother, you have been rather impulsive. Su Qingyan is the daughter of the Ming Jian Mountain's master. It is no wonder Su Ba Tian has come personally." Wang Yao rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Junior brother, you're quite the bold one." Su Qingyin is known as the fiery pepper of Langya County. You dare to touch her backside, do tell. What was it like? Was it soft, bouncy? Wang Yaosei's curious gaze fixated on Yi Xian, his face brimming with mischief. Tang Shuirou's expression darkened. Bang, with a swift motion. She sent Wang Yaosei tumbling away. Elder Ge shook his head in exasperation, turning to Yi Xian. You, my boy, really know how to stir up trouble. You've only just joined the Celestial Star sect. And you've already offended Ming Jian Mountain. Well, since Su Zhuangzhu has come, we should go and see what he wants. Rest assured, if Ming Jian Mountain truly intends to make things difficult for you, I will find a way to intercede on your behalf. Thank you. Elder Ji. Yi Xian smiled faintly, his composure unwavering. Soon after, the group made their way towards the main hall of the Celestial Star sect. At that moment, within the hall, Su Batian paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back, a look of anxiety etched upon his face as he frequently glanced towards the entrance. His heart a tumult of tension and impatience. Just then, a hearty laughter broke the silence. Ha! Su Zhuangzhu, long time no see. Apologies for the late welcome. Ge Chongqing, accompanied by Yi Xian and the others, entered through the grand doors, bowing respectfully to Su Batian and the others from a distance. Elder Ge. Su Batian's expression brightened, and he rushed forward in greeting. However, before he could speak, Ge Chongqing interjected. Su Zhuangzhu, I am already aware of the purpose of your visit today. Rest assured, regarding the matter of Yi Xian's alleged bullying of Su Gunyang, the Celestial Star sect will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Prior to your arrival, I had already given Yi Xian a thorough scolding. What? Su Batian's countenance shifted. Tang Shuirou hastily added with a smile. Yes, yes, Su Zhuangzhu, do not worry. Yi Xian has promised that he will never again offend Su Gunyang. As she spoke, Tang Shuirou shot Yi Xian a meaningful glance. Yi Xian, why don't you quickly come over and apologize to Su Zhuangzhu? With a wry smile, Yi Xian stepped forward reluctantly. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Batian was utterly taken aback, his face paling as he stammered. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. I am but a humble man. How could I possibly accept such a grand gesture? To be honest, we have come today to offer our apologies to you. Ah, the revelation stunned everyone present. Tang Shuirou and Ge Chongqing exchanged incredulous glances, hardly able to believe their ears. Su Batian was here to apologize to Yi Xian? Before anyone could process this information, Su Batian's expression darkened as he barked at his granddaughter Su Qingyin. Girl, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Su Qingyin pouted, reluctantly stepping forward, holding a gift box in her hands. She bowed deeply to Yi Xian and said, I am sorry, Mr. Yi. Qingyin realizes her mistake. Within this exquisite gift box lies a present prepared by my esteemed Mingjian Villa. And I sincerely hope that M.R.Y.E. can show magnanimity and forgive my rash words. Hiss. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Was it not said that Mingjian Villa had come to confront Yi Xian? How did it transform into an occasion where Mingjian Villa was offering an apology to him? However, at that moment, Ge Chongqing was suddenly captivated by the contents of the gift box. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, This is, Master Su, could this sword be the legendary Tianhua Qilin sword? Inside the box lay a strikingly fiery red long sword, measuring 3 feet in length, with an exceptionally sharp blade, as if forged from flames. The blade was intricately engraved with flame patterns, casting a chilling glow throughout the grand hall, exuding an air of nobility and refinement. What? The Tianhua Qilin sword. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingming gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Isn't this the top-ranked divine sword of Mingjian Villa? It is said that this sword is forged from the blood of a Qilin, and even the hilt is crafted from its horn. This is truly a weapon of earth-level divinity, earth-level divine weapon. Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement as he raised his hand to touch the Tianhua Qilin sword. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat radiated from the blade. Far surpassing even the Kunlun sword by hundreds of times, what a magnificent sword! Yi Xian rejoiced internally, as expected of a legendary earth-level divine weapon. The Kunlun sword is already a top-tier sword. But this Tianhua Qilin sword is exponentially more powerful, that he could scarcely imagine the devastating force it would unleash if he wielded it alongside the 12-star swords that Su Batian quickly smiled apologetically. Mr. De Yi, you are a prodigious talent with a boundless future. After some consideration, I believe the Kunlun sword is unworthy of your stature. Thus, I have specially brought forth the Tianhua Qilin sword today, hoping you will graciously accept it. This cautious demeanor left those around them utterly astonished, questioning their own perception that Su Batian was the illustrious master of Mingjian Villa, a figure of authority in the entire Langya prefecture. Who could fail to recognize his status? Yet now, this prominent individual displayed such humility before Yi Xian. Who would believe it? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Su Wujia stepped forward, wearing a smile of deference that Mr. Yi, I am Su Wujia from Baikatang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, Master Su, greetings. Yi Xian nodded. I am unworthy. I am unworthy. Su Wujia hastily waved his hands, his face a mask of trepidation. The title of Master Su is something outsiders use. Please, just call me Xiao Su. Hiss, Xiao Su. At this declaration, Tang Xuero and the others were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Su Wujia. Su Batian's humility was shocking enough. But Su Wujia was a legendary third-grade alchemist. His status was so exalted that even their sect leader would show deference. For such a distinguished figure to allow Yi Xian to call him Xiao Su. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Brother, if you don't hit me, I won't know if I'm still asleep, Wang Yaos exclaimed incredulously, pleading with Wang Yaogo beside him to strike him and confirm his waking state. Wang Yaogo, equally astonished, had not even registered what Wang Yaos had said. Not only they, but even Gu Changqing was wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning, unable to regain his senses that at this moment, a singular thought raced through everyone's mind. Are these two out of their minds? Chapter 47. A second gift, yet not dismissed. Mr. Yi, just as the crowd was in shock, Su Wujia produced a storage bag from his robe and respectfully handed it to Yi Xian. Inside are some spiritual herbs I have cultivated myself. A small token of my regard that I hope you will accept it. Spiritual herbs? Yi Xian opened it to find an impressive array of over 100 exquisite herbs, including Tianxing flowers, Longyan grass, and Ice Mountain snow lotus, each one exceedingly precious. Just from a glance, the value of these herbs added up to several million spirit stones. Master Su, you are indeed generous. Yi Xian smiled lightly, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Su Batian and Su Wujia. Saying with a gentle smile, Master Su, your late-night visit and such lavish gifts suggest you must have something you wish to discuss with me. Su Batian and Su Wujia exchanged glances. Fidgeting slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak, did the elixir I provided take effect? Yi Xian interjected suddenly. Since first encountering Su Batian, he had noticed a significant increase in the latter's aura compared to the morning. His vitality was notably improved. He deduced that Su Batian had indeed consumed his elixir and achieved a breakthrough. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom what he possessed that would warrant such a personal visit from the master of Mingjian Villa. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Batian quickly clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, you possess remarkable insight. To be candid, the elixir you provided has been immensely beneficial. I have been stagnant at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for 50 years. Unable to break through, not even with Master Su's Tianyudan. However, after consuming your elixir, I successfully broke through immediately. In fact, I advanced 2 levels from the 6th to the 8th level of martial sovereign. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the Grand Hall. That Tio leaped from the 6th level of martial sovereign to the 8th level. That was a staggering 2 levels for a martial artist of such caliber. Achieving a single level of advancement typically required decades, while advancing 2 levels could take a century or more. And yet, with just 1 elixir from Yi Xian, it had been accomplished. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Tang Xuero. Although she had speculated that Yi Xian's elixir could assist Su Batian in breaking through, she had not anticipated it would be to such an extraordinary degree, enabling a martial sovereign to elevate 2 levels in one go. Su Batian continued respectfully, thus, I have come today, firstly to express my gratitude for your generous gift of the elixir, and secondly, to inquire about the origin of that elixir. That Su Wujia also looked at Yi Xian with eager anticipation. His curiosity piqued about the origins of such a remarkable elixir. Yet, Yi Xian deliberately teased, Master Su, I would be willing to disclose the elixir's origin, but with the offerings you have presented, it seems rather insufficient for me to oblige." Yi Xian glanced at the other disciples present and remarked, "Look, I have so many senior brothers and sisters here. Is it fair for me to be the sole recipient of your gifts?" "What?" At these words, Su Qingtian's face changed, and she snapped, "Yi Xian, are you done? It's merely a question about the elixir's origin. Don't be so greedy." "Is that so? If you are unwilling, then so be it. Everyone may take their leave." Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying indifference. His elixirs were crafted by the esteemed Dan Wangu Shanhao of Qingzhou, treasures that countless martial artists yearned for. Yet, they seemed reluctant to even offer a small gift to his fellow disciples. Clearly, their sincerity was lacking. Seeing Yi Xian's intent to depart, Su Baixian's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly called out, "Mr. Yi, please wait." Su Batian smiled apologetically. "Mr. Yi, you are indeed correct. I had not considered this thoroughly. Today, I fortuitously brought along several treasured swords. If your senior brothers and sisters do not mind, I would be willing to offer them as gifts." As Su Batian spoke, he tapped the storage bag, and with a dazzling display of brilliance, numerous sharp long swords emerged before everyone. Each sword radiated a fierce aura, clearly all of high quality among the mysterious ranks. "Grandfather." Upon witnessing this, Su Qingtian felt slightly displeased, but be silent. Su Batian snapped, then turned to Tang Shuoro and the other disciples of Tianqing sect. His face adorned with a smile. "Miss Tang, esteemed disciples of Tianqing sect, these swords are precious treasures from my Mingjian villa. This one is the Yuanhong sword, ranked 9th in our villa. This one is the Feixia sword, ranked 7th. Su Batian continued to introduce each sword, and as they listened, the eyes of the Tianqing sect disciples widened in astonishment. "Goodness, ranked 9th? Ranked 7th? These are among the top 10 divine swords of Mingjian villa. Under normal circumstances, with our Tianqing sect status, we wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of them, let alone receive them. And now, this legendary divine swordsman is offering them to us for free? Is this truly a gift for us?" Yu Mingming swallowed hard, casting a disbelieving glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled gently. "Senior sister, since it is Master Su's kind offer, you should accept it." Su Batian quickly added, Indeed, indeed. All these swords are freely given by me. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, grandfather." Su Qingyan pouted, just about to speak, when she was tugged at the corner of her garment by Su Wuji, who gestured for her to refrain from acting impulsively to outsiders. These swords might seem exceedingly precious. However, Su Wuji understood that, when compared to the exceptional alchemist standing behind Yi Xian, they were utterly inconsequential. If a few profound-grade swords could garner the favor of a fourth-grade alchemist, then this deal would undoubtedly be a remarkable bargain. Hearing Su Batian's words, the disciples of the Tianqing sect were filled with excitement and immediately stepped forward to select their swords. "Ha! Since Master Su has said so, we shall not be polite. I shall take this Yuanhong sword. It suits my temperament. And I shall take this Feixia sword. Master Su, you are truly generous. I bet your business will flourish. And the Mingjian Mountain Villa will be established throughout the vast lands. Sons will all be top scholars, and daughters will all be esteemed ladies. Ha! In an instant, the disciples were all busy selecting their favorite swords. Su Batian cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yi, may I ask if you can now reveal the source of the elixir?" "Certainly." Yi Xian nodded. "Wonderful." Upon hearing this, Su Wuji was instantly filled with excitement, rubbing his palms together in anticipation. "In that case, Mr. Yi, please bring forth this exceptional alchemist." "Exceptional alchemist?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "Which exceptional alchemist?" Of course, the one who concocted this elixir," Su Wuji clarified. Yi Xian chuckled. "Oh, are you referring to this? The elixir was concocted by me." "What?" At this revelation, both Su Batian and Su Wuji were taken aback, their minds reeling. Chapter 48. An unexpected visitor. The aura of murder approaches. "What? You concocted it yourself?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Batian and Su Wuji's expressions shifted. Their eyes shimmering with disbelief, that Su Qingyan scoffed, crossing her arms, and skeptically said, "Yi Xian, you must be boasting. The elixir you gave my grandfather is at least a fourth-grade elixir. Do you really think you can concoct a fourth-grade elixir? You don't mean to say you are a fourth-grade alchemist, do you?" Not only did Su Qingyan disbelieve him, but even Su Wuji, who was also an alchemist, wore a face of incredulity. That it is important to note that alchemists place even greater emphasis on talent than martial artists. Without talent, one might still become a martial artist through hard work, but to become an alchemist without innate ability is utterly impossible. Without talent, one cannot even step into the threshold of becoming an alchemist. Furthermore, the advancement of an alchemist is exceptionally arduous. Each elevation in grade can take decades of effort. Some may become an apprentice alchemist, but spend their entire lives without ever achieving the rank of a first-grade alchemist. Su Wuji, for instance, spent several hundred years barely qualifying as a third-grade alchemist, and that was with his decent talent, coupled with his study of a few third-grade recipes, allowing him to scrape by. And as for Yi Xian, he appeared to be barely in his 20s. A 20-year-old fourth-grade alchemist is unheard of, not just in the Dacian Empire, but throughout the entire Dongling region. Yet little did they know that Yi Xian had already inherited the complete legacy of the Dan Wang Gushan. And with the enhancement of the Spirit Intelligence Eye, he had thoroughly comprehended the entirety of the 10,000 Elixirs Compendium. Currently, although he may not be regarded as a top-tier alchemist, concocting a fourth-grade elixir was well within his capabilities. Yi Xian smiled lightly. "What is this? You don't believe me? Very well. Since you doubt my words, I shall concoct it before your very eyes." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Wuji's face instantly lit up with excitement. "Mr. Yi, are you really planning to concoct the elixir yourself?" Yi Xian nodded. After all, he had received so many gifts from Su Batian today, it would be remiss not to reciprocate with some elixirs. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to refine his alchemical skills. Su Qin smiled and said, "Junior brother, our Tianqing sect happens to have an alchemy chamber that is rarely used. If you need it, I can take you there." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian smiled slightly. With that, Su Qin led Yi Xian, Su Batian, and Su Wuji away. Su Qingyan watched Yi Xian's departing figure, and, after a moment of hesitation, stomped her lotus foot forcefully. "Humph! That Yi Xian! How boastful! I shall see how you concoct the elixir." After saying this, Su Qingyan followed behind. Watching the figures of the few depart, Gu Chongqing murmured in disbelief. "I never expected that Yi Xian is not only a martial prodigy, but also an alchemist. Truly remarkable. This time, our Tianqing sect has struck gold." Tang Shuyo inquired, "Elder Gu, should we also follow?" Gu Chongqing shook his head. "No need. The art of alchemy requires a calm and focused mind. With Su Qin accompanying him, that will suffice. That if we all go, it may inadvertently affect Yi Xian's performance." "Understood." The others cupped their fists, their thoughts of following after dissipating. Soon, under Su Qin's guidance, Yi Xian and the others arrived at the alchemy chamber of the Tianqing sect. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust swirled into the air, the musty scent permeating the atmosphere. Clearly, this alchemy chamber had not been used for a long time, with a thick layer of dust covering the floor and spider webs accumulating in the corners. In the center of the chamber stood a bronze alchemical cauldron, though it too bore the marks of neglect. Large patches of copper paint had chipped away, rendering it pockmarked and unsightly. The entire room appeared dilapidated. "Ahem," Su Qingyan covered her nose, her face filled with disdain. "Is this really your Tianqing sect's alchemy chamber? Why is it so shabby? The alchemical cauldron looks rusty. Can it even be used?" Qingyan, Su Batian frowned. Feeling that his granddaughter was being rather impolite, Su Qin let out a wry smile. "There's no helping it. Our Tianqing sect had an alchemist stationed here, but since its decline, those alchemists have all departed, leaving this chamber to fall into disuse. However, it should suffice for concocting elixirs." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian smiled slightly. Su Wuji, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mr. Yi, may I inquire what elixir you plan to concoct? Could it be the one you gifted to old Su?" "Of course not." Yi Xian chuckled softly. The elixir he had given Su Batian was a human elixir, crafted from the flesh and blood of warriors. Such a dark elixir he would never concoct in front of Su Qingyan and the others. Fortunately, the 10,000 Elixirs Compendium recorded a vast array of fourth-grade elixirs. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian looked at Su Wuji and said, "Master Su, I've heard that your Baichao Hall has been researching a fourth-grade elixir known as the Lioli Fire Cleansing Pill." Su Wuji nodded. "Indeed. The Lioli Fire Cleansing Pill is a fourth-grade elixir with the ability to soothe the heart and dispel fire, particularly effective against fire poison. The Princess of Langya County has suffered from fire poison for many years. During her episodes, her entire body feels like a furnace, causing her immense suffering. Thus, she entrusted us at Baijiao Hall to concoct the Lioli fire-cleansing pill to combat the fire poison within her body. Unfortunately, at this point, Su Wuji sighed, his tone heavy with helplessness. Though our Baijiao Hall has a fourth-grade alchemist, he has only recently advanced and is truly incapable of concocting the Lioli fire-cleansing pill. Su Wuji sighed deeply, his voice tinged with a profound sense of resignation. Why Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, "In that case, I will do you a favor today and concoct the Lioli fire-cleansing pill for you." What? At this declaration, everyone in the alchemy chamber was taken aback. As Su Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, "Mr. Yi, you must be joking. You can concoct the Lioli fire-cleansing pill. How could this be?" As an alchemist, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved in crafting the Lioli fire-cleansing pill. Even their Baijiao Hall's strongest alchemist, who had just recently advanced to 4th grade, could not manage to concoct it. Yi Xian claimed he could. Su Qingyan scoffed disdainfully. "Yi Xian, aren't you afraid of bursting your own bubble? Do you know what the Lioli fire-cleansing pill is? That is a top-tier 4th-grade elixir. Not to mention you, even Master M.O. from Baijiao Hall is powerless. You, a mere junior who hasn't even reached the martial sovereign realm, dare to make such bold claims. If you can concoct it, then I shall be the legendary Dan Wang." Su Qingyan laughed heartily, her expression one of utter disdain as she regarded Yi Xian. She already harbored resentment towards him, and after witnessing her grandfather bestow so many swords upon Yi Xian today, her feelings of indignation only intensified. She utterly doubted Yi Xian's alchemical abilities. After all, a 4th-grade alchemist so young was unheard of, not just in the Dacian Empire, but even throughout the entire Dongling region. Perhaps the elixir he gifted her grandfather was stolen from somewhere. Qingyan, seeing his granddaughter so unruly, Su Batian's expression darkened, and he could not help but reprimand her. That Su Qingyan shrank her head, hastily shutting her mouth. Yet her eyes continued to glare fiercely at Yi Xian, filled with defiance. That why Yi Xian smiled lightly. "Miss Su, whether I am boasting or not, you shall soon find out. There is no need to be so impatient. Cut it out." Su Qingyan crossed her arms, her face filled with disdain. "That you're just boasting. If you can refine it, I'll serve as your personal maid for a month." "Very well." Yi Xian coldly chuckled, then without another word, he stepped forward to the alchemical furnace to AT that moment. Just as Yi Xian was about to concoct the glazed fire-tempering pill, a sudden rush of movement occurred at the entrance of the Tianqing sect. Several uninvited guests clad in black appeared, brandishing swords and daggers, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Young Master Sikong, this is the Tianqing sect." A deep voice, laced with uncontainable fury, echoed through the night. That if Yi Xian were present, he would instantly recognize the speaker as Yun Shan, the steward of the Mingjian villa, whom he had severely reprimanded earlier that day. Beside Yun Shan stood a tall, strikingly handsome youth, dressed in a blue robe. His hands clasped behind his back, his chiseled features equally radiating a fierce aura. Embroidered on his robe were 3 ethereal golden characters. Chaos Sect. A chilling aura emanated from the youth, causing flowers and grass to wither in his wake, as if a sense of death permeated the air around him. Chapter 49, Langya Sikong, Half-Step Martial Sovereign. "Is it they who took my Kunlun sword?" As soon as Yun Shan's words fell, the youth known as Young Master Sikong spoke in a cold tone, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light. "Indeed." Yun Shan gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with both hatred and grievance. "It is this Tianqing sect that not only seized the Kunlun sword you eagerly sought, but also caused my expulsion from Mingjian Villa, stripping me of my position. Young Master Sikong, everyone in Langya County knows that I, Yun Shan, am your subordinate. They have treated me this way. You must take revenge for me." With a face full of grievance, Yun Shan could not help but shed tears, his aged visage streaked with sorrow. Indeed, the one referred to as Young Master Sikong was none other than Sikong Qing, the scion of the Sikong family of Langya, and also a formidable expert ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list. Upon hearing Yun Shan's words, Sikong Qing let out a cold snort, anger flashing in his eyes as he reprimanded. "A mere trivial sect has managed to put you, the steward of Mingjian Villa, in such a predicament. Do you still have the audacity to claim allegiance to my Sikong family?" Bang! With a swift motion of his folding fan, a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, sending Yun Shan hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing into a boulder several meters away. The violent impact left Yin Shan grimacing in pain, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yet he dared not display any discontent, hastily kneeling on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "Young Master Sikong, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs and beg for your mercy." Humph. With a frosty expression, Sikong Ching waved his folding fan and inquired indifferently, "What is the name of the one who stole the Kunlun sword?" Yun Shan quickly replied, reporting to young Master Sikong, "His name is Yi Xian. He is the one who caused the stir during the 8-sex assessment and killed Zhuge Qingyun." "Oh, that is him." Sikong Qing's eyes flickered with interest upon hearing the name, but he had heard of a 9-rank genius from the Tianqing sect who single-handedly slayed several disciples of the Chaos sect, even defeating Zhuge Qingyun, who was ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list. How intriguing that I had intended to confront this Yi Xian after obtaining the Kunlun sword, but it seems he has foolishly walked into my line of fire. With a cold chuckle, Sikong Qing's eyes glinted with a fierce killing intent. As a disciple of the Chaos sect, he possessed an absolute sense of superiority. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of the Chaos sect. Moreover, this brat dared to seize his Kunlun sword? At this moment, in Sikong Qing's mind, Yi Xian had already become a dead man. Just as Sikong Qing and the others were conversing, a furious shout rang out in the night. "Who goes there?" 2 diminutive figures emerged at the entrance of the Tianqing sect, swords in hand, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at Sikong Qing and his companions. It was the brothers Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei, tasked with guarding the Tianqing sect that night. "What are you doing here? This is the territory of the Tianqing sect. Non-disciples, leave at once," Wang Yaodu barked, his brow furrowed as he confronted Sikong Qing. However, unperturbed by Wang Yaodu's admonition, Sikong Qing merely raised his right hand and casually pointed at him. "Get lost, swish." A crimson beam of light shot forth from Sikong Qing's fingertip, streaking through the night like a meteor, striking Wang Yaodu's chest in an instant. "Da-da!" Wang Yaodu screamed, his body hurtling backward, crashing against the gate. His chest bore a bloody hole from the impact, blood gushing forth as he turned pale, writhing in agony. "Brother!" Wang Yaosei rushed forward, producing a pill to administer to Wang Yaodu, his face filled with fury as he glared at Sikong Qing and his group. "How dare you harm my brother?" "Silence," Yun Shan shouted, a smug grin on his face as he boasted. "You ignorant fool! Before you stands the esteemed scion of the Sikong family, a formidable expert ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list, young Master Sikong." The Sikong family, Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei's expressions shifted dramatically. The name Langya Sikong resonated throughout Langya County, its prestige far surpassing that of the Han family. How could such a prominent figure appear at the Tianqing sect? Sikong Qing sneered, "Kid, I have come today to seek out Yi Xian of the Tianqing sect. If you do not wish to die, summon him within 10 seconds, or I shall reduce your Tianqing sect to ruins." His arrogant declaration echoed at the entrance of the Tianqing sect, a terrifying aura radiating from Sikong Qing. Feeling the oppressive energy, Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei's expressions altered, a flicker of terror flashing in their eyes. Half-step martial sovereign. This Sikong Qing had evidently surpassed the master realm, standing on the precipice of the martial sovereign level. Damn it, how strong! Wang Yaodu furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. Just as the brothers were reeling in astonishment, a rush of air signaled the arrival of Ge Changqing, accompanied by Tang Shuiyou, Yu Mingming, and Wang Yaodu, who landed before the brothers. "Elder," seeing Ge Changqing's arrival, the brothers' expressions brightened, as if they had found their lifeline. "Oh, you are the elder of the Tianqing sect." Sikong Qing narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his handsome face. Yi Changqing glanced at the injured Wang Yaodu, a flicker of anger crossing his features, though he quickly suppressed it, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young Master Sikong, your late-night visit and injury to my disciple seem rather out of line, don't you think?" "Bah!" Upon hearing this, Yun Shan spat dismissively, his face contorted with disdain. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Sikong like that? Let me tell you, if you do not hand over that scoundrel Yi Xian today, with young Master Sikong's strength, he will reduce your Tianqing sect to ruins in the blink of an eye." Yi Xian. Ge Changqing was momentarily taken aback, but he had not anticipated that Sikong Qing's late-night visit was specifically to seek out Yi Xian. "Elder Ge, we cannot hand over Yi Xian," Tang Shuyo exclaimed anxiously. The Ji Chongqing nodded, but he certainly understood the ramifications of handing over Yi Xian. The Sikong family wielded immense power in Langyi County, and Sikongqing was known for his ruthless methods. The consequences of surrendering Yi Xian would be dire. With this in mind, Ge Chongqing clasped his hands and spoke solemnly. I apologize, young Master Sikong, but Yi Xian is a disciple of our Tianqing sect, and I cannot hand him over. The night has fallen. It would be best for young Master Sikong to return early. Otherwise, when our sect leader emerges, the situation may become difficult to explain. Having reached this point, Ge Chongqing decided to invoke the name of Su Ding to deter Sikongqing. However, to Ge Chongqing's surprise, upon hearing his words, Sikongqing not only did not leave, but instead laughed heartily, a look of disdain on his face. The sect leader? You mean Su Ding? Haha, old fool. Do you take me for a simpleton? Since I dare to come to your Tianqing sect, I am fully prepared. If I am not mistaken, your sect leader should still be in seclusion, right? Expecting him to save you? Heh, let him come out and see. Upon hearing Sikongqing's words, Ge Chongqing's expression darkened, that he had not anticipated that Sikongqing would be so astute. Even aware of their sect leader's seclusion, Sikongqing snorted coldly, stating, I will say it again. You have 10 seconds to summon Yi Xian or buzz. Sikongqing raised his right hand, a crimson light gathering at his fingertip. Exuding a terrifying aura, I end 10 seconds. I will turn the Tianqing sect into a wasteland. Chapter 50. Danger lurks, the three-phase isolation array. After a mere 10 seconds, this young master shall reduce the Tianqing sect to utter ruin. The chilling words resonated before the mountain gate of the Tianqing sect. The crimson glow illuminated Sikongqing's handsome, yet sinister visage, a wave of formidable pressure sweeping over the gathered crowd. Even Ge Chongqing, among others, was taken aback by the formidable aura exuding from Sikongqing, who had already stepped into the realm of half-step Wuzong at the tender age of 30, that his strength surpassed even that of a century-old warrior like Ge Chongqing. Truly, he was worthy of being the heir of the Langyi Sikong family. With a faint smile, Sikongqing inquired, What say you, Elder Ge? Will you surrender Yi Xian or not? Yun Shan, wearing a sinister grin, added, Ge, I advise you to consider carefully. You have so many disciples present. Their lives rest solely in your hands. It would be prudent to think through your response. Hearing Yun Shan's words, Ge Chongqing glanced at Tang Shuirua and the others beside him, then spoke, What do you all think? Should I hand over Yi Xian? Absolutely not. Tang Shuirua was the first to object. To hell with that. Wang Yaodu echoed in dissent. Wang Yaos, with a sardonic smile, declared, Though I, Wang Yaos, may be a man of appetites, I understand the meaning of loyalty. Since our junior brother has joined the Tianqing sect, he is now one of us, if you wish to seize him. This elder brother will never permit it. Indeed. Wang Yaodu clutched his chest, gritting his teeth. Though our junior brother has only just joined the sect, he is already a member of the Tianqing sect. If anyone dares to harm him, I, Wang Yaodu, will fight to the death. Ge Chongqing cast a glance at Yu Mingming, preparing to speak when Clang. Yu Mingming unsheathed her sword from her waist, coldly stating, Elder Ge, you need not ask me. Though I am a woman, I am fully aware of the honor of our sect. If they seek to capture our junior brother, I, Yu Mingming, shall never agree. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Shan's expression darkened instantaneously, his face contorting in fury. Ji Chongqing chuckled heartily, saying, Yun, Sikong, do you see? My disciples have all chosen not to surrender Yi Xian. As an elder of the Tianqing sect, I simply cannot comply. Clang! With that, Ge Chongqing drew his sword, coldly stating, I apologize, but the Tianqing sect shall not surrender Yi Xian today. You! Yun Shan, incensed, was about to unleash a tirade when Sikongqing raised a hand, forcing a smile that barely concealed his rage. Well, what a bold Tianqing sect. A mere minor sect dares to defy my wishes. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Whoosh, with that, Sikongqing pointed his index finger, the crimson light transforming into a meteor that shot towards Yu Mingming. Not good. Ge Chongqing's expression changed drastically as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Yu Mingming, forming a protective barrier with his hands. Boom! The moment of impact shattered the barrier into countless fragments that slowly dissipated in the air. The overwhelming force caused Ge Chongqing to stagger back several steps, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. Elder Ge. Tang Shuirua's face paled, filled with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Gu Chongqing waved dismissively, stabilizing his breath before speaking gravely. Truly, he is a formidable force at the half-step Wuzong level. Even a casual strike leaves me struggling to defend myself. Naturally, Yunshan boasted, young Master Sikong's cultivation has surpassed the Master Realm. Merely a step away from Wuzong. You, a mere 7th-layer master, dare to challenge him? Truly, you are courting death. Sikong Qing replied nonchalantly. That last strike was merely a lesson. Soon, you will understand the dire consequences of offending the Sikong family. Buzz! As his words fell, Sikong Qing raised his right hand again, a point of crimson light gathering at his fingertip, a terrifying aura emanating that was tenfold more menacing than before. Not good. Gu Chongqing's face turned pale with alarm. He understood that Sikong Qing was preparing to unleash a lethal attack. If this blast were to be fired, they would be left severely injured, if not dead. That I in a moment of clarity, Gu Chongqing shouted. Shuirao, take Ming Ming and the others and retreat. Go to the seclusion chamber and inform the sect master to emerge. I will hold them off here. But Tang Shuiruo's expression shifted. Go now. Gu Chongqing barked. Sikong Qing is a half-step Wuzong powerhouse. If we do not leave, we will perish here. Quickly summon the sect master. Bang. With that, Gu Chongqing pushed Tang Shuirao back a few steps, his frail body resembling a mountain, shielding her and the others behind him. Run! His hoarse shouts echoed at the mountain gate. Tears welled in Tang Shuiruo's eyes, despite the reluctance in her heart. She understood Gu Chongqing's intentions. All right. Wiping her tears, she grasped Yu Mingming and the others' hands, swiftly heading towards the seclusion chamber. However, before Tang Shuirao could take more than a few steps, Sikong Qing coldly snorted, raising a hand to point at her. Bang! Ah! The crimson beam shot through Tang Shuiruo's ankle like an arrow, causing her to scream in agony. As she collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound appeared at the impact site, crimson blood gushing forth amidst the excruciating pain. Humph! Sikong Qing sneered, attempting to flee. Did this young master grant you permission? Swish! With a flick of his right hand, several yellow talismans flew out, landing on the ground. Walls and trees. Sikong Qing formed a seal with his hand. Buzz! In an instant, beams of spiritual energy erupted from the talismans, intertwining and weaving together, forming a net of spiritual energy that enveloped Tang Shuiruo, Gu Chongqing, and even Sikong Qing himself. This is a spiritual formation. Tang Shuiruo's expression changed drastically. Sikong Qing chuckled coldly. Indeed, this is the Sikong family's triangular isolation formation. It can block all external information. Once inside, even a Wuzong powerhouse would struggle to perceive anything. What? Tang Shuiruo's face turned ashen. Damn it. Wang Yao's immediately drew his sword, striking at the formation. Yet the barrier held firm, impervious to Wang Yao's relentless blows, showing no signs of yielding. Haha, save your strength. This triangular isolation formation is as solid as a fortress. Unless a half-step Wuzong powerhouse attempts to breach it, do not hope to damage it in the slightest. Sikong Qing cackled, casting a murderous gaze at Tang Shuiruo and the others. Now allow me to show you the terror of offending the Sikong family. With a chilling smile, Sikong Qing stepped forward towards Tang Shuiruo and her companions. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Tianqing sect turned pale, despair flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy chamber, Yi Xian remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. He sat cross-legged before the cauldron, eyes closed, preparing to concoct the Liuli fire refining pill. Chapter 51. Huangquan Ancient Seal. The pill is complete. Yi Xian, can you even do this? Observing Yi Xian sitting motionless before the cauldron, Su Qingyan pouted, arms crossed. You've been dawdling for ages without even lighting a fire. If you cannot refine pills, just say so. Do not waste everyone's time. Qingyan. Su Batian frowned, tapping Su Qingyan on the forehead. Ouch! Su Qingyan winced. Just as she was about to retort, Yi Xian smiled gently and said, Apologies, Miss Su. Thank you for your patience. Allow me to demonstrate how to refine a pill. With that, Yi Xian suddenly extended his right hand, pointing towards the cauldron. Whoosh! In an instant, a blaze of orange-red flames erupted from the cauldron's base, the scorching heat instantly filling the room. Dawai Yi Xian formed an intricate hand seal, pointing again at the cauldron. Weaken! With this gesture, the flames at the bottom appeared to come alive, gradually diminishing in intensity. What is this? As Yi Xian executed the hand seal, Su Wujing's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The Huangquan Ancient Seal. This is the legendary Huangquan Ancient Seal. Huangquan Ancient Seal. The name drew puzzled looks from those present, their faces reflecting confusion. Master Su, what is the Huangquan Ancient Seal? Su Batian inquired curiously. Su Wujing took a deep breath before explaining. The Huangquan Ancient Seal is an exceptionally profound fire control technique. This method not only allows for precise manipulation of flames, but also enhances the quality of the pills produced to perfection. It is said that only certain esteemed alchemical families possess the qualifications to master such techniques. Even I, in my advanced years, have only encountered fragmented mentions of them within the grand alchemical clans of Qingzhou, yet the technique employed by M.R.Y.E. at this moment is strikingly identical to the ancient Huangquan seal I have previously witnessed. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, their hearts racing. The fire control technique, reserved for the alchemical families, how could Yi Xian possess it? Could it be that he hails from one of those illustrious clans? In an instant, waves of astonishment rippled through their minds, leaving them in turmoil to know. It cannot be. Su Qingyin chuckled dryly, disbelief evident in her eyes. How could he possibly come from an alchemical family? If he truly held such a noble status, why would he participate in the 8 clans assessment of Langyu Prefecture? Grandpa Su, you must have made an error. Perhaps, Su Wujia sighed with a bitter smile, admitting that he too found it hard to believe that Yi Xian could wield the ancient Huangquan seal. After all, Yi Xian was still so young that if he truly possessed such legendary fire control techniques, it would be a tremendous blow to his own confidence. Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, smack, Yi Xian slapped his storage pouch, and in an instant, 7 or 8 valuable spirit herbs appeared before him as if conjured from thin air. He swiftly seized one of the herbs and tossed it into the cauldron. Xianyi grass. Wow! As the spirit herb entered, Yi Xian immediately rotated his hand seals, causing the flames at the bottom of the cauldron to surge with vigor. The searing heat relentlessly roasting the Xianyi grass. Under the relentless heat, the Xianyi grass swiftly melted, transforming into a viscous liquid that in the very moment the Xianyi grass dissolved, Yi Xian grasped another herb. Ice mountain, snow lotus, sunflower, rootless wood, mandragora. Wow! One by one, the spirit herbs were hurled into the cauldron, and under the scorching waves, they were instantaneously obliterated, coalescing into vibrant, colorful viscous liquids that an enticing aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, saturating the room and refreshing the senses. What an astonishingly rapid, refining speed! Witnessing this scene, Su Wujia's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Su Qingyin, intrigued, inquired, Grandpa Su, is he refining them quickly? Of course, Su Wujia chuckled wryly and replied. Not just quickly. It has practically divine speed. Su girl, do you know how long it typically takes for an ordinary alchemist to refine a single herb? Su Qingyin shook her head. Su Wujia continued. At least half an hour. What? The moment these words escaped, Su Qingyin was instantly stunned. Does it really take that long? She had not anticipated that refining a single herb would require such an extensive duration. She had assumed that with Yi Xian tossing them in one after another, the process would be expedited. What did you think? Su Wujia sighed, saying, each herb used in alchemy is exceedingly precious. The fire control required for alchemy is also exceedingly stringent. If the flames are too high, the medicinal properties will evaporate. If too low, the essence cannot be extracted. Only through perfect refinement can a pill take form. Thus, each herb necessitates at least half an hour for proper refinement. Yet Mr. Yi managed to refine 7 or 8 herbs in a mere 10 minutes. Such swiftness is virtually unheard of. Even more astonishing, although his speed of refinement is remarkable, the potency he extracts is precisely balanced. Not a trace more, not a trace less. It is nothing short of perfection. Su Wuji's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Xian, his voice laced with excitement. What? Is it truly that impressive? Su Qingyin exclaimed in disbelief. Does that mean Yi Xian's fire control technique surpasses even yours? Grandpa Su? Su Wujia shook his head, his expression filled with humility. Not merely surpassing, it is on an entirely different tier. This technique of fire control even if I were to practice for another 200 years. I might not attain such mastery. Moreover, the calm demeanor he exhibits while controlling the flames suggests that his alchemical prowess far exceeds my own. He could very well be a fourth-tier or even fifth-tier alchemist. Hiss. The moment these words left his lips, not only Su Qingyan, but even Su Batian and Su Qin beside her gasped in astonishment that a fifth-tier alchemist, such an exceptional alchemist, has never before graced the entirety of Langya Prefecture. Such a figure, one could only imagine, would emerge from places like Qingzhou or the imperial capital. They could hardly fathom that a young man in his 20s like Yi Xian could indeed be a fifth-tier alchemist. How utterly terrifying could it be that he speaks the truth? He truly can refine pills. Su Qingyan bit her lip, gazing at the earnest young man seated beside the cauldron. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her. She recalled her previous mockery of Yi Xian, claiming he could not refine pills and was merely boasting. Yet now, it appeared that not only could he refine pills, but he might even be a fifth-tier alchemist. A wave of guilt washed over Su Qingyan as she pondered. Could it be that I have wronged him? Su Qingyan clenched her fists. Perhaps drawn by Yi Xian's remarkable talent, she suddenly realized that the young man seated before the cauldron exuded an unusual allure. Especially the face she had once found detestable, now appeared somewhat handsome under the glow of the flames. This fellow, when he is earnest, seems rather charming, doesn't he? Su Qingyan murmured to herself. However, her mind quickly recalled Yi Xian's earlier antics of slapping her backside, and she shook her head vigorously, forcefully suppressing such thoughts. Bah, bah. Su Qingyan, what nonsense are you contemplating? This fellow is merely a lecherous scoundrel who indiscriminately slaps people's backsides. What is there to find attractive? What is so remarkable about fire control? Refining pills is not solely about fire control. If you can produce a pill, then perhaps I shall concede. Su Qingyan snorted coldly, silently asserting to herself, just as she entertained such thoughts. Bang! Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and struck the cauldron with force that in an instant, the lid flew off, and an overwhelming aroma wafted forth from the cauldron. The fragrance was so rich that it permeated the alchemical chamber, resonating clearly within a radius of several hundred meters. Wow! The next moment, a cascade of brilliant light radiated from the cauldron. Upon witnessing this dazzling display, Su Wujia's eyes widened, a flicker of excitement flashing across his gaze. The Lioli Fire-Quenching Pill. It is complete. Chapter 52. Another pill gifted. Su Qingyan delighted. The Lioli Fire-Quenching Pill is complete. The voice of exhilaration echoed throughout the alchemical chamber. The radiant light streaming from the cauldron transformed in midair, accompanied by a continuous wave of enticing fragrance that emanated from the brilliance. This moment, everyone could not help but close their eyes, surrendering themselves to the intoxicating aroma. What an incredibly rich pill fragrance. This scent undoubtedly exceeds the quality of a fourth-tier pill. It might even reach the fifth tier. Su Wujia opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant light emanating from the cauldron. Perhaps due to his excitement, his body trembled involuntarily. Simultaneously, Yi Xian raised his right hand and made a grasping motion. Wow! In the next moment, the radiant light seemed to come alive, converging towards Yi Xian's palm as if drawn by an invisible force. All the brilliance coalescing in his hand. When Yi Xian opened his palm, the light had already transformed into a smooth and rounded pill. The pill was blood-red, resembling a blood gemstone, reflecting a scarlet sheen, and exuding a delightful fragrance while emitting wisps of steam. Moreover, upon the pill, there were distinctly 4 wave-like patterns. The IT is complete. A fourth-tier pill. It is complete. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wujia was so overwhelmed with excitement that he became flustered. Rushing towards Yi Xian to observe the pill in his hand with utmost care, Su Batian cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yi, is this the Lioli Fire-Quenching Pill?" Yi Xian did not respond, casually tossing the pill to Su Wujia. "Whether it is or not, let Master Su ascertain the truth that it is." Su Wujia caught the pill and immediately began to examine it with great care. That Su Qingyan and the others held their breaths, staring intently at Su Wujia. After a thorough examination, Su Wujia's expression turned ecstatic, unable to contain himself as he shouted, "Indeed, it is the Lioli Fire-Quenching Pill. Look, this pill is entirely blood-red, akin to a ruby." and matches the descriptions found in the texts. Moreover, the pill patterns are identical to those of the Lioli fire-quenching pill, boasting 4 distinct patterns. It is indeed a genuine 4th-tier pill. Su Wujia was brimming with enthusiasm, showcasing the pill to everyone as if it were an unparalleled treasure. Grandpa Su, are you certain you aren't mistaken? Su Qingyan could not help but ask, slightly skeptical that Su Wujia shook his head emphatically, declaring, impossible. I have immersed myself in the alchemical field for over a century, and I have encountered no less than 8,000 different pills. While I may not know how to refine the Lioli fire-quenching pill, there is absolutely no way I could mistake it. Moreover, since Mr. is capable of refining 4th-grade elixirs, it is evident that he is undoubtedly an alchemist of at least that caliber. Do you truly believe that such a person would stoop to deceiving us with counterfeit elixirs? Su Qin exclaimed with excitement. So, you mean my junior disciple has indeed managed to refine a 4th-grade elixir? Is there hope for the fire poison afflicting the princess of Langia? There is hope. There is hope. Su Wuji laughed heartily. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over the princess of Langia's fire poison. And who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had actually refined the Lioli fire-quenching pill. This time, the princess's fire poison could be entirely eradicated. Observing Su Wuji's exuberance, Su Qingyan felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had just thought that mastering fire control was no great feat. Yet who could have anticipated that Yi Xian's elixir would be successfully concocted in the next moment? At that instant, Su Qingyan felt as if an invisible barrage of slaps were raining down upon her face. Leaving her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment, Su Wuji clasped his fists together and cautiously inquired, Master Yi, might I acquire this Lioli fire-quenching pill from you? Name your price. We at Baikatang are more than willing to pay. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wuji's address for Yi Xian had already shifted from Mr. to Master Y. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and replied, There is no need for that I have already received numerous gifts from you today. This Lioli fire-quenching pill is my promise to you, and thus I shall present it to you free of charge. What? Free? Upon hearing this, Su Wuji's body trembled and tears streamed down his aged face. Heavens! This is the legendary 4th-grade elixir. The Lioli fire-quenching pill. Such a high-grade elixir, if placed on the market, could even be exchanged for a mid-sized family estate. Master Yi is actually giving it to Baikatang for free. With that, Su Wuji bent his knees and knelt before Yi Xian, overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Master Yi. The favor you bestow upon Baikatang today will be etched in our memories forever. Should you ever require assistance, Baikatang will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Bang, bang. After expressing his gratitude, Su Wuji bowed his head twice in deference, his appreciation palpable. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Qingyan was utterly taken aback that in her memory, Grandfather Su had always maintained an aloof and stern demeanor. Yet here he was, kneeling before Yi Xian for the sake of an elixir. Su girl. Just as Su Qingyan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out that Yi Xian turned around, a smile gracing his face as he looked at her. What do you intend to do? Seeing Yi Xian smile, Su Qingyan felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively retreated a few steps, clutching her behind. What does this guy want? He wouldn't be thinking of making me his personal maid, would he? Su Qingyan suddenly recalled that she had previously declared that if Yi Xian managed to refine the Lioli fire-quenching pill, she would become his personal maid. Now that the elixir was successfully concocted, he wouldn't be expecting her to fulfill that promise, would he? Oh no! In an instant, Su Qingyan's heart raced as she lamented her impulsiveness for having said such foolish words to Yi Xian. What do you want? I warn you, don't get any ideas. Even if you have refined the Lioli fire-quenching pill, I will not submit to you. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with fear as she glared at Yi Xian, issuing her warnings repeatedly. However, Yi Xian appeared unfazed, his smile unwavering as he continued to approach her. When they were merely half a meter apart, he suddenly extended his hand. This action startled Su Qingyan, causing her to dart behind Su Batian, her eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather, save me. Observing Su Qingyan's panicked reaction, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he comprehended her thoughts, shaking his head with a wry smile. Su girl, why are you so anxious? I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to give you something. Look. Yi Xian opened his palm, revealing a smooth and lustrous elixir resting within. What is this? Upon seeing the elixir, Su Baishan's expression shifted, astonished as he exclaimed, Master Yi, is this the elixir you gifted me earlier today? Indeed. Yi Xian nodded. This elixir is meant for Su Qingyan. After all, I have accepted many gifts from your Mingjian Mountain Manor today. I initially intended to return something, but since you just made a breakthrough and your cultivation is still unstable, I thought it best to give this elixir to her. With it, she should be able to advance to the 9th layer of Master Realm. Su Qingyan was momentarily speechless, pointing at the elixir in disbelief. Is this really for me? Yi Xian nodded. Su Qingyan still found it hard to believe. You truly just intend to give me an elixir. And it's not for any ulterior motive? Ulterior motive? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. What motive? You can't be referring to becoming a personal maid, can you? Ha! Rest assured, I have no interest in such matters. Upon having her thoughts exposed by Yi Xian, Su Qingyan's face turned beet red, and she hastily retorted, What personal maid? I never said anything about being a personal maid. Don't slander me. All right, do you want this elixir or not? If not, I will discard it. Yi Xian pouted, preparing to toss the elixir away. Hey, I want it. Who said I don't want it? Seeing this, Su Qingyan immediately panicked, reaching out to snatch the elixir from him. She then cradled the elixir carefully, as if it were a precious treasure, her face alight with a joyful smile. This was the elixir that would enable her to break through to the 9th layer of Master Realm. Only a fool would refuse it. Chapter 53. A disturbance in the sect, Yi Xian's fury. Upon witnessing Yi Xian gifting Su Qingyan the elixir, Su Batian promptly tapped Su Qingyan on the head, urging her, Be mindful. You should express your gratitude to Master Yi for his generous gift. Su Qingyan pouted, initially preparing to decline, but upon glancing at the elixir in her hand and recalling how she had wronged him earlier, she suddenly felt that perhaps this fellow was not as intolerable as she had thought. Thank you, she murmured, her cheeks flushed at Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise dancing in his eyes as he playfully remarked, I never expected Su girl would say thank you. It seems the sun has risen in the west today, and no need to thank me. Su girl, what did you just say? Upon hearing Yi Xian's teasing tone, Su Qingyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stomped her foot in frustration. What does he mean by Su girl would say thank you? Is he implying that I am unreasonable? Humph. Yi Xian, you scoundrel. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to thank you, fuming. Su Qingyan ground her teeth, imagining 1,000 ways to exact revenge on Yi Xian in her mind. However, she could only harbor these thoughts inwardly, for she was well aware that if it came to blows, she would likely be the one at a disadvantage. Thus, she forced herself to swallow her anger, glaring at Yi Xian with fierce eyes, hoping her gaze could slay him. Meanwhile, Su Batian wore an amused expression. This girl, she has finally met her match. It was his first time witnessing his fearless granddaughter being bested by someone else that in the past, it had always been her who made others feel inferior. Today truly was a rare occurrence. Just as Su Batian pondered this, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass suddenly echoed throughout the alchemy chamber. Su Qing's expression changed, and she hurriedly pulled out a jade tablet from her bosom. On the tablet was inscribed a name, Yu Mingming. However, at that moment, the tablet was riddled with cracks, emitting a continuous sound of fracturing. What is happening? Su Qing's expression turned alarmingly fearful. Master brother, what is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. Su Qing's face darkened as she replied, This is the life tablet of a disciple from Tianxing's sect. When the sect master is absent, it is entrusted to me for safekeeping. If the tablet shows cracks, it signifies that the disciple is in mortal danger. What? Yi Xian's expression changed. Just then, a similar shattering sound resounded, and Su Qing's face shifted again as she quickly retrieved several more life tablets. Like Yu Mingming's, these tablets were also covered in cracks, producing the same fracturing sound. Wang Yao, Wu Yao, Tang Shuiyo, why is Elder Ji's tablet cracked as well? Su Qing gasped, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Once a life tablet is shattered, it signifies that its owner is in grave danger. At this moment, these tablets were cracking at an alarming rate, and there was even a risk of complete collapse. This indicated that the lives of Tang Shuiyo and the others were hanging by a thread. This is bad. It's senior sister. They are in peril. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's expression darkened instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted swiftly towards the alchemy chamber. Su Batian and Su Wuji exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. After all, Yi Xian had rendered great favors to both the Mingjian Mountain Manor and the Baichao Hall. Now that trouble had befallen his sect, they could not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, at the Tianqing sect, before the mountain gate, within the barrier of the three mutual isolation formation, a resounding crash echoed. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Gu Changqing's figure flew backward like a kite with its string cut, tumbling across the ground for several rotations before crashing heavily onto the rocks. Wah! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Gu Changqing's lips. His face turned ashen, cold sweat drenching his forehead. His aura weakened to the extreme. Elder, Tang Shumei, and the others gasped in horror, rushing to support Gu Changqing from the ground, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Si Kongqing. Ha! Si Kongqing laughed maniacally, disdain evident in his gaze. Is this the strength of an elder from the Tianqing sect? Pathetic, akin to ants, utterly defenseless. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for a fate worse than death. Bah! You are dreaming. Tang Shumei retorted sharply, her figure darting forth like a specter, wielding the Qinghuan sword, fiercely thrusting it towards Si Kongqing. Seeing this, Yu Mingming and the others swiftly launched their attacks as well. Draw swords and slay. Sweep away the multitude. Chase the stars and seize the moon. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, sharp sword energy shot forth from all directions like a tempest, imbued with boundless killing intent, striking fiercely towards Si Kongqing. Overestimating yourselves, Si Kongqing snorted coldly, a look of contempt in his eyes, that he effortlessly evaded the sword energy assault from behind with a swift change of footwork, then raised his right hand and struck down. Bam! Yu Mingming and the three brothers of the Wang family cried out in agony, their bodies hurtling backward like cannonballs, crashing violently against the rocky wall. That strike had broken several of their ribs. Mingming! Tang Shumei exclaimed in alarm, her gaze towards Si Kongqing brimming with murderous intent as her sword, akin to a silver moon slicing through the night sky, aimed fiercely at Si Kongqing's chest. However, just as the sword was about to pierce him, Si Kongqing raised his right hand, pinching with his thumb and index finger. Ding! He had actually caught Tang Shumei's thrusting sword. What? Tang Shumei's face changed, her right hand straining with all her might, only to be horrified to discover that no matter how hard she pushed, her sword could not advance an inch. Si Kongqing's fingers seemed to possess boundless strength, firmly restraining her assault. Ha! Si Kongqing laughed uproariously. Miss Tang, I advise you not to waste your energy. I am a master at the half-step martial sovereign level. With your strength, not only can you not kill me, but you cannot even harm a single finger of mine. Bam! With a wave of his sleeve, Tang Shumei was sent flying backward. As she landed, Si Kongqing suddenly lunged forward, stomping on her injured ankle, causing her to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Tang Shumei gasped, cold sweat pouring down her body. Miss Tang, why go to such lengths? Si Kongqing sneered. You are so exquisitely beautiful. Why sacrifice your life for a mere Yi Xian? Listen, if you surrender him and agree to be my consort, I might consider sparing you. Rest assured, I will cherish you. Being with me will be most delightful. Si Kongqing leered, his gaze towards Tang Shumei filled with fiery lust. However, in response to his words, Tang Shumei's face contorted in disgust as she spat. Bah! You are dreaming. Even in death, I, Tang Shumei, would never look upon a beast like you. What? Si Kongqing's expression darkened, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Seeking death, since you are so intent on courting disaster, I shall grant your wish. I will send you on your way. Fear not, once I kill you, I will personally find Yi Xian and grind his bones to dust. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you shall not be lonely for long. Ha ha! Si Kongqing laughed maniacally. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, lightly pointing towards Tang Shumei. Buzz! A crimson light enveloped his fingertip, radiating a palpable killing intent. Ready to strike. It's over. Tang Shumei closed her eyes in despair, quietly awaiting her demise. Yet, just as Si Kongqing was about to unleash his deadly beam at her, a thunderous crash reverberated from outside the isolation formation. Yi Xian, wielding a long sword, stood outside the three mutual isolation formation, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if they could devour a man whole. Sikong Qing, if you dare lay a hand on my senior sister, I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 54. Thunderous Strike, Slaying Yunshan, Sikong Qing. If you dare lay a hand on my senior sister, I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Xian's furious voice resonated before the mountain gate, like a thunderous bell, causing the entire three mutual isolation formation to tremble. Junior brother. Upon seeing Yi Xian's sudden appearance, Tang Xuemei's expression changed, and she instinctively cried out, "Quickly run! This guy is very strong. You are no match for him." Oh! Hearing Tang Xuemei's words, Sikong Qing raised an eyebrow, grinning as he looked at Yi Xian. "So you are Yi Xian? What a fine young man! I have been searching for you with great difficulty." Yi Xian ignored Sikong Qing's taunts and turned his gaze toward Tang Xuemei on the ground, as well as Guchan Qing and the others around him. Upon witnessing the Tianqing sect's elders and disciples bloodied and battered, a glint of murderous intent surged in Yi Xian's eyes. "Sikong Qing, you dare to harm my Tianqing sect members. You are courting death." Yi Xian gritted his teeth, the Tianhua Qilin sword in his hand, trembling in response to his fury, emitting a low, resonant hum. "Is this the Tianhua Qilin sword?" Yunshan's expression changed as he looked at Yi Xian incredulously. "Kid, that is the top-ranked Earth-level divine sword of Mingjian Mountain Manor. Where did you obtain it?" "What? Earth-level divine sword?" Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Sikong Qing's face also revealed a hint of excitement. "That an Earth-level divine sword is a legendary weapon. I never expected this kid to possess such a treasure. If he were to acquire it, his strength would surely ascend to a new level." "Ha ha!" Sikong Qing laughed heartily, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Good lad, I did not anticipate that you would possess an Earth-level divine sword. Here's the deal. Hand over the divine sword, and I shall spare your life. Not only that, but I can also let your Tianqing sect's elders and disciples off the hook." Sikong Qing sneered as he extended his hand, his tone condescending, as if he were not negotiating but issuing an ultimatum. "Did you hear that, little brat? Hurry and hand over the Tianhua Qilin sword." Yunshan cackled wickedly, then strode towards Yi Xian, preparing to seize the Tianhua Qilin sword by force. However, just as Yunshan reached out his hand, swish, a fiery red sword light suddenly shot forth, viciously cleaving towards Yunshan's arm. Amidst the splatter of blood, Yunshan's entire arm was severed, blood gushing from his shoulder. "Ugh!" Yunshan clutched his shoulder, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, glaring at Yi Xian with uncontainable fury. "You little brat, how dare you sever my arm? You have such audacity." Enraged, Yunshan lunged at Yi Xian like a madman. Yet, before he could close the distance, swish, the fiery red long sword pierced through the air like a blazing sun, plunging straight into Yunshan's throat. Yunshan grasped his neck, his eyes wide with shock, attempting to cry out. But only a choked gurgle emerged, his vitality swiftly waning. "Old fool, your words are too verbose. Thrust." Yi Xian withdrew his sword, and Yunshan's body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, his aura extinguished, lifeless beyond measure. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in astonishment. To think that Yunshan, a formidable master at the 5th level, was slain by Yi Xian, a mere junior at the 4th level, with a single sword strike. This is utterly outrageous. How powerful! My junior brother is so strong. Yu Mingming exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, after dispatching Yunshan, Yi Xian gave his sword a shake, dislodging the blood, and aimed the blade directly at Sikong Qing. "You wretched scoundrel. It's your turn now." "What?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Sikong Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Kid, do you think that just because you killed a Yunshan, you can flaunt your power? Let me tell you, I am a master at the half-step martial sovereign level. Even if you killed Yunshan, killing you would be as simple as slaying a chicken." Boom! As the words fell, Sikong Qing's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged forth from within him, unmistakably revealing his formidable strength at the half-step martial sovereign realm. However, just as Sikong Qing brimmed with confidence, a voice echoed through the night. "Is that so? The half-step martial sovereign realm is indeed impressive, but what of my presence?" An elderly figure emerged slowly from the shadows, hands clasped behind his back, Su Batian, accompanied by Su Qinyan and Su Qin. "Su Zhuangzhu, Upon seeing Su Baitian's arrival, Sikong Qing's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flashing in his eyes that wasn't Su Batian the master of the Mingjian villa. How could he be here? Before Sikong Qing could fully grasp the situation, another aged voice resonated. If Su Zhuangzhu is involved, what of my own presence? With that, Su Wujie, also with hands behind his back, stepped forth from the darkness, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. Icy eyes fixed on Sikong Qing. Master Su? The appearance of Su Wujie startled Sikong Qing immensely. As the heir of the Sikong family from Langia, he was acutely aware of Su Wujie's esteemed status as a third-tier alchemist of the Baichao Hall. Even his own father would have to show deference. Sikong Qing could hardly fathom that a mere sect like the Tianqing sect could attract not only Su Batian of the Mingjian villa, but also Su Wujie of the Baichao Hall. What was happening? Shuero, elder. In the midst of Sikong Qing's days, Su Qin swiftly stepped forward to assist Tang Shuero, Guchan Qing, and the others from the ground, retrieving healing elixirs from his storage pouch and administering them one by one. How are you all? Are you all right? We're fine. Thank you, senior brother. Tang Shuero shook her head. Under the effects of the healing elixirs, her injuries began to mend, the agonizing pain dissipating significantly. Meanwhile, Guchan Qing, Yu Mingming, and the Wang brothers also appeared considerably better, their strength gradually returning. Damn it, I thought I was a goner. Wang Yao flexed his body, his voice laced with lingering fear. Witnessing this scene, Sikong Qing furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. However, he had no time to concern himself with these individuals. Instead, he stepped forward, clasped his fist towards Su Batian and Su Wujie, and respectfully inquired, Su Zhuangzhu. Master Su, what brings you here? What brings us here? Su Batian snorted coldly, his tone menacing. Sikong Qing, how audacious you are. Not only did you trespass in a Master Ye's sect at this late hour, but you even dared to strike at Master Ye's disciples. Who gave you the audacity to so brazenly offend Master Yi? What? Master Yi? Sikong Qing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed incredulously on Yi Xian. Chapter 55, Confrontation with Sikong Qing, tension mounting. Master Yi. Hearing Su Batian refer to Yi Xian as master, Sikong Qing felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him, questioning his own ears that Su Batian was the master of the Mingjian villa. Yet Yi Xian was merely a disciple of an insignificant sect. Even with some talent, how could he warrant such a title? As Sikong Qing remained in shock, Su Wujie coldly interjected. Master Yi is a benefactor of our Baichao Hall and also a fourth-tier alchemist. To offend him is to offend our Baichao Hall. Sikong Qing, how dare you? Who gives you the courage to provoke Master Ye's disciples? What? A fourth-tier alchemist. Upon hearing Su Wujie's words, Sikong Qing's expression fell once more. If Su Batian referring to Yi Xian as master had already stirred the waters of his heart, Su Wujie's declaration of Yi Xian as a fourth-tier alchemist caused a tempest within him. As the heir of the Sikong family, Sikong Qing understood all too well the value of an alchemist. Even a first-tier alchemist held an elevated status in Langia County, let alone a fourth-tier alchemist. Such a figure would be coveted by any power. How can this be? He is actually a fourth-tier alchemist. Sikong Qing's voice trembled, his speech faltering, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the simultaneous emergence of Su Batian and Su Wujie to defend Yi Xian left Sikong Qing too daunted to continue opposing him. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists and said, I apologize, Su Zhuangzhu, Master Su. I was unaware that Yi Xian was under your protection. Since both of you have spoken, I shall take my leave. With that, Sikong Qing cast a reluctant glance at Yi Xian. Although he was somewhat discontent for not acquiring the Kunlun sword and the Tianhuaqilan sword, he resolved to kill Yi Xian at a later time when Su Batian and Su Wujie were not present. At that moment, even they would find it difficult to intervene. With this thought, Sikong Qing smirked coldly and turned to depart. Seeing Sikong Qing's intention to leave, Tang Shuero and the others let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that guy is finally leaving. Though the process had been fraught with challenges, managing to drive away a member of the Sikong family from Langia was no small feat, however. Just as Sikong Qing prepared to leave, Yi Xian stepped forward, blocking his path, and spoke in a deep voice, Wait, Sikong Qing, did I permit you to leave? Sikong Qing raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger as he replied, Master Yi, Do you have further business with me? Yi Xian's expression remained impassive as he leveled his gaze at Si Kongqing, coldly stating, I said, today you shall die without a corpse. Who allowed you to leave? Clang. With that, Yi Xian drew the Tianhua Qilin sword from his waist. Its sharp blade aimed directly at Si Kongqing's head, a chilling murderous intent permeating the air. You. Si Kongqing's expression shifted, anger coalescing in his eyes as he gravely warned, Yi Xian, what do you mean? I have already stated that I shall hold no grudges against you. Do you truly believe that with Su Zhuangzhu and Master Su's protection, you can act without restraint? Protection? Yi Xian sneered, apologies, but throughout my life, I have never required the protection of others. Since you insist that I rely on Su Batian and Su Wujie, are you willing to engage me in a life-and-death battle? Rest assured, should I fall, it will be due to my own inadequacies. Su Batian and Su Wujie will not trouble you. Moreover, did you not desire the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword? If you can defeat me, you may take both swords with you. What say you? What? Upon hearing this, Si Kongqing's expression changed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes that he had not anticipated that Yi Xian would be so reckless. Not only challenging him to a one-on-one duel, but also offering the chance to claim the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword, all while assuring him that Su Batian and Su Wujie would not pursue him. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Junior brother. Tang Xuero's face paled, rushing forward to seize Yi Xian's arm, urging, don't be impulsive. That's right, Yi Xian, I cannot agree to this. Ge Changqing also firmly rejected. Si Kongqing is a master at the half-step martial sovereign realm. While your current cultivation is merely at the fourth layer of the Grandmaster realm, I will never allow you to engage in this duel. Indeed, junior brother, please do not act rashly, Su Qin hastily added. It is important to note that Yi Xian was currently the most gifted disciple of the Tianqing sect, brimming with potential, and a fourth-tier alchemist. His life bore not only his own hopes, but also the aspirations of the entire Tianqing sect. If anything were to happen to him, none of those present could bear the consequences. However, despite the pleas of his comrades, Yi Xian merely waved his hand resolutely, declaring, Elders, senior brothers and sisters, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. I have stated that anyone who dares to harm you shall undoubtedly meet their demise. I will uphold my word. But Tang Xuero's worry was palpable. Dawai Yi Xian smiled, reassuring her, do not worry, senior sister. You are well aware of my strength, that if I dare to challenge him, I certainly have my own means. This. Tang Xuero remained unconvinced at that moment. Su Qinyan stepped forward to comfort her, saying, fear not, Miss Tang. Though Yi Xian can be bothersome, he is reliable, that if he dares to make such a statement, he surely possesses his own trump cards. Trust in him? Very well. Hearing this, Tang Xuero sighed. The surrounding Ge Changqing and others exchanged helpless glances, ultimately choosing to place their faith in Yi Xian. Yet instinctively, they reached for their swords, their eyes fixed intently on Si Kongqing. Should Si Kongqing make any move that threatened Yi Xian's life, they would not hesitate to act, even at the cost of their own lives to protect him. Seeing Yi Xian's unwavering confidence, Si Kongqing chuckled, Kid, are you certain you wish to duel with me? Don't say I didn't warn you. My cultivation far surpasses yours by several realms. If you wish to back out now, it is not too late. Otherwise, buzz on the right index finger of Si Kongqing. A vivid crimson light coalesced, emanating an extreme and terrifying intent to kill. Once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Yi Xian replied with a faint, cold smile. Rest assured, the one begging for mercy later may not necessarily be me. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Si Kongqing's expression darkened, and fury surged within him. Sharp-tongued. Since you seek a challenge, I shall oblige. Let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. With that, Si Kongqing leaped forward, launching himself at Yi Xian with ferocity. Chapter 56. The Demon Blade, Ghost Whale, Devouring Life. Si Kongqing's figure surged forward like a wild wolf, moving with incredible speed towards Yi Xian. Simultaneously, he concentrated the crimson light in his right hand and pointed fiercely at Yi Xian. Lingxi finger. In an instant, the crimson light transformed into a straight red line, carrying an aura of relentless destruction as it hurtled towards Yi Xian's chest. Not good. Ge Changqing's face changed, and he exclaimed urgently, Lingxi finger is a secret technique of the Si Kong family, possessing immense power. With a single touch, it can even pierce the hardest steel. I suffered greatly from this move earlier. Yi Xian, you must evade. However, as the red beam approached, Yi Xian remained unfazed. His footwork was ghostly, and with a swift movement, he effortlessly dodged the incoming beam. Oh! Seeing Yi Xian evade his attack, Si Kongqing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. But soon, a cold smile returned to his face. You managed to evade my lynxy finger? Impressive. Yet, I am eager to see how you will escape my next move. Swish, swish, swish. Si Kongqing then raised his right hand, unleashing a torrent of red beams that surged towards Yi Xian like a tempest. The multitude of crimson lines, numbering in the thousands, descended from the sky like a rain of blood, the terrifying killing intent causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Bang, bang, bang. Each beam struck the ground with a thundering sound, creating massive craters, and even the hardest granite was instantly pierced. One could scarcely imagine the gruesome scene if such beams were to strike a human. Yi Xian, aren't you skilled at dodging? Come, witness how you will escape this technique of mine. Si Kongqing laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with arrogant malice as he accelerated his assault. Swish, swish, swish. The dense beams rushed towards Yi Xian's vital points like a deluge. However, just when Si Kongqing thought Yi Xian was cornered with no escape, Yi Xian remained calm, his movements ethereal, continuously shifting. Each time a beam threatened to strike, Yi Xian would anticipate it a second in advance, effortlessly evading. Bang, bang, bang. The beams grazed past Yi Xian, crashing into the ground and producing thunderous echoes. Remarkably, every single beam had missed its target. How is this possible? Si Kongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His beams were faster than sound. If Yi Xian's evasion of the first beam had been luck, this spectacle left Si Kongqing utterly astounded. Yi Xian had completely evaded his onslaught. Impossible! Si Kongqing roared in fury, raising his right hand to launch another attack. Yet, as his hand lifted swish, Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared before him like a specter. And without warning, he threw a punch. What? Si Kongqing was taken aback that he had never anticipated that Yi Xian could move so swiftly, leaving him no time to react as Yi Xian closed the distance. He watched helplessly as Yi Xian's fist drew nearer. Bang! Ah! With a single punch, Si Kongqing let out a pained scream, stumbling back several steps, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his nasal bone shattered, and several teeth knocked out. Si Kongqing raised his hand to touch his mouth, and upon seeing the blood, his expression darkened, his rage boiling over. You insolent fool! Yi Xian, how dare you make me bleed? I will slay you! Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongqing flipped his right hand, and a sharp long knife appeared in his grasp, emanating waves of black light and exuding a terrifying aura. This is Su Baishan's expression changed. The demon blade, ghost wail. Demon blade? Su Qingtian inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, what is a demon blade? Su Batian replied gravely. The demon blade is an exceedingly malevolent weapon, said to be forged from the souls of vengeful spirits. It contains powerful curse energy that can even devour a warrior's cultivation. What? Devour cultivation? Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. They had never before heard of a weapon capable of consuming one's cultivation. Truly, the demon blade is sinister. Si Kongqing sneered. But that's not all. The curse energy contained within this blade can even consume a warrior's life. Once you are touched by this blade, you will be reduced to a lifeless husk within 3 minutes. But fear not, my swordsmanship is swift. Before you experience this hellish torment, I shall end your life. Si Kongqing smiled coldly. With that, his figure surged forward, the demon blade radiating black light as he swung it violently at Yi Xian. The bloodthirsty demon blade swished, the blade's sharp edge, imbued with a desire for blood, resembled the scythe of death, poised to reap Yi Xian's life in the next instant. However, just as the demon blade was about to strike Yi Xian, he did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand and reached for the oncoming blade. Bang! In the next moment, the sharp demon blade was firmly grasped in Yi Xian's hand. What? Si Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically. The onlookers were equally startled. No one had anticipated that Yi Xian would not only stand his ground against such a ferocious strike, but would dare to reach out and grab it. Was he courting death? Kid, you must be mad. My demon blade can drain life with a mere graze, yet you dare to touch it directly? Truly, you are seeking your own demise. Si Kongqing chuckled coldly. Since Yi Xian was asking for death, he would not show mercy. Ha! In the next instant, Si Kongqing shouted coldly, unleashing his spiritual power, causing the demon blade to erupt with an overwhelming black light. Activated to its utmost limit, the terrifying devouring force emanated from the blade. However, just as Si Kongqing believed Yi Xian's life would be drained, Yi Xian remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any fear, and instead revealed a strange, sinister smile. Devour life? Apologies, young Master Si Kong, but I happen to possess a bit of expertise in the art of devouring as well. What? Si Kongqing was taken aback. Before he could react, Yi Xian suddenly roared. Primordial devouring démonique technique? Activate. Boom! As Yi Xian's words fell, a similarly terrifying, devouring force erupted from his body. In the next moment, this devouring force surged forth like a tidal wave, clashing against the devouring force of the demon blade. And within mere moments, the cursed power of the blade began to dissipate at a visible rate. It was being devoured in reverse. Chapter 57. Curse Backlash, Slaying Si Kongqing. How is this possible? Watching the cursed power being consumed, Si Kongqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. His demon blade, Ghost Whale, was invincible. Even a half-step martial sovereign would be instantly drained of life upon contact. How could this happen today? That Yi Xian could turn the tide? No, impossible. My demon blade can even intimidate half-step martial sovereigns. How could a mere fourth-stage grandmaster like you withstand it? I refuse to believe it. Si Kongqing roared in rage. Crackling sounds echoed, akin to the sound of frying beans, as his right hand, gripping the demon blade, swelled momentarily, the black light of the blade intensifying, spreading an ominous aura wherever this malevolent energy passed. The surrounding flora and fauna rapidly withered, emitting dark smoke. Not good. Good Chongqing's expression changed. He quickly warned everyone, this blade's energy can devour life. Everyone, retreat. Be cautious of the blade's aura. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiro and the others wasted no time, channeling their spiritual energy as they hastily retreated. Yet, the speed at which the blade's energy spread was alarmingly ferocious. A swirling mass of black mist, akin to a raging tsunami, surged furiously towards the crowd, poised to envelop the weakest among them, Yu Mingming. Ah! Yu Mingming's face turned pale with terror. Mingming. Tang Xuanyou's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to rush to Yu Mingming's aid. However, just at this critical juncture, Su Baishan's figure descended from the heavens like a divine being, pointing a single hand towards the encroaching darkness. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from Su Batian, transforming mid-air into a protective barrier that enveloped everyone present. Resembling an overturned giant bowl, with a shield in place, the deadly blade aura was instantaneously repelled. Gao Chongqing exhaled in relief, his face a mask of astonishment as he surveyed the surrounding blade energy. He could hardly fathom that had he been a moment slower, he would have been consumed by the lethal force, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, as the malevolent blade aura intensified, Si Kongqing's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he taunted. Ha! Yi Xian, aren't you supposed to be able to absorb this? This is the full curse of the demon blade. Let us see how you will absorb it. Si Kongqing let out a manic laugh, exerting pressure with his right hand. The sharp demon blade, resembling the scythe of death, harbored a terrifying curse, thrusting menacingly toward Yi Xian. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Had Si Kongqing unleashed another technique, with his half-step martial sovereign cultivation, victory would likely have eluded him today. However, it was unfortunate for Si Kongqing that when it came to devouring, Yi Xian's primal devouring demon art was a technique granted by the system. Not to mention curses, he could absorb any entity containing energy within this world, let alone a mere demon blade. Primal devouring demon art. Activate. Yi Xian bellowed as his voice faded. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from him, the formidable devouring force resembling an insatiable black hole, ravenously engulfing the demon blade. Whoosh whoosh! under the full operation of the primal devouring demon art. The black mist enveloping the demon blade began to thin. The curse entwining the blade was rapidly consumed, growing increasingly feeble. How is this possible? Sikong Qing's face was etched with terror as he beheld the diminishing curse on the blade. His grip trembling. Not just him, even Su Batian and Su Wuji nearby were equally astounded. The demon blade ghost cry was the ancestral treasure of the Sikong clan. It had once devoured the life of a martial sovereign practitioner at the first level. To witness such a terrifying cursed blade rendered utterly powerless against Yi Xian's consumption was inconceivable. Sikong Qing, is this truly your ultimate technique? Yi Xian remarked coldly, his gaze dripping with disdain. If this is all you can muster, I'm afraid you are destined to meet your demise at my hands today. Devouring demon art, devour, boom. With a furious shout, the power of the devouring demon art surged once more. In the next moment, the black mist dissipated at an even more rapid pace, and within mere seconds, the last wisp of black fog was entirely consumed by Yi Xian. Clang, Sikong Qing's hand slackened, the demon blade clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. The once malevolent demon blade, now devoid of its black mist, the curse obliterated, transformed into an exceedingly ordinary long sword. It appeared to have lost all luster. Had they not known it was the legendary demon blade ghost cry, one might easily mistake it for a common kitchen knife. Breathing a sigh of relief after absorbing the curse, Yi Xian felt an enigmatic power welling within him. Indeed, it was the curse of the demon blade. Under the influence of the primal devouring demon art, the curse had now become entirely his. With a wave of his hand, a stream of black mist poured forth from his palm, withering the flowers and grass beneath it. With another gesture, another plume of black mist surged forth, swiftly corroding a nearby rock, which sizzled and emitted black smoke. Within moments, the rock was reduced to a puddle of stone water. Hiss! Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Master Yi has actually refined the power of the demon blade. Su Baishan's eyes widened, incredulity etched across his features. This was the first time he had seen a person capable of devouring the power of a curse. Even for someone as well-versed as he, it was beyond comprehension, not to mention Sikong Qing, who now wore a deathly pallor, trembling uncontrollably, retreating in fear as the arrogance that once defined his countenance was overshadowed by a flicker of terror. No, this is impossible. You, a mere fourth-level master, how could you withstand the power of the demon blade? Sikong Qing's voice quivered, disbelief filling his eyes. Yet, whether he believed it or not, it was far too late. The next moment, Yi Xian stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Sikong Qing, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sikong, young master, shall we settle our blood debts now? No. Please no. With a look of sheer terror, Sikong Qing turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The bizarre techniques Yi Xian had displayed had shattered his resolve. As he saw Yi Xian approach, he could hardly muster any intent to resist. Fleeing for his life. In mere seconds, he had sprinted over 100 meters, racing towards the direction of the Sikong clan, that if he could return to his family, he could summon the elders to intervene. Then he would surely avenge his humiliation. Boom! As this thought crossed his mind, Sikong Qing's spiritual power surged, his speed dramatically increasing. However, just as he was about to escape the influence of the Tianqing sect, Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared before him like a specter, his voice chilling as it resonated like the voice of a demon from hell. Sikong, young master, where do you think you are going? Yi Xian smirked coldly. Whoosh! A swirl of black mist enveloped his right hand, imbued with a terrifying devouring curse, forcefully striking towards Sikong Qing's chest. Chapter 58. Devouring Cultivation. Breaking through again, bang! The cursed palm struck fiercely against Sikong Qing's chest. Upon impact, a tremendous shock reverberated through Sikong Qing's entire being, his body instantly ensnared by thick black mist, which clung to him like parasitic worms, greedily gnawing at every inch of his flesh. The excruciating pain elicited horrific screams from Sikong Qing as he writhed on the ground, desperately trying to free himself from the suffocating black mist. Yet it was as if the mist had a life of its own. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape even the slightest bit. The black mist ravenously consumed his flesh, soon rendering his arms, thighs, and even face bloodied and mangled, with bones clearly visible beneath the shredded skin. Ah! The agonizing cries echoed through the night, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, resonating endlessly. Even seasoned warriors like Su Batian and Su Wuji felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Nevertheless, Yi Xian showed no intention of sparing Si Kongqing. Gazing down at the writhing figure on the ground with a sadistic grin, he then raised his right hand. Buzz! A torrent of curse-infused energy enveloped Yi Xian's palm. This curse far stronger than before? No, Yi Xian, I was wrong. Please spare me. Si Kongqing lay on the ground, wailing in despair, his gaze filled with terror as he regarded Yi Xian as though he were a demon from the underworld. However, Yi Xian paid him no mind. In the midst of Si Kongqing's horror, his right hand shot out like lightning, grasping Si Kongqing's throat. Whoosh, whoosh! The black mist slithered like sentient tendrils, invading Si Kongqing's body through his eyes. Nose, mouth, and ears. Under the corrosive onslaught of the black mist, Si Kongqing's body convulsed violently, contorting grotesquely in mere seconds. His flesh was devoured, reduced to a puddle of foul, bloodied water, pooling on the ground. A formidable half-step martial sovereign thus met a tragic end beneath the malevolent aura of his own demon blade. As Si Kongqing perished, his cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave, flowing into Yi Xian, who absorbed it completely. With Si Kongqing's power flooding into him, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed, ascending rapidly through the ranks. 4th level master, 5th level master, 6th level master, 8th level master, boom! With a resounding clash of spiritual power, Yi Xian's cultivation soared from the 4th level master directly to the 8th level master. A staggering leap of 4 realms. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Xian felt the surging power within him, his eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. To his surprise, a mere half-step martial sovereign had enabled him to ascend 4 realms. It is crucial to note that the Hongwang Swallowing Heaven Demon art imposes extremely stringent demands on energy transformation. It is not simply the case that Yi Xian can absorb all the energy from a half-step martial sovereign. In reality, only about 1/10 of the energy can truly be transformed and integrated into his own cultivation, while the remaining 90% is discarded as waste. Thus, the mere 1/10 of Si Kongqing's energy had propelled Yi Xian through 4 realms. It must be acknowledged that this half-step martial sovereign was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, curiosity flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as he mused, if a half-step martial sovereign could elevate me to the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, I wonder what realm I would attain by devouring a full martial sovereign. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Xian swiftly dismissed it. After all, with his prior strength, a confrontation with a half-step martial sovereign would have been a 50-50 chance. The only reason he had managed to kill Si Kongqing today was due to the latter fortuitously falling into his path, succumbing to the overwhelming force of his Hongwang Swallowing Heaven Demon art. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dispatch Si Kongqing with such ease. Yet, with my current cultivation at the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, even if I cannot defeat a martial sovereign, I should possess sufficient capability for self-preservation. As for half-step martial sovereigns, I should be able to dispatch them directly. Yi Xian clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, having gained a clearer understanding of his present power. As Yi Xian pondered, Su Batian and Su Wuji approached him. Su Batian clasped his fists and, with a respectful smile, said, "Congratulations, Master Yi, congratulations. Indeed, at such a young age, to have slain a half-step martial sovereign and now to have broken through to the 8th heaven of the Master Realm. Your strength has ascended to new heights." Su Wuji chimed in with hearty laughter, offering a fist salute to Yi Xian. Tang Shuoro also wore a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, junior brother." "Thank you, senior sister." Yi Xian smiled slightly, looking at Su Batian and the others. "That I appreciate the support." Su Zhuangzhu, Su Shit was merely a stroke of luck. Luck? Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately laughed bitterly, his face filled with helplessness. "You, a mere 4th heaven of the Master Realm, have slain a half-step martial sovereign, and now you've broken through to the 8th heaven. How can you claim it was luck?" "Indeed. If that is your definition of luck, I wish I could be that lucky too," Wang Yao said, shaking his head in disbelief. The crowd was filled with a sense of sorrow, pondering why they were not blessed with such talent as Yi Xian, that why Yi Xian could only smile wryly at their reactions. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he refrained from dwelling on the topic and turned to Su Batian and Su Wujie, asking, Su Zhuangzhu, Su Deshur, with your unwavering support today, I've taken action against Xikong Qing. You won't regret it, will you? Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward the two men. After all, Xikong Qing was a member of the prominent Xikong family in Langia, wielding significant influence. Now, Su Batian and Su Wujie stood alongside Yi Xian. If the Xikong family were to learn of this, misunderstandings would be inevitable. It was likely that they would assume Su Batian and Su Wujie had aided Yi Xian in killing Xikong Qing, which could invite the wrath of the Xikong family upon the Mingjian villa and Baikeatang. However, in response to Yi Xian's inquiry, Su Batian merely smiled slightly and replied, Master Yi is jesting. Although I am not a person of impeccable integrity, I understand the importance of gratitude. Since I dare to stand with Master Yi today, I certainly do not fear the Xikong family's retribution. Regret is out of the question. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and turned to Su Wujie. And you, Su Deshur? Su Wujie replied with a calm smile, I have already declared that from now on. Baikeatang will follow Master Yi's lead. His words, though not explicitly stating regret, clearly indicated his stance. Anyone who dared to harm Yi Xian would find themselves at odds with Baikeatang. Seeing Su Batian and Su Wujie both prepared to support him, Yi Xian nodded in approval. However, despite having killed Xikong Qing, it was not his style to merely endure blows without retaliation. Observing the still pale faces of Tang Xuero and the others, Yi Xian frowned. A flicker of concern in his eyes as he declared, however, the Chaos Sect has gone too far, repeatedly seeking trouble with me. This time, they even dared to invade the Tianqing sect and injure my senior sisters. If I do not teach these ruffians a lesson, they will truly think I am made of dough. Hearing this, Ge Chongqing's expression changed, and he quickly advised Yi Xian, our Tianqing sect has not suffered any significant losses. And you have already killed Xikong Qing. That do not provoke the Chaos Sect any further. The Yi Xian shook his head in response. Elder, your words miss the mark. It is not I who seeks to provoke them, but rather they refuse to let me go. A single punch now may prevent 100 later, that if I allow them to bully us unchallenged, not only I, but our Tianqing sect will never know peace. Yi Xian's intention was not to overreach by attempting to annihilate the Chaos Sect. Even with the formidable Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon art, he could not hope to contend against the entirety of the Chaos Sect. Therefore, his goal was to challenge the younger generation of the Chaos Sect. By chance, Yi Xian knew of a platform within the Chaos Sect known as the 100 Battle Stage. Any martial artist whose cultivation did not exceed the Master Realm was eligible to challenge the disciples of the Chaos Sect on that stage. Furthermore, if an external disciple succeeded in overcoming the 100 Battle Stage, the Chaos Sect would bestow rewards. Yi Xian's intention was to take on this 100 Battle Stage. Subsequently, he turned to Su Batian and Su Wujie, saying, I wish to challenge the Chaos Sect. However, to prevent them from playing unfairly, I seek your support. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Chaos Sect? Moreover, I would like to request your presence as witnesses to affirm that it was Xikong Qing who first provoked my Tianqing sect, prompting my action against him. Upon hearing this, Su Wujie's face lit up with delight that he had been contemplating how to establish a connection with Yi Xian, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he patted his chest and declared, You needn't say it, Master Yi. I will certainly affirm your innocence that I in Langia Prefecture, while others may fear the Chaos Sect. Baikeatang does not. Rest assured, with me here, the Chaos Sect shall not act with impunity. On the other side, Su Batian shot an annoyed glance at Su Wujie, who had seized the opportunity to shine in front of Yi Xian, and resolutely stated, With me here, I will ensure that the Chaos Sect does not dare to bully you, Master Yi. If you wish to challenge the Chaos Sect, I shall accompany you without fail. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Very well, then. There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once. The entrance to the Chaos Sect was well known, and the group hastened their pace. After several hours, they arrived at the vicinity of the Chaos Sect's entrance. The 100 Battle Stage was situated right beside the Chaos Sect's gate. Before the stage stood 3 massive bronze drums, each a different color, black, white, and gold, that if an external martial artist wished to challenge the disciples of the Chaos Sect, they would need to strike these drums. Striking the black drum indicated a challenge to disciples ranked 50 to 100 on the Dragon Tiger list, while the white drum signified a challenge to those ranked 10 to 50. Striking the most resplendent golden drum denoted a challenge to the top 10 on the Dragon Tiger list. In comparison to the Tianqing sect, the entrance to the Chaos sect was far more grandiose. As Yi Xian and his companions neared the Chaos sect's entrance, they were promptly noticed by the disciples of the Chaos sect, observing Ge Chongqing and the others boldly approaching the gate. Several disciples of the Chaos sect could no longer remain seated. Immediately, a few stepped forward to block Yi Xian and his companions. The leader, a dark-skinned disciple with a hooked nose and a shadowy expression, glanced at Ge Chongqing's elder robes and disdainfully remarked, "An elder of the Tianqing sect. What brings you to our Chaos sect?" Ge Chongqing, being the grand elder of the Tianqing sect, was incensed by the disrespect shown by this young disciple of the Chaos sect. "I am indeed the grand elder of the Tianqing sect. Why do you obstruct our path?" Before the hooked-nosed disciple could respond, some of the disciples behind him burst into laughter. "Haha, the grand elder of the Tianqing sect. What a grand title! But our Chaos sect is not a place where just anyone can come. Even if your sect leader wishes to come, he must first ask for our permission," another added. "So, take your leave and don't dirty my eyes." Listening to the scornful taunts of the disciples from the Chaos sect, even Ge Chongqing and Tang Shuiao felt a surge of indignation. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the raucous group of Chaos sect disciples before him. With a mere glance, he discerned that their realms were far too weak and their abilities lacking. So he did not even entertain the thought of engaging them in battle. Suddenly, Yi Xian's figure flickered and he vanished in an instant. The hawk-nosed disciple of the Chaos sect failed to react in time. The next moment, Yi Xian's silhouette reappeared before the white bronze drum. This commotion immediately startled the Chaos sect disciples who had been watching the festivities of the Tianqing sect nearby. One disciple of the Chaos sect pointed at Yi Xian and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Yi Xian replied with a chilling smile, "What do I intend to do? I aim to challenge your Chaos sect." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers and gently tapped the surface of the white bronze drum. Instantly, a radiant white light erupted from the drum, accompanied by an invisible sound wave that spread forth, creating rippling shockwaves through the air that a resounding drumbeat reverberated like thunder at the entrance of the Chaos sect, causing the entire sect to resemble a disturbed hornet's nest, with numerous disciples rushing out from the sect. This is the sound of the battle drum from the 100 battle platform, which insignificant junior dares to challenge a disciple within the top 50 of the Chaos sect. Who has the audacity to strike the battle drum of our 100 battle platform? Such bravery! To provoke the Chaos sect, they must be courting death. Amidst the cacophony, Yi Xian's gaze was met with a throng of Chaos sect disciples clad in their robes. Upon recognizing Yi Xian's Tianqing sect attire, the crowd erupted with even more intense ridicule. Am I seeing things? This fellow is actually from the Tianqing sect. After all these years, it's the first time a Tianqing sect disciple dares to challenge the 100 battle platform. Is there any senior brother present who can step up and swiftly send this ignorant fool off the stage? Chapter 60. Next, who will come forth? The disciples of the Chaos sect were stirred into a frenzy. And soon a tall, square-faced disciple exuding an air of aloofness leaped before Wei Ping, declaring, I never expected a disciple from the Tianqing sect would possess such courage. Very well. I, Zhou Shan, shall today show you the vast chasm that lies between the Chaos sect and your Tianqing sect. Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at the Chaos sect disciple named Zhou Shan and retorted, "Spare me your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. No need for all this nonsense." At his words, Zhou Shan was immediately enraged. With a metallic clang, he drew his long blade and bellowed as he charged forward. "Fine, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you a swift demise." Zhou Shan was at the 7th level of the Master Realm, and upon drawing his blade, a formidable blade aura surged forth, echoing like a blade chant as it shot skyward. "Taste my blade, Songlong Moon Slash." As Zhou Shan shouted, the blade aura resembled a full moon suspended in the sky, slicing down towards Wei Ping. Observing this, the surrounding disciples of the Chaos sect cheered in approval. However, Yi Xian made no move to draw his Tianhua Qilin sword. Instead, he simply bellowed, "Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist." As his fist surged forth, an image of a fully scaled azure dragon materialized atop Yi Xian's knuckles. Before this punch, Zhou Shan's blade aura was as fragile as a sheet of paper, effortlessly shattered. Zhou Shan's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the ever-growing fist barreling towards him. With no time to react, Wei Ping's fist smashed through Zhou Shan's blade aura and struck him squarely in the chest. In the next instant, a series of bone-crunching sounds echoed from Zhou Shan's chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing without uttering a single groan, knocked out by Yi Xian's punch. At that moment, the Chaos Sect disciples, who had been eager to witness a thrilling spectacle, were left in stunned silence. One of the most elite disciples of the Chaos Sect, Zhou Shan, had been defeated just like that? Defeated by a disciple from the Tianqing sect, which was regarded as the weakest among the 8 great sects. Were it not for the lingering scent of blood in the air, they would hardly believe their eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian surveyed the Chaos Sect disciple surrounding the 100 battle platform, who gazed at him with disbelief, shared animosity, indignation, and a hint of fear, and he smiled lightly. After brushing off his slightly wrinkled robes, Yi Xian tossed the corpse of Xikong Qing from his storage bag and declared, "My time is precious. Those ranked below 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list are unworthy of accepting my challenge." With a resounding thud, Xikong Qing's disheveled corpse was unceremoniously thrown before the disciples of the Chaos Sect like a dead dog. Instantly, the disciples, who had yet to recover from Zhou Shan's defeat, erupted into a deafening uproar. "What? Is that the corpse of Xikong Qing? How audacious! To kill a talented disciple of the Chaos Sect and still dare to provoke us. Does this fellow truly believe the Chaos Sect is easy to trifle with? Those who dare offend the Chaos Sect, all senior brothers, let us join forces and ensure this murderer does not remain arrogant." As the disciples of the Chaos Sect rallied in fervor, just then, Su Batian and Su Wuji, who had been standing aside, moved to stand before Yi Xian. 2 distinct auras belonging to the martial sovereign realm erupted forth, instantly stunning the disciples of the Chaos Sect. Su Batian swept his gaze over the Chaos Sect disciples and coldly remarked, "I have heard that the 100 battle platform of the Chaos Sect is a place for one-on-one, fair duels. What? Can your Chaos Sect not bear to lose and resort to bullying the few with the many?" Su Wuji stepped forward, his expression stern. "Elder Wang Jian, Elder Lu Yin, Elder Mu Feng, look at how your esteemed disciples of the Chaos Sect conduct themselves. This individual dares to challenge the 100 battle platform, wins a match, and is met with a mob attack. Is this truly the way of the Chaos Sect?" Under the pressure exerted by Su Batian and Su Wuji, the lead elder, Wang Jian, wore a face as dark as thunder, pointing at Xikong Qing's corpse as he said ominously, "I care not for your eloquent arguments today, unless you provide an explanation to the Chaos Sect. Neither the master of Mingjin Mountain nor the elder of Baikayatang shall escape unscathed." Yi Xian scoffed coldly. "An explanation? Xikong Qing ambushed my Tianqing sect and injured several of our disciples and elders. Is it not justifiable that we retaliated? If you seek an explanation, we of the Tianqing sect demand one as well." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Jian's cold demeanor intensified, and he glared at Yi Xian and replied, "Such a silver-tongued fellow. However, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Xikong Qing ambushed your Tianqing sect?" Su Batian and Su Wuji immediately stepped forward, asserting, "We can both testify that Xikong Qing did indeed launch an ambush on the Tianqing sect." Yi Xian then gestured towards Ge Changqing and others not far away, stating, "My senior brothers and sisters still bear the wounds left by Xikong Qing, that if you do not believe me, a glance will suffice." With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, even if Wang Jian wished to eliminate the audacious Yi Xian before him, he found himself unable to act. After casting a lingering glare at Yi Xian, Wang Jian waved his sleeve and commanded, "This matter will be investigated by our Chaos Sect." With that, the 3 elders swiftly vanished from sight. Seeing this, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief, scanning the Chaos Sect disciples below before breaking into a broad smile. Next, who will come forth? Chapter 61. Continuous challenges, unbroken victories. Confronted by the fierce gaze of Yi Xian, the disciples of the Chaos Sect found themselves paralyzed with fear, none daring to step forward. Regardless of the disgraceful display of their comrades, with Yi Xian having effortlessly dispatched Zhou Shan and the lifeless body of Xikong Qing, ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list, it was evident that those who lacked the prowess to match Xikong Qing were merely stepping stones before Yi Xian. In that moment, despite their deep-seated hatred for Yi Xian, the disciples remained motionless, enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, as no one dared to answer his challenge, a trace of disdain appeared on Yi Xian's face. So, within the chaos sect, there is and even one who dares to accept my challenge. Truly presumptuous for the number one among the 8 great sects. This declaration incited a wave of indignation among the gathered crowd. At that moment, a man clad in half armor, shouldering a bronze spear shaped like a tiger's head, and bearing a prominent scar across his face, emerged from the depths of the chaos sect. Instantly, an unparalleled aura surged forth, as if he could pierce the heavens themselves. Upon witnessing this figure, the previously demoralized disciples of the chaos sect suddenly seemed to find their resolve. It is Brother Wang Jun of the Silent Destruction Spear. Brother Wang ranks 13th on the Dragon and Tiger list, and his spear, the Savage Tiger Spear, is a profound grade weapon, far surpassing Sikong Qing. This brat from the Tianqing sect is doomed. Brother Wang's mastery of the Silent Destruction Spear is one of our sect's 8 true teachings, renowned for its unmatched prowess. With him here, we shall surely avenge our prior shame. Listening to the flattery from the disciples of the Chaos sect, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, observing the rapidly approaching figure. In his past life, he had heard of Wang Jun and his Silent Destruction Spear. Though at that time, Wang Jun's reputation was largely built upon the achievements of his elder brother, who ranked 8th on the Dragon and Tiger list. However, judging by his aura, it was clear that Wang Jun was no ordinary opponent. As Wang Jun landed on the 100 battle stage with a thunderous crash, he cast a glance at Yi Xian, sneering, "I thought someone had the audacity to speak boldly in my chaos sect, only to find it's just you, a mere 8th level master. How did Sikong Qing end up defeated by you? Truly disgraceful." With that, Wang Jun didn't even draw his spear, instead addressing Yi Xian directly. "Come on. My time is precious. I have no leisure for idle chatter." Yi Xian, upon hearing this, refrained from further words, drawing his heavenly fire Qilin sword and simply inquiring, "Are you certain you want to use a weapon?" Disregarding Yi Xian's question, Wang Jun assumed a fighting stance, his arms enveloped by a sharp, almost weapon-like aura. Observing this, Yi Xian offered a smile before bellowing, "Heavenly Star Galaxy." In an instant, hundreds of sword energies cascaded like shooting stars, overwhelming and piercing towards Wang Jun. The brilliance of the sword energies filled the air with an unparalleled sharpness that resonated in every heart present. As the sword energies clashed, the very atmosphere was stirred into a cacophony. Wang Jun's pupils contracted as a momentary blankness overtook his mind. His hands reflexively gripped the Savage Tiger Spear before him. Yet in that fleeting moment, the Heavenly Star Galaxy's sword technique was already upon him. Wang Jun desperately swung the Savage Tiger Spear, but in his haste, he could not hope to block the onslaught of Yi Xian's sword energies. With a resounding crash, the 100 battle stage seemed to be struck by a meteor, instantly sending half of it soaring into the air. A cloud of dust erupted alongside a cry of despair. All present were martial artists. They would not allow mere dust to obscure their vision. In the wake of the Heavenly Star Galaxy's impact, Wang Jun's half-armor lay in tatters, his body marred by countless wounds. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air as Wang Jun's Savage Tiger Spear shattered into 2 pieces. Covered in blood, he fixed a furious glare upon Yi Xian and spat, "Despicable," before collapsing to the ground. In response, Yi Xian merely shrugged. How could he be blamed for Wang Jun's choice to forego a weapon? The only regret was that, under the watchful eyes of many, it seemed improbable to kill Wang Jun outright. Despite the absence of the elder Wang Jian and others, it was clear that if Yi Xian were to strike decisively now, he would undoubtedly be interrupted. As Wang Jun lay, heavily injured and unconscious, the disciples of the Chaos sect could no longer contain themselves, rushing forth to drag him away. After another defeat, the gazes of the Chaos sect disciples towards Yi Xian subtly shifted, a hint of fear beginning to spread among them. However, Yi Xian was not about to let them off so easily. Stretching lazily, he pointed his sword at the remaining disciples of the Chaos sect and declared, "Who else?" Among the small group of disciples he indicated, one could be seen swallowing hard, the sound echoing unnaturally in the tense silence. Yet, no one laughed at this disciple, for fear was taking root in many hearts. After a moment, someone finally could no longer hold back and shouted, "Don't be arrogant. When Brother Li Guan arrives, he will certainly take your life. Yi Xian, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and replied, if that is the case, then why not hurry and summon this Li Guan? The disciple, forcing himself to respond, said, fine, if you have the guts, just wait. Brother Li Guan does not reside within the sect. I shall go fetch him right away. Yi Xian, growing impatient, dug at his ear and remarked, hurry up, I cannot wait for long. The disciple called back, 2/4 of an hour. Those not afraid of death can wait for 2/4 of an hour. Yi Xian waved his hand, urging him to hasten, that in the next moment, the individual dashed away like a startled rabbit. During this interlude, Yi Xian took the opportunity to rest briefly. The 2/4 of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. And soon, a radiant sword light ascended from the horizon, rushing towards Yi Xian with lightning speed. Upon focusing his gaze, Yi Xian discerned a figure clad in a black outfit, exuding an air of cold indifference, who approached rapidly while carrying a long sword on his back. Before the person even arrived, a booming sound of sword energy resonated in Yi Xian's ears like distant thunder. This sight. Ge Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The Chaos Sect disciple known as Li Guan emanated an aura that was nearly on par with a martial sovereign. In that moment, Ge Changqing couldn't help but feel anxious for Yi Xian. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Chaos Sect seemed to be invigorated, their faces flushed with excitement. Brother Li, this brat has defeated both Zhou Shan and Wang Jun. You must not underestimate him. Brother Li, this scoundrel is arrogant and must not be allowed to leave the Chaos Sect alive. Hearing the fervent calls of his fellow disciples, Li Guan regarded Yi Xian with heightened vigilance. However, before the battle commenced, he surprisingly bowed in respect, since you dare to challenge the 100 battle stage of my Chaos Sect. Do not blame me for taking advantage of my strength against one lesser. Noting Li Guan's seemingly courteous demeanor, Yi Xian returned the gesture, saying, Isn't taking advantage of one's strength your sect's principle? Bring it on. Li Guan's eyes narrowed in response. Words are futile. Let us see the truth in our skills. With that, Li Guan cautiously drew his renowned 1,000 Jun sword. Instantly, a heavy, mountainous shadow loomed behind him, and an oppressive, razor-sharp aura enveloped the entire arena. Not only did Yi Xian, facing Li Guan directly on the 100 battle stage, feel the weight of this pressure, but the spectators below also felt as though an invisible burden had settled upon their shoulders. Yi Xian felt this sensation most acutely. At that moment, it seemed as if every limb, every fiber of his being, and even the heavenly fire Qilin sword he wielded had become several times heavier. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's memories from his past life, the longer one battled against Li Guan, the more pronounced this oppressive feeling would become. In fact, there were instances when adversaries perished before Li Guan could even draw his sword. Crushed by the overwhelming weight, as the cheers erupted from the disciples of the Chaos Sect below, this is Brother Li's mountainous martial intent. The Tianqing Sect scoundrel is finished. Brother Li's mountainous martial intent is the most tyrannical. This fellow is bound to lose. It is none other than Tang Shuoro and Ge Changqing, whose faces turned pale upon sensing Li Guan's overwhelming martial intent and hearing the cheers of the disciples from the Chaos Sect. In a state of lingering injury, Tang Shuoro dragged her weakened body before Su Batian and Su Wuji, imploring them earnestly to ensure that Yi Xian comes to no harm. Su Batian and Su Wuji, 2, wore grave expressions as formidable warriors at the martial sovereign realm. They could easily discern that Li Guan had already reached that pinnacle of strength. The disparity between a warrior and a martial sovereign is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. A shared thought arose within them. Yi Xian is in peril. Nevertheless, both resolved that, come what may, they would never allow Yi Xian to perish upon the 100 battles platform. Yet, none could have anticipated that while this immense pressure bore down heavily on others, it was insufficient to phase Yi Xian. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a shift within himself as he discreetly activated the primordial devouring demon technique. Instantly, the palpable, oppressive force transformed into a surge of spiritual energy, which he absorbed into his body. Yi Xian felt an immediate lightness, a wave of relaxation washing over him. However, on the surface, he still appeared to struggle significantly to Li Guan's grasp. The Qianjun sword was a massive weapon, easily the width of an average person's palm and boasting a spine 3 fingers thick. Holding the sword inverted, Li Guan struck with deliberate slowness, unleashing a single, powerful blow that in that moment, the air beneath the sword's edge seemed to compress, producing a profoundly dull sound akin to a gust of wind breaking. The next instant, a remarkably heavy, earth-toned sword wave sliced toward Yi Xian. Yet, despite the ferocity of the strike, the speed of the sword was not particularly swift. Yi Xian appeared to be under the influence of that overwhelming martial intent, his movements slightly hindered, making it seem as though he could not evade this sword wave. Then, Yi Xian deftly rotated the Tianhua Qilin sword in his hand and gritted his teeth, declaring, Tianxing 12 swords, 9th style, a sword across the river. In an instant, the Tianhua Qilin sword swept horizontally, and a brilliant sword wave surged forth to meet Li Guan's strike. Observing the dazzling radiance of the sword light, a smirk crept onto Li Guan's lips that anticipated. The next moment, the two sword waves collided, and Yi Xian's horizontal strike merely stalled Li Guan's sword wave for an instant before being utterly shattered. Fortunately, this brief delay allowed Yi Xian to evade the onslaught. Seeing this, Li Guan maintained his composure, his expression still inscrutable, as he unleashed a flurry of sword light from the Qianjun sword, relentlessly attacking Yi Xian. Each time, Li Guan would counter with his own strikes, briefly intercepting before deftly evading.